Chapter 1 Different World. In ancient time, in order to compete for various foods and territories, humans began to try to tame Pokémon, become partners with them, and fight with ferocious Pokémon. Humans and Pokémon have fallen into a long war. About 5,000 years ago, the sages of mankind ended a protracted war with the help of the legendary Pokémon Xuanyuan and the god of life and light, Hu, Gilgamesh and the god of the sky, Kazazu, Ramses II and Solgaleo, the beast that devoured the sun. Countless heroes and legendary Pokémon have left an epic poem. About 2,000 years ago, a man named Yingzheng's people were recognized by the legendary dragon, the strongest dragon, the original Kurum, and established the first formal alliance in human history. Coincidentally, in ancient Britain, King Arthur got the legendary Holy Sword. With the approval of King Shang, Octavian of the city of Seven Hills obtained the legendary Holy Shield Hidden Marin, and each established a corresponding alliance. Humans and Pokémon began to enter a new era. What is this special meow? In the classroom, a little Zhengtai, who was carved in pink and jade, looked at the contents of the history book with some distress. The things here really made him not know how to complain. His name is Fang Yan. His nickname is Fang Huo. Huo is now a third-grade student in Hangzhou No. 1 primary school. He has a secret that no one knows. He is not from this world. This world is so different from his previous life. This world has a creature called Pokémon that was not there in his previous life. Even history has undergone great changes. Today, this world is a world where people and Pokémon live in harmony. There are various countries, and there is a big alliance on the country. The place where Fang Yan is now is a country called Dakan. Only, this alliance was first founded by Yingzheng. Although the alliance created by Yingzheng was recognized by Zekrom and Reshiram respectively because of their successors, the two sides fought fiercely for the right to speak in the alliance, and both sides lost in the end. The original alliance is also broken. However, in order to commemorate Yingzheng's great achievement, later generations still use the title of Dakan, which lasted for more than 2,000 years. Many famous people from previous lives also appeared in history, but most of them were excellent Pokémon trainers, and some even became guild leaders. Fang Yan himself didn't know how he passed through. He is just an ordinary college graduate, and he can be regarded as a Pokémon fan. He was indeed playing Pokémon games that day. Well, it was the recently released Pokémon Sword and Shield. Sudden death. Just fell asleep and came to this world. When he first came here, he was completely confused, especially when he found out that he had become a baby and the guy holding him was a lucky egg. It's just that after a few years of getting along, he also chose to settle down when he came, and he knew that he had no way to go back. His family background in this life is also quite good. The family is in a family of fire-type trainers. There have even been 3 heavenly kings and 1 champion in the family. This is a proper big family. In Dakan, there are usually 9 in-service heavenly kings and 3 in-service champions. Through various selections, they are almost the highest combat power in the entire Dakan. They have extremely high power, which is similar to the heavenly kings in the animation. The champions are very different. As for the president, this is to decide some places, and finally they will be elected. Of course, if you want to make a selection, whether it is the king, the champion or the president, you need to make a huge contribution, and you must not have any flaws in your identity. Fang Yan for self. I am quite satisfied with my identity. After all, in this world, if you want to become an excellent Pokémon trainer, many conditions are necessary. Pokémon trainers are an extremely expensive industry, and at the same time, excellent Pokémon trainers are excellent. Babies are also extremely difficult to find. Many families have quite a lot of experience on how to cultivate the corresponding Pokémon and which skills to learn. After all, some skills can be learned by Pokémon innately, while others require a lot of training to learn the day after tomorrow. There are no skill machines in the world. This is the advantage of the family, and it belongs to the inheritance of the family. These things cannot be learned in school. There is no shortage of these. Fang Yan. His grandfather was the official Fire King, but he suffered too many secret injuries in his early years. When he got older, the secret wounds broke out and died, just lacking opportunities, and at the same time accumulating the achievements of the task, preparing for the future as the king. At the same time, his family has a pasture of nearly Mew, raising a lot of big milkers and Ba sheep, and even the back mountain behind the pasture belongs to their family. The milk that ordinary people are reluctant to drink from the Big Tit came to Fang Yan. Well, he grew up with Big Tit to feed the milk since he was a child. It can be said that he was born at the top of the pyramid. As long as he reaches the age, his parents will prepare a corresponding initial Pokémon for him. This Pokémon is incomparable to ordinary people. Chapter 2 I'm not a fire trainer. Fang Yan doesn't need to worry about his Pokémon, let alone his logistic. Even those items that are priceless and invaluable have a lot of accumulation at home. It can be said that as long as Fang Yan is not too useless, there is no way to be weak in this life. The only thing that makes Fang Yan helpless is, why is his family a fire family? This is really too much. Obviously the dragon type or superpower type is even more cool. Fortunately, Fang Yan doesn't have no time travel benefits at all. There is a space in his mind, and there is an elf egg in it. This is what Fang Yan had when he was born, but I don't know why. Elf egg. It hasn't hatched after 10 years, and Fang Yan even thought that his egg would be a bad one, and in the space in his mind, he couldn't even take it out, which was the most helpless thing. I don't know if I have a system or not. Thinking of this, Fang Yan also sighed lightly. Fang Huahuo, what are you sighing? My mother said, always sighing will make you old. At this time, the little loli on the side said to Fang Yan, the little loli is extremely cute, with brown hair on one end, like a porcelain doll. Her name is Sun Renhui, the homophonic Sage Wei, and she also looked very similar to the Sage Wei. She is Fang Yan's childhood sweetheart. Her home is just opposite Fang Yan's house. There is a breeding house at home, and it is also a breeding house famous for Ibrahimovic. She is well known in the whole province. Her father was Fang Yan's father's comrade in arms. It was also because of Fang Yan's father's relationship that she met Sun Renhui's mother and entered Sun's house. Sun Renhui also followed his mother's surname. Nothing, just thinking, when will I be able to travel? Fang Yan said with a sigh. Since I came to this world, wouldn't it be too wasteful not to travel and meet all kinds of Pokémon? Then at least you have to wait until you graduate from middle school and get the Pokémon illustrated book before you can go on a trip. Sun Renhui's eyes flickered patiently and comforted. Like Sage, she has an equally good temper. Her goal is to become an excellent Pokémon breeder, and only this temper is the most suitable. There are still years. Fang Yan was distressed for a while. In his previous life, he had read Nian's book and finally graduated, but now he has to start from elementary school. Fortunately, there is no distinction between junior high school and high school for 4 years of middle school. As for the future, if you want to continue to study, you can also go to school. If you want to travel, you have to wait until you are old and graduate from high school. But today is your birthday. It is said that your father is going to give you a Pokémon. I just don't know what kind of Pokémon it will be. Sun Renhui said suddenly. Well, it should be a catty dog, Fang Yan said uncertainly. In fact, their family ancestors still have quite a few outstanding fire-type Pokémon, but most of them were released before the trainer passed away. Many Pokémon groups will cooperate with some special trainers. Trainers help them improve their strength, and when the time is almost, they will be released back to life. Plan so that they have the strength to protect the group, and the descendants of the trainer are also eligible to obtain other descendants of the Pokémon for breeding. This kind of situation often occurs in many families, and it is also one of the background of the big family. Fang Yan's family also has some cooperative group, among which there are countless people's coveted Pokémon, but it is still too early for the current Fang Yan. On the other hand, Katy dogs are an exception. This kind of extremely loyal Pokémon will never abandon its trainer. Fang Yan's family has a Katy dog group, which are the breeding of Katy dogs and wine speed dogs of previous trainers. Down. Yes, coupled with the big milk and the sheep at home, it's actually pretty good for a Katy to be a shepherd. Katy, Sun Renhui said with a smile on his face. Katy is also very good, and the evolved Fengmo is an extremely powerful Pokémon. Uncle's Fengsu is his main force. Fang Yan nodded slightly. Fengsugo is indeed an extremely powerful Pokémon, and its race value has far exceeded that of most Pokémon. Even Usangia is not as good as Fengsugo. Even in the earliest illustrations, Fengsugo still known as the legendary Pokémon. Compared with other people, Fang Yan did have a perfect start, but Sun Renhui's beginning is probably the envy of countless people. Right, Ibrahimovic started like Sun Renhui's father. Because of his marriage, he has now set up an Ibrahimovic team, and his strength has skyrocketed. Soon after school, Fang Yan took Sun Renhui to an open space. Fang Yan took down the luxurious fairway around his neck. Come out, wind speed dog. With a red light passing by, a Pokémon with fluffy black hair covering its face, black and orange stripes like a tiger on its body, hair on its feet, and a long tail on its tail appeared in Fang Yan. In front of, this is the wind speed dog of Fang Yan's deceased grandfather. Since Fang Yan started school, this wind speed dog is responsible for protecting Fang Yan's safety and also serves as a mount. Fang Yan first helped Sun Renhui to sit up, and then climbed up by himself. Please, wind speed dog. Fang Yan patted wind speed dog's head and said, roar, accompanied by a light roar from the wind speed dog. Its figure was a stream of light that quickly flew towards the outside of the city. Third chapter. It is impossible to travel without golden finger. Third chapter. It is impossible to cross without the golden finger. What is that? It's so fast. It's a wind speed dog. Damn it, I seem to have a wind speed dog too. If only I could sit on the wind speed dog and go for a ride. That seems to be Fang Yan from the second class of the third year. Even if the wind speed dog runs very fast, many people still noticed it and cast envious eyes on it. In this world, the charm of a wind speed dog, much bigger than the supercars of the previous life. Sitting on the back of the wind speed dog, looking at the backward figures around, you can see some Pokémon from time to time on the road. Fang Yan's mouth showed a stray smile. It seems that it is also very good to come to this world. He glanced at Sun Renhui, who was sitting in front of him, with a vague glance. Is this a young tame Dai? It seems that he has a tendency to develop into a metamorphosis, but there seems to be no problem with the two-dimensional wife or something. With the help of the wind speed dog, Fang Yan and the others quickly returned to their home. I'm back. Soon there was a woman in her 30s, with a graceful appearance and a beautiful face, who was dressed in fancy clothes and took Fang Yan's school bag. Mom, I'm back. Fang Yan showed a pure smile on his face. For this woman, he really regarded the other party as his own mother, and it seemed that he was indeed born by her. The other party is extremely beautiful, much more beautiful than those two-dimensional wives in the previous life, and wearing fancy clothes all the year round makes the other party have a trace of strange beauty. Fang Yan looked like her. Fang Yan feels very fortunate about this. Compared with his mother, his father is not good looking at all, but gives him a rough appearance. In this world, wearing fancy clothes is a common thing. In certain cities, most of the people there are wearing fancy clothes. Well, dinner is almost ready. Now, wait for Shinado to call us. Wang Shuyao is also the name of a woman, taken from Chenfeng Moonrise. Shuyao correct labors quietly. Fang Yan doesn't know much about his mother's past, but the one who can come up with such a name should not be an ordinary family. It is said that she met Fang Yan's father on the way to find Emperor Yan. Wang Shuyao's Pokémon is also responsible for all the chores at home. Fang Yan has been coveting Shinado for a long time. Who doesn't like this kind of beautiful, obedient and capable Pokémon? It's a pity that this Shinado of my mother is a fake mother. It's wrong. It's male. Where's dad? Fang Yan looked around and asked again. With a playful smile on Wang Shuyao's face, he said, what? Can't wait. Where is it? Fang Yan smiled awkwardly. Soon, Wang Shuyao took out a Pokémon ball and put it in Fang Yan's hand. Your Pokémon is in it. Your father is on a mission. He asked me to give this to you in advance. Going to perform the mission again. Fang Yan's eyes flashed a trace of sadness. Today is his 10th birthday. Compared with the father who often goes out to do tasks, it seems that the mother is more kind. Your grandfather Li will be promoted to the championship soon, and then there will be a heavenly king available. Your father wants to fight for it. Wang Shuyao explained to Fang Yan patiently. Fang Yan nodded slightly. That grandfather Li was his father's direct boss and a former friend of his grandfather. I didn't expect that he would be promoted to the championship. Then he turned his gaze to Wang Shuyao's hand and took the Pokémon ball from her hand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the first Pokémon. The system is activated. Ding! Found that the system is activated. The host has an inactivated Pokémon egg, and it is now activated. Ding! The Pokémon egg has been activated and will hatch within 3 days. Please prepare the host. Ding! The authentication function has been activated. Ding! The points system has been opened. The task system has been opened. The point store has been opened, and the virtual life system has been opened. Looking at the sound of the system prompt that suddenly appeared in his mind, Fang Yan was a little confused, and his golden finger appeared like this. It seems that he is about to develop. So, doesn't it mean that he Fang Huahuo? No. Third chapter. It is impossible to travel without golden fingers. What's that? So fast. It's the wind speed dog. Damn it. I seem to have a wind speed dog too. If only I could go for a ride on the wind speed dog. That seems to be Fang Yan from the second class of the 3rd year. Even if the wind speed dog runs very fast, many people still noticed it and cast envious eyes on it. In this world, the charm of a wind speed dog is better than that of a wind speed dog. The supercar from the previous life is much bigger. Sitting on the back of the wind speed dog, looking at the backward figures around, you can see some Pokémon from time to time on the road. Fang Yan's mouth showed a trace smile. It seems that it is also very good to come to this world. He glanced at Sun Renhui, who was sitting in front of him, with a vague glance. Is this a young tame Dai? It seems that he has a tendency to develop into a metamorphosis, but there seems to be no problem with the two-dimensional wife or something. With the help of the wind speed dog, Fang Yan and the others quickly returned to their home. I'm back. Soon there was a woman in her 30s, with a graceful appearance and a beautiful face, who was dressed in fancy clothes and took Fang Yan's school bag. Mom, I'm back. Fang Yan showed a pure smile on his face. For this woman, he really regarded the other party as his own mother, and it seemed that he was indeed born by her. The other party is extremely beautiful, much more beautiful than those two-dimensional wives in the previous life, and wearing fancy clothes all the year round makes the other party have a trace of strange beauty. Fang Yan looked like her. Fang Yan feels very fortunate about this. Compared with his mother, his father is not good looking at all, but instead gives him a rough appearance. In this world, wearing fancy clothes is a common thing. In certain cities, most of the people there are wearing fancy clothes. Well, dinner is almost ready. Now, wait for Shinado to call us. Wang Shuyao is also the name of a woman, taken from Chenfeng Moonrise. Shuyao correct labors quietly. Fang Yan doesn't know much about his mother's past, but the people who can come up with such a name should not be ordinary people. It is said that she met Fang Yan's father on the way to find Emperor Yan. Wang Shuyao's Pokémon is also responsible responsible for all the chores at home. Fang Yan has been coveting Shinado for a long time. Who doesn't like this kind of beautiful, obedient and capable Pokemon? It's a pity that this Shinado of my mother is a fake mother. It's wrong. It's male. Where's dad? Fang Yan looked around and asked again. With a playful smile on Wang Shuyao's face, he said, what? Can't wait. Where is it? Fang Yan smiled awkwardly. Soon, Wang Shuyao took out a Pokemon ball and put it in Fang Yan's hand. Your Pokemon is inside. Your father is going on a mission. He asked me to give this to you in advance. Going to carry out the mission again. Fang Yan's eyes flashed a trace of sadness. Today is his 10th birthday. Compared with the father who often goes out to do tasks, it seems that the mother is more kind. Your grandfather Li will be promoted to the championship soon. At that time, there will be a heavenly king available. Your father wants to fight for it. Wang Shuyao explained to Fang Yan patiently. Fang Yan nodded slightly. That grandfather Li was his father's direct boss and a former friend of his grandfather. I didn't expect that he was going to be promoted to the championship. This is not enough for his rank. Then he turned his gaze to Wang Shuyao's hand and took the Pokemon ball from her hand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the first Pokemon. The system is activated. Ding! Found that the system is activated. The host has an unactivated Pokemon egg, and it is now activated. Ding! The Pokemon egg has been activated and will hatch within 3 days. Please prepare the host. Ding! The authentication function has been activated. Ding! The points system has been opened. The task system has been opened. The point door has been opened, and the virtual life system has been opened. Looking at the system prompt that suddenly appeared in his mind, Fang Yan was a little confused. His golden finger appeared like this. It seems that he is going to develop. So, doesn't it mean that he is hot? Not. What a shit fire trainer needs to be done. Isn't the dragon type, superpower type not good? He didn't want to become that fire trainer. As soon as he thought about it, he understood the function of the system. By defeating Pokemon and completing tasks, he could earn points, and the points could be used to buy things in the point store. Whether it was all kinds of strange prop, move learning machines, or cherished magic baby egg can be purchased in the system. Even the elf eggs of divine beasts are available in the system, but the price is really expensive, especially the string behind Arceus elf egg. Fang Yan said that this is a Years of Light series, and Fang Yan can also come to the game world through the so-called virtual life, challenge all kinds of P, and improve the level of Pokemon. Ding! Found that the host is a fire trainer family. Set the virtual life as the ultimate ruby. Looking at this system prompt, Fang Yan didn't know what to say. No backquote D. No. The fire type trainer of the god special cat. He is not a fire type trainer. Chapter 4. Who is the protagonist? Fang Yan has many impressions of the ultimate ruby. This is a reset of ruby. There are many mythical bees in it. The most notable ones are Gulatin and Feng Wang. They can be encountered in this version. Even Lei Hiram has appeared. To a certain extent, this is indeed the most suitable version for Fang Yan. However, it is unknown whether it is possible to encounter these Pokemon in the virtual life. After all, according to the information he obtained before, there is no dark thunder in this virtual life. What wrong? Why don't you show it? Wang Shuyao said with a smile when he saw Fang Yan's slightly stunned look. And Fang Yan nodded slightly and took a deep breath. No matter what else, the most important thing is to check the situation of the Katy now. He tossed the Pokeball in his hand. Come out, Katy. Soon a Pokemon in the shape of a puppy appeared in front of Fang Yan and the two of them. It looked at Fang Yan and Wang Shuyao curiously, sniffed their scent, and then its eyes lit up, trotted to Fang Yan's feet, rubbed it intimately, and its little tail was constantly swaying. Obviously at the moment it was very happy. Pokemon, Katy dog, height, weight, kg, gender, female, attribute, fire, ability, fire, heart of justice, skills, dare, bark, potential, heavenly king, grade, systematic review. Pokemon who have just been born, have not yet passed their infancy, have great potential, and are full of curiosity about the world. Looking at the evaluation of the system, Fang Yan's mouth also showed a smile, as expected of the Pokemon that his father prepared for him, and there is no potential to say. Although the potential of the Katy dog family itself is relatively high, the Katy dog with the potential of the king is still quite rarely, with the help of a relatively high-grade Firestone, Katy's potential may not be able to be promoted to the champion level. As for the question of level, Fang Yan also got a certain explanation from the system. In the system evaluation, the tilde level is a novice, the tilde level is ordinary, the fourth level is the elite, the tilde level is the king, and the tilde level is the elite. Heavenly king, level tilde is the champion, tilde is the quasi-divine beast, tilde is the third level beast, tilde is the second level beast, and tilde is the first level beast, and there is only the god of creation above. Even with the help of the system, Fang Yan could not brush the experience point through battle, brush a Pokemon to a level beyond the talent, and even the experience gained is not enough, will be affected by its talent. In addition to divine beasts, Pokemon with better talent will level up faster. Fang Yan was quite satisfied with his Hattie dog, and even if the evolution of the Firestone fails to increase the potential, there are still potions to increase the potential potential in the system mall, which are the core of the system. Hello, Catty, please give me more advice in the future, Fang Yan said, rubbing Catty's head. Wow. Katie rubbed Fang Yan again, apparently quite satisfied with his trainer. You have get along well later. Then Wang Shuyao added, originally, your father planned to give you the egg to hatch, but it accidentally hatched early. It's okay. It's okay. Fang Yan shook his head slightly. Maybe the Pokemon was very kind to the human beings that he saw for the first time, and the two sides were even more tacit. However, Fang Yan didn't care much. He was destined to be a man to hang up. Afterward, Wang Shuyao brought some energy cube for Katie Dog. Because Katie Dog was still in its infancy, Wang Shuyao mashed all these energy cubes and mixed them with milk from Big Tits for Katie Dog to eat. This made Catty, it's even more of a treat. Fang Yan, I'm here. Soon Sun Renhui also ran over, holding an Ibrahimovic in her arm. This is her little friend. Compared to Fang Yan, it seems that she got Pokemon earlier, but this seems to be a matter of course. After all, Sun Renhui is better at taking care of Pokemon than Fang Yan. Xiao Hui is here. Seeing Sun Renhui's arrival, Wang Shuyao also showed a smile. She was still very satisfied with this girl, but she didn't know what would happen to the two in the future. Hello Auntie, Sun Renhui revealed, with a sweet smile. Fang Yan also looked at Ibrahimovic in Sun Renhui's arm. Ibrahimovic was looking at the catty dog curiously at the moment. Who is this dog? It doesn't seem to be seen. Pokemon, Eevee, height, weight, kilogram, gender, female, attribute, normal, trait, adaptability, predict danger, skills, desire, help, green, bump, tail wagging, sand splash, lightning flash, double kick, potential, heavenly king, grade, systematic review. The very talented Ibrahimovic has a good feeling for the host. Looking at the system's evaluation, Fang Yan's mouth twitched, feeling good about himself. What the youth? This is Sun Renhui's Pokemon. Can he still grab it? However, he felt as if he had discovered something. Kicking twice. It seems that this Ibrahimovic's parents have a thunder elf. What a cute catty dog. Sun Renhui also looked at the catty dog curiously. She has also seen a lot of catty dogs. Fang Yan's family has quite a few catty dogs acting as shepherd, but like a catty dog with such an excellent coat color, even her. It was the first time I saw it. It you. Fang Yan's face showed a proud smile. Katie, this is Sun Renhui, my good friend. Wang. Katie also called out to Sun Renhui when he heard the sound. Boy, Ibrahimovic, who was originally in Sun Renhui's arms, also jumped down and played with Katie. Chapter 5 Victini. 3 nights later, Fang Yan was so nervous that he couldn't sleep. If nothing else, the elf egg in his mind that had been with him since birth was about to hatch. Fang Yan still had huge expectations for this elf egg. This should be your own novice gift package. I just don't know what kind of Pokemon egg it will be. The color of the pattern seems to be fire type, but it seems to be different from the fire type Pokemon egg that Fang Yan knows. He has never heard of it. There is a pattern of Pokemon egg. It is the. For the past 2 days, this Pokemon egg has been shining brightly. Fang Yan knew that it was about to be born. At the same time, Fang Yan also found that he could free it from his mind. The light became brighter and brighter, and a crystal white light with a hint of fiery red illuminated Fang Yan's entire room. Even the catty dog on the side looked at the elf egg curiously. He was also very curious about his little boy. What is the elf egg in the master's hand? It seems to be very powerful. Kacha. Finally, there were cracks on the elf egg, and the crack quickly became larger, and a Pokemon that looked like a mouse was drilled out of it. Its large, pointed ears form the shape of the letter V, and its large blue eyes occupy the lots of headroom. The large head out of line with the body makes the body appear smaller than normal. Its body color is very similar to cream, with orange on top of its ears, top of its head and limb. The ends of its limbs are rounded, but 3-fingered hands that resemble claws grow slightly above the end. Victini's 2 wing-like tails give it the ability to fly. Victini. This is the name of this Pokemon. Legend has it that a trainer who has captured Victini will never fail. Its body can generate endless energy, and it can transmit this energy through touch. Hand it to other Pokemon. I didn't expect it to be it. Even Fang Yan, when he saw Victini, his breathing became rapid. Maybe Victini's strength in combat is not very good, but he is also a legendary Pokemon. Such a novice gift package is far beyond Fang Yan's imagination. At first, he thought it was just a Pokemon at the Yusan level, but he didn't expect a divine beast to come. Victini first looked around curiously, and then directly got into Fang Yan's arms, rubbing his little head non-stop. Obviously, Fang Yan likes it very much. After all, it appeared from Fang Yan's mind, and his body was full of Fang Yan's smell. Haha, Victini, don't make trouble, it's so itchy. Fang Yan was a little uncomfortable with Victini's behavior, and couldn't help laughing. Pokemon, Victini, height, 0.4, weight, 4 kilogram, gender, female, attribute, fire, superpower, feature, victory star, skill, fire bomb, gathering chi, mind power, burnout, lightning flash, potential, level 2 god, grade, systematic review. The legendary Pokemon just born has not yet passed its infancy, and has great potential. The future can be expected. It is recommended that the host cultivate it well. Looking at Victini's data, Fang Yan couldn't help but feel a throbbing, especially the potential of that second-level god. It's exciting to think about it. It is not that no one in this world has conquered the legendary Pokémon. Like those legendary great men, many of them have been recognized by the legendary Pokémon, but there are still a few who can be recognized by the second-level god. Now that there are legendary Pokémon on the bright side, it seems that there are only 2 of them, and they are all third-level gods, and even their divine bees do not seem to have truly stepped into the level of divine bee. Just what to do after that? If it is known that he has conquered Victini, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. With his family's relationship, although he is not afraid of being taken away by the public, there are still many conspiracies behind the scenes. Do you want to tell yourself that this is a mutated positive electro pattern? It feels impossible, and no one else is a fool. Okay. Fortunately, Victini quickly helped Fang Yan to solve this trouble. Perhaps it was a newly born relationship, and its energy was not very strong. After playing for a while, after that, it directly drilled into Fang Yan's body. This shocked Fang Yan and Katie go. Is this all right? If it weren't for the fiery red V on Fang Yan's forehead, I'm afraid they would all suspect that their memory was wrong before. The words on the forehead are really troublesome. It looks like I'm going to get some bangs in the future. Fang Yan ran to the bathroom and took a picture of himself in the mirror. The matter of Victini was hidden for the time being, and if I told my mother, I am afraid she would be frightened too. When you have the strength to protect everything, then show it. As everyone knows, Wang Shuyao noticed the situation when Victini's egg was just born, but she didn't go to Fang Yan's room to check the situation. After she felt the power disappear, she murmured, "What kind of Pokemon was that aura just now?" "The fire element. It seems to be weak, but the aura is extremely pure." Even the Emperor Yan the First was not like this, but soon, she stopped caring about this matter. The children grew up and had their own secret. As an adult, what you should do at this time is not to explore their secret, but to protect them. Chapter 6. I Want You. Water leaping fish. Wrong choice. It doesn't seem to be any different from the real world, but this city is so small. Fang Yan walked in the virtual world, frowning slightly. This is already the second day after Victini was born. Fang Yan's life didn't seem to have changed much, and Victini was also in a deep sleep. He didn't need to eat or drink, as if he had never been born. He finally had the time and energy to pay attention to this virtual world. Entering here is the blue sky, white cloud, fresh air and pleasant climate. Obviously, this is the legendary unpolluted Weebai town. Fang Yan looked around and did not have the idea of entering these houses to check. Instead, he walked towards the path in the north of the village. He seemed to hear a cry for help. He soon came to the side path and found that the middle-aged man was being chased by a coyote at the moment. This is Dr. Otamaki, the doctor who sent the first Pokemon in the past. In this generation, he will send all the 3 families from the 2nd generation to the 5th generation. At the same time, there was a briefcase on the grass, and a little girl was a little overwhelmed with a Pokemon ball in her hand. "Fang Yan, you are here. Hurry up. Click to pick up a Pokemon ball from the ground and come to my rescue," Dr. Otamaki said quickly when he saw Fang Yan's arrival. Fang Yan's mouth twitched. It seems that under the influence of the powerful correction power of the system, he was forcibly added to the plot. However, the 3 royal families in the Ultimate Ruby seem to be Musho Palace, Fire Pheasant and Water Leaping Fish. Which Pokemon should I choose? Fang Yan said that it is naturally a water-jumping fish, and its giant marsh monster is an extremely powerful Pokemon. Outside of grass, there is almost no weakness. Moreover, every time Fang Yan played this version in his previous life, he would choose Water Leaping Fish as his initial Pokemon, which was really useful. Fang Yan subconsciously wanted to choose Water Leaping Fish. As for himself as a Fire-type Pokemon trainer, feels sorry. He is not a Fire trainer. With a system, who would choose to be a Fire trainer? But soon, Fang Yan's expression became a little constipated. Damn, the little girl took away the Pokemon ball of Water Leaping Fish. This is deliberately not choosing the rhythm of Water Leaping Fish for himself. Do you want to choose Musho Palace? This seems good. The Lizard King after Ga evolution is also a rare dragon-type Pokemon, but the Flame Chicken seems to be good too. In the early stage, the Fire Pheasant was indeed higher in appearance than Mushugong. After some consideration, Fang Yan chose the Pokemon ball with the flame logo on it. At this moment, his body stagnated, and he found that he couldn't move. What the hell is going on here? Is it dead? Fang Yan was a little apprehensive. This virtual life didn't have any instructions for using it. If he was like this, he wouldn't be a vegetative person outside, right? Good thing he soon found that he could return to the real world, and in just a blink of an eye, he returned to the real world, and he also had a Fire Pheasant Pokemon ball in his hand. He wanted to enter the virtual life again, but found that he couldn't get in, which made Fang Yan helpless for a while, probably because he didn't realize the use of this thing. Well, even if it is a virtual life card, he still got a Fire Pheasant pheasant for nothing. Come out, fire pheasant. Fang Yan threw the Pokemon ball in his hand forward. A red light flashed, and an orange chicken-like Pokemon appeared in front of Fang Yan. Chamo. The fire pheasant looked at Fang Yan curiously. Is this man the trainer that the doctor told him before? Fire pheasant, get to know me. I'm Fang Yan, that's Katie, and we have to get along well in the future. Fang Yan first introduced himself, and then pointed to the Katie next to him. Chamo. Wow. The two Pokemon greeted each other and quickly got to know each other. Pokemon. Fire pheasant. Height. 0.4. Weight. Kilogram. Gender. Male. Attribute. Fire. Feature. Fire. Skills. Catch. Call. Bark. Potential. Quasi-king. Grade. Systematic evaluation. Use Sangia with good talent. Suitable for rookie trainers. Is it a fire pheasant with the talent of the quasi-celestial king? It seems to be a matter of course. This talent is not bad for the Usangia. It should be above the middle, and the Usangia with a little talent can also grow to the strength of a quasi-king. It's just that the King of Heaven is too rare for ordinary Pokemon. Like Fang Yan's Katie and Sun Renhui's Ibrahimovic. Those were all deliberately selected, otherwise they would not have been handed over to them. There is still a big gap between the quasi-celestial king and the heavenly king. As for the talent of the fire pheasant, Fang Yan said that he will find a way from the point small, but those aptitude-enhancing potions are not so expensive. The arrival of the fire pheasant did not change Fang Yan's life much. Wang Shuyao, who originally made Fang Yan a little nervous, didn't have any problem. Mom didn't seem to care about it at all. She just welcomed the fire pheasant and prepared fire-type Pokemon food for it. Like nothing happened. This scene made Fang Yan heave a sigh of relief. After all, some things are too difficult to explain. It is impossible for him to tell Wang Shuyao that he has a system in his head. Where did the fire pheasant come from? Chapter 7. Similar people will be rival. Time flies, and soon another 2 years have passed. Fang Yan and Sun Renhui also successfully graduated from primary school and will soon become middle school students. During this period, Fang Yan did not train his Pokemon less. The fire pheasant and the catty dog have received not so strict training, which is the best for them, although Fang Yan has a system can helping them level up, but the effort is worth it. But it depends on training here. Otherwise, the level alone doesn't seem to be perfect, unless you are willing to spend a lot of points to help them solve these problems in the later stage. However, Rao is so. The fire pheasant is also successful. The evolution has become a strong chicken, which is not a small growth. Victini did not continue to sleep now, but hid in the vicinity of Fang Yan every day. Only when there was no other person would he show up to play with Fang Yan. It's just a rare thing. Fang Yan didn't go to train Pokemon this day. Instead, he watched TV with Wang Shuyao and Sun Renhui, who came to play. The TV was playing the Tianwang Challenge, and the challenger this time was about 20. A young girl in fancy dress. Her face is beautiful, with a hint of coldness on her face, giving people a feeling that can be seen from a distance but not to be molested. In terms of appearance, the other party should be the most beautiful woman he has ever seen. Ji Xiao. Now that she is old, if this time the King of Heaven challenge is successful, then she will be the youngest King of Heaven in the past 200 years. This kind of beautiful and powerful trainer is simply a template for winners in life. This sister strength is so powerful, especially that fairy elf. It's so powerful. Sun Renhui watched Ji Xiao's fairy elf easily defeated the opponent's 2 Pokemon on TV and said sincerely, I have decided. I want to make my Eevee evolve into a fairy. In this world, fairy, it was discovered very early, but the method for Eevee to evolve into a fairy elf was also discovered not long ago. With the beautiful appearance of the fairy elf, it suddenly became the top 3 most popular Pokemon. Boy, Ibrahimovic also called out with a hopeful expression. Obviously, it is also quite looking forward to evolving into a fairy spirit. That fairy elf is not only because of her own strength, but also has a great relationship with the trainer. Ji Xiao's talent is quite outstanding. Even if the opponent is much older than her, she still firmly occupies the position. Advantages. Just in terms of Pokemon levels, the advantages of fairy spirit, not very big. She is a real genius. You have to learn more from her. Wang Shuyao taught the two of them that a powerful Pokemon is one thing, and a trainer is also essential. I won't lose to her. Fang Yan's face showed a confident look. Since he came here and turned on the system, wouldn't it be in vain if he didn't compete for the so-called strongest trainer? Seeing Fang Yan like this, Wang Shuyao's mouth also raised a smile. That Ji Xiao is very unusual. If you just want to find someone in the same generation who can defeat Ji Xiao, Fang Yan may be the only one possible. Right, isn't Uncle going to participate in the Tianwang Challenge? At this time, Sun Renhui also asked curiously. It seems that I haven't seen Fang Yan's father for a while. Fang Yan frowned slightly. It seems to be on a long-term mission, and I haven't seen him for almost a year. Is that so? What mission takes along? Sun Renhui also asked curiously. My dad doesn't seem to have any special mission. Sun Renhui's father was also in Fang Yan's father's team. They used to carry out missions together, but this time it seems to be different. It's a special mission that takes a long time. time, and it's not impossible to perform it for several years. Well, don't talk about it. It's a secret if you say too much. Wang Shuyao explained lightly. How many years? Even Fang Yan was shocked. What kind of a mortal mission is this? He even suspected that his father died outside, and his mother wanted to hide herself, but it didn't seem very good to curse herself like this. It is said that parents have boundless mana in sacrifice to heaven. Fang Yan said that he still does not want to be an orphan. Fuck. It was only very soon that Fang Yan could no longer pay attention to his father's topic. His eyes were attracted by the picture on the TV, and he couldn't help but let out a foul language. In the same way, the audience on the TV all boiled over. It turned out that Ji Xiao's fairy elf was defeated by the other party's crystal lantern spirit. Ji Xiao actually released a Pokémon that looked like a unicorn. It had a blue gem-like headgear and was surrounded by a white wind. The streamer, showing a light figure, has blue and white patterns on its body, and it also has a very famous name, Suicune. It is no wonder that the audience on TV is so boiling. I am afraid that the audience all over the country is boiling at this moment, right? Too. Since the attributes of the Pokémon she uses are different, who cares? And the Alliance has not clearly stipulated that the Pokémon attributes of the Heavenly King must be the same, but a single attribute is more representative and more convenient to cultivate. Just how did this woman get Suicune's approval? The three holy beasts are not like the three silly birds. They are all messengers of the King of Ho, and ordinary people simply cannot subdue them. Chapter 8. Grow Fast. This Ji Xiao is the descendant of the legendary Xuanyuan. They have worshipped King Feng from generation to generation, and Ji Xiao is the saint of this generation. It is not impossible for her to be recognized by the people of Sujin. Like divine bird, the three holy beasts also have group. Wang Shuyao continued to explain to the two of them. Fang Yan nodded slightly, and set his eyes on Sujin on the TV. At this moment, Sujin was suppressing the crystal lantern. Surprisingly, Sujin didn't seem to be absolutely in the face of the crystal lantern that was restrained by his own attribute. The advantages. The level of Sujin is not very high now. It should be the level of the king, but when you grow up, now, the strength will be hard to say at that time. She may be your biggest opponent. Wang Shuyao rubbed his son's hair and said, there is a huge difference in the growth rate of Pokémon with human training and wild Pokémon. It can be said that when Ji Xiao took out Suicune, countless people were optimistic about her future. If it wasn't for the power he felt in Fang Yan's room, Wang Shuyao would not be optimistic about Fang Yan even if he was Fang Yan's mother. And Fang Yan nodded slightly, a flash of brilliance flashed in his eyes. He had already begun to fantasize about the scene of himself fighting this woman, but if not, mythical beast, just relying on fire-type Pokémon should not be the opponent's opponent. Sure enough, he absolutely cannot be a fire-type trainer. The battle was over soon. Tuijun didn't have absolute suppression in level, but after it appeared, the momentum had already come to Ji Xiao. In the end, Ji Xiao won with an absolute advantage of 4-4, becoming the youngest king in the past 200 years. There are still many options for retiring the king, and even if he is not reconciled, he can prepare for a comeback later. Flaming Chicken. Use Flaming Fist. Ji Xiao's powerful combat power did not affect Fang Yan's fighting spirit, but aroused his strong fighting spirit, even training Pokémon more seriously. Electric Dragon. Avoid it. Use the Electric Ball. Wang Shuyao on the opposite side directed an Electric Dragon to spar with Fang Yan. This is also Fang Yan's daily life. This Electric Dragon evolved from the Bali sheep in the family. He has never received any training at all. Even so, under the command of his mother, it has brought Fang Yan a lot of trouble. Flaming Chicken. Resist the path. Kick with the most powerful flame. Then I saw the Flame Chicken just carrying the oncoming electric ball and rushing towards the Electric Dragon on the opposite side. The fierce thunder light fell on the Flame Chicken's body, causing it to emit a slight electric light. The Flame Chicken felt severe pain, but it still rushed to the front of the Electric Dragon, and its feet were full of great damage. The powerful flames kicked heavily on the body of the Electric Dragon, and instantly kicked the opponent out. Ding! The Flame Chicken level has been upgraded, and the current level is V4. Listening to the system prompt, Fang Yan showed a relieved smile. This was his first time defeating the Electric Dragon. I didn't know how many times have been defeated. This time finally succeeded. At this moment, 2 years after the end of the last Heavenly King challenge, Fang Yan has grown into a 14-year-old boy. Flame Chicken V4. Katy Dog V4. Victini V. This is Fang Yan's current Pokémon strength. Because of the evolution of the Flame Chicken, it has surpassed the Katy Dog in terms of level. As for Victini, this guy's level is almost all eaten. Anyway, I have never seen it exercise. Very good. It's a while earlier than I expected. Wang Shuyao took the Electric Dragon back to the Pokémon ball and handed it to him. I gave it to Shinado on the side. There are many medicinal herbs at home, and Shinado can solve it perfectly. As for solving it by healing wave, that's really overthinking it. If a healing wave can resolve all injuries, wouldn't these Pokémon go against the sky? What do human research drugs do? Healing fluctuations can restore a certain certain amount of physical strength, and it is certain to treat a certain injury, but to recover, it take time, or necessary medical treatment. Actually, it's alright. Fang Yan smiled, and at the same time, he glanced at Shinado, who was beside him. One day he wanted to challenge Shinado, but after being rejected by his mother, he checked Shinado's level, and it turned out to be a V4 boss. Fang Yan said that he was disturbed. Well, get ready, take your wind speed dog tomorrow, and go out with me. It's time for you to take in other Pokemon. Wang Shuyao nodded slightly. He was still very satisfied with his son. Although sometimes this child is a bit skinny, he constantly commands his Pokemon to beat up the big tits and the sheep in the ranch, which leads to a period of time when the ranch roars, and everything else is fine. Especially Pokemon training. On the one hand, it is not bad that Fang Yan has cultivated Pokemon to look like this for such a period of time without going out to travel. Really, a strange color flashed in Fang Yan's eye. Now he is also eager to become stronger. It is a good choice to find a better Pokemon. His mother wants to take him there, looking for those Pokemon group that have ties to your family. P.S. It won't be all fire department. As for why there is a person like Ji Xiao, this will be the main character of the main line. Chapter 9 Grandpa's Vulcan Moth. Well, can I still lie to you? It was supposed to be your father who took you there, but because of the mission, he entrusted all this to me. Wang Shuyao smiled. Even though she was Fang Yan's mother, Fang Yan was somewhat stunned. Her mother was indeed a super beauty, and such a good cabbage was actually humiliated by her own father, which was a waste. But for a while, he actually felt that his mother was so similar to the youngest king, Ji Xiao, both in temperament and appearance. Is this an illusion? Is he still on the mission? Fang Yan couldn't even count how much time he had. I have seen my father. It seems that it has been 3 years, right? If not, a lot of things were arranged in all aspects. Fang Yan would suspect that he died for the country. It should be a few more years. Wang Shuyao chuckled. There is no way. That is a very important task. Fang Yan was a little silent. He wanted to ask, don't you miss him? Not seeing your husband for a few years. Most women can't stand it, right? What's more, his mother was still such a beautiful woman, and he soon ruled out these thoughts. His own thoughts were indeed a bit outrageous. Mother is not that kind of person. Perhaps there is a secret behind this incident that he does not know. Yanshan, it is said that in ancient time, it used to be the place where Gulatin lived. The whole mountain was formed by the eruption of rhyolite magma, but since Gulatin left, it has become an extinct volcano. However, the large amount of geothermal energy here has become a paradise for many fire-type Pokemon. Fengsudog, please. Fang Yan sat on Fengsudog back and said to Fengsudog, at the beginning, the wind speed dog once came here with his grandfather, so the wind speed dog leads the way. The best. Roar. The wind speed dog nodded slightly, and then rushed out with Fang Yan, while the mother stood at the foot of Yanshan and waited for Fang Yan. This is her son's conquering journey, and she should not participate. What's more, with the wind speed dog, nothing will happen. Although Grandpa Fang Yan's wind speed dog is old, it is also a powerful Pokemon. He usually serves as Fang Yan's bodyguard, and is also responsible for teaching Fang Yan's Katy dog. Sitting on the back of the wind speed dog, one person and one dog quickly came to the valley. Just as they came here, a large moth Pokemon appeared in front of them. The eyes are blue, a pair of red tentacles surround the cheek. The body is full. The upper body is surrounded by a circle of white fluff, and there are 4 small feet. The center of the abdomen is black, the outside is light blue, and there are 3 pairs of oranges on the back, red wings with black spots on the outside of the wings and abdomen. Seeing this Pokemon, Fang Yan's eyes flashed with excitement. Vulcan Moth, the incarnation of the legendary sun. This can be regarded as one of the strongest insect-type Pokemon. Of course, the most important thing is that it is a fire-type Pokemon. In addition to Fengsudog, Vulcan Moth is also a representative Pokemon of the Fang Yan family. Whether it is Fang Yan grandfather or father, there is a Vulcan Moth. This kind of Pokemon is extremely rare, and it is not very difficult to evolve from a burning worm to a Vulcan Moth level, which is almost the limit of a normal Pokemon, and not every burning bug can evolve into a Vulcan Moth. Therefore, you must be cautious about this kind of Pokemon. The Vulcan Moth on the opposite side was stunned for a moment after seeing the person, and then flew a few times excitedly, and chirped twice at the wind speed dog and insect. And the wind speed dog, which was originally carrying Fang Yan, was also slightly excited and barked at the Vulcan Moth. It was obvious that the two sides knew each other. Is it such a coincidence? Fang Yan doesn't understand the language of Pokemon like the protagonists of other Pokemon fanfiction novels, but he is generally clear about the current situation. This should be his grandfather's Pokemon. This is really a coincidence. He checked the condition of Vulcan Moth. Pokemon, Vulcan Moth, height, weight, 4 kg, gender, male, attribute, fire, insect, ability, body of fire, skills, butterfly dance, fire dance, potential, heavenly king, grade, systematic review. Vulcan Moth, whose talent is almost developed to the limit, is the Pokemon of the host grandfather, and is full of goodwill towards the host. Is it the Vulcan Moth with the potential of the king? If there is no adventure adventure. I am afraid it will be difficult to go further. There should be a lot of Vulcan mobs of this level in this valley. After all, this kind of Pokemon itself is famous for its long lifespan. The fact that the Vulcan mobs of the Fangyan family have been here is enough to make them a tyrant in the neighborhood. If other humans want to conquer the burning insect here, I am afraid it is extremely difficult. After all, although this Pokemon wants to become stronger, but it is also arrogant. If Fangyan's ancestors had not rescued a burning insect, cultivated it into a Vulcan moth, and then helped it return to the valley, otherwise, I am afraid Fangyan's family would not even think about conquering these magical baby. The situation is very good now. At least many of the Pokemon here are left by their ancestors. Soon Vulcan Moth and Wind Speed Dog's reminiscence was over, and the other party also set his sights on himself. Chapter 10 Flash. Hello, Vulcan Moth. I am Fangyan's son. This time I came here to take a burning worm and make it my partner. Fangyan stepped forward and said to Vulcan Moth. Vulcan Moth nodded slightly. From the previous conversation with Fangsugo, it also knew Fangyan's intentions, and it would not mind it. After all, Fangyan was the grandson of his former trainer. There are many Vulcan Moth here. He has a close relationship with the Fangyan family. It gestured, and then let the Wind Speed Dog come in with Fangyan, accompanied by the sound of insect. In just a moment, I saw a dozen or so Vulcan Moth flying over from a distance. This shocked Fangyan. Many Vulcan Moth. If they let outsiders know about the situation here, I am afraid they want to explore this place. In particular, Fangyan found out that there are 6 Vulcan Moths with the strength of champion, and they are not even weak among champion. Are these the Pokemon of our ancestors? This also seems reasonable. The average aptitude of Vulcan Moths is quite good, and it is not particularly rare to have champion talent. With thousands of years of life, it seems that it is not difficult for them to grow to the champion level. Several Vulcan Moths exchanged a bit, then nodded, and the insect chirped again, and instantly there was a group of little bug crawled out from behind them. Burning Worm V. Talent Uranus. Burning Worm V. Talent Uranus. Burning Worm V. Talent Quasi King. Burning Bug V. Talent Elite. Burning Worm V. Talent Uranus. Burning Bug V. Talent Champion. Fangyan soon found a champion level burning worm among the burning worms. However, he did not choose it directly. After all, there are not only a few Vulcan Moths here. He had a premonition. The ultimate purpose of a time is not here. It's just that after he checked everything, he found that it seems that the best burning bug here is only the champion talent. If people outside know that Fangyan is not satisfied with the champion Pokemon, I am afraid to call this guy a lunatic. Is there anything else? Elf eggs are fine too, Fangyan then said again. This makes the Vulcan Moths a little stunned. Are so many burning insects not enough? If it weren't for most of them being related to the Fang family, they would have driven Fangyan out. They glanced at each other, and the last champion level Vulcan Moth chirped. With a sound, he motioned for Fangyan to follow. Following the Vulcan Moth like this, they came to a cave, where the temperature was obviously much higher than outside. In the cave, there are several small nests ridden by leaves and branches, with several eggs on them, as well as several newly born burning insects, and a Vulcan Moth is guarding here. Obviously this is their lair, which is the most important site for them. When Fangyan saw the level of the Vulcan Moth, he also took a breath. Quasi-God level. This is the first time he has seen a quasi-God level Pokemon. No wonder it is posted here. Such a large group of people on display. He glanced around, and finally set his eyes on an elf egg, a flashing burning worm, a champion talent. It should be this, although the talent is still the champion, but the flash Pokemon is enough to change all this. I want this Pokemon egg. Can I do that? Fangyan asked in front of the quasi-God Vulcan Moth. Vulcan Moth nodded slightly, then shook his head again. What does this mean? Fangyan said that it was annoying that he didn't understand the words of Pokemon. It seems that there are also classes in the Dog Force system. A similar function only requires a lot of points. He looked at his point, which is what Fangyan has acquired over the years. After all, ordinary wild Pokemon can only be defeated by 1 point, which is already very commendable. He had kept it before. He wanted to save 100,000 points, and then he could open a small world with him, which was extremely necessary for Fangyan. He looked at the basic Pokemon language that requires points, and felt helpless for a while, and finally bought this skill through gritted teeth. Otherwise, you won't even be able to get the eggs of the burning worm, which is really a chicken flying egg. Companion. As Fangyan spent a while, Fangyan felt that he had suddenly learned something. Although he couldn't understand all the words of the Pokemon in front of him, he could still understand the meaning in general. Do you mean to take this elf egg only if I fight with you? Fangyan looked at Vulcan Moth strangely and said, but I'm not your opponent. Just kidding, boss. You're a quasi-god. How can I be your opponent with my little arms and legs? I will arrange for your opponent, and then you will use the Wind Speed Dog to fight. Vulcan Moth responded directly. That one. Elf eggs are my children. Fangyan finally understood. No wonder Vulcan Moth behaves like this. If it were another Pokemon, it would probably be the same. Then I will. Fangyan said solemnly. Defeat Vulcan Moth without a trainer command. It's a bit challenging, but it seems to be pretty good, so let go. The opponent that Vulcan Moth prepared for Fang Yan did not make Fang Yan feel desperate. It depends on the strength of the trainer. Chapter 11, A Muddled Victory. Be careful, wind speed dog. Use high-speed movement, Fang Yan said with a solemn expression, facing the Vulcan Moth on the opposite side. At the same time, the Vulcan Moth on the opposite side was also flying in the air, dancing a beautiful dance, which was the effect of the butterfly dance. Feng Speed Dog. Use flaming teeth, Fang Yan said with narrowed eyes, and then saw Feng Speed Dog quickly attacking Vulcan Moth, opening its bloody mouth, and the teeth flashing with hot flame. Facing the flaming tooth, the Vulcan Moth did not panic at all, but instead waved his wings and rolled up the hot wind to attack the wind speed dog. Watching this scene, Fang Yan's mouth twitched. What is this for? Was it intentional to release water? It seems that the leader of the Vulcan Moth was worried and relieved, and he deliberately chose a Vulcan Moth that had nothing to do with him as his opponent. I saw that the wind speed dog faced these attacks of the Vulcan Moth, and he didn't even have the idea of doing it. It went straight to the face, and the flaming teeth became more and more hot, and bit the Vulcan Moth fiercely, causing a huge amount of damage. And the Vulcan Moth that he knew with Fengsugo had a weird look on his face. His old friend had the characteristics of igniting fire. To attack the opponent with fire-type skills, wouldn't this be killing him? However, in battle, it will not remind itself. Same rate. Well done, wind speed dog. Throw it away and use the jet flame, Fang Yan said excitedly. No matter what, the burning worm must be obtained, and he was even ready to cheat. The wind speed dog shook his head, slammed the Vulcan Moth into the sky, opened his mouth again, and a hot column of fire spurted out, heading in the direction of the Vulcan Moth. It's just that Vulcan Moth is also a champion-level Pokémon in the end. It responded quickly in midair, avoiding the flames of the wind speed dog, and at the same time, the mouth parts made a sound of insect. Never mind, keep using. Throw flame, Fang Yan continued calmly. Teeny. Suddenly a strange force fell on the wind speed dog. The wind speed dog felt that the power of the prehistoric in his body was out of control, and an extremely powerful and domineering flame spurted out of the wind speed dog. It landed straight on Vulcan Moth, and the hot pillar of fire instantly enveloped Vulcan Moth body. All the Vulcan Moths were shocked, and the gap between the two jets of flames seemed to be a little big. They all felt a palpitating feeling from this jet of flame. Even the quasi-god level Vulcan Moth was shocked. The flame just now, even it will feel threatened. Not to mention them. The wind speed dog is also confused. What is going on? It had never used such a powerful jet of flame before, and it felt a bit uncomfortable in its throat, as if it had been overpowered. When did you become so powerful? Plop. The champion level Vulcan Moth actually fell to the ground under that blow, losing his ability to fight, and his body was still full of traces of anxiety. Ding! Congratulations on Victini's upgrade reached. Watching this scene, the corners of Dialect's mouth twitched, and it really was Victini who was doing the trick. But this additional effect is really exaggerated. I won this battle. Can I take your child away? Fang Yan turned to look at the head of Vulcan Moth and asked, Vulcan Moth, what else can I say? In the end, Fang Yan got the elf egg as he wished. After lovingly stroking it, Fang Yan continued to ask, by the way, is there any good Pokemon around here? The leader of Vulcan Moth looked bewildered. You just took my child, and now you want me to help you find other Pokemon. It feels like someone slapped their daughter. It's hard to find a mistress for the other party. There is a flame bird in the depths of the mountain. After thinking about it, Vulcan Moth said, excuse me. Fang Yan gave up directly. Flaming bird. Maybe when he is stronger, he may be a little interested in this flame bird, but now, he doesn't want to die. Holding the elf egg in his arms and sitting on the back of the windspeed dog, Fang Yan admired the environment here. Different from the rush when he came. The way back was a lot slower, and he also wanted to see if he would be like those protagonists, walking on the road and popping out a round land shark or a baby dragon. Well, it turns out that he didn't have such luck. Although I saw some rare Pokemon, they were not Fang Yan's dishes. You're back. Wang Shuyao saw Fang Yan coming back, holding an elf egg in his hand. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Why did he choose an elf egg? The quality of elf eggs is the most difficult to distinguish. Ordinary Pokemon can be inferred from the growth rate and development, but elf egg, except for elders, are really difficult to distinguish. Well, this is their leader's child, Fang Yan said triumphantly. I even fought with them for this, although it was a bit baffling to win in the end, but you won, didn't you? But Wang Shuyao was shocked. She didn't expect Fang Yan to kidnap the leader's child, and even fought a fight for it. If it was the child of the leader of the Vulcan Moth, then there is a high chance that his talent would be very good. This is a good choice. Chapter 12, Small Fire Dragon. 2 years passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Fang Yan had grown into a 1-year-old handsome man. Even women would envy and hate the beauty and skin inherited from his mother. Fang Yan's strength has been significantly improved in the past 2 years, and he will not miss any opportunity to improve his rank. He is not even satisfied with the battle class in the school, and sometimes he will fight with his teacher. This made Fang Yan quickly become a celebrity, especially when he beat his teacher in 3 years of middle school. He became completely famous. Fang Yan and the title of genius are also thoroughly linked together. Studying is always boring, but fortunately, Fang Yan will soon be able to end his study career. Tomorrow they will graduate and receive the Pokémon illustration, and Fang Yan is also ready to embark on the journey tomorrow. It happened that there was a trade fair in Hangcheng that day, so Sun Renhui invited Fang Yan to come out for a stroll. Every time he went to a booth, Sun Renhui would check it out curiously. It seemed that every woman had a strong talent in this regard. Fang Huahuo, don't you have what you want? Sun Renhui asked curiously, looking at Fang Yan, who was a little wilted after walking around for a while. I don't know. If it's missing, it should be a Pokémon. Right, I'm not full yet. Fang Yan gave a wry smile. He focuses on quality, not quantity, so in the past 2 years, he has not conquered any Pokémon. However, his Pokémon strength is not bad. Even Katy Dog was evolved by Fang Yan with a unique fire stone a year ago, and his talent was successfully upgraded to the champion level. At the same time, Fang Yan also used the points he had earned, spent the point, and bought a potion of Heavenly King qualification from the mall, raising the Flame Chicken's talent to the level of Heavenly King. Flame Chicken v Tian Wang, Wind Speed Dog v4 Champion, Burning Worm v4 Champion, Victini v Secondary God. This is the strength of Fang Yan's current Pokémon. The Wind Speed Dogs are all working hard in training. As for Victini, this is entirely based on food and talent improvement. After all, people are also divine beasts, but it seems that their growth rate has slowed down recently. It seems that God talent is also not omnipotent. Such strength is absolutely unique for a trainer who has not officially gone on a trip. Even those so-called super geniuses are much inferior to Fang Yan. That's right, your lineup still lacks a flying Pokémon. They, and the Pokémon in the water are also essential. Sun Renhui nodded in agreement. Have you ever thought about what kind of Pokémon you want? If you fly, the fire-breathing dragon is good, but I don't like it. My mother helped me pay attention to it before, but there is no outstanding talent. There is a fire fox, but I rejected it. Fang Yan said lightly. Isn't the fire fox bad? It's very cute. Sun Renhui asked in a speechless manner. The so-called talent is good. I'm afraid at least they are quasi-celestial kings. For ordinary people, this is extremely difficult to have. The demon fire red fox is so ugly. The price is also a bit high. Fang Yan pouted. The fire fox is really cute, but I don't know what its evolutionary form looks like. Sun Renhui was speechless for a moment. What about the Pokémon in the water? Chunglong or Mina? There is nothing else to look at. Fang Yan continued to speak words that made Sun Renhui not know how to complain. I'm afraid no one can refuse Chunglong or Mina. Right, it's just that these two kinds of Pokémon are too rare, and it's hard to get them if they're related. Okay. Sun Renhui said that he didn't want to speak, and cast a roll of eyes at Fang Yan. There seems to be Sicktails being sold there. Do you want to take a look? Suddenly Sun Renhui seemed to see something and said to Fang Yan, the sale of Pokémon actually exists, but this is only allowed in the designated venues of the Alliance. The same poaching is strictly prohibited. The number of Pokémon that each person can sell each year is strictly controlled. If you exceed this number, sorry, you are a poacher. The same high-tech capture of Pokémon is absolutely prohibited. Of course, the one like Sun Renhui's family is an exception. Sicktails. Yes. Fang Yan nodded slightly, then followed Sun Renhui walked over, and the 9 tails of the sunshine characteristics were still very good for his lineup. Just as soon as he walked in, Fang Yan showed a look of disappointment. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied? Sun Renhui asked, looking at the Pokémon balls placed on the booth and his parents' level certificate. Well, only the mother's rank proved. The father's is not, and the mother is nothing more than a quasi-king. Fang Yan shook his head slightly, but he observed through the Pokeball that this sick-tailed only has the potential of the elite level. Obviously its father's talent is not very good. Is that so? Sun Renhui didn't either. What more to say? Although Pokemon like Sicktails are very cute, but she does not lack cute Pokemon. Her Eevee has evolved into a fairy elf, and there is a flame horse in the form of a fairy Galar. It is rumored that it is a form that only exists in a few regions in the west, and it was obtained by her father with great difficulty. And this egg. Fang Yan suddenly turned his gaze to a Pokemon egg in another booth, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. Elf egg. Little fire dragon. Talent. Heavenly King. He immediately walked over and asked, this elf egg is a small fire dragon. Of Chapter 13 Promise with Sun in High. Seeing that a customer came to the door, still a young man, the owner hurriedly said with a smile, yes, it is indeed a small fire dragon. I have a professional test certificate. After he finished speaking, he pointed to the identification certificate on the side and said, both parent quasi-king level Pokemon. This kind of aptitude is not particularly outstanding. The possibility of Xiaohualong being a quasi-king aptitude is also very high. Of course, there are other possibilities, but it is not very big. You put the price like this. Won't your conscience hurt? Fang Yan pointed to the price and said with a chuckle, although the little fire dragon is indeed a good Pokemon, if it is only the little fire dragon of the quasi-day king, then it is indeed not good. It is worth 10,000. Of course, if the other party knows that it is the little fire dragon with the potential of the king, then the price of 10,000 is the bottom line. Haha, isn't this waiting for someone to negotiate? The shop owner laughed heartily. Actually, the father of this little fire dragon is still very good, and it is still growing. It is not guaranteed that he will become the king of Pokémon in the future. Not sure, but isn't there only a quasi-celestial king now? Fang Yan sneered. Fang Yan did not believe this kind of word. Maybe the fire-breathing dragon is really growing, but the other party is more likely to increase the price. If I want it, if you're willing to sell it, I'll just wipe my card and leave. 3 million. The shop owner was a little stunned. What's the matter with you bargaining for 10,000? The little fire dragon with the talent of the quasi-celestial king is only between 10,000 and 10,000. I gave you 10,000 just under the condition that the other party is just an egg. Fang Yan chuckled. If you feel embarrassed, then follow the market price. The owner's face changed for a while. He never thought that such a young man would be so dark-hearted, but as Fang Yan said, according to the market price, he has already raised the price. As for selling 10,000 yuan, well, he himself just released it to see. Well, you win 3 million. The owner sighed lightly and finally said. In the end, Dialect walked away contentedly holding the little fire dragon's egg. 3 million can get a little fire dragon's egg, which is definitely a profit. Well, that seems to be a stupid fish. Suddenly Sun Renhui was attracted by a Pokemon in a fish tank and said to Fang Yan. She clearly remembered that Fang Yan wanted Minos as his mount, and that stupid fish could evolve into Minos. It wasn't a big secret. Benbenyu V Elite looked at Benbenyu's information. Fang Yan shook his head directly. It's true that it's rare, but the stupid fish with only elite talent is really not worth buying. Such a stupid fish, even if you want to brush the beauty level, it is a bit difficult to evolve. If you use the beautiful scales, wouldn't it be better to find a better stupid fish? Seeing that Fang Yan didn't seem to be very interested, Sun Renhui's eyes once again flashed a trace of doubt. Fang Yan naturally couldn't say that he could tell the other's aptitude at a glance. Even the famous Pokemon doctors couldn't do such a thing. At most, he could make some speculation. The number of stupid fish itself is not many. Ordinary people will choose to cultivate it by themselves when they catch it. Now this one, I am afraid it is because the other party found out how the talent of this stupid fish was sold. Fang Yan whispered in Sun Renhui's ear. Such a reason seems a bit far-fetched, and he is a little embarrassed to say it. On the other hand, Sun Renhui nodded thoughtfully. The two had grown up together since they were children, and she would listen to Fang Yan. He was much more mature than herself. After that, Fang Yan and the others did not encounter anything good, so they went home. Hey, Fang Yan, I can't go on a trip with you. Strolling home. On the small road, Sun Renhui looked at the sky and said, well, being a breeder is actually quite good. Fang Yan nodded slightly. The other party did not have much talent to be an excellent trainer. It was a matter of character. On the contrary, she is a breeder. Fang Yan believes that in the future, she will be very good, and everyone has their own path. Yeah. Sun Renhui smiled sweetly. Then you have to wait for me, and when I graduate from college, I will become your exclusive breeder. Fang Yan was stunned for a moment. Exclusive breeder. Your family has such a big breeding house to inherit, but you want to be my exclusive breeder. I'm afraid I'm not going to be chased by your grandmother. However, he seemed to understand the meaning of the other party, and chuckled. Of course, I will trouble you. Sun Renhui nodded fiercely, then took out a Pokeball and held it in his hand. This child has always wanted to travel, and I want you to take care of it. It may be a good helper for you in the future. Not sure. Fang Yan looked at Sun Renhui speechlessly. He had some guesses. Maybe this is an Ibrahimovic. Want to travel. Afraid it's not fate. Ibrahimovic in Sun Renhui's family is countless people. He was so eager to identify Ibrahimovic's talent, but since he was sent by Sun Renhui, it would not be a bad idea. Would such Ibrahimovic find a trainer? Do your parents know? Fang Yan asked curiously. Chapter 14. Because I don't allow it. It's not that Fang Yan is unwilling to accept Sun Renhui's kindness, but that he is worried that the other party will be scolded. Well, I already told my mother this morning. Sun Renhui naturally understood what Fang Yan meant and smiled sweetly. Okay, then thank you. Fang Yan took the Pokeball from the opponent's hand. I will take good care of it in the future. Pokemon. Eevee. Height. M. Weight. Kilogram. Gender. Male. Attribute. Normal. Trait. Adaptability. Predict danger. Skill. Craving. Helping. Screaming. Bumping. Tail wagging. Sand splashing. Potential. Heavenly King. Grade. Systematic evaluation. Ibrahimovic is very talented. It is recommended to focus on training. Sure enough, the talent is good. Fang Yan also went to Sun Renhui's house to play many times. Even in her home, there are not many Ibrahimovic talents. Such Ibrahimovic, if combined with an excellent Firestone, has the opportunity to become a champion-level fire elf, and will be Fang Yan's absolute main force at that time. Sun Renhui probably thinks so, but I didn't plan to put this. Bu has evolved into a fire elf. elf. Thinking about the appearance of the fire elf, Fang Yan said that other evolutionary types are not delicious. Hey, Xiaohui, don't look for a boyfriend in the future. Fang Yan held the Pokemon ball in his hand, and suddenly said something that made Sun Renhui bewildered. Not looking for a boyfriend? What the hell is this? She tilted her head and looked at Fang Yan. What does this guy mean? Because I don't allow it. Fang Yan then said slowly in a voice that only two people could hear, and walked directly to the door of his house. Sun Renhui was left alone, standing in the same place. Don't you want to find a boyfriend in the future? Because I don't allow it. What the hell is this? Is it a confession? Then she said with a smile on her face, this guy seems to have finally come to his senses, but the confession is like this. I really don't know what to say. But even so, the smile on her face couldn't hide the joy in her heart, humming a little tune, and ran back to her home. Always call home if you have something to do. Standing at the door of the house, his mother told Fang Yan, and Sun Renhui on the side also looked at Fang Yan reluctantly. I won't see Fang Yan for a long time. Since I started to understand, it seems that there is not much time apart. And Fang Yan nodded slightly. I'm the man who wants to win the championship. You can see my performance when the time comes. Aren't you coming back for the new year? Sun Renhui couldn't help but ask. Fang Yan said that it seemed to be the case, and he still had to go home during the Chinese New Year. Be careful outside. Don't mess around. Mother also smiled knowingly when she saw the scene, and continued to warn. Got it. Fang Yan nodded slightly, then turned around without looking back. Left. Shocked. Dakin's youngest champion in 300 years was born. Close double angle bracket. Congratulations. Ji Xiao became the first female champion in 100 years. Close double angle bracket. At the same time, this information was also widely publicized on the internet, which also aroused Fang Yan's fighting spirit. He has always regarded Ji Xiao as an opponent in his heart. The opponent has a divine beast and is also very young. Now the opponent has become the champion, and he has just gone on a trip, so he can no longer slack off. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the main quest. Get a gym badge. According to points are awarded for each gym challenge performance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the main quest. To gather the team lineup, it is required that the talent must be at the level of the king and above, and the learning device will be rewarded. Listening to the voice of the system in his head, Fang Yan paused and assembled the team lineup, which didn't seem to take long. As for obtaining a gym badge, it is not difficult, and he will still do it without a task. At the same time, he felt that his virtual world seemed to be able to enter again. He doesn't seem to have had a fire pheasant since he took a pheasant from the virtual world 6 years ago. What the use? I don't know what will happen after that. When Fang Yan came to Hengcheng Gym, he found that there were already many people waiting to challenge the gym, and most of them were young people similar to Fang Yan. It seems that this seems reasonable. After all, today is the graduation day of high school, and those who have obtained the Pokemon illustration always want to try to challenge the gym. It's a pity that most of them will only end in disastrous failure. When facing a challenger, gym trainers will naturally not use all their strength, but they are not just casual. Get a badge. Are you here to challenge the gym? Have you challenged other gyms before? If you have other gym badges, you can challenge the gym trainer directly. Otherwise, you need to defeat the gym apprentice first. The gym staff patiently explained to Fang Yan. If every challenger could directly challenge the gym trainer, then the gym trainer would have been exhausted long ago. No, this is my first time to challenge the gym, so just follow the rules. Fang Yan said indifferently. Just give yourself experience and point. Right now he has. There is not a small point gap, and the small world with you must be obtained as soon as possible. Chapter 15 Challenge Gym. 2 more. The staff quickly arranged an apprentice as Fang Yan's opponent. When they saw Fang Yan, a trace of impatience flashed in their eyes. The gym is not something you can challenge if you want. The teacher usually does. I'm very busy, so let me let you know that the gym is not something you novice trainers can challenge at will. I'm not an ordinary trainer. Fang Yan's face was full of firmness. He didn't care about the opponent's unhappiness. The battle arena in the gym is almost full. This time of year is a gym. When May was the busiest, those gym trainers and apprentices didn't even have time to eat. Then let me see your strength. I won't let the water go. Come out, Rana. The apprentice threw one hand, and a red light flashed and a Rana appeared opposite Fang Yan. Then here is the burning worm. Looking at the 30th level frog grass on the edge of evolution on the opposite side, Fang Yan decisively released the burning worm. Just too weak. Is it a burning worm? Or is it flashing? The appearance of the burning worm immediately attracted the attention of others. After all, the burning worm itself is a very rare Pokemon. If they can be cultivated, they are also quite powerful. Pokemon flashes are even rarer. Although your attributes are dominant, it won't be so easy to defeat me. The apprentice quickly calmed down and said, the burning worm uses the energy storing flame attack. As Fang Yan's words fell, the burning worm was burning with flame, and slammed into the direction of the frog grass. Hurry up and use poison powder, the apprentice said quickly. Bum. Fang Yan frowned slightly and said directly, boom. The burning worm's body was once again flaming, and the poisonous powder released by the frog grass turned out to be in an instant, it was all burned by those flames, and it did not play any role at all. At the same time, the energy storage flame attack also successfully hit the body of the frog grass, and the effect is outstanding. Let the opponent slam to the ground. Another energy storage flame attack. Fang Yan still prefers this skill. After all, it has a certain power and can increase the speed. It is a good skill. Of course, the most important thing is that the burning insect has too few skills before it evolves. Hurry up and use the rattan whip. The other party's face changed slightly and he said quickly, too late. As soon as Fang Yan's voice fell, the burning insect collided with it on the body of frog grass. Ding! Burning insect level upgrade. Currently V. Win. Watching this scene, Fang Yan's mouth showed a slight smile. Tactic, etc. For the current self, let forget it. Fighting with 1/4. Irritable and high damage is the battle. Best for fire-type Pokemon. You won. You are very strong, but the strength of the pavilion owner is not comparable to me. The apprentice looked at Fang Yan, took a deep breath and said, thank you. Fang Yan also took back the burning worm and nodded slightly. It's you, Fang family boy. I didn't expect you to challenge the gym today. Why didn't you say anything before? The gym owner Li Wei was also stunned when he saw Fang Yan. The local snake is naturally very familiar, and the moment he saw Fang Yan, he showed a clear look. It's also time to travel, Fang Yan said with a confident look on his face. Okay, but since it's you, then I will increase the difficulty of the challenge. Li Wei nodded slightly. Let me see our super genius in Hengcheng. Don't be too hard on me. I only went on a trip today, Fang Yan said with a bit of laughter, but he didn't care too much. After all, the other party would not release the main Pokemon. As a gym trainer in a big city like Hengcheng, it is impossible for the other party to not have the strength of a heavenly king. Okay, I'm also afraid your father will come and beat me. Li Wei chuckled lightly, then gestured to the referee beside him. The rules of the game are right. A total of 2 Pokemon are used. The challenger can change the Pokemon, but the gym trainer cannot. If you defeat the opponent's 2 Pokemon, you will win. Is there any problem? 2. No problem. Fang Yan didn't care too much. In fact, he also only has 2 Pokemon to use in such a battle. Then let's start. My first Pokemon is it. Li Wei said and released a Pokemon. Lizard King, the 5th form, Quasi King. Looking at the information of the Lizard King, Fang Yan's mouth showed a smile. Is it the Lizard King? It's really interesting. The other party has also released water. I don't know how much. Pokemon around level 4 are indeed difficult for ordinary newcomers, but not so good for Fang Yan. Since it's the Lizard King, then it's up to you. Flaming Chicken. Fang Yan also released his own magic. Baby, the appearance of the Flaming Chicken instantly made the melon eaters look forward to it. The Lizard King and the Flaming Chicken are formidable enemies. They did not expect Fang Yan to send the Flaming Chicken, and looking at this Flaming Chicken, it seems to be very strong. Flaming Chicken. Strike first. Use the energy storage flame attack. Fang Yan was the first to speak. Chapter 16 Victory, 3rd More. The Lizard King uses a flash of lightning. Li Wei responded quickly, and then saw 2 rays of light, one green and one red, collide in the battle arena. Among this Flaming Chicken, Li Hui's eyes narrowed slightly. As an excellent Pokemon trainer, he has seen a lot of things. Just now, although the Lizard King has the advantage in speed, the advantage is not very big. Lizard King is a Pokemon known for its speed, and the level of Flaming Chicken is far higher than that of Lizard King. Well done, Flaming Chicken. Continue to use the energy storage flame attack. Fang Yan's mouth showed a slight smile. I mean, he doesn't require the Flame Chicken to be faster than the Lizard King, as long as it is not inferior to the opponent. No, the Lizard King uses the double chop. The blade on the Lizard King's arm glowed purple, and he quickly rushed towards the Flaming Chicken, slashing towards the opponent. Flaming Chicken uses 2 kicks, Fang Yan said calmly. The Flame Chicken's eyes narrowed. Its speed increased to an extremely fast level, and it kicked up against the 2 blades. Were 2 more bangs, but this time, the difference from the last time was that the Lizard King was kicked out by the Flaming Chicken. The power gap gradually revealed. Flaming Chicken, use the flame kick. Fang Yan's mouth showed a smile. The outcome was already divided. No, the Lizard King uses a leaf blade. Li Wei was also helpless for a while. This Lizard King is not his main Pokemon, and he usually doesn't put more energy on it. Many skills the Lizard King can know, it can only be faced on the scalp. Just how could this be the opponent of the Flaming Chicken? When the blade of the Lizard King slashed towards the neck of the Flaming Chicken, the Flaming Chicken's feet were already full of flames and kicked fiercely in the abdomen of the Lizard King. In just a moment, the other kick fly. Tut! Everyone held their breath as the Lizard King landed. This is because the Flaming Chicken is a bit fierce. Judging from the performance just now, even in terms of speed, the Flaming Chicken is not inferior at all. If the speed was a little worse just now, it seems impossible for the Flaming Chicken to take down the Lizard King without getting hurt. Ding! The Flame Chicken is upgraded, and it is currently V. Listening to the system prompt, Fang Yan nodded with satisfaction. The Flaming Chicken is was getting stronger and stronger. The Lizard King lost his ability to fight, and the gym trainer replaced the Pokémon. Really, I didn't expect that you, who just graduated, would actually nurture the flame chicken to such a degree. Li Wei nodded in admiration. Fang Yan was indeed a super genius, but this Pokémon I'm going to follow is not something you can easily deal with. After speaking, Li Wei released his second Pokémon, a sweet and cold queen of V. Is it sweet and cold? Fang Yan nodded secretly in his heart. Such a Pokémon is indeed the best opponent for the flaming chicken. The other party is not trying to embarrass himself but to sharpen himself. Fang Yan understands this very well. After all, with the wind speed dog, he should not fail. However, since the battle was over, Fang Yan wanted to defeat the opponent by relying on the flaming chicken. Flaming chicken, use flaming fist. Fang Yan once again chose to attack first. Use the reflective wall after Sweet Lengmei. Just after the flaming chicken hit the Sweet Lengmei, a wall of light that was difficult to see fell in front of the Sweet Lengmei, causing the flame chicken's attack to fall here. Above. Is it a reflection wall? Fang Yan curled his lips in annoyance. The reflection wall is not really able to reflect attack but can reduce the damage of physical attack. Flame chicken uses jet flames upload. Fang Yan said in a hurry. What? Li Wei showed a surprised look. If it was Fang Yan's father's flaming chicken, he believed that it would be normal to shoot flame, but this is just Fang Yan. After all, flame chickens that can shoot flames are really rare. It's a pity that he did meet him today. At the same time, the flaming chicken opened its beak beside the sweet and cold queen, and a hot flame spurted out, instantly submerged in the sweet and cold beauty. Sweet Lengmei, Li Wei called out worriedly. At this time, he also began to be a little serious. After all, it would be too embarrassing to be defeated by Fang Yan easily. In the end, it is still the elder of the other party, even if he is restrained by the other party. Sweet Lengmei climbed up a little with difficulty, but it doesn't seem to be in a very good condition now. Obviously, the previous jet of flames caused great damage to the opponent. Use acting like a spoiled child after being sweet and cold. Li Wei quickly gave a command. Don't worry about it. Use bound. I saw the flaming chicken jumped high, jumped into the air and then quickly fell, rushing to the sweet and cold queen, and the sweet and cold queen who failed to use the coquettish was here. With a single blow, he instantly lost his ability to fight. After being sweet and cold, and losing the ability to fight, this time the winner is the challenger. Although the referee on the side was a little confused, he still responded. You are very good. The future is yours. Although Li Wei was a little uncomfortable, he still sincerely blessed Fang Yan. No, the future is not mine. I only focus on the present. Fang Yan said that the future is his own. He's not Jane. Chapter 17 Small World 4 more. Haha, then you have to work hard. Now you are the champion of G. Li Wei smiled heartily. He still admired such an energetic young man. He didn't laugh at Fang Yan's foolishness. This guy is indeed very talented. I will defeat him, although I am not her opponent now. Fang Yan's mind flashed the beautiful figure, and then said solemnly, then come on. We will rely on you in Hangcheng in the future. After speaking, Li Wei took out a badge and handed it to Fang Yan. This is my permanent badge, and I will give it to you now. Permanent badge. But I didn't hit. Defeated your main force. Fang Yan was stunned for a moment, and then said quickly, defeating the main force of the gym trainer can get a permanent badge, and if you get a permanent badge of a designated gym, you have the qualification to participate in the Heavenly King Challenge. Of course, you must also make a contribution to the alliance. Only a certain contribution can be made. Just take it. I believe that you will soon have such strength to truly qualify for this badge. If you feel embarrassed, then you can challenge me again at that time. Li Wei was a little unconcerned. He said that he is very optimistic about Fang Yan's future. If he can challenge other permanent badges successfully, and then he will challenge himself, he may not be an opponent. The disadvantage of attributes is real. Is too big. Thank you so much. Fang Yan was stunned for a moment, then took the badge from Li Hui's hand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the Hangcheng badge and earning points. Fang Yan was also overjoyed when he saw the sound of the system's prompt. Just one gym can get point, and then look at the previous point. After years of frugality, he also has accumulated point, plus the near point reward for defeating Li Wei and the apprentice before was enough for Fang Yan to buy a small portable world. There are small world, medium portable world, and large portable worlds in the system's mall. 3 world. The cheapest mall world has an area of mu, which is enough for Fang Yan today. The most important thing is to have a small world. His Pokémon will not be restricted by the illustrated book, and he does not have to abide by the rule that he can only carry one Pokémon, and his Pokémon can also observe the outside situation in the small world from any a Pokéball came out. As for the medium-sized world with 10,000 points, Fang Yan didn't think about it for the time being. Isn't the characteristic stimulation card delicious? The feature replacement card is also good, especially the feature increase card that Fang Yan coveted for a long time. Feature inspiration card, as its name suggests. In general, it is possible to activate characteristics that the Pokémon itself does does not stimulate, of course, provided that such Pokémon have such characteristic. The characteristic replacement card can help the Pokémon to replace the existing characteristic, which has a great effect on those Pokémon with negative characteristic. The replace characteristic can be chosen by the host itself, of course, provided that it is compatible with this kind of Pokémon, not a conflict in itself. As for one, it's even more exaggerated. It can help Pokémon activate a feature, which can have one more feature. It's just that a Pokémon can only have up to 3 traits, but it's pretty good. You know, the existence of these special characteristics is simply a hang-up. Before, Feng Yan kept his points in order to buy Small World, but now he can finally buy them. Looking at the nearly extra points after purchasing the Small World, Feng Yan decisively purchased a characteristic activation card to stimulate the characteristics of the flaming chicken. If it has the acceleration characteristic, it is not necessary to use it all the time in previous battle. The accumulating flame strike. This greatly increases the feasibility of combat. How is it? Are you satisfied here? After leaving the gym, Feng Yan chose the nearest. In a nice hotel, I took Pokémon into the Small World. At the same time, his Pokémon are also confused. What's going on? How could they be here? It seems to be pretty good here though. The environment here is absolutely fresh. This is a large grassland with a small forest in the distance and a small lake on the other side. The environment is relatively diverse, at least for the water-type Pokémon that Feng Yan may have in the future. It is still relatively friendly, but compared to the medium-sized Small World, it is still a lot worse. After all, there is a small volcano, suitable for fire department of Pokémon survival, and an ice cave, suitable for ice-type Pokémon life. Feng Yan found that he still had a long way to go, and he still needed more points. Boy, Ibrahimovic ran up and rubbed Feng Yan's calf. It was a Pokémon sent by Sunren Hui, but after a day of getting along, the two were already familiar with each other. For this place, it still likes it. At least it is more comfortable than the Pokémon ball, even if it lives in a luxury ball, but it is not as comfortable here. Teeny Bikadini ran to the side of the grove and picked 2 fruit, ate one beautifully, and then handed the other to Feng Yan. Apparently it liked the environment here. As for the flaming chicken, the burning insect and the windspeed dog, they didn't have much to say, but the curiosity in their eyes couldn't be concealed. Chapter 18 Ibrahimovic's wishes. The Small World is generally satisfactory to Feng Yan. In order to reduce the pressure, he even decided to put all the salutes in the Small World so that his travel will be much easier. At the same time, his Pokémon can also be exercised in the Small World, which reduces Feng Yan's troubles. After reducing a lot of worries, Feng Yan entered the virtual life. The scene here is the same as the scene 6 years ago. Looking at Dr. Otamaki, who was chased by the coyote, Feng Yan wanted to run directly. Road, see how long this doctor can run. But he is not so dark-hearted. After all, he got a fire pheasant from the other party's hand. Chicken. He decisively found Dr. Otagaki and entered the battle. A battle scene appeared in front of him in an instant, which was a bit like a battle in a game. That is, even the Pokémon options were copied exactly the same. And Feng Yan's Pokémon also appeared here. The only difference from the game is that there are not only 4 skills, but all the Pokémon skills are listed. Feng Yan decisively used Ibrahimovic to defeat the coyote on the opposite side and gain some experience. After being rescued, Dr. Ota rolled directly called Xiaoyao to lead, which made Feng Yan very depressed. What does this mean? Could it be because I dragged on for 6 years to save him and let him escape? 6 years, and thus angry. This is not scientific. After thinking about it, he returned to the Doctoral Research Institute, only to find that Dr. Otamaki was still ignoring him. HMPH. Stingy. Feng Yan, who discovered all this, decided to leave, leaving no one here but his own place. However, this virtual life made Feng Yan a little helpless. He walked all the way according to his previous memory, and some necessary plots were gone. Instead, a trainer came to challenge, and Feng Yan solved it by 3 and 5. At the same time, Feng Yan regretted that there was no Dark Thunder in the game. He originally wanted to catch it here. As for Alolas, there is no hope now. It seems that you should go to the point store to buy one. The same as the original plot. Feng Yan could not challenge the gym in Chunghwa City. He had to go to Chunghwa Forest, and found that the protagonist was fighting with the members of the Hoyan team. When Feng Yan arrived, he found the researcher. The personnel just handed a learning device to the protagonist. No. No. Damn, why didn't you wait for me to come? You acted so rudely before that even the coyote didn't dare to deal with it, but now you are ahead of me. Is there any reason for it? In desperation, Feng Yan could only go to Kana's city and easily defeat him. After the gym trainer, the system got stuck again. This made Feng Yan violent again. Damn, what's the use of this virtual system? In addition to getting yourself some virtual opponents to challenge and brush the level, what is the role? Even Pokémon can't be caught. And it seems that you need to defeat a gym by yourself to unlock a plot. He thought of a possibility and decided to continue playing for a while. If there is no such possibility, the system might as well be broken. However, it seems that it is not completely useless. For example, Ibrahimovic is in this lot. Among them, the brush has reached the level, and it seems that even the effort value is brushed out, and the foundation is very solid. This seems to be somewhat different from relying on the system to brush the experience. And it's all just for an hour. When Fang Yan returned to the room, Ibrahimovic also looked at Fang Yan blankly. He didn't feel what he had done. The one Fang Yan used in the previous battle was not the real one, but a virtual one created by the system projection. But Ibrahimovic still feels that his strength has improved a lot at once, which is something he has never dared to imagine before. Ibrahimovic, do you want to evolve? Looking at the naive Ibrahimovic, Fang Yan's mouth showed a smile. It seems that the dog system is not without the slightest effect. Boy, evolution. Ibrahimovic looked at Fang Yan blankly. His new master asked himself what was this for. It's evolution. Fang Yan took out the illustrated book and gave Ibrahimovic a look at its evolutionary type. This moment opened Ibrahimovic's horizon. It turned out that he had so many evolutionary types. So what should I evolve into? Ibrahimovic said that he didn't know either. It seemed that every one of them looked pretty good. No, fire elf, water elf, and thunder elves were a little ugly. Ibrahimovic should not evolve into such an ugly monster. If you let me suggest, I want you to evolve into a leaf elf. But if you have other things you want to evolve, I also respect your opinion. Fang Yan set his eyes on the picture of the leaf elf, and he decided to do it's a matter of letting oneself go. After all, fire elves are really ugly, and leaf elves are also good. With Fang Yan's fire-type Pokemon, they can form a sunny team. Don't be too violent. Boy, Ibrahimovic saw Yi Elf's appearance. A trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. It was obvious that Yi Jingling's appearance made him like it very much. It very beautiful. Before it saw that its new owner was a fire-type Pokemon, it would let itself evolve into an ugly monster like a fire elf. Now it doesn't need to evolve into a fire elf. It can be a leaf elf. What else does it have to complain about? Virtual life has a big role, and it can even be said to be the most outstanding plugin, but it looks like a waste in the early stage. I believe some people should have seen it. Chapter 19 Ho Champion. Well, why is there a stench here? Fang Yan frowned slightly as he strolled by Jun's, an ancient name for a famous lake. This was the first time he had come to Jun. It beautiful, and at the same time make this a paradise for Pokemon and human. It looks like this now. Is it really heaven? Are you sure you're not letting them go to heaven? Boy, Ibrahimovic, who was lying on Fang Yan's shoulders, also covered his nose. There was indeed a strong stench in the air. And there are Pokemon there. Fang Yan walked to the lake and found a mosquito-repellent tadpole with its stomach turned up on the lake. Hi! Fang Yan took a closer look and found that the mosquito-repellent tadpole was dead, and there were some water-type Pokemon floating on the lake in the distance. Obviously, their condition was not very good. This made Fang Yan feel that things seem unusual. After all, the protection of the environment in this world is extremely strict, and the air is not comparable to that in previous life. Fang Yan saw such pollution for the first time. He was decisive. He picked up the Pokemon illustration and dialed a number, which was the number his mother gave him before he came out. Hello, Grandpa He. I'm Fang Yan. The call was quickly connected, and Fang Yan quickly exclaimed, "It's Fang Yan. Is there anything you need to call me?" Grandpa He on the opposite side asked patiently. This is his personal phone number. Only a few people know about it. He is also very familiar with Fang Yan, an extremely stable genius. If there is nothing wrong, the other party should not disturb him. It's like this. I'm in Jun's now, and I found that the pollution here is very serious, and many Pokemon have been damaged. Fang Yan said quickly. This Grandpa He is the leader of Fang Yan's father. He is also a friend of Grandpa Fang Yan, so there is nothing wrong with calling him Grandpa. Of course, the most special thing is the body of the other party. He is one of the 3 current champions of Dokkan. Also the man at the top. What you said is true. Grandpa He over there also asked in shock when he heard the word. Well, I'll take a photo for you. After speaking, Fang Yan used the illustrated book to take a photo and sent it to the other party, and the other side was silent for a moment. I know about this. I will tell others about it. She's nearby and should be very interested in this. Fang Yan was a little surprised. After all, this matter is not simple at first glance. After all, don't the people who pollute the area so much know? Apparently someone packed shield will do so. Just when the other party was about to explain something, Fang Yan suddenly looked into the distance. No, there is something big. What the matter? He Guanjin was also shocked. What happened before was indeed a major event, and what has happened now? Water-type Pokemon are crazy. They seem to be attacking humans. Fang Yan's tone was very light, but his heart was stunned for a while. He suddenly found that he seemed to have the compulsive attribute. After all, things here seem to have taken so long nothing happened. But when I came here, I found something like this. This is completely the treatment of the protagonist, right? What? Grandpa He over there was also shocked. How many Pokemon are in Jun? He didn't know either, but he knew that once the Pokemon there made trouble, I'm afraid it would cause a huge incident. It's true, I'll go check it out. Fang Yan hung up the phone directly. He was about to step forward to take a look. After all, he has the ability to talk to Pokémon, so it's still somewhat useful. Even if something really happened, it should be can escape. He walked all the way to the place where the Pokémon rioted, and there were already quite a few Pokémon facing the lake, building to attack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for initiating a temporary task. Assist in solving the Pokémon riot. The reward depends on the host performance. Grandpa, he was also confused at the moment. This guy actually hung up his phone. This is something he hasn't encountered for a long time. Not to mention his identity. He is still Fang Yan's elder. As a result, this dinky boy hung up the phone directly. Is Wang Shuyao's tutor like this? At the same time, he remembered Fang Yan's previous word, and he felt anxious. That dinky boy was really messed up. He picked up the picture book and dialed a phone call. A cold and ethereal female voice came from there. What the matter? Even if it's the champion, the other party doesn't seem to be polite at all. But He Guanjin doesn't seem to be angry about this, but rather said in a habitual way, you should be in the magic capital. Now there is a problem with Jun. I hope you can go and have a look. It's about pollution. I'm sure you should be interested. Jun, the woman over there, originally wanted to refuse, but after hearing the words behind the other party, she agreed. I see, I'll go over immediately. Well, it seems that because of the pollution there, a lot of water department Pokemon is starting to mess up. He champion continued to add, that's what those people do for themselves. The woman's tone was extremely cold, and then she hung up the phone. This scene made He Guanjin smile bitterly. His dignified champion of Qin was actually hung up by two people in a row. This is really unprecedented. Hope they can solve this problem. Then he thought of something, and his expression became weird. Chapter 20 Environmental Protection. Fang Yan ran all the way on the shore, and saw some Pokemon that were not in very good condition on the road. Lying on the shore, they were obviously poisoned, and they should have been poisoned for a while. He deliberately found a Marilu beside him, and checked its condition. Marilu v. Quasi-King, the current condition is poison. A glimpse of clarity flashed in his eyes, and it was indeed poison. He first took out the antidote that his mother had prepared for him before, fed it to Meryl, and waited for the result. When he found this Meryl, although the situation has improved, it has not had the desired effect. Obviously, this is no ordinary Pokemon. Toxins and antidote don't do much for these poisons either. Lilu. Yu woke up. When Marilu saw a human standing in front of him, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. What happened to him? Malalu, you know, what's wrong with you? Fang Yan asked Malalu with some doubt. Lilu. Malalu shook her head slightly in a dazed way, obviously very dazed about her own situation. You were poisoned before. If you don't detoxify it quickly, you may continue to be poisoned. Fang Yan explained patiently to Marilu. Lilu. Malalu showed a panicked look. It first glanced around and saw that the conditions of countless friends were not very good, so it couldn't help but get anxious. I'll detoxify you first. Fang Yan thought for a while, took out the antidote he had picked up in the virtual world and fed it to Mariel, and found that Meryl's condition improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sure enough, these antidote are better, as expected from the system. This should be the same as the antidote in the points mall, but this medicine needs a bottle of points to buy in the system mall. It's not something I can afford at will. Looking at those Pokemon lying dead because of poisoning, Fang Yan, a trace of guilt flashed in his eyes. He wants to help these Pokemon too, but what can he do? And if you don't solve the source of the problem, even if you solve the poisoning problem, it will be a drop in the bucket. Okay, don't go back to the lake for now. There is a problem with the water here. Wait until the water quality is good before entering. Thinking of this problem, Fang Yan also smiled bitterly. Improving the water quality or something. This is not a short time. Can be done. Lilu. Malalu looked at Fang Yan in a dazed way, but left for a moment. It looked around, then looked at Fang Yan's back, and bit her teeth. Still followed. Why did you follow? Fang Yan was also surprised when he saw Malalu, who was following. Lilu. Lilu. Malalu pointed to the surface of the lake, and then pointed to the poisoned Pokemon. Fang Yan gave a wry smile. Although Marilu is not like those fish-type Pokemon, it is no different from a dead fish if it loses water, but leaving the water for a long time will still have some effect. It is indeed a bit embarrassing to let it be unable to enter the lake for a period of time. Have you made up your mind? Do you want to follow me? Fang Yan was still very excited about such a Hercules and herbivorous Marilu. The only flaw is that he only has the potential of a quasi-king, but this is nothing question. Luli. Malalu nodded excitedly. After all, she was saved by Fang Yan, so it was only natural that she became Fang Yan's Pokemon. Then come in. Fang Yan nodded slightly, took out the Pokemon ball and put Meryl in it. I was so moved that I finally had a Pokemon that had nothing to do with fire. Although Ibrahimovic is who? General system, but it can evolve into a fire elf. Pokemon are such creatures. If you help them, they will also treat you well. Like this Marilu, it is even willing to be your Pokemon. At this time, a middle-aged man in uniform left. Come here. Look at the lake in the distance and speak speak slowly. Who are you? Fang Yan looked at the other party vigilantly. This guy unexpectedly appeared by his side, and it was obvious that the other party had already appeared here, and seemed to be paying attention to him all the time. This time he came out without bringing his grandfather's wind-speed dog. Of course, if he wanted to escape, he is not helpless. It's just that the other party didn't answer Fang Yan's meaning, but continued to say, in the development of human being, various lands are constantly being developed, destroying the local environment, and countless Pokémon have lost their homes for survival. Not just here. This kind of situation abounds in other places, other countries. The number of Pokémon that die every year because of humans is an astronomical number. What do you mean? Fang Yan looked at the other party vigilantly. No matter how he looked at it, this guy was a bit anti-human. If it is in the game, this is absolutely, yes, it means a supervillain, maybe a leader of the Flare team or something. I saw your love for Pokémon from your actions just now. You can feel Pokémon's mood. I want to invite you to join us. Then the middle-aged man turned his gaze to in the distance. Look at the Pokémon crying. Chapter 21. How is she here? As soon as the man's voice fell, he saw a terrifying force condense from the mouth of a tyrannical carp dragon in the distance and sprayed towards a building not far away. Destroy the dead light. Fang Yan could even imagine how many people would suffer under such destruction. Maybe what you said is correct, but I'm sorry, I can't agree with your idea. I believe that one day humans and Pokémon can coexist harmoniously. Fang Yan said calmly. Now I'm going to stop their action. That's a shame. I thought we'd be the same people. Middle-aged man sighed lightly. You are still too young, and you don't know how many Pokémon will be killed during this period. You have a love for Pokémon, and you have been gifted by nature. Feedback. After saying that, he turned and left. This man. Fang Yan glanced at the other party thoughtfully. The other party was definitely planning something, and then he smiled dumbly. But this has nothing to do with him for the time being. Even if it really affect him, by that time, his strength will already be strong. Come out, wind-speed dog. Send me there. Then Fang Yan began. They released their own Pokémon and rushed towards the place where the Pokémon rioted. Damn, what's going on here? Why are the Pokémon running wild? A trainer said anxiously, and he directed his Pokémon to resist. At the same time, there were many other people around him. Pokémon trainer. It's just that their strength is far too large compared to these water-type Pokémon. There are no overly powerful Pokémon trainers around here. Everyone, come on. The people from the Alliance are already here. The staff continued to speak loudly. In fact, they were also panicked at the moment, and they couldn't blame themselves for such a big thing happening here. Tyrannosaurus, stop fighting. At this time, a young man sat on the back of the windspeed dog and ran quickly from a distance, and launched an attack on the leading Tyrannosaurus. Roar. It's just that the Tyrannosaurs don't care what humans say. At this time, they just want revenge and find the culprit. Where would they care about Fang Yan's word? They attacked without hesitation. The water cannon was attacking Fang Yan. Fang speed dog. Use jet flame. Originally Fang Yan wanted to avoid it. After all, at the speed of wind speed dog, it was almost impossible for these attacks to hit him. But thinking that there are countless people behind him, Fang Yan chose to fight hard. Boom. The hot column of fire and the water cannon collided in midair, creating a mist of water. Damn, attributes are mutually exclusive. Fang Yan scolded secretly when he saw this. Although the wind speed dog should be higher than the opponent's level and carry charcoal, but facing the disadvantage of attribute, it is not that you want to gain an advantage. As easy as flaming chicken. Use Qingtian. Fang Yan then released another Pokémon and said loudly. With the fall of Fang Yan's word, the sky that had some dark clouds became clear in the blink of an eye. Flaming chicken. Use leave. Then I saw the flaming chicken rushing towards the weak Pokémon as if they were in a no man's land. Almost punched the rhythm of a kid. Those water-type Pokémon are a little confused. What the fuck? Is this guy so despicable? What is it to bully ordinary Pokémon? If you have the ability, you go to the Tyrannosaurus and they're trouble. Those grumpy carp dragons couldn't help it for a moment, and in the direction of the flame chicken was a blast of destruction and death. But in the face of such an attack, the flame chicken was unmoved, and now it has the acceleration with it characteristic. The speed is constantly increasing, and it is easy to dodge this attack, and even use the destruction of death light to defeat Tulot Kappa. The Tyrannosaurus carp dragon didn't care about the injury of the companion. What they cared about was that the flaming chicken dared to provoke them, and they decided to make the other party look good. Just when Fang Yan was about to continue to do something, Fui Kun, mate, use freezing light. At this moment, a cold voice came from a distance, and the light fell on the lake, instantly freezing half of the lake. Even the group of Pokémon who were going to fight Fang Yan and the others were frozen by this blow. The power of one blow is so terrifying. This is it. Fang Yan looked not far away. A blue Pokémon carrying a woman in Chinese clothes on its back jumped towards this place from the lake in the distance. Ji Xiao. How is she here? But if there is Suzun, then the problem here is not a problem. It is rumored that Sujin has the ability to purify purify sewage. If it help, everything will not be a problem. Pokemon: Suicune, height, weight, kilogram, gender, female, attribute, water, abilities, oppression, mental power, skills, absolute 0, bite, dare, foam light, potential, level 3 god, level 4, system review, extremely powerful Pokemon with a heart of justice, light, pure human being. Chapter 22 Environmentalist, level 4 Sujin. Fang Yan couldn't help following while looking at Sujin's luxurious data. With a level of 4, he has reached the level of a quasi-divine beast in the system. Only a few exceptionally gifted Pokemon can reach this level. Ji Xiao's strength is really strong. It is no wonder that he can become the youngest champion in Dokkan. If you let her grow up for a while, maybe she can truly become the first person in Dokkan. Thinking of this, Fang Yan's eyes were full of scorching rays of light, not because of the beauty of the other party's alluring country and city that he should not think about, but an idea of wanting to defeat the opponent. As for pursuing her, a woman like an ice hole, he is not very interested. Is his second-dimensional wife not good enough? As if feeling Fang Yan's gaze, Ji Xiao's eyes flashed a strange color and complexity, and finally nodded slightly toward Fang Yan. Then she put her eyes on the scene and said in a cold tone, "What the hell is going on?" The queen's aura is vividly displayed just in the face of her questioning. None of the responsible personnel at the scene dared to say anything. They have already recognizing the identity of the woman in front of her, Dokkan's new champion. I didn't think of what happened here, and she was actually provoked over here. It seems that because of the sewage, many water-type Pokemon here are poisoned. I have researched before and found that the toxins in them are not Pokemon's toxins, but industrial pollution or domestic pollution. Fang Yan stood at this time. He came out and said, "If you want to know, I can understand certain Pokemon words and can translate for you." Ji Xiao's aura is indeed very strong, but Fang Yan is not too afraid. After all, he always believes that he will one day can beat the opponent. As for the exposure of one's ability to understand the Pokemon language, let's expose it. Although such an ability is rare, it is not unique. There are still some people who have such an ability, but the number is not large. Then come. Hearing Fang Yan's words, Ji Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Can she understand the language of Pokemon? That kid. Fang Yan nodded slightly, and came to the front of the Swamp King, who attacked the Swamp King together with the Storm Carp Dragon. Its strength was not bad, but it was instantly killed by Sui Jun. He asked the Flame Chicken to use the spark to help the Swamp King unlock the freeze. That Mar Wong saw that Fang Yan and the others had a terrified look on their faces. The strength of these people was so terrifying that they could freeze them all in an instant. "Hello, Marsh King, we are here to solve the trouble. Can you tell us the cause of everything?" Fang Yan said with a gentle smile on his face. "Yeah." Listening to Fang Yan's words, King Marsh looked at everyone present and the majestic Sujin. Without much hesitation, he said it out indignantly. "It's because the sewage pipes are continuously draining sewage into the lake. Although the water quality has declined in the past, some Pokemon have been poisoned, but they didn't take it seriously. But this month, more and more sewage has been discharged here. As a result, Pokemon are often poisoned or even die, and they choose to resist." Fang Yan glanced around and said in a bad tone, "So, there have been quite a few Pokemon since this time." Ji Xiao got down from the Water King. Her face was frosty. It was obvious that there were people behind these things for them. Otherwise, the above would also there can be no movement at all. "That right." Fang Yan nodded slightly. Ji Xiao glanced around. "Some things can be done, but some things are absolutely not allowed. I will check this matter carefully. Once I know who is related to this matter, they all don't want to run away." The hearts of everyone were instantly ashes. Many people knew about Ji Xiao's reputation. This woman was known for her ruthlessness. Moreover, the laws of the Alliance are also quite strict with respect to environmental protection. It is impossible for a few people to die in a major event like today, and all the staff in this area will be sacked. Just who can they blame? Those who come out have to pay back. Sujin, please. Then Ji Xiao said again, looking at Sujin, who was on the side. Sui Jun nodded and jumped to the lake. Every time his footstep touched the lake, a dark blue light emanated from the bottom of Sui Jun's feet and spread in all directions. The lake water has also become clear because of Sujin's water purification ability. That great. Watching this scene, Fang Yan's face showed an excited look. Originally, he was still worried about what to do with the Pokemon here. After all, there are far more Pokemon in Juns than this. There are still a few people who come out at one time, and most of the Pokemon do not come out. It's just that the poisoned Pokemon here needs to be detoxified first. Ji Xiao is not too proud of this. Over the years, she has transformed into an environmentalist. One time, this is also Sui Jun's responsibility. Since she has become Sui Jun's trainer, she also needs to take responsibility. Chapter 23 I understand. Under the operation of Sujin, part of the water quality of Juns has been purified, and the foul-smelling lake water has disappeared. Fortunately, this is the only lake with more serious pollution. To purify the entire Juns in one breath, and Fang Yan Yan, under Ji Xiao's instruction, explained to the group of Pokémon one by one, and guaranteed that humans would help them detoxify, and after Sujin would purify the lake water in the next period of time, the group would do things. The Pokémon were scattered one by one. This is mainly due to the face of Sui Jun, although Sui Jun's strength has not yet reached that level. Second, but the boss is the boss. So, you are responsible for helping Ji Guanjin to translate Pokémon's word. After everything was over, Fang Yan called He Guanjin again, but the tone on the opposite side was a little weird. Yeah, what wrong? Fang Yan was a little puzzled. Did he do something wrong? She has a special ability herself. She can understand the words of Pokémon, He Guanjin said in a somewhat dumbfounded tone. Fang Yan was a little confused. So what did he do before? Overkill. Shouldn't the other party always be? Look at yourself like a clown jumping beam. It seems that she is very optimistic about you, and the credit will be recorded for you this time. When you come to Jicheng, you can go and see what needs to be exchanged. He Guanjin over there continued to add. After that, I will give you a spot as an alliance investigator, right in your father's team, and now that your father is not around, you can go straight to me, otherwise, it will be a lot easier for you to do things in the future. My father isn't here. Is he really dead? Fang Yan asked cautiously. As for his father, he hadn't seen him for a long time. Every time he asked mother, she didn't tell her what she meant. This grandpa, he should be one of the insiders. In fact, someone is already ready for his father to sacrifice to heaven. Your father is not dead. He is just going on a very dangerous mission. He Guanjin over there was also a little speechless. He suspected that his father was dead, and it was the first time he saw it. Is that so? Fang Yan nodded thoughtfully, which seemed to be a long-term lurking mission. After all, the strength is not enough. If the strength is enough, just crush it directly. What else is lurking? After finishing the conversation with He Guanjin, Fang Yan found Ji Xiao, who happened to be in the hotel where Fang Yan was, but she was a special presidential suite. Although Fang Yan has a lot of money, it is not such a waste of money. Shortly after Fang Yan pressed the doorbell, Ji Xiao opened the door. The other party didn't seem to be too surprised by Fang Yan's arrival. Instead, he stepped aside and said, "Come in." Fang Yan was surprised by this scene. Originally, he thought that he would have a closed door. After all, the other party looked like that kind of difficult to get along with. I didn't expect that the other party would invite me in. Without too much hesitation, Fang Yan walked in. Ji Xiao was already processing various documents on a table, and there was a Shinado on the side for the incoming Fang Yan. Pour tea. After Fang Yan sat down, Shinado also handed a cup of tea to Fang Yan. Thank you. Fang Yan didn't know how to complain when he saw this kind of Shinado. He was very familiar with such a scene. It was the same in his family. His mother's Shinado was also in charge of his own family. Sure, this is no one anymore, and this Shinado level has AV level. This is a proper champion level Pokemon. Is it really good to use it as a maid? If possible, she would also like such a Shinado. Is something wrong? Ji Xiao asked while looking at the document. Why? You also have the ability to communicate with Pokemon. Why did you let me communicate with them at that time? Fang Yan asked after thinking about it. Perhaps you are not bad for your contribution, but you don't need to make such a contribute to me. After listening to Fang Yan's word, Ji Xiao raised her head and stared at Fang Yan for a while before saying, "What is it? What makes you think that I am deliberately contributing to you? You found out about this. If you hadn't contacted He Champion, then I wouldn't have known about it. At least the time to know will not be so timely. There have been some Pokemon troubles before, but they have all been suppressed by them. If there is no contact with you this time, I don't know how many Pokemon will die, and this itself is your credit." Fang Yan opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. The woman in front of him was so sharp. However, listening to the other party's word, it seems that the other party does not seem to be giving the credit. Give yourself a rhythm. Credit is still very important to Fang Yan, not only to become a king in the future, but also to exchange various items in Pokemon. Although Fang Yan has a point, Mall, don't do it for nothing. According to Fang Yan's, it is speculated that the credit that I have earned this time is enough to exchange for a talented Usangia by myself. After all, the incident this time is quite big. Chapter 24. Known long time ago. As Ji Xiao said, if this incident is not handled properly, it will cause great damage. At least hundreds of Pokemon will die by then. Once the time is long, the number will increase, and the human and the aftermath of the Pokemon battle is huge. To a certain extent, Fang Yan deserves this feat. Thank you. Fang Yan opened his mouth and finally said, "But I will still challenge you in the future." Challenge me? Hearing Fang Yan's word, Ji Xiao showed a smile. Since she showed her strength in the Heavenly King challenge, there has been no one for a long time said to challenge myself. She smiled very sincerely, without the slightest malice. If it is someone else, I will refuse. I will not fight a battle that I know will win. But if it is you, I will accept it, but not now. But in the future, it will take a long time for you and your friends, only then can I grow. But I am looking forward to fighting with you. After all, you are also the one who has has been recognized by the holy beast. Ji Xiao then continued. What? Fang Yan was shocked. How did the other party know? In theory, no one should know that they have Victini. Why would the other party know? Shuijun told me that there is some sense between the beast, and you have the aura of the beasts on your body. Ji Xiao explained patiently as if he felt something. Is that so? Fang Yan showed a clear look. After all, the other party also has Sujin, and it is normal to feel something, just like the flame on his forehead is the flame of Victini, and the other party can feel it too. Of course, although I don't know what you think, but I won't reveal your story, Ji Xiao said again. Also, if you're just a fire trainer, it's hard to beat you. Me? In fact, I don't really want to be a fire trainer. Fang Yan's face showed a trace of distress, but I will work hard. If he became a fire trainer himself, he should be considered for it. If there are other good choices, he does not want to be a fire trainer. First, he will get a Lucario as a dog, and then get a Shinado, be a maid, and then get some other quasi-god. It's exciting to think about it. After the two chatted for a while, Fang Yan said goodbye and left, and he and this woman didn't seem to have much to say. Just don't know why. Although the other party's aura was very strong, but when chatting with the other party, she didn't. Not too much estrangement. This is probably the charm of beauty. Looking at the door closed by Fang Yan, Ji Xiao showed a meaningful expression. He also awakened a special ability, and was recognized by a special fire-type beast. No wonder that on the day he was born, King Ho was born. The flame is still burning very vigorously. I really look forward to your growth. Quote. Obviously, she knew Fang Yan for a long time. Gen Z's incident soon ended. With Ji Xiao's actions, the incident was completely calmed down. Countless people have been arrested, and all those who are involved are unlucky. This also makes everyone feel the courageous side of this new champion of Dokkan for the first time. Fang Yan also relied on this to complete the system task, and got some point, which is already a lot. After all, Fang Yan has always been a soy sauce role. As for Ji Xiao, who was in the limelight before, Fang Yan didn't care too much about it. After all, this kind of thing is still very hateful, and Fang Yan didn't want to enter the eyes of so many people so quickly. He didn't say goodbye to Ji Xiao. The two sides were not very familiar with each other. Even if the last time they met, he had Ji Xiao's love. Number is no exception. After Shui Jun's purification, the current Jun's environment has been much better, which is not the same as when Fang Yan first came. However, he did not stay here for long, but went to another big city, the magic capital. This is also one of the largest cities in Dokkan. Of course, there are many differences in the history of the magic capital of this world and the previous life. At the same time, the gym here is also one of the strongest gyms in the whole of Dokkan. It can also rank in the top 3 on the list of gyms, and it is still higher than the previous Liwei. But for these, Fang Yan is not. I am very concerned that the attribute of this gym is steel, which can restrain a lot of attribute, but he is still restrained by himself. Fang Yan is also going to pick soft persimmons first. After all, his weakness is still too obvious now. Welcome to challenge the Magic City Gym. I'm Chen Yi, the owner of the Magic City Gym. A woman about 4 years old said to Fang Yan. Hello, Master Chen. Fang Yan nodded and said hello. Compared with men, there are indeed a lot fewer truly powerful female trainers. After all, when a trainer becomes really strong, it is after the age of 30 that they get married and have children. How much will affect them, and the trainer itself is a high-risk occupation. There are countless trainers who die in the wild every year. Relatively speaking, breeders are more suitable for women. Of course, there are also many powerful female trainers, such as the previous Ji Xiao, such as the one in front of her, who is also a woman who once served as the King of Heaven. Chapter 25. Small gift. It's really terrible. I already know the news that you got the permanent badge of Hengcheng Gym. So this time, do you want to challenge the ordinary challenge or the permanent badge? The owner of the hall, also called Chenhua, the woman asked with a smile. Challenge your permanent badge? No, I'll do a normal challenge, Fang Yan said with a dumbfounded look. After all, the woman in front of her was the former king. If she took out a few champion-level Pokémon, Fang Yan is not surprised at all. If it is just an ordinary Heavenly King Pokémon, then with the assistance of Victini, Fang Yan, there will be a little way to deal with it, but facing this woman in front of him, he is dying. Is that so? That's really a pity. Chenhua nodded slightly and said, challenging his own permanent badge is indeed not something this kid can do. That kind of thing is not something that can be easily released. Well then, your challenge will obviously be a little more difficult than others. If your performance can satisfy me, I will consider giving you a small reward. Chenhua then said again. Is that so? Then thank you very much. Fang Yan was stunned for a moment, then said gratefully. As for what gifts the other party will give him, Fang Yan doesn't care too much. Is it possible that he can give himself a Lucario? This is obviously impossible. Lucario is a national treasure of the pharaohs. There are also some in other countries, but the number is not very large. It is an extremely rare Pokémon. Chenhua in front of him does have an extremely powerful Lucario. Oh, but the other party can't give it to himself. Come out, Dragon Head Gopher. Dragon Head dragon-head gopher v Quasi-King. Looking at the condition of this dragon-headed gopher, Fang Yan's eyes narrowed. It seemed that this time the battle was indeed an ordinary challenge match. After some consideration, he also released his first Pokémon. Come on, Burning Worm. Send Burning Insect instead of the stronger Wind Speed Dog and Flame Chicken. Chenhua, who was opposite, nodded slightly, and she was somewhat familiar with Fang Yan's Pokémon. After all, in the incident some time ago, Fang Yan's ability to communicate with Pokémon has been known by many people. This is not a bad street ability. Anyone who can do this is almost all in their respective field. The best. Burning Insect use spinning. Fang Yan was the first to respond. The dragon-headed gopher uses tearing and scratching. Chenhua also gave an instruction, and the dragon-headed gopher rubbed its extremely sharp claws and grabbed it in the direction of the burning worm. But soon, Chenhua's face changed slightly because she found that the burning worm spinning did not go towards the dragon-head gopher, but woven a large net in front of it, and the behavior of the leading gopher just happened to hit this big net. The dragon-head gopher wants to struggle and break free from the big net, but the harder it is, the more powerful, more sleepy. For a while, it couldn't break free. Can spinning silk be able to do this? Even Chenhua is the first time he has seen such a method. The speed of the dragon-head gopher is extremely fast, and the spinning of the burning worm can't touch it at all. Fang Yan said indifferently, I believe the other party understands this truth. Burning worm, use the energy storage flame attack. Then I saw that the burning worm radiated flames all over its body and hit the dragon-headed gopher. Dragon-head gopher, use high-speed rotation to avoid. The dragon-head gopher's drill spun frantically, trying to avoid all these threats, but it was still hit by the accumulating flame of the burning insect. Good job. Burning bugs use suck. Leading gophers use burrows. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the burning worms use jet flames at the cave. Fang Yan said quickly with a smile on the corner of his mouth, as if his conspiracy had succeeded. Chenhua's face changed suddenly, and he was deceived by a little kid. This is simply unbelievable. It's not that her ability is not good, nor that she has a false reputation, but that this dragon-headed gopher doesn't have many skills to restrain the burning worm, and digging is the most effective means of attack. It's just that she didn't expect that the burning insect had learned to spray flame, and was indeed the super genius of the Fang family. With a flame falling into the hole, the fate of the dragon-headed gopher is self-evident. First, the accumulating flame attack and then the jet flame, which is simply not something it can withstand. Ding! Burning insect level upgrade. Currently V. Very good strategy. I admit that I underestimated you. Of course, you deserve to win, but the next battle is not so easy to win. Chenhua's expression also became extremely serious. Come on, Lucario. What? Lucario? Fang Yan's face changed suddenly. What's the matter? But after seeing the situation of the opponent's Lucario, he was slightly relieved. It's not Chenhua's main force Lucario, but AV's Lucario, which is still within Fang Yan's tolerable range. Chapter 26 versus Lucario. This is not my main force Lucario, but don't underestimate it. Its strength is quite good, Chenhua said lightly. Then come back. Burning insect. Come on, flaming chicken. Fang Yan nodded slightly. Lucario's strength he could naturally see, otherwise he would simply surrender. When Fang Yan's flaming chicken saw Lucario on the opposite side, his eyes were full of fighting intent. This was a rare opponent. On the opposite side, Lucario also looked at the flame chicken with a serious face. It is the kind of meticulous Pokémon. In the face of any opponent, its attitude, the degrees are the same. Flaming chicken, use bodybuilding. Fang Yan took the lead in giving instruction. Lucario, let's use a booster punch. Flame chicken, use the flame kick. Two figures, one blue and one red, collided in the battle arena, punched and kicked together, forming a huge wave of air that spread in all directions, and then saw Lucario being caught in the flame. The chicken kicked out, and there was still a huge gap in skill power. Lucario stepped back several meters and stood firmly, still standing still. Such an attack was not enough to knock it down. Chenhua's expression condensed. Lucario uses double to return it. Knock Nima. Fighting Pokémon is so disgusting. Flaming chicken uses a flash of lightning. Fang Yan responded quickly. This was a gamble. Fortunately, he succeeded. Lucario's powerful blow had been increased by the acceleration feature before. Relying on the skill of lightning flash to dodge, the flaming chicken successfully avoided the blow, and at the same time ran to Lucario's back, trying to give it a blow quietly behind its back. Lucario uses wave missiles. At this moment, Chenhua continued to give orders. Regardless of the flaming chicken that had come to him, Lucario dragged his hands around his right waist, and a blue light gathered in his hand, and a blue ball was completed in Lucario's hand. At this moment, the flaming chicken has hit Lucario full of it, but unfortunately, Lucario did not gather all the power of the waveguide, but quickly smashed the wave missile at the flaming chicken. Boom! Another huge explosion occurred between the two. Flaming chicken. Fang Yan asked with a little concern, looking at the flaming chicken jumping out of the smoke. In any case, the wave missile is still quite a powerful skill. At this moment, the flame chicken is more or less covered covered with some scars, but it is still staring at Lucario not far away. This is a formidable enemy. Similarly, Lucario's condition is not very good, and the aftermath of the wave missile also affects it to some extent. Flaming Chicken. Use Chi Gathering. Lucario uses elf motivation. The Flaming Chicken took this opportunity to interrupt it. Use the Flying Knee Kick, Fang Yan said quickly with a slightly happy expression on his face when he saw this scene. Then I saw that the Flame Chicken was much faster than before. Rushed towards Lucario, raised his knees, kicked Lucario in the abdomen, and kicked it out. A Flaming Chicken with acceleration characteristic. The speed is getting faster and faster. A strange color flashed in Chen Hua's eyes. Although this kid is just a kid, he is very cunning. I don't know where I accumulated so much combat experience, but that far more than his peers. All kinds of hints in my heart. Really an interesting kid. No wonder that person. Is Lucario alright? Chen Hua looked at the already a little worried ass by Lucario, who was half kneeling on the ground. The fighting system has twice the restraint on Lucario, and it is a big deal like Flying Knee Kick. Even if its Lucario is well trained, it is a bit too much to bear. Lucario's eyes were full of determination. He would not choose to surrender. As long as there is a trace of strength, it will fight. Okay, then use the most powerful earthquake, Chen Hua ordered quickly. Since the opponent is a Flaming Chicken with acceleration characteristic, a quick decision is needed. The longer the battle, the greater the opponent's advantage. What? No. Well, Flaming Chicken, use the Jet Flame. Fang Yan's face suddenly changed and he said quickly. The ground has begun to tremble continuously, but the Flaming Chicken still found the direction of Lucario, opened its mouth and spewed out a flame towards Lucario. At the same time, the ground where the Flaming Chicken was located began to vibrate continuously, and there was a tendency to collapse, and the vibration wave caused by the earthquake enveloped the Flaming Chicken. The battlefield, which was originally flat, has now become uneven, and the thick fog caused by the battle has shrouded the two Pokémon. Ding! Flame Chicken grade. Upgrade level, currently V4. Hearing the sound of the system prompt, Fang Yan's mouth showed a hint of smile. This time, he had some big problems in procrastination. If he didn't want to play steadily, the opponent couldn't use Earthquake at all. These are all questions that he needs to think about when he goes back. This time, though, he won, didn't he? As the thick fog gradually dissipated, the Flame Chicken was the first to appear. At this moment, it was half kneeling on the spot, panting heavily, looking a little embarrassed, and Lucario fell directly on the spot. Lost the ability to fight. Chapter 27 Fierce Battle. Very good fighting awareness. As expected, you are a super genius. Chen Hua nodded slightly, then released his third Pokémon. Go on, Emperor Nabo. Emperor Nabo, the fifth King of Heaven. It turned out to be Emperor Nabo. Looking at the other party's Pokémon, Fang Yan was surprised at first, and then he felt it was a matter of course. For a person like Chen Hua, there was no difficulty in Usangia, and Nabo, the Emperor of Water and Steel attribute, did not need to be swayed. Fire-type Pokémon restrained. This is indeed a great addition for Steel Pokémon trainers. It's a pity that Fang Yan's Fire element is not a Pokémon with both Grass and Fire element. But to Fang Yan's surprise, the other party didn't send the most representative Steel Snakes and Boss Cordora. Then come back. Flame Chicken, I'll leave it to you next. Wind Speed Dog. Fang Yan decisively released Feng Speed Dog. Before the Flame Chicken's battle, Wind Speed Dog also saw it in his eyes. It had been looking forward to it for a long time now. He can play. How can it not be excited? Wind Speed Dog. Sunny day. Fang Yan took the initiative to control the weather at the beginning. The temperature at the scene also rose for a while. A lot. Emperor Nabo uses the sword dance. Chen Hua didn't have the idea of competing with Fang Yan for the weather, at least not for the time being. The level gap between the two sides is actually not large, and it is not so easy to fight for it. Wind Speed Dog. Use Jet Flame. Emperor Nabaus uses Water Cannon. The Wind Speed Dog uses the Flame Wheel. Fang Yan looked at the slightly stalemate attack on both sides, but he was also a little helpless. Although the Wind Speed Dog's level was slightly higher, the power of the Jet Flame was still not as high as that of the Water Cannon. The effect does not seem to be so obvious. Pity. Emperor Nabo uses Water Jet. Emperor Nabo also slammed into the Wind Speed Dog, who is also emitting flames all over his body, lingering in the water. Boom. Under the enormous force, Emperor Nabo stepped back several meters before he could stand firm. Compared with the strength, it was still a lot worse than the Wind Speed Dog. Of course, at that moment, the Wind Speed Dog was unable to pursue the victory. After all, the level gap between the two sides is actually not very big. Imperial Nabaus uses Foam Light. The Wind Speed Dog dodges, and uses the heavy step when approaching the opponent. I saw the Wind Speed Dog turned into a streak. The red light soon came to the vicinity of Emperor Nabo, jumped high, and fell heavily in the direction of Emperor Nabo. Emperor Nabo took advantage of this opportunity to use the Water Jet. Chen Hua responded quickly while the Wind Speed Dog jumped up, letting the Emperor Nabo charge towards the Wind Speed Dog. It's just a pity that the Wind Speed Dog kicked the Emperor Nabo's face with a heavy kick, and pressed it directly to the ground. Take advantage of this opportunity and use the flaming teeth, Fang Yan said quickly, not wanting to miss such an opportunity. Emperor Nabo used the water cannon regardless. The windspeed dog teeth flickered, with the flames biting towards the Emperor Nabo. At the same time, the Emperor Nabo endured the pain and used the water cannon on the windspeed dog. At this moment, both the Emperor Nabo and the windspeed dog are already exchanging injuries. None of them want to lose. Even if it was hit directly by the water cannon, the windspeed dog still firmly bit the head of Emperor Nabu. Fangsugo retreat. Use the most powerful flash charge. Fang Yan frowned slightly. Although the effect of the flaming teeth was good, just eating all the powerful water cannons head on, even the windspeed dog was a little too much to bear. Watching it keep breathing, the sun will know, but the situation of the opponent's Emperor Nabo is not much better. There was even a trace of flames on the scarred Emperor Nabu. Looks like the goddess of luck is standing with me today. Fang Yan's mouth showed a confident look, and Emperor Nabo burned. Emperor Nabo uses the most powerful water cannon. Chenhua frowned slightly. She also knew that it was not good. At this moment she needed to fight quickly. Boom! The windspeed dog increased the speed to the fastest, constantly using his own speed to move, avoiding the water column that was hitting him. In the end, the windspeed dog finally approached the Emperor Nabo. Even if it was hit by the water cannon in the middle, the collision of the hot high temperature and the water cannon filled the scene with water mist. At this moment, everyone in the gym is quietly waiting for the ending. In the end, no matter who wins, there is no denying that this is a fierce battle. Ding! Congratulations on the upgrade of the windspeed dog. The current V. Has it been upgraded? Looks like he won. Only after the mist dissipated, Fang Yan found helplessly that not only did Emperor Nabo fall down, but the windspeed dog was lying there like a dead dog. Do not know either. Was it incapacitated by the water cannon attack, or incapacitated by the reaction of the flare charge? Although the power of flare charge is powerful, the user will also suffer a lot of damage. Fortunately, whether it is defeating the opponent or losing both sides, the system can obtain experience point. Otherwise, he does not know where to cry. The author has always had a question in his heart. How do Pokemon use weather skills when they are fighting in indoor venue? Chapter 28 Special Gift. Iron Dumbbell. Your strength is very good. This time, I felt the joy of the long-lost battle, Chenhua said to Fang Yan with emotion after taking back Emperor Naboa. No, my strength is much different from yours. If you are serious, I have no ability to resist. Fang Yan shook his head and said he still recognized a lot of his weaknesses. If he could seize those opportunities, the windspeed dog would not die together in the end, mainly because he was too young. Usually at home, my mother does often fight with me, but this kind of battle does not feel like fighting with a master like Chenhua. Same. Even if his mother's strength is very strong, he even doubts that his mother's peak strength may not be weaker than Chenhua, but it's already very rare. I agree with your performance. I have a gift for you. Chenhua gestured to the staff next to him, and then brought a Pokemon ball to the convenience. This made Fang Yan's face show a puzzled look. What does it mean? Give yourself a Pokemon rhythm. It's just that you and the other party are not related, and the other party can't always give him a magic treasure just because he look handsome. Babe, this kind of thing feels impossible. It's time for this kid to go on a trip. I've been looking for a great trainer for this kid, and now you've passed my test, so I'm going to put this kid in your care. And one of your squads, it is full of flaws. This child may be of some help to you, Chenhua patiently said to Fang Yan. But you? Fang Yan looked at Chenhua in shock. Even if he wanted to find a trainer for a Pokemon, that's not what he was looking for, right? You can find a descendant of yours. Okay. Fang Yan believed if Chenhua wants to send Pokemon to others, countless trainers will rush, and Chenhua also has descendant. After all, would a Pokemon from a character like this be a normal Pokemon? My children don't have one suitable for it. Chenhua shook his head slightly and said, I just want to find a trainer suitable for it. Ah. Fang Yan looked at Chenhua speechlessly. Is he suitable? He is just a fire trainer who doesn't want to be a fire trainer. Although he has a system, he is confident in training Pokemon. If you really feel bad, if so, then help me to do one thing in the future. Of course, you can also refuse at that time. It seems that he knew Fang Yan's thought. Chenhua continued. She also knows that such a thing is too strange. Even if it is her, she will not believe it. And she doesn't seem like a middle-aged aunt who sends equipment. Is that so? Looking at the Pokemon ball that had been handed to him, Fang Yan was silent for a while, but still took the Pokemon. Aren't you going to let it out? Oh, alright. Come out. Fang Yan opened the Pokemon ball in a daze. It's not Leo Lu, which is reasonable. After all, it's a Pokemon that is as rare as a quasi-god. It's not a Koko-Dora. Even if its final evolutionary boss company Dora is a representative of a steel-type Pokemon. It's just that this Pokemon is indeed the most representative Pokemon. Pokemon. Iron Dumbbell. Height. Weight. Kilogram. Gender. None. Attribute. Steel. Superpowers. Ability. Eternal Pure Body. Light Metal. Skill. Slam. Potential. Champion. Grade. Systematic evaluation. Very talented talented Pokémon, it is recommended to focus on training, and it requires a lot of energy to evolve. It turned out to be an iron dumbbell. This is the legendary quasi-god, and it is also a champion-level Pokémon. The Chenhua in front of him even said that he would give it to himself. This is simply unscientific. The number of iron dumbbells is very small, especially the wild iron dumbbell, because evolution requires a lot of energy to split into new individuals. Therefore, in the wild, iron dumbbells have insufficient energy, and 2 iron dumbbells need to be combined to evolve. This also makes iron dumbbells extremely rare. Of course, it is said that if it evolves by combining, there is a certain possibility that the potential will increase. This is too precious. At first, Fang Yan would think that the other party would be a traitor or steal, but now it feels different. Who would use a champion-level quasi-god to trick people? If there is one, he doesn't mind a few more visits. You take it first. Chenhua shook his head. You think this child do like you a lot, doesn't it? Fang Yan looked at the iron dumbbell, and found that the other party was indeed looking at him, and it seemed that there was another party. Yan does not accept his loss. Thinking of this, Fang Yan sighed lightly. Thank you very much. I will repay later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main task. To gather the team lineup, it is required that the talent must be at the level of the king and above, and the learning device will be rewarded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the badge of the Magic City Gym and reward point. Looking at these rewards, Fang Yan's mouth also showed a slight smile. He finally got the learning device and defeated Chenhua. He even rewarded a few points in one breath. This was only 1 or 2 years ago. Sure enough, challenging the masters is the source of the point. After chatting for a while, Fang Yan and Chenhua left each other's contact numbers, and Fang Yan left directly. After all, the two sides are not very familiar, but Chenhua said that if Fang Yan has any doubts about cultivating iron dumbbells, he can ask her. Looking at the back of Fang Yan's departure, a strange look flashed in Chenhua's eyes. You have finished what you told me. I hope this kid can meet your expectations. Chapter 29 Want Larulas. After leaving the gym, Fang Yan told his mother the information immediately. Even if his mother was not usually a show of water, she was not bad at all in terms of knowledge, even better than her father. More than that, it's a pity that his mother seems to have only one Shinado by her side. Otherwise, Fang Yan feels that his mother's strength should be higher than his father's. Are you saying that Chenhua gave you an iron dumbbell? How do you feel about your qualification? The mother's tone was incomparably flat, as if an iron dumbbell was nothing in her eyes. For my son, Wang Shuyao still believed in his eyesight. He not only had the ability to talk to Pokémon, but also had the ability to roughly judge the potential of Pokémon. Fang Yan didn't tell her a lot of things, but he didn't hide her from her. These abilities helped them a lot. At least the potential of Pokémon in the ranch has also increased a lot. Pokémon such as Big Milk Tank still need to be bred. The stronger the Big Milk Tank, the better the milk quality. This is all thanks to Fang Yan. It's alright, maybe you can reach the championship level. Fang Yan's mouth twitched, and the crown. Pokémon with military talent are really hard to find. Although a few quasi-god can achieve quasi-god talent, after all, they are few, even among quasi-gods. Is that so? Then take it. Don't worry about it. Wang Shuyao said lightly, as if he didn't keep the iron dumbbells in his heart. Although the family does train fire-type Pokémon, but if you have the ability, if so, you can also cultivate Pokémon with other attributes. After all, the fire element is too easy to be restrained. Your father lost to me back then. Sure enough, it seems that the mother at home is still a hidden boss. I know. No, I don't have too many clues. Fang Yan gave a wry smile. He can upgrade Pokémon through the system, and he can also buy some skill machines through the point store, but if he really wants to cultivate them well, it is somewhat troublesome. Well, do you have a favorite Pokémon? Wang Shuyao also said, it would be great to have a Shinado, and you are also an expert in this field. Fang Yan said that he had coveted Shinado for a long time. With such a Shinado at home, it would be a bit of a problem not to use it for breeding. It's a pity. Anyway, it's a male. With such a good talent, it won't be anything to have 1 or 2 Laluras. Question. Anyway, males won't suffer too much. The mother over there was a little silent, and after a long time she said, I see, but don't have too high expectation. It's nothing. I'll take it myself when the time comes. Fang Yan glanced at the Lalura's eggs in his point small. The Lalura's eggs with talent like the Heavenly King need point. If there is a flash, you need to add a few more points, which is indeed a huge number for Fang Yan today, but he believes that it will be possible one day sooner or later. It's just that points are really not enough. The characteristics of Pokémon need to be to increase. When you are free, I'll accompany you to Jicheng. Your father has given me permission before performing the task. I can use the credit he got for completing the task before, and then go and see if there is anything there. What do you like? Even Lalura's egg. There should be there. Of course, you can also order, but what kind of talent will be there at that time? It is not certain. After thinking about it, Wang Shuyao said, joining the alliance and doing things for the alliance are very profitable for ordinary people. The task is well completed completed. The completion is more, the credit is more, and you can get money, Pokemon and various prop from the country. There is no power in this world that can compare with the Alliance, and Dokkan is also one of the richest countries in the Alliance. After more than 2,000 years of accumulation, some people will come to the Alliance to exchange credit for what they get in the mission. I'm afraid not many people really know how many treasures there are. That's fine. After hearing Wang Shuyao's word, Fang Yan's mind moved, and it seemed that he could indeed go north and visit Jicheng as soon as possible. After hanging up his mother's phone, Fang Yan called Sun Renhui again and told the other party what happened during this time. Really? You met Ji Guanjin and her Sujin. Isn't Miss Champion very beautiful? Isn't Sujin very gorgeous? Sun Renhui was also surprised when he heard what happened to Fang Yan in Jun. Well, it's just too cold, and it feels like a domineering female president. Fang Yan also said after thinking about it. Then will you come to a domineering female president to fall in love with me or something? Sun Renhui over there said somewhat teasingly. The relationship between the two is now hazy, the kind that can become a boyfriend and girlfriend just by breaking the last layer of paper. She fell. It's not too jealous. After all, the other party is too special. Ji Xiao is beautiful, but she is a fairy. Even if Fang Yan is interested in others, is it useful? Chapter 30. A bunch of eccentric guys. Forget it. I don't like a hot face on a cold butt. Fang Yan snorted lightly. This moment attracted Sun Renhui's coquettish anger. This is really uncivilized, and if it was the coldness of the female champion, if it's an ass, I'm afraid there will be countless people who want to post it. Right. After chatting with Sun Renhui for a while, Fang Yan also hung up the phone. He first went to the Pokemon Center to treat his Pokemon. Treat yourself well. While treating the Pokemon, Fang Yan also took out the Pokemon illustration and checked the latest Pokemon. The news is still full of previous Jun's information. Fang Yan read some, but did not see any useful information. I went to the Pokemon forum. This is also Fang Yan's favorite place to visit. There are many people who speak very nicely, and all of them are talented people. There are all kinds of real-time information in it. Fang Yan will often visit here when he is bored, and some people will even post some of their own experiences of cultivating Pokemon. Soon, Fang Yan was attracted by a small competition. It was a Pokemon battle competition held in a shopping mall. The top 3 rewards were 3 unknown Pokemon eggs. It was full of unknowns, but Fang Yan was very moved because this competition starts tomorrow, and he can gain experience through battles, even if the opponent's strength is not necessarily strong. The requirement to participate in the competition is to have a badge, but for Fang Yan, such a battle is still quite that suits him. The opponent will not be too strong, and there are battles to participate in. Today's Fang Yan is still willing to participate, especially when he has just obtained the learning device, and if it is to earn points, the points of Pokemon with trainers are 3 times that of Pokemon without a trainer at the same level. This is also the main reason why Fang Yan wants to participate, because if it wasn't for the lack of Pokemon that he could fight, Fang Yan also wanted to go to the battle tower in the magic capital. There are many experts out there, but now is not the time. Just when Fang Yan signed up for this event online, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Release side quest. Participate in small competitions, and give points depending on the final result. It seems that these games have other functions. Fang Yan said that what he lacks most now is points. The injuries of the wind speed dog and the flame chicken are not particularly serious, and they mainly consume a lot of body force. Treated for an hour at the Pokemon Center, and almost returned to normal after a sleep. The main reason is that the Pokemon Center in the virtual life cannot be used. Otherwise, as long as ding 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 3 times, all will be cured. After returning to his room, Fang Yan continued to open the virtual world, although he knew that for a long time, at least until he got the 5th badge, this virtual system might not be of much use, but what should be brushed still needs to be brushed, not to mention, this thing has a level brush. After returning to the gym, Fang Yan quickly walked out. In the gym, seeing the researcher chasing the Hoyan team just now, he begged Fang Yan to help him deal with these Hoyan team members. At the same time, the protagonist Xiaoyao also came here. Fang Yan cooperated with Xiaoyao, easily crushed and recovered the documents all the way. At the same time, he and Xiaoyao went to Dewin Company Limited to meet the president, but Xiaoyao got the navigation from the president, but he didn't. The treatment seems to be different. Some big. When he defeated the Hoyan team before, he was the main force, and Xiaoyao was a soy sauce. As a result, the other party thanked Xiaoyao, but not himself. No. Why? Just because he is not the protagonist. Fang Yan said that he also wanted to kill this king egg tenderly. Later, the president sent a letter to Fang Yan and Xiaoyao, asking them to find the old man Hachi. With the help of Hachi, the two also came to Wudo Town. After easily defeating the gym trainer, Fang Yan was once again stuck out. The help this virtual world has brought me for the time being is really too little. It's good to brush up occasionally, and the time is fast. But next time, after collecting a few badges, brush all the plots in one go. Looking at the situation of his Pokemon, Fang Yan murmured. After all, the plot of this time is a bit disgusting, with "you can't get anything by yourself, a bunch of eccentric guys, iron dumbbells, how do you feel?" In the small world, Fang Yan asked the iron dumbbells with a smile. Meadow. Iron dumbbell's eyes narrowed into a slit. He was quite satisfied with his current life. "I didn't know why before, but it was upgraded for no reason. This feels really great. Brush the level in the virtual world and turn on the learning device. If that's the case, don't let the usual training be left behind," Fang Yan exhorted with a chuckle. Then he turned his gaze to Ma, who was singing by the lake. Li Luli. The previous battle also allowed this child to successfully evolve, but it is different from Fang Yan's other Pokemon. It does not like fighting, which made Fang Yan a little helpless. Compared to fighting, it prefers a leisurely life. Forget it. Subduing it itself is an exception. Watch it first, and if it really doesn't like it here, then make another plan. And the egg of the little fire dragon. There has been some reaction recently. It should be about to hatch. Right. Still need more burning insect to get closer and closer. Chapter 31. Nice roundhouse kick. Fang Yan and number 4 Wang Hao are invited to participate in the competition below. Fang Yan looked at the audience below and walked onto the arena with a smile on the corner of his mouth. The opposite was also a young man about his own age. Fang Yan felt more confident about this. "Come out, burning worm. Come on, Kintaro. Kintaro v. Elite." When the other party saw Fang Yan's burning worm, a trace of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Damn, it turned out to be a burning worm, or a flashing burning worm. These damn rich people. The audience below. There was also an uproar. This is a burning worm, or a flashing burning worm. This Fang Yan seems to be extraordinary. Pokemon are not rare and they are very powerful when they look good, Wang Hao said coldly at this time. Then let go. Kintaro uses the horn. The burning worm uses the energy storage flame attack. Fang Yan did not panic at all. The burning worm was burning with hot flame, and it was easy to dodge the attack of Kintaro, and then slammed into the opponent's abdomen. Knock Kintaro into the air. Didn't you lose the ability to fight? Fang Yan's mouth showed a hint of a smile. Ran. Burning bugs use ram. Under this blow, the opponent's Kintaro instantly lost his ability to fight. Ding! Congratulations on the promotion of Ibrahimovich's level, currently V. Actually, my strength is quite good, isn't it? Fang Yan chuckled and turned to leave, leaving Wang Hao's face full of consternation. He actually lost, and there was no suspense in losing so much. Wow, that Kintaro was instantly killed. It's a shame that I thought he could win. After all, he looked so strong. It's not an instant kill. It's obviously 2 moves. Isn't this the same? The audience at the scene started to discuss, but Fang Yan didn't care about it at all. In this way, Fang Yan kept bullying the children in this fish pond. When he encountered someone about the same age as himself, he would use the burning bug to fight. If he encountered someone who was a little older, he would fight with the wind speed dog. The upper flame was crushed all the way. It's just that when all this came to the quarterfinal, Fang Yan was rarely serious, and this time the opponent was very strong. Fang Yan's expression was solemn. Looking at the opponent, it can be seen from the opponent's previous battle that the opponent is really strong. I'm looking forward to fighting with you, the woman on the opposite side said solemnly when she stepped into the ring. This is a girl of about many years old. Her skin is a healthy wheat color. Her figure is quite good, and her appearance is quite good. It's a pity that this style of hot girl is not Fang Yan's dish. Well, Fang Yan was also startled when he heard the word, and then quickly said, I'm also looking forward to fighting with you. Go on. Flame chicken. Just please, it's you. Main Yan. Werewolf. Main rock werewolf v. Uranus. Have you met the Pokemon with the potential of the king again? And there is more than one Pokemon with the potential of the king in the other's hand. It seems that it is not wrong from that family. However, this is fine. Let yourself try to fight against these masters who are a little older than yourself. Is it really a flaming chicken? The woman's expression became condensed when she saw the flaming chicken. She had also investigated Fang Yan's Pokemon. This flaming chicken did not appear in this competition, but in previous gym challenges. In the game, it was quite dazzling. This time, it may be difficult to take advantage of the attribute, and the fighting is indeed very restrained by the main rock werewolf. The main rock werewolf uses sand. The young lady's name is She Jasmine, a name that sounds very earthy, but there is no way to do it. How many good names can a family that can use stone as a surname? Is a strange thing. Hurry up and avoid, Fang Yan said quickly, but there was also a trace of sand and dust on the battlefield. The main rock werewolf uses rock to polish, She Jasmine said while taking the opportunity. Flame chicken. Use the double kick. Seeing this, Fang Yan hurriedly said loudly. The flaming chicken turned into a red glow and kicked in the direction of the main rock werewolf. Hurry up and avoid it. Main rock werewolf. Main rock werewolf jumped quickly, avoiding the inevitable blow of the flaming chicken. The main rock werewolf take this opportunity to bite. She Jasmine quickly continued to speak. I saw the main rock werewolf turned around in the air and opened his mouth to bite the flaming chicken behind him. Flaming chicken. Here's a beautiful roundhouse kick, Fang Yan said calmly. Nice roundhouse kick. What skill is this? Why haven't they heard of it? Is it a newly developed skill. It was only very soon that they felt that they had been deceived, only to see the flaming chicken turn around and kick the main rock werewolf in the face that was biting towards them. Everyone was disappointed. What a beautiful roundhouse kick, but it was just 2 kicks, but one of them was used to kick the ground, which made the flaming chicken change direction, and the other kicked the main rock werewolf. Chapter 32 She Jasmine. The main rock werewolf. She Jasmine looked at the main rock werewolf nervously. She wasn't sure about the main rock werewolf injury. She only knew that the flame chicken's level was not low, but she didn't know exactly what level it was. However, She Jasmine breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the appearance of the main rock werewolf. It seemed that the flaming chicken was also very limited. This time the battle was only one-on-one, so she had to be careful. Through this, she roughly knew what the opponent's strength was. The main rock werewolf uses the ghost phase. The young lady responded quickly. Flame chicken. Use bodybuilding. Seeing this, Fang Yan frowned, and he managed to increase the speed of the flaming chicken. As a result, the opponent's ghost phase lowered the speed again. It seems that Shimoli already knew that his flaming chicken was an acceleration chicken. The main rock werewolf uses rockfall. The flaming chicken dodged with a flash of lightning. Main rock werewolf rock blockade. Flaming chicken uses tile splitting. Then I saw the two Pokemon constantly fighting against each other's skills, which made people dizzy, especially those staff who didn't think about how good this competition would be. Hi! After all, these rewards are all found at random, and they are too lazy to identify what kind of Pokemon is in it, let alone what kind of talent it is. As a result, there are such masters, such trainers, even in national competitions. They should have a good ranking, right? They made a lot of money. After all, the game this time was broadcast live on the internet. The more exciting the game, the more people watched it. Even if the video was advertised, countless people would know about them. Someone has put a video of this game on the Pokemon forum. It's almost over. Looking at the main rock werewolf and the flaming chicken, who were both out of breath, Fang Yan's mouth showed a smile. It seemed that the flaming chicken's condition was much better than that of the main rock werewolf. Of course, this is not the time to relax. After all, sometimes the battle changes rapidly. If you are not careful, he will also lose. Flame chicken, use the flying knee kick. The main rock werewolves attack with rock. Both of them tacitly started to use the last big trick, and the one who can persevere can get the final winner. The speed of the flame chicken at this moment has been increased to an extremely fast, to such a degree, when it rushed in front of the main rock werewolf, the rock attack of the main rock werewolf had just condensed. The flaming chicken didn't care about the 3-7-2-1. Boom! Thick smoke instantly rose around the main rock werewolf and the flaming chicken. Ding! Congratulations on the upgrade of the flame chicken. It is currently V. Ding! Congratulations on the upgrade of the burning insect level. It is currently V. Ding! Congratulations on the promotion of Ibrahimovich's level. Currently V. Ding! Congratulations on the iron dumbbell level upgrade level. Currently V. Ding! Congratulations on Mary Luli's upgrade. She is currently V. Huh! I finally won. Fang Yan's mouth also showed a slight smile when he heard the voice of the system in his head. Sure enough, such a big guy has more experience points, especially after having a learning device. Those magical, the baby's ascension is much faster. However, the training of those Pokemon of your own should not be lost. Otherwise, you will not know how much time and energy it will take to improve in the future. Look at yourself that has lost the ability to fight. The Manian werewolf looked at the flaming chicken who was still breathing heavily. She Jasmine sighed softly, but in the end, she still did not defeat the flaming chicken. After taking the main rock werewolf back into the Pokemon ball, She Jasmine directly found Fang Yan, who had walked off the playing field. Get to know me. I'm She Jasmine. She Jasmine reached out her hand to Fang Yan valiantly. Fang Yan. Fang Yan held the opponent's hand. He was a little curious. What did this young lady come to find him for? You are unwilling to lose to yourself, and you still want to find yourself to fight again. Compared to Fang Yan, I am willing to see that this young lady can bring so much experience points to herself with a maned rock werewolf. Fang Yan also wants to fight more with each other. As for not being able to beat it, Fang Yan said, does he need to worry about this issue? He also has a plugin called Victini. As long as he thinks about it, there are almost no opponents under the king level, right? Well, your strength is very good. I look forward to your performance in the national competition. Then we can play again. Shimoli said neatly. My strength will be stronger then. This time my ace is in the metamorphosis stage. That way. Me too. Fang Yan said solemnly. He doesn't know what his strength will be when the time comes. Shouldn't he be weak? After all, he is Fang Long Aocean Yan, the man who really opened the plugin. He will definitely be very strong by then, and there may even be more than just a divine beast. Come on then. Shimoli nodded slightly, then turned around and left, not even thinking of leaving her contact information. Looking at the back of the other party turning away, Fang Yan pouted. She is really a dashing woman. She is better than a handsome one. I don't know how to talk to a guy. Chapter 33 Ball Sea Lion. Famous Feng Speed Dog. Use the jet flame to solve the opponent. With Fang Yan's order. This time the match finally came to an end. Except for the previous Shi Jasmine, Fang Yan hardly encountered any opponent. Even the opponent in the final is just a V44 Monarch Snake, but in front of his wind speed dog, there is almost no power to fight back, and it is easily solved in a few moments. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, winning the first place in the competition, and rewarding point. It seems that the points are already very good. After all, the opponents here are not very strong. This is all within Fang Yan's acceptable range, within the perimeter. As the champion, Fang Yan naturally has the right to choose. Fang Yan didn't take it into consideration before, but when he really took the 3 eggs in his eye, he couldn't help but make an appraisal. Elf egg, unicorn, talent, quasi-king. Well, the unicorns with the talent of the quasi-celestial king are definitely the best among all the unicorn. It seems that this competition is not all pit. Elf egg, shuttlecock grass, talent, normal. Well, this is still an ordinary talent Pokemon that I haven't seen for a long time. Such a magical baby talent is too limited, and it is indeed very common in nature. However, in this kind of competition, the ordinary talent Pokemon eggs really shivered. It was just that when Fang Yan saw the 3rd Pokemon egg, his expression was also condensed. Elf egg, ball sea lion, talent, quasi-king. There is actually a Pokemon egg with a ball of sea lions here. The organizer's heart does not seem to be so dark. Fang Yan is still very excited about Pokemon like Chocho Sea Lion. When he used to play Sun and Moon, he almost always choose the ball and the sea lion to start. The final evolutionary form of the ball sea lion, Shishi-Hi-Ren, is a water-type and fairy-type Pokemon, and its appearance is also quite good. At least in Fang Yan's eyes, Shishi-Hi-Ren is not inferior to the so-called most beautiful Pokemon, Mina. The special attack and special defense race values of Shishi-Hi-Ren are the highest among all the initially obtained Pokemon, regardless of the form changes and super evolution. Bubble Aria is also an extremely powerful skill. Although the Quasi-King's talent may be a little worse, Fang Yan said that it doesn't matter, he can help him improve his talent. Therefore, Fang Yan decisively chose the elf egg of the ball and sea lion, and shuttlecock grass was chosen by the runner-up. It seems that his luck is not very good, and the 3rd place is a person that Fang Yan does not know. Got it. The previous lady left after losing to Fang Yan. The 3rd place won the ranking without a fight, and then the unicorn worm who got the talent of the quasi-celestial king. Although a Pokemon like the unicorn is indeed a bit of a rotten streak, it is the talent of a quasi-king. The Pokemon of the quasi-kings are not so easy to see. For ordinary trainers, it is quite rare to have a Pokemon that is a quasi-king. After all, a Pokemon trainer is an industry where countless people set off one person's rank. On the road to success, there are always countless people who fall down. Every year, countless people go out to travel, hoping to become the champion of heaven, but in the end they can't even get the badges together. Fang Huahuo, this time, you are famous. When Fang Yan returned to the hotel, he received a call from Sun Renhui. And, what wrong? Fang Yan was a little confused. It seemed like he didn't do anything big. Before you, the video of participating in the competition in the Magic Capital was posted on the internet, and some people are saying that you are a super genius that is rare to see in 10 years. Sun Renhui said with some excitement. Your previous opponent, Shimoli, was the former name of last year's national competition. Former name. Fang Yan's face showed a look of sudden realization. If his guess is correct, there are probably no less than one Pokemon above the opponent's V. After all, it has been a few months since the last national competition, and the opponent's strength should have grown a lot. However, Fang Yan has always been more concerned about the champions of previous national competition. As for the others, to be honest, he doesn't really care. Those people will not be his opponent sooner or later. After awakening the system, Fang Huahuo expanded like this. That's the former name of the national competition. Sun Renhui felt that Fang Yan didn't seem to care and continued. And the other party's family is a famous rock family. It was said that there was a Shakira. If you wait for her, if Shakira evolves into Bangira, she might be able to compete for the championship. Obviously, this little girl has investigated Shi Jasmine's information in great detail. Shakira, Bangira. Fang Yan narrowed his eyes. Shi Jasmine had said before that her strength is not only that, there are trump cards that she has not used. It seems that she is indeed a super trump card. I think Shakira should be on the verge of evolution. It is normal for the opponent not to let it evolve. Pokemon like Shakira and Crustacea are indeed very unsuitable for battle. What if something happened? Don't want to beat the egg? Ask for flowers, a monthly pass, and a very good evaluation ticket. It would be even better if there were some reward. Chapter 34 Atlantis. Bangira, I'm really looking forward to it. Fang Yan also said with anticipation. No one dislikes quasi-god. Most quasi-god, except for the special shield like Nianmylong, most of them are synonymous with destruction, especially those like Bangira, which are simply perfect for meat shields and artillery turret. Moreover, he also has a quasi-god in his hand. He also also believes that when he fights She Jasmine again in the future, the iron dumbbell can also evolve into a giant golden monster. Fang Yan believes that under his own training, the giant gold monster can also form a very strong combat power, and his main lineup has now begun to gradually take shape. The fire type wind speed dog, the fighting type flame chicken, the flying type fire breathing dragon, the steel type and super power type giant monsters, the fairy type and water type Chichi heron, and the grass type grass elf, so that the lineup is also quite perfect. There is meat and output, and the shortcomings of the lineup are not very obvious. Even if the speed of the flame chicken increases, it can be a fast attacker. At least it is much better than that messy all-fire lineup. Well, Fang Huahuo, you must do it. You are a super genius. Sun Renhui said in agreement. Anywhere, a genius is not a genius, it's just an effort that others can't match. Oh, I've seen the man with the sun at 4 o'clock in the morning in Hangzhou countless times. Fang Yangziu said shamelessly. The sun at 4 in the morning? Aren't you kidding me? If it was other people, Fang Yan might have been deceived like this, but she grew up with Fang Yan's childhood sweetheart. Others don't know. She doesn't know that Fang Yan liked to stay in bed in the morning. It's a pretty good thing for him to get up early in the morning. It was okay when I was a child. After entering middle school, Fang Yan didn't go to school for half of the time because he was lazy. However, Fang Yan is also diligent. He has been ravaged by his aunt from a very early age. He has the current combat command ability and is closely related to Wang Shuyao's teaching. By the way, do you have any plans for this time? Then Sun Renhui continued to ask Fang Yan. No, I originally planned to exercise for a while. Fang Yan thought about it and said, his Pokémon need a good workout to consolidate their strength. At the same time, the eggs of the little fire dragon are about to hatch. I don't want to go out and hang out. I have 2 tickets for Atlantis here. Do you want to go with me? It is now during the summer vacation, and Sun Renhui does not need to go to school at the moment. School is still quite free. Atlantis ticket. Fang Yan's mouth showed a meaningful smile. Atlantis is a world-class luxury cruise ship. Shangjiang. If you take the Atlantis to Shangjiang, it seems to be a good choice. Although he also wanted to go to Jicheng to spend the merits left by his father, but since Sun Renhui invited him, he would not refuse. If this is the case, wouldn't it show that he is a very straight man of steel? His EQ is not that low yet. Well, someone sent me grandma's, but she's not very interested in this thing. Sun Renhui said weakly. Well, it should be boarding in the magic capital, right? I'll wait for you here. Fang Yan also asked. Okay. After hanging up the phone with Sun Renhui, Fang Yan's face also showed a thoughtful look. Chocho sea lion eggs was something Fang Yan had never thought about before, but now that there is a ball sea lion, the Mariluli that he had conquered before is somewhat useless. The same water system and fairy. As a Pokemon, the characteristics of Mariluli are quite good, but it's a pity that Fang Yan's Mariluli doesn't like fighting very much. It seems that I can't play with my own Pokemon, and it's a bit of a pity to release it. If you give Mariluli to Sun Renhui, it would be a good choice. This is not a gift of Pokemon, right? It has no status in itself. However, this matter still needs to be well planned. It is necessary to make Mariluli subtly prefer Sun Renhui so that the other party will not feel abandoned. Pokemon are not without feelings after all. Creatures whose emotions are purer and richer than human beings. The next day, around noon, the doorbell of his room rang. Fang Yan got up in distress and went to open the door. He knew that Sun Renhui should be here, and he was still a little groggy at the moment. In the middle of the night, his little fire dragon finally hatched, which allowed Fang Yan to take care of it for a lot of time, and didn't fall asleep until after hours. As a result, Sun Renhui is here so early. Opening the door, Sun Renhui is in sight. That pure smirk, but the other party turned from a smile to a shock when he saw his appearance, and then covered his eyes. It turned out that this guy Fang Yan came out wearing only a pair of big pants. The girl on the cover is the heroine in Sword and Shield. She is quite beautiful. Sword and Shield was played by me as a dress-up game. I gathered all the clothes myself. Isn't it amazing? Chapter 35. The arrival of Sun in High. What are you doing? Sun Renhui said with a blushing face. No matter how good her temper was, even if the two of them were childhood sweethearts since childhood, even if the two of them may not have met like this when they were young, but it was all childhood. What? Seeing Fang Yan like this now, Sun Renhui's head almost fainted from heat. This bastard. Won't he restrain himself? This time it's okay to be yourself, but what if it's someone else? Did you come out like this too? Ah, I'm sorry. It was too late yesterday. The little fire dragon from before was born. Fang Yan scratched his head and said sleepily, the birth of a child is always troublesome. Just like he chatted with the little fire dragon yesterday, and then bathed the little fire dragon with the special bath and for fire-type Pokemon, as well as various nursing care. It was really troublesome. As that's so, Sun Renhui knew instantly that her family ran a breeding house to take care of children. She was a professional. Do you need my help? Then I'll leave it to you. Fang Yan threw a luxurious ball from the side and handed her over to Sun Renhui, who happily went to take a bath. In the small world, the little fire fire dragon, who was still happily drinking milk, changed its shape and came to the Pokémon ball. At this moment, it faces stunned. What is going on? Even the atmosphere in the luxury ball is not bad, but it is definitely incomparable with the small world. Fortunately, Sun Renhui released it soon. When Fang Yan came out, he saw that Xiao Hualong was already hugging Sun Renhui very intimately. He was a little sleepy and didn't pay attention before, and Fang Yan noticed Sun Renhui's dress at this time. A white dress with a red cardigan and white over-the-knee stockings showcases her leg to the fullest, plus the dark green hat. It is simply a replica of the same. Is Sun Renhui really his second-dimensional wife? But it seems like a good feeling. Well, what time is the boarding time? Fang Yan asked, wiping his hair. 3:20 in the afternoon. Sun Renhui said shyly. This guy seems to be getting more and more over the top. He was just wearing big pants before now. Well, wait, let's go to eat first, and then I want to buy some things. My Pokemon has grown a little faster recently, and I need to buy some training equipment. Fang Yan nodded slightly and said, by the way, is there any? The Stone of Leaf. Listen to the words of this big dog. The evolution stone of the highest grade. This value is extremely high, even comparable to the ordinary Pokemon gifted by the king, and even the existence of priceless existence. The Stone of Leaf. From Sword and Shield, the Leaf Elf evolved with the Stone of Leaf, and the same Ice Elf also evolved with the Stone of Ice. Sun Renhui was also surprised. Fang Yan's Pokemon didn't seem to have anything to use to the Leaf Stone. Right, that little guy wants to evolve into a Leaf Elf. Fang Yan released Ibrahimovic again. When Ibrahimovic saw that Sun Renhui also rushed up to act like a spoiled child. It was actually the shit-shoveling officer when he was a child, and he was still very kind to each other. Sun Renhui looked at Ibrahimovic with some surprise. She guessed that this Ibrahimovic should evolve into a fire elf. After all, they are all fire-type Pokemon. Fang Yan's family is really capable of teaching fire-type Pokemon. Now tell yourself that Ibrahimovic will not evolve into a fire elf but a leaf elf. Even she is shocked. Seemingly seeing Sun Renhui's thought, Fang Yan explained lightly, I don't like fire elves very much either. It's really ugly, and I don't want to be a fire-type Pokemon master. Sun Renhui pursed his lips and smiled when he heard Fang Yan's word. It seems that she has heard Fang Yan say it countless times, but every time Fang Yan is disgusted with the integrity of his mouth and body to subdue those fire-type Pokemon. Afterward, they strolled around the magic capital, and finally found helplessly that there was no top-quality leaf stone that Fang Yan wanted. It seemed that they were not the candidate for the protagonist. In desperation, the two still boarded the legendary Atlantis. It is indeed a world-class cruise ship. Fang Yan and Sun Renhui's room is also a suite, and it is also a high-end suite, about square meters, which is very important for cruise ship. It's big enough for the room above. Of course, there are still 2 rooms here, and Sun Renhui didn't have the courage to make a big bedroom. There are many entertainment facilities, restaurants, bars, billiard halls, etc. Of course, the most important thing is the Pokemon battlefield. I don't know if those people are too confident, and they are not afraid that the Pokemon battle will blow up the entire cruise ship. It's really good. Sun Renhui's eyes were full of brilliance when he saw all this, and they were going to play on it for 2 days. Go to the bow deck to blow the sea breeze. Look at the sea. Drink a drink. This day. Not too good. Ding. Only soon enough. And their days were broken. Fang Yan's phone rang, and it was the one Fang Yan had to answer. What wrong? Grandpa he. Even if Fang Yan was a little reluctant, he still answered the phone. Chapter 36. You have something. Are you on the Atlantis? Grandpa he over there asked directly. And how did you know? Fang Yan asked curiously. Even if Grandpa he would monitor others, he wouldn't monitor himself, right? After all, his father used to be the other's #1 horse, and his grandfather and the other were good brothers who lived and died together. My people saw you on the Atlantis. Grandpa he over there said directly. Your people? Fang Yan's mouth twitched. It seemed that the Atlantis was not very peaceful, otherwise, a dignified crown. The army is not going to stare at a luxury cruise ship. It seems that someone is eyeing something on the Atlantis. Recently, a lot of suspicious people have boarded the Atlantis. For safety, we will also go up to investigate, and your case is an exception. The person in charge there is also the one who sent the documents to you in the first place. Grandpa he also explained patiently. Okay, so that's the case. Fang Yan recalled. The person who gave him the certificate left immediately, and he was not very impressed. It seemed that the other party could recognize him as a matter of course. Then what should I do? Fang Yan glanced at Sun Renhui and asked. After all, he is now also a prosecutor of the Alliance in name, but this is only a nominal one. If you are free, help me to see if there are any suspicious people, especially the auction on the Atlantis. You can go and participate. Of course, if you are not interested, forget it. Grandpa he also said directly. Road. As for Fang Yan, he did not give direct orders. After all, Fang Yan was given the identity to protect Fang Yan. Although Fang Yan's talent is good, it is a bit early for him to perform these tasks now. As that's I'll pay attention. A little. Fang Yan nodded slightly, then hung up the phone. What wrong? Sun Renhui Hui asked curiously, looking at the seascape outside. It's nothing, just let me go to see the auction. Fang Yan shook his head slightly. Atlantis is a world-famous cruise ship, and the auction above is also the love of many dignitaries, especially here. You can often see some stolen Pokémon. After all, auctions are often held on the high seas, and some characters secretly hope to have such a place to exist. This world is not just about justice. There is also darkness. It's enough as long as they don't do something over the line. It is said that there are mysterious things in this auction. It is full of mystery, and they refuse to release it before. Sunrin Hui nodded slightly and said, without doubting whether Fang Yan was concealing himself, she is a smart woman who knows some things to ask and some things not to ask. Just like her father, who usually has a lot of secret tasks he refuses to tell herself, and the one who gives orders is also Grandpa He on the phone. Is that so? Fang Yan nodded slightly, followed by, then he looked not far away. There are many foreigners here, speaking the languages of various countries. It is really difficult to find the suspect here. But he was also quite curious as to what had happened. In the evening, after a delicious meal on the Atlantis, the auction started on time. In order to make the local tyrants on the boat happy, the hosts recruited for this auction are all hosted by world-class models. But Fang Yan doesn't care about these things very much. He knows that strength in this world is the most important thing. As long as you have enough strength, then your identity, money, and women will not be less. Fang Yan is not wrong yet, but he believes that he will never be weak in the future. Models like this, won't it be a matter of hooking your fingers? What's more, his two-dimensional wife is not bad. What are you looking at? As if sensing Fang Yan's gaze, Sunrin Hui snorted softly. To be honest, she was somewhat envious of the young lady above for her graciousness, and her figure was not comparable to her own. It is found that Fang Yan is more focused on himself when she breathed a sigh of relief, but still asked slightly reserved. There, something on your face, Fang Yan said playfully at the corner of his mouth. What? Sunrin Hui hurriedly reached out to the small bag she was carrying, preparing to take out the small mirror inside to take a look. It's pretty, Fang Yan said with a chuckle. Sunrin Hui glanced at Fang Yan angrily. When did this guy say such words? In the previous years, he would not have said such words at all, would he? Did you suddenly become enlightened when you traveled before? As everyone knows, Fang Yan was also very tangled before. Although he and Sunrin Hui are childhood sweethearts, he is also a rebirth, and his mental age is more than 20 years older than the other party, and some old cows are suspected of eating tender grass. But after thinking about some things, he doesn't have so many entanglements. He is Fang Yan, and others will not know that he is a rebirth, so why should he care about these? Like it, don't like it, don't like it. Chapter 37 Round Land Shark. This time our first auction item is a Pokemon egg of an otter. Its parents are both Heavenly King level Pokemon, and there is a certificate from a professional institution to prove that the low price is 10,000, and each increase shall not be less than 10,000. Now, please start bidding, the beautiful host said to the more than 100 people at the scene with a smile on her face. Pokemon egg, water otter, talent, quasi-king. Looking at this information, Fang Yan's mouth twitched. According to the statistics made by Pokemon experts before, both parents are Pokemon of the Heavenly King level, and at least half of their offspring are Pokemon with Heavenly King talent. But I didn't think about it. To this otter, there is only a quasi-king. It can only be said that this character is a bit bad, but this was originally a matter of course. After all, it was originally a matter of chance. Is it an otter? Sunrin Hui's eyes darkened, as if a little disappointed. What wrong? Isn't the otter bad? In fact, Fang Yan also played with the otter when he played games in his previous life, and his evolutionary sword ghost is still very powerful. Although the evolution of the otter is good, I don't like it. Relatively speaking, I prefer Emperor Nabo and the Koga Ninja Frog. After thinking for a while, Sunrin Hui said, what about Shishi Heron? Fang Yan asked. What a mother. Sunrin Hui shook his head slightly. Although Shishi Heron was good-looking, it was indeed a little strange to her. In Fang Yan's eyes, Shishi Heron's appearance is comparable to that of Mina, but for Sunrin Hui, the gap is still too big. Won. Fang Yan didn't care too much about how much the otter sold and was bought by others. After spending more than 10,000 yuan to buy this water otter's Pokemon egg, and looking like he took advantage of it, Fang Yan said that there is no one here. The second collection below is a top-quality water stone, starting at 10,000, and each price increase starts at 100,000. It seems to be another thing that has no effect on Fang Yan. The best water stone is really good, but Fang Yan doesn't need it, and even if you really need it in the future, you can also buy it through the system. The third auction item is a Nidoran Pokemon egg whose father is a champion-level Nidoking whose mother is a quasi-king. 10,000 start. Every time the price increases, 10,000 start. Is Nidolang? Fang Yan squinted his eyes. This Nidolang's Pokemon egg talent is quite good. The potential of the King of Heaven is already very good, and the King Nido is also quite a good ground and poison type Pokemon. You can enrich your choice of Pokemon, but after thinking about it, Fang Yan chose to give up. After all, King Nito is not suitable for him. Just like this, 5 auction items in a row are quite good things, even if Fang Yan has more or less. He was excited, but he finally suppressed it. His family was indeed rich, but he couldn't mess around. The auction item below is a lot more interesting. It was acquired by the auctioneer this time. The strength of its parents is unknown, but its name is Round Land Shark. Its final evolution is what we usually say. Quasi-God bites loose shark fiercely. The base price is 10,000, and each time the price is raised, it is 10,000. The young lady continued. Pokemon Egg. Round Land Shark. Talent. Champion. Round Land Shark. Champion. Fang Yan was instantly moved when he saw this system identification. He didn't expect to participate in such an event. The next auction will meet such a baby, and the reason why the reserve price is so low is because this Pokemon egg may have been stolen. There is also no way to prove how talented this Pokemon is, or how talented the child parents are, but it doesn't matter what Fang Yan is doing. The state will recognize the things you buy here, as long as they are not too illegal. Even many of the people here are related to big families. It turned out to be a round land shark. Sun Renhui said excitedly. It's very cute. Is it cute? Fang Yan thought of the round land shark. That chubby appearance. Well, it is really cute, but after it evolves into a fierce bite of land shark, it is synonymous with ferocity. Aren't you going to do it? Sun Renhui knew that Fang Yan was not limited to becoming a fire-type trainer, and he also had a lot of money. According to Fang Yan's mother, Fang Yan brought 200 million in cash when he traveled. This is incomparable to Fang Yan by many family members, who let Wang Shuyao dote on Fang Yan, and Fang Yan was sensible since he was a child, and he would not do too reckless behavior. Well, it's still early. Fang Yan chuckled lightly, although the price has now been fired to more than 40,000, but this is only it's just the beginning. The real bidders are still behind. Well, I just don't know what the talent will be like. Sun Renhui then said with some worry. Although the talent of the quasi-god is generally very good, as long as the luck is not too bad, the talent of the quasi-king will still be there. But if you spend a lot of money, it's not worth the money to buy a Pokemon that only has the talent of a quasi-king. Even if it is a celestial king, it is not worth it, even if the quasi-god is a little stronger than the average Pokemon. Chapter 38. Your home has been sold. Who knows? Fang Yan smiled noncommittally. But I'm still very interested in this. After all, this is the egg of the round land shark. Sun Renhui didn't mean to stop Fang Yan. After all, this is the egg of the round land shark. As long as it does not exceed a bottom line, it seems to be worthwhile. She doesn't know that even if Fang Yan's mother is here, she will not stop Fang Yan. Wang Shuyao believes that Fang Yan's judgment will never be wrong. Any Pokemon that can be favored by Fang Yan will not have poor talent. Unconsciously, the price has been driven up by tens of thousands, but at this moment, the bidders have become extremely rare. Fang Yan finally started bidding. He raised the sign and said, Wan. This sudden increase in Wan's power made many people startled, but it's not that no one can't get 5 million, and even for some bigwig, Wan or something is just a few meals. However, Fang Yan's behavior obviously gave others an aura that was bound to be won by this round land shark. Wan. But apparently after hesitating for a while, someone still started bidding. Wan. Fang Yan said without hesitation. Wan. Wan. Fang Yan showed his cards again, which made the local tyrants silent. The talent of this round land shark is uncertain. It is true that round land sharks are rare, but there is nothing wrong with spending 10,000 to buy one with uncertain talent. Pokemon, this is a bit reckless. The most important thing is that although the talents of quasi-gods are good, they may not be able to reach that level. Most of them are extremely difficult to cultivate and consume a lot of resources every year. Someone once calculated that a champion-level fast dragon, the food and various nutritional products and exercise equipment that need to be consumed in a year add up to at least 10,000. Over time, this is an astronomical figure. Even some brutal quasi-gods also thought their trainers were unqualified and ate them. Facing a round land shark whose talent is not clear, this is already the limit that many people can bear. Of course, if you let them know the talent of this round land shark, then hundreds of millions are normal things, and even 1 billion may not be impossible. The people present were not without money. On the contrary, there were a lot of rich people like Fang Yan, just in case. Wanted twice. Deal. The final price was also set at 10,000 yuan. In order to avoid long nights and dreams, Fang Yan went directly to the background to swipe the card to trade, and put Yuanlu Shark's egg into his own small world. What happened in the middle of the province? This is the main force of his future. If you are not careful, it looked like you are very happy. Sun Renhui asked curiously while looking at Fang Yan's appearance. Almost. I'm wondering if I need to get more quasi-gods in the future, but I don't think my family can afford so many quasi-gods. Fang Yan showed a smile. After all, quasi-gods are all big dragons. Stomaching. Although the strength is strong, they really can't afford to support them, and they are not like Kobe beasts. They can use energy cubes or full. If you don't use meat to feed them, they will basically not stop. Relatively speaking, iron dumbbells are better to support, and they usually eat energy cube. However, the energy they need during evolution is not generally large. For example, Bagheera, in order to evolve, even has to eat a mountain. If it needs to be better, even eat a lot of rare metals. It can be said that none of the quasi-gods stop. You also rarely see someone who breeds several quasi-gods. Among Fang Yan's Pokemon, Victini is the best to keep. Usually it take fire from the air element. Even if it doesn't eat, it won't starve to death. Usually just give it snacks. Small round cake, potato chip, chocolate, Fat House Happy Water are all Victini's favorite. Then you were really powerful. I'm afraid Auntie will be the first to scold you to death. Sun Renhui rolled his eyes at him directly. It was all money. Fang Yan's family was indeed very rich, but it wasn't such a mess. Floral. Haha, this is just a thought. Fang Yan smiled. Don't you see something? No, I don't plan to be a Pokemon trainer. Props are of no use to me. As for other Pokemon egg, to be honest, aren't particularly worth my shot. Sun Renhui pondered for a moment and said, she has been with a lot of cherished Pokemon since she was a child, and she is indeed qualified to say such words. Then a few more things were auctioned, and finally it was the most critical moment of the day. Only when the model lifted the red cloth covering the item, Fang Yan was shocked. Holy crap, this is going to go against the sky. He quickly took a photo of the thing and sent it to Ji Xiao. Your house was stolen. Where? The other party returned to Fang Yan almost in second. Information. Obviously, she seems to care about it. Atlantis, it being auctioned off. Fang Yan was a little speechless. This time things were big. Everyone should be curious. What is the final item this time? The beautiful host pointed to the transparent bell inside the vessel and said, this bell is the rumored bell of King Ho. As long as you gather 3 bells, you can meet Ho-Oh. See Feng Wang. Everyone was shocked. That's the real boss. Can you make a wish when you see Feng Wang and come to immortality? Chapter 39 Sudden Attack. Feng Wang has a very high status in the whole world, especially in the Dokkan area. The civilization here is all created by Feng Wang and that Xuanyuan. At present, one of the biggest forces in Dokkan, Feng Wang Pagoda, is a powerful force that has been passed down for thousands of years, and even Ji Xiao came from their family. It can be said that Ho-Oh is more influential than ordinary beasts of the same level. Some people even believe that as long as they meet Ho-Oh, they can conquer Ho-Oh, and then he will become the most powerful trainer in the world, or even the king of the world. After all, it is a super beast, and its strength is indeed incomparably powerful, even if it is a champion magic treasure. Fae and quasi-god Pokemon are also a one-shot thing in front of Ho Wang, and even some 3 sacred beasts even more so. What's more, Feng Wang is not a lonely man, and he has a group of horses under his hand. The 3 holy beasts are not the only one. If they could get a large group of the 3 holy beasts, wouldn't they be invincible? It's nice to think about it. And even if you can't conquer Ho Wang, it's not a problem to make a wish for immortality, right? Even if he can't live forever, it shouldn't be a problem for Ho-Oh to grant him some special abilities, right? Rumor. In the middle, the big brother Xuanyuan is a girl who doesn't know how many times. Ordinary people can't bear such consumption at all. Wouldn't the kidneys be deficient? But he came here like this, and he became a legend. It can be seen that King Ho should really have such abilities. So now this bell about Feng Wang appears here. Everyone is excited. Here are the big guys with good money. How can they not be moved when they see this thing now? But Fang Yan is curious. Shouldn't the legendary transparent bell be enshrined in the Feng Wang Tower in Chang'an? Why is it here? At the same time, Ji Xiao. A text message came in quickly. Help me notice who got it. Although there is no expression, Fang Yan can see between the lines that someone is going to be unlucky. No matter how you look at the transparent bell, it is the thing of the Phoenix Tower. Now it appears on the Atlantis. This is not a fight. Is it the face of Phoenix Tower? Not to mention that Ji Xiao is the champion of Dokkan, or the power of Feng Wang Tower in the country. This is enough for Atlantis to be unlucky. I'm afraid this is our last time on the Atlantis, and perhaps the last voyage of the Atlantis, Fang Yan said with some playfulness. Follow. Afterward, he ignored Sun Renhui's doubt, but continued to send text messages to Ji Xiao. Why does this bell show up? Some accidents happened 100 years ago and they were lost. I could find one 20 years ago, but it failed in the end. This should be the one. Rarely, Ji Xiao explained it to Fang Yan, but Fang Yan didn't report it. I had high expectations, but I didn't expect that the champion would introduce himself to him. Shouldn't this kind of thing be shameful? But an accident 100 years ago. Fang Yan's expression flickered for a moment. The big event that happened 100 years ago should be that event. Afterward, King Ho came forward and quelled the war. But what happened 20 years ago? Why do I always feel that the other party is caring about something? There are many investigators on the ship. Grandpa, he arranged it before. Why don't you get in touch? Fang Yan asked tentatively. He didn't know the relationship between Ji Xiao and Grandpa He, but it shouldn't be too stiff. After all, Ji Xiao was also found by Grandpa He last time. Then there was no movement there. How can you have the champion number? Sun Renhui had peeked at it for a long time. Of course, this was also based on the fact that Fang Yan didn't mind. I knew it from some things before. Fang Yan didn't hide it, but he was recalling the scene when he went to Ji Xiao at night. That woman didn't seem to be that cold, and she was with her. Together, that feeling is so damn warm. Is that so? Sun Renhui didn't ask much, and she didn't think Fang Yan could have anything with Ji Xiao. After thinking about it, Fang Yan still sent a text message to Grandpa He, describing the current situation, and the lines should be clear. After all, he is now his subordinate in name. 350 million, 360 million, 500 million, billion. Soon this transparent bell has exceeded the sky-high price. Ding! Activate the side quest. Protect the transparent bell and return it to Ji Xiao. At the same time, a map appeared in Fang Yan's mind, and the location of the transparent bell was clearly marked on it. What? Protecting transparent bell. What does it mean? Is it to grab the rhythm by yourself? Although he didn't feel that such a thing should fall into the hands of others. What's more, there are still a group of crooked people here. It's just that you can't afford it yourself. So if you go grab it, you won't be able to grab it from others, right? And if you do that, you will become a total public enemy. Then the trouble is not one or two. Bang! At this moment, the window of the auction room was broken, and a group of people rushed over in a hurry. At the same time, 2 gas bombs continuously sprayed smoke outside. Flaming chicken. Use the jet flame toward the gas bomb. Fang Yan responded quickly. Chapter 40 Senior Bodyguard. Damn it. Everyone was stunned for a while. Don't you know that the flames are likely to explode when they encounter those smoke? This is on the vast ocean. Young man, you are going to do something. Boom. As expected, the flames exploded directly after encountering the smoke, just because the smoke wasn't much related, and it just caused some wave. Who is it? Fang Yan constantly glanced around, but it wasn't that he wanted to show prestige or something. There were quite a few investigators on the boat. A trump card. Damn kid. A group of people rushed into the auction hall and surrounded the place. At the same time, there were guys who were sitting in the auction hall running towards it, as if they wanted to snatch the transparent bell. Flaming chicken. Stop them. Fang Yan doesn't care what dignitaries are here. Since someone has taken action, it seems reasonable for Lao Su to protect you, right? As for you being affected, I'm sorry. It's your own unlucky. As for you causing trouble for me in the future, I'm sorry. We are not afraid of you. Now Lao Su is on a mission. This is something of our Dakan. Accidents are not allowed. He Guanjin also sent a message to himself before. That is, this transparent bell is absolutely not allowed to spread. What happened here? And Dakan also took care of him. What is Fang Yan afraid of? And this time it was the Atlantis itself that killed itself. Damn! Double gas. Enter the wolf dog. Come on, big-mouthed bat. The group of people also took out the Pokémon one after another. You should have brought a Pokémon, right? Fang Yan asked Sun Renhui. That's natural. A smile appeared on Sun Renhui's face, who used to have Fang Yan and that. A wind-speed dog. Her parents never worried about her safety, but now Fang Yan has gone out on a trip by herself and didn't bring the wind-speed dog, so her family also brought her mother's Pokémon. That good. Protect yourself. Fang Yan nodded slightly, and then released the wind-speed dog. Feng-speed dog. Solve everyone here. Fang Yan could also see that a lot of these guys came. Maybe the number of investigators couldn't match them, because up to now, those guys haven't come. It seems that something has stopped them. Resolve them. The captain who took the lead was wearing a mask and his eyes were full of strong killing intent. Damn it. This kid dares to stop himself. He is simply courting death. Yes, the crowd released their Pokémon one after another. It just seems that their Pokémon are not particularly powerful. Almost all of them are not like V4. With such a lineup, even today's Fang Yan is not too worried about all this. Damn it. At the beginning of the battle, the most tragic people were the elders. Since they were traveling, there would not be too many Pokémon, and even some would not be brought. After all, it was very troublesome to take care of their food. The security on the Atlantis has always been quite good. They still believe it, but they did not expect such a problem to occur. And not all rich people, but powerful Pokémon trainers. This is not something that can be accomplished with money. Please. Sun Renhui also released his own Pokémon, Sun Spirit v. Uranus. Looking at such a systematic review, Fang Yan said that as expected of raising Ibrahimovic, this Ibrahimovic is a bit stronger. In fact, it is precisely because of knowing this that Fang Yan Kai dare to go out. Just protect yourself. I'll take care of the rest. Fang Yan said softly to Sun Renhui, and then shouted, Flaming chicken, beat up. Then I saw the flaming chicken turned into a red shadow, constantly scurrying in front of the Pokémon of those guys, almost like the rhythm of punching a child. And the flaming chicken was also a very chicken thief, almost incompatible with the strong the Pokémon played against each other, completely relying on its speed advantage to defeat these Pokémon. And the wind speed dog is not far behind, constantly fighting with powerful enemies. Of course, even if they, therefore, there are not too many ways. After all, there are too many people on the other side. If it weren't for the protection of the Sun Elf, Fang Yan and Sun Renhui would be tragic at this moment. Bastard. The leader watched the the Pokémon on their side being continuously defeated. If it continued like this, the ghost knew what would happen, especially when the investigators came. They might be in big trouble. Resolve the opponent, Koga Ninja. In the end, the opponent also released his own Pokémon, Koga Ninja Frog, the King of Heaven. It turned out to be the Koga Ninja Frog. Fang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. He seemed to have guessed something. Yes, the reason why Fang didn't use such Pokémon was that he didn't want to reveal his identity. But since it is the Koga Ninja Frog, then the possibility of the Ying Kingdom is relatively high. More than % of the Koga Ninja Frog in the world are from that country. Dakin also has them, but the number is not very large. Really wolf ambition. Chapter 41. The surface does not panic. The snake country on the side is related to the original Ying Zheng. It is said that it was founded by Ying Zheng's dedicated breeder Shu Fu, but for a long time after that he has been causing trouble for Da Qin. The disaster 100 years ago was caused by they are related. Sometimes being too powerful is also a kind of sadness, and it is easy to be feared by others. I just didn't expect that now they dare to come here to do things. This time I'm afraid it will be trouble. However, it is not without any chance. Feng Sugo. Fang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly when he looked at the Jahei Ninja Frog. Compared with the master of vegetable cruelty, Flaming Chicken, Feng Sugo was obviously more suitable. Fighting. At the same time, he also silently shouted Victini in his heart. A looming red flame flickered on his forehead, and almost in an instant, the wind speed dog was very imposing. In this regard, the other party didn't seem to notice, or in other words, the other party didn't think there was anything strange. After all, Fang Yan didn't seem to do anything. It's just that only Fang Yan himself knew that the wind speed dog was in an explosive state at the moment. Wind speed dog v champion. Victini helped wind speed dog to upgrade in one breath, which seems to be a very rare achievement for today's Victini. Come on, wind speed dog, Fang Yan said unceremoniously. Need help. Sun Renhui seemed to see the strength of the Jahei Ninja Frog and asked quickly. The Sun Elves will be used to protect us, Fang Yan said without hesitation. Obviously protecting themselves is more important than defeating the opponent. However, if Victini blessed the Sun Elf, he should be able to easily defeat the opponent, right? It is mainly the experience of brushing the Sun Elf, and it has nothing to do with him. Why don't Victini also bless the Sun Elf? Try the assist ability. Can I get experience point? The Sun's power, which was originally loyal to the protection mission, used a phantom light to easily kill a big-mouthed bat that wanted to sneak attack, and his body was shocked, and he suddenly felt that his power could no longer bear it. For a while, it feels that its strength has increased by more than one level. Feeling a little weird, the Sun Elf glanced at a fairly good absolute, which is a magic trick, instant kill. A spike with almost no suspense. Although there is a relationship of attribute restraint, it is quite rare. Ding! Congratulations to Victini et al. Level up level. Currently V. Ding! Congratulations on the Iron Dumbbell grade upgrade. Currently V. Ding! Congratulations on the upgrade of the Little Fire Dragon. It is currently V. Seeing the sound of these systems, Fang Yan's mouth twitched, and it seemed that something went wrong. Fighting is the best way to improve your strength, especially for these weaker Pokémon, which are all about to evolve. What? The Iron Dumbbell, who was still eating continuously in the small world, was a little confused. This feeling was a bit special. It felt like it could grow another self in its body. Sure enough, that's okay. Fang Yan's mouth showed a slight smile. He suddenly found that he was a good way to level up and gain experience. Although this type of experience level and level up, the effort value is a problem, but this has nothing to do with the game. In the same way, a lot of training in the later period can also make up for it. Before Fang Yan was not very willing to level up. It still seems necessary now. The body of the Iron Dumbbell exudes a dazzling white light, and at the same time it feels that the energy in its body is being continuously used to brew another individual. It is hungry again, and the somewhat confused Iron Dumbbell hurriedly went to eat Fang Yan, which was already ready. For those energy cube, every time you eat a little is digested, and this digestion speed is exactly the same. Keep up with how fast it eats. Fortunately, Fang Yan had purchased enough energy block before, especially those with huge energy, otherwise it was not enough to evolve. Finally, the white light became more and more obvious, completely covering the Iron Dumbbell. Another body appeared on its body, and then the two bodies began to integrate again. Ding! Your good friend, the Metal Monster, has been capped. Metal Monster V Champion. After the evolution, the level has also increased, but its evolution is indeed a little troublesome. If it is other Pokemon, their evolution does not need such trouble, as long as the level is enough, but Pokemon like Yukira and Baby Dragon need to prepare enough energy. Looking at the evolved Metal Monsters, the other Pokemon in the small world are also a little confused. Have they evolved so quickly? Fang Yan's mouth also showed a hint of a smile. The situation is quite good, but unfortunately Victini's holding capacity is limited. It is impossible to give too many Pokemon at the same time. Otherwise, he really wanted more blessings and brushed up the experience. Damn, the leader over there looked at the wind speed dog who was fighting back and forth with his own Koga ninja frog with an extremely ugly expression. The flame chicken that almost punched a child frantically abused vegetables, and the incomparably powerful sun elf. He really didn't expect such a monster to appear. Before, he had planned to deal with those prosecutors, but where did this guy come from? Why do you still want to resist? And your Pokemon should be more than that, Fang Yan said to the person in front of him with some playfulness. On the surface, he looks calm and full of confidence, but he is panicked on the inside. If he continues to fight, he will really use his trump card. Chapter 42 Thief Shout Catch Thief. Fang Yan was also panicked in his heart, but fortunately, he was also top-notch when it came to posturing. The captain on the opposite side was also silent for a while. Such a guy is indeed a genius. The ghost knows if he has any other Pokemon. Gah! If he changed the plate, he must destroy such a genius, but now he has his own task. Why does Dachin have so many geniuses? Asshole. Foratos, use the big self-destruction. Suddenly the captain released a Pokemon ball again. There are not many other Pokemon in the Snake Country, but the insect-type Pokemon. Lots of babies. What? Retreat quickly. Fang Yan's face changed slightly, and he quickly shouted to the others. At the same time, the Sun Elf stood in front of Fang Yan and Sun Renhui, and a protective barrier opened to resist this extremely terrifying explosion. It's just that other people didn't have such good luck. The explosion was extremely powerful, and it spread to the entire hall almost instantly. Some people even died because of this big self-destruction, but this has nothing to do with Fang Yan. Maybe if Fang Yan hadn't shot, they wouldn't have jumped over the wall in such a hurry, but Fang Yan didn't care very much. Even if those people's plans are successful, will the people here be spared? You must know that these people originally planned to kidnap the Atlantis. This can be seen in action from the outside. Even if Fang Yan didn't make a move, they could never stay out of it. What will happen after the ghost knows? Maybe he and Sun Renhui will die. For Fang Yan, himself and the people around him are the most important thing. Ding! Congratulations on the promotion of Ibrahimovich's level, currently V. Ding! Congratulations on Mary Luli's upgrade. She is currently V. Ding! Congratulations on the upgrade of the burning insect level. It is currently V. At the same time, a transparent figure came to the transparent bell, picked it up quietly, and then quickly fled back to Fang Yan's side. I won't give it to you. Fang Yan's mouth showed a sneer. The transparent bell had already fallen into his hands unknowingly, and even disappeared into this world. Gah! What going on? The captain originally wanted to take advantage of the explosion to steal the transparent bell, but he didn't expect that the transparent bell would suddenly disappear in front of him. What the hell is going on with this shit? No! Transparent bell. Hand over the transparent bell. Fang Yan's face changed suddenly, as if he was looking at some despicable and shameless person. Because of the protection of the Sun Elf, he was not injured, not to mention Sun Renhui who was blocked by him. Me, the person who took the lead, was also confused. Originally, he was struggling. Why did the bell disappear in front of him? As a well-trained person, he knows that this is not something ordinary Pokemon can do, and it seems that it is not something Fang Yan can do. However, here, what the hell is going on? The only one who could get the bell at the scene seemed to be himself. Someone is counting on themselves. But who is the special meow? Hand over the bell. Fang Yan said again. This is not Fang Yan's desire to greedy the bell. Feng Wong or something. Even if he summons it, he can't beat it, and he shouldn't be able to get its approval. But it's time to give the black pot to others. Flaming chicken. Solve the other side quickly. Fang Yan said to the panting flaming chicken. The previous big self-destruction was mainly aimed at the flaming chicken. Fortunately, the flaming chicken is very fast, and he moved quickly. The body of a lion court bear blocked this attack for him. However, the continuous battle still made the flaming chicken feel tired. Damn, the captain's face was extremely ugly. He still had Pokemon, but people like him wouldn't show their cards at this time. He doesn't know where the transparent bells are, and it doesn't seem that easy to take down Fang Yan and the others. What's more, does the other party really have no card? This mission failed. Retreat. The captain's tone was extremely cold, and he finally said, don't want to run. Fang Yan continued to add, return a transparent bell. Just kidding, there are still so many people here, and this is still on the Atlantis. It is best to let everyone know that the transparent bell is in the hands of those people, otherwise the ghost knows who will be there crazy about this thing. I'm so weird. The captain is about to vomit blood. I really didn't steal that transparent bell. It's really not in my hand, but it better to leave quickly now. After all, it's not very far from Dakin. If Dakin's masters rush over, they won't be able to eat and walk around. The other party wanted to escape, but Fang Yan naturally couldn't catch up. After the two officers released two gas bombs, Fang Yan blocked the way. What should I do? Do you want to catch up? Sun Renhui asked worriedly. The transparent bell is the most important thing in the country, and it must not be taken away by evil people. Although Xiaonizi only wants to become a Pokemon breeder, she still has a proper position. Chapter 43 A bunch of ruthless people. Looking at the broken hole in the messy auction venue, Fang Yan shook his head slightly. No, those who can't catch up, they have already left. He is not a savior, and the transparent bell itself is on him. What's the use of catching up? He also doesn't have any Pokemon that can swim or fly. Thinking of this, Fang Yan felt that he was killing himself before. If the Atlantis was accidentally blown up, wouldn't they all sink into the sea? This special meow is dangerous. Fortunately, it is relatively solid here. Otherwise, still hurry up. Just get to mount. Let go first. Fang Yan glanced at the people who were in panic and fear, and didn't want to stay here any longer. In the previous battle, many people were killed and injured. The ghost knows that after these guys reacted, will you find trouble for yourself, bully the soft, fear the hard, etc. everywhere. Fang Yan is a person who does good deeds without leaving his name. Just when Fang Yan left, the phone rang, and without thinking, he knew that it should be Grandpa He or Ji Xiao calling. Fang Yan glanced at the number. Grandpa He, your people are a little weak. What? The other party's actions were too abrupt, and they blew up the engine room before our people went to remedy it. Grandpa He over there also said helplessly. This time, they were really caught off guard. Has the engine room been bombed? Fang Yan was obviously stunned. As expected of a person from that country, he is ruthless when he does things. Do you know who it is? Grandpa He over there also asked. One of the people who fought with me before has a Koga ninja frog of the king level. It doesn't need to be said too clearly. The other party naturally will understand. As that's that's really troublesome. Grandpa He over there knew instantly that the incident this time was indeed related to their. Well, what should I do next? I don't have any water-type Pokemon to ride. Fang Yan said with a sad face again. Ji Guanjin has already come. Has the transparent bell been taken away by them? Grandpa He continued to ask. No, it's with me. I stole it while I was in chaos. Fang Yan pouted, but he still had to give this transparent bell to Ji Xiao. Otherwise why would he do so much? Is it just for the experience point? Where is the experience value not good to brush? Why did you come here? After this time, I am afraid that I will be hated by countless people. This is all quite troublesome. It's with you. That's really great. Just wait and give the transparent bell to Ji Guan. This matter will be your first credit. Grandpa He was instantly overjoyed. Although even those people got the transparent bell, it may not be able to make any use unless 3 transparent bells are collected. Otherwise this bell seems to have no effect. The other bells are also well protected, but for Dakin, it is absolutely impossible for them to fall into other countries. And for Ji Xiao's family, this is more important than life. If the transparent bell is really taken away by those people, Grandpa He is sure that Ji Xiao dares to kill the snake country alone. Ah, it's actually okay. Fang Yan smiled noncommittally, and then he couldn't help but burst out a foul language. Fuck, what the matter? Grandpa He on the opposite side was also tight. Could it be that something happened again? Fang Yan, that dinky boy exposed. This doesn't seem to be good news. He doesn't even know how Fang Yan fought with so many people before. According to his, in the previous investigation, the strength of that group of people was not weak at all. Without the Pokemon of the Heavenly King level, it was difficult to even protect themselves. It's so fierce. He saw that there was a surging wave at the Haitian communication, and that direction was also the direction that the group of people fled from before. A boss is here, and surfing of this scale, according to Fang Yan's understanding, should be the one who used it. It seems that the one has found them. Wolf ambitious guys. Sui Jun will solve them. Ji Xiao sat on Sui Jun's back. Her eyes were extremely cold. I don't know. The transparent bell fell into Fang Yan's hand, but Sui Jun could feel that the other party never touched the transparent bell, so these people can die. As for intelligence or something, there's always a way. It's finally here, and your mission can be considered complete, but this really makes it difficult for me. Ji Xiao glanced at Atlantis, which had stopped moving over there, with a complicated look. No, let out a sigh. In the end, he directed Suicune towards the Atlantis. Here and here. Fang Yan waved at Ji Xiao, who was far and near. Those people on the Atlantis suddenly became uneasy. Suicune, is this the new champion of Daqin? Ji Xiao, how did she get here? But if Ji Xiao was here, they would all be safe. This made them, who had survived the disaster, breathe a sigh of relief. It's Sujin. This is the first time I've seen Sujin. Sunrin Hui also said excitedly. Divine beast, who can care? Chapter 44. Victini appeared. Hey, this is yours. After Ji Xiao boarded the ship, Fang Yan took out the transparent bell and threw it to Ji Xiao. As for the transparent bell that was originally put up for auction, who cares about this shit? It is impossible to have the Atlantis in the future. You dare to take out this kind of thing directly for auction. Is this not taking Dakin and the Phoenix Tower in your eyes? Believe it or not, Ji Xiao will challenge your country's Heavenly King champion every 3 to 5 days, making you embarrassed. This made Ji Xiao stunned for a moment. She took the transparent bell in surprise, and a trace of complexity flashed in her eye. The transparent bell that she was looking for with the same effort has really been found now, and Fang Yan helped her find it. This made Ji Xiao not knowing what to say for a while, and her eyes towards Fang Yan were also full of complexity. For generations of them, finding the bell was a bigger-than-life mission, and Fang Yan's identity is really special. Sun Renhui on the side looked at the two suspiciously. For some reason she always felt that the two seemed to be so weird. Maybe it was because of the transparent bell. The champion looked at Fang Yan differently. Thank you. I don't know. After thinking of something, Ji Xiao finally wriggled her throat and said, "You're welcome. Even without me, you can take it back." Fang Yan chuckled. In fact, he was very happy at this time, and this time he has gained a lot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. Protect the transparent bell, return it to Ji Xiao, and reward point. This is 15,000 points, something that Fang Yan could only accumulate for several years before. With his current point, he can even buy a shining different color Loloris. However, points like this still cannot be wavered, and you need to take your time. You also need to improve the potential of these Pokemon, or get some Pokemon that suit you. Ji Xiao nodded slightly, then said to Sun Renhui, "Is this your girlfriend?" This moment made Sun Renhui pretty blush. She didn't know what to do. Girlfriend? It seems that there is no real relationship yet. It's just that she felt that neither of them seemed to need to confess. It feels weird. A childhood sweetheart, right? Fang Yan said after pondering. A childhood sweetheart. Ji Xiao nodded slightly. That's really good. After the Dokkan official, soon someone came to pick them up and leave. As for this, Atlantis is doomed. These damned guys dared to auction this transparent bell. Is this to slap their face? Even if you get the transparent bell, you can come to us. In fact, for Dachin, they are still very happy to see someone trade this thing out. What makes them angry is that they didn't know it in advance, but Snake Country seems to have known it for a long time. There seems to be some intriguing conspiracy in it. Someone wants to stir up all kinds of situation. But Fang Yan is destined to be known by many people. After all, his previous performance in the auction house cannot completely cover up Fang Yan's information no matter what. Fang Yan didn't care so much about it. He still had his own trump card, and at the same time, his speed of progress was not comparable to that of ordinary people. In a hotel on Ludao, Fang Yan and the others are destined to be unable to travel to the Shangjiang River for the time being, but Ludao is also a famous travel destination with extremely beautiful scenery. I didn't expect your wind speed dog to have the strength of a king. In the room, Ji Xiao finished her work. After that, Fang Yan and Sun Renhui were also invited to chat in her room. From the confessions of the people at the scene, she concluded that among the fools she killed was a king-level Koga ninja frog, and Fang Yan's wind speed dog had a 55-50 fight with the opponent. No, it's mainly because of my little friend. Fang Yan chuckled. Come out, little guy. At this time, facing Sun Renhui and Ji Xiao, Fang Yan did not intend to hide anything. Fang Yan has always trusted Sun Renhui, but he just doesn't want the other party to worry. As for Ji Xiao, the other party has long known she is related to the divine beast, and the other party still owes her favor. Moreover, as the holy maiden of the Phoenix Tower, if she is still interested in Bictini and has any crooked thought, then without Fang Yan doing anything, Cui Jun will take the initiative to abandon her. Teeny. After Fang Yan's voice fell, Pictini's figure appeared directly on Fang Yan's head, holding a cream puff in his hand, eating it beautifully. This is Bictini. Sun Renhui was shocked. She never thought that she would be able to see Bictini one day, and it was also closely related to Fang Yan. It was Victini. What? Ji Xiao had some guesses before, but after seeing Victini, her heart became clear for a while. With Victini's help, it seems that the wind speed dog leapfrog battle is a matter of course. It is rumored that the trainer of Victini will be obtained, but it will not fail. Well, it's my good friend. Fang Yan reluctantly hugged Victini. This guy liked to eat on his head since he was a child, but all the crumbs fell off. Chapter 45 set a small goal. Can I hug it? Sun Renhui was instantly attracted by Victini, and then asked Fang Yan cautiously. Of course it's possible. Fang Yan shoved Victini's into Sun Renhui's hands without any moral. Are you sure now that you have the strength to protect it? Ji Xiao asked Fang Yan, staring at Victini. Before, she thought that the legendary Pokemon that Fang Yan obtained was an ordinary second-level god, but she did not expect it to be Victini, the most powerful of all babies. However, its own combat power. Even Ji Xiao didn't know much about it. Although Victini has appeared a few times, it has never been known for its combat effectiveness. Not for now. Fang Yan shrugged noncommittally. The exposure of this guy's affairs will indeed be very troublesome for me. Of course I'm not afraid of it. If it doesn't really happen, you can just run into the small world, but there will still be a lot of trouble after that. Does he want to lose faith? It might as well be called Fang Run. And Ji Xiao recognized Fang Yan's word. In fact, there is no need to worry too much about this matter, but there is nothing wrong with being careful. What Fang Yan lacks is time. As long as Fang Yan is given enough time, Ji Xiao believes that Fang Yan has the strength to challenge herself. Maybe that day will not be as far away as I imagine. How did you get recognized by Bictini? Sun Renhui asked curiously at this time. Since childhood, she has been growing up with Fang Yan. Why doesn't she know? It's been there since birth. Fang Yan said lightly. This This time, it was Sun Renhui and Ji Xiao's turn to be shocked. Do you want to exaggerate like this? Are you saying that you are a chosen one? Seeing the two seemed a little puzzled, Fang Yan continued to explain. Almost as soon as I was born, I felt that I was symbiotic with it, and it has always been in my body. Until a few years ago, it was just the egg, after hatching, has been sleeping in my body the whole time. Symbiosis. Ji Xiao was once again shocked. Even she had never heard of this kind of relationship. Does Victini usually sleep in Fang Yan's body? This kind of relationship seems to be better than her and Suicune. This. Sun Renhui was also shocked. It's okay. And then she asked, is it the flame pattern on the forehead? Well, it is indeed this. I didn't have it when I was a child, until it was born. Fang Yan nodded slightly. Then your relationship with Victini is closer than my relationship with Sujin. In fact, I don't know very well how the ancestors got along with Ho Wang. There are some things that even we don't understand. More, after all, in these thousands of years, some things have been changed. Some things have even been myths. Ji Xiao said that some of his ancestors were very brainless. At some point during the period, someone actually tampered with the history of the family for the sake of the mythical Xuanyuan, saying that Xuanyuan was born by King Feng. No. No, this special meow is fooling a child, isn't it? Or do you think they are insane? Who would believe such a thing? Speaking out, she still feels ashamed. After all, there will always be some people who have special ambitions, right? Fang Yan smiled noncommittally. I don't know what will happen to me in the future, but if my descendants arrange me like this, I will definitely die. But you may really become the best fire trainer, even the best in history. Ji Xiao took a deep look at Fang Yan and said, no, I don't have that kind of thought. Fang Yan shook his head slightly. In fact, I am very interested in Feng Wang, you know. And Fang Yan has a hunch in his heart. It seems that he really has the possibility of getting Feng Wang, but he just doesn't know what attitude this young lady will have at that time. That should be interesting, but at that time, there should be no one who can stop you, right? Well, being down to earth is the most important thing. To be honest, your strength now. Ji Xiao didn't say anything more, but Fang Yan and Sun Renhui knew that if it wasn't for the Sun Elf before, they might have been miserable. Pause. Ji Xiao continued. You might as well set a small goal first, and raise both the Wind Speed Dog and the Flame Chicken to the level of the king. The corner of Sun Renhui's mouth twitched, and she set a small goal first, and raise the Pokémon to the level of the king. Is it that easy? At present, in the whole of Dokkan, they have never heard of anyone who can breed a Pokémon at the level of a king before they are young, right? No matter how good Fang Yan is, it seems that he can't do it. Well, a good proposal. I will think about it. Fang Yan didn't care too much. For him, this matter doesn't seem to be a difficult task. After all, the challenges of all the gymnasiums are over in one go. Moreover, there are magic candies in the Points Mall, but only one can be bought a year, and the price is high, so Fang Yan is reluctant to use one. Chapter 46 Quarterfinals. No, my goal is to be a champion. Actually, she's not as aloof as she was rumored to be before, Sun Renhui said to Fang Yan while holding Victini in her arm. At this moment, they have left Ji Xiao's room. After all, they are busy champions, so it is not good for them to disturb them too much there. This time the room was specially arranged by Ji Xiao, and it was still a large suite. Perhaps, maybe it's her status that limits her behavior. Fang Yan shook his head noncommittally. Although the aura is very strong, it's not so difficult to get along with when you get in touch. So, Sun Renhui glanced thoughtfully. Fang Yan, it seems that Ji Xiao is indeed very cold to others. She is completely a queen, but in front of Fang Yan, she is actually very good. He seems to be the most special one. In the end, nothing has been said, and everything seems to have not happened yet, doesn't it? However, aren't you mad at me for hiding it? After all, this is the first time you saw it. Fang Yan pointed to Victini, who was being eaten by Sun Renhui. Feeling that this little guy was real, it's so easy to buy. If it weren't for his relationship with it, I'm afraid Victini would have defected, right? How come? It's a protection for yourself, for Victini, and even for me. Sun Renhui showed a smile like a spring breeze. Children can't keep their mouths shut. If they accidentally leak the story of Victini, not only Fang Yan, but also his family will be in endless trouble. How could Sun Renhui not know about this? Seeing Sun Renhui looking like this, Fang Yan sighed lightly, as expected of a saint. If he were a normal girlfriend, he would have tried his best to find himself, and then asked some questions like whether you love me or not. And Fang Yan nodded slightly, but didn't say much. He was already sorting out the gains of this battle. Flame Chicken v Tian Wang, Windspeed Dog v Champion, Burning Bug v Champion, Victini v Secondary God, Ibrahimovic v Tian Wang, Metal Monster v Champion, Mary Luli v Quasi King, Little Fire Dragon v King. He still has 2 Pokemon eggs that haven't hatched yet. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that there are still quite a few Pokemon that need to be cultivated. For this is the number of points Fang Yan has now, but it seems that it is far from enough, and the champion qualification potion, a bottle is enough. Wind Speed Dog, use the lightning teeth to solve the the opponent. Ludao is also a big city. At least there is also a gym here. Fang Yan did not hesitate to challenge. Although the gym trainers here are not that powerful, they are a good challenge for Fang Yan. What's more, he only needs to collect a bag. This time, the opposite side is also very face-saving. The first Pokemon is AV4 Gem Starfish. Then there was AV's Great Sword Demon, which finally destroyed the power of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. The Flaming Chicken still defeated the opponent, but he didn't have much fighting ability. Now Fang Yan is also facing a powerful crocodile of V. Fang Yan didn't know what kind of opponents other people encountered when they challenged the gym, and it seemed that the opponents he encountered were not weak. Is it true that the Pokemon are sent according to the level of the opponent trainer? But that seems to be pretty good too. The stronger the opponent, the more experience points you get, and the more points you get. Strong crocodile. Gym training. There was a hint of worry in the trainer's eyes, but this time, the crocodile still didn't respond to it. It was completely incapacitated. Ding! Congratulations on the upgrade of the burning insect level, currently V4. Ding! Congratulations on the promotion of Ibrahimovich's level, currently V. It's over, Fang Yan said slowly. This time the opponent was a water gymnasium, but Fang Yan finally defeated his opponent with difficulty, which made Fang Yan somewhat relieved. In fact, he was still unwilling to face the specialist water system trainers. The fire element is still too badly restrained by the water element, but it seems it's not as bad as imagined. It's the Pokemon trainer and the Pokemon that are tough. You are very good. I hope you can continue to work hard in the future. I look forward to your performance in the national competition. The gym trainer also walked over and said to Fang Yan, "Thank you." Fang Yan nodded slightly, and he also accepted the congratulations from a gym trainer whose author didn't even bother with his name. In fact, he is still looking forward to this national competition. If your other Pokemon also have the strength of the Windspeed dog, then there should be no problem with being strong. It's the problem. Then the gym trainer continued to add, "Is that so? Does Chang have such strength?" Fang Yan nodded slightly, but then it became clear for a while, but thinking about it, it seemed to make some sense. After all, the national competition can be participated by anyone under the age of 30. The age difference between them is quite large, and Fang Yan is only a year old until now. And if the other party can have a Pokemon at the level of the king, it is enough to deal with 2 or 3 quasi-kings, all of which seem to be taken for granted. Chapter 47. This is nothing. With the points from the opponent in his arm, Fang Yan happily took Sunrinhui out of the gym. He didn't particularly care about the national competition, and his strength would improve at that time. After all, there was still a long way to go before the national competition. Half a year. Then the two rented a bicycle and rode Sunrinhui on the beach. This is also a feature of Heron Island. Sunrinhui hugged Fang Yan's waist with both hands and looked at the other person's back with a smile on the corner of her mouth. Ever since she was a child, she felt that Fang Yan was very mature and reliable. Now that Fang Yan has grown up, she also gives people a sense of security. Fang Yan, I don't know, I actually liked him a long time ago, right? Today Fang Yan also forgot about Pokemon training and other things, and just had a good day with Sunrinhui. It wasn't until the evening that the two returned to the hotel after a delicious seafood meal, but they saw a beautiful figure appearing at the door of their room from a distance. Ji Xiao, what's wrong with this champion lady? Will be here. Are you back? Her face seemed to be so beautiful forever. Well, are you waiting for us here? Fang Yan asked. Well, I'm leaving. There are still some things at home that I need to take care of. After all, the transparent bell is back. Ji Xiao nodded slightly. Actually, you can call me directly. Fang Yan said speechlessly. Just say goodbye. Just a phone call is enough, and he doesn't like troublesome people that much. Although the relationship between the two sides seems to be very good now. In the last contact, Fang Yan also knew a little about Ji Xiao's experience. He had no friends and only had Pokemon training and the mission of the Fengwangta family since he was a child. Compared to her, Fang Yan felt that he was undoubtedly much happier. That this kind of life is indeed too boring. It is also Ji Xiao's mission to get the transparent bell back. Fang Yan can be regarded as a shackle for her, so at least she won't be so tired in the future. Ji Xiao took out a luxury ball from somewhere and handed it to Fang Yan. I found out that you don't have any Pokemon that travel in water, so this child is given to you. I hope you can treat it well. Quote this, Fang Yan said with a bit of laughter. You don't have to do this. Send yourself a Pokemon. Although I am also very curious what kind of Pokemon will be there, and the Pokemon given by the champion will certainly not be bad, right? At the beginning, someone gave him a champion talented iron dumbbell, and now someone gave him a Pokemon. After all, this time, he really helped Ji Xiao a lot. Compared to what you helped me, this is nothing at all. Ji Xiao shook her head slightly, then looked at Fang Yan with a complicated expression. You don't know how important that thing is to me. We are friends, aren't we? Her words are true. If you treat me as a friend, then don't refuse. If you don't accept it, then don't treat me as a friend. Thank you so much, Fang Yan said after deliberation. By the way, I want to ask you one thing. Tell me about it. Ji Xiao did not refuse this. Where is my father? Fang Yan said that he was performing a show where his father was. It seems that you haven't seen your father for almost 5 years. Right. Since I was born, my father has been doing tasks all the time, and he may not return home once a year. The relationship between the two sides is not particularly good, but he is also his own dead father. What? Hearing Fang Yan's words, Ji Xiao's expression flashed a bit of complexity, and after hesitating for a while, she said, I can't tell you this. Your mother knows, since she doesn't want to tell you, and I don't want you to know. Is that so? Fang Yan looked at the other party thoughtfully. Does the other party seem to know his mother? However, this seems impossible. After all, his mother has been working as a housemaid at home for more than 10 years. How could she know someone like Ji Xiao? Ji Xiao is also not much older than herself. It seems that, in order to comfort Fang Yan, Ji Xiao still comforted him. But your father has nothing to do. If he can complete this task, he should be able to become the king of heaven, right? Hee. Instead of waiting for him to become a king, it's better to wait for me. Fang Yan smiled noncommittally. Maybe his father's strength is good, but Fang Yan believes that as long as he gives himself another year, he can have the king's power. Strength. After all, he is a man who hangs up. Then come on, try to be his boss. Ji Xiao seemed to have thought of something, and a playful smile appeared on her face. If you want to become the king of heaven, the amount of tasks is essential, but with the speed of incidents like Fang Yan, maybe he can really become the king of heaven. After all, whether it was the last case or the Atlantis this time, they were all recorded, and these achievements were enough for Fang Yan to be promoted among the league's investigators. Ask for flowers, ask for a monthly pass, ask for a very good evaluation ticket. Chapter 48 Best Mount. Let's see what kind of Pokemon this is. Fang Yan also took out the Pokemon ball that Ji Xiao had given him before. In a hotel suite like this, there are also many places where Pokemon can be released. Of course, this kind of Pokemon cannot be too large, and if you break things, you will lose money. Come out. Accompanied by a flash of red light, a blue Pokemon with a very hard gray shell and bumps protruding from the shell appeared in front of Fang Yan and Sun Renhui. It looked a bit like it was a plesiosaur from the previous life, but Fang Yan knew its identity. Chunglong. Pokemon. Riding the dragon. Height, weight, kilogram. Gender, female. Attribute, water. Ability, water storage. Wet body. Skills, barking, water gun. Singing. Potential, heavenly king. Grade. Systematic review. Pokemon who have just been born, have great potential, are curious about the world, like to sing, want to travel, and feel good about the host. Is it Chunglong? Fang Yan's eyes lit up when he saw Chunglong. Although he had expected the Pokemon that Ji Xiao gave her would definitely not be too bad, but she didn't expect it to be a Pokemon like Chunglong. For Chunglong, there are not many trainers who can refuse it. After all, this is the most suitable Pokemon for ocean sailing, and this kind of Pokemon is not only good-looking, good-natured, but also powerful. The Chunglong that Ji Xiao gave her seems to have just been born, and it looks smaller than the adult Chunglong, but it has become a good luxury car. I don't know if it was intentional or not. Fang Yan always felt that Ji Xiao knew her very well. After all, only a few people know that they have always wanted to have a Chunglong or Minas, but this seems to be the preference of most people, right? Minas itself is extremely rare. There used to be a lot of dragons, but because of their popularity and various illegal captures over the years, the number of wild dragons has become less and less, and now they have become treasured Pokemon. Although the Alliance has been protecting Chunglong over the years, but some countries and regions have ambitions of being a wolf, just like that snake country. Their own area is small, and there are not many types of Pokemon. As a kind of marine Pokemon, the powerful Chunglong is naturally targeted by them, and they continue to poach and hunt Chunglong in the high seas. According to legend, nearly half of the dragons were poached by them. Fang Yan also planned to get a Chunglong before, especially when his mother said to take him to Jicheng. He also wanted to exchange Chunglong, but he did not expect Ji Xiao to send it directly to him. But it's pretty good too. Hello, Chunglong, I will be your trainer in the future. Please take care of me. I will need you to take me to travel around the world in the future. Fang Yan said with a smile on his face. Chunglong knew Fang Yan's identity for a long time. Ji Xiao had shown Fang Yan's photo before, and he was a handsome guy. He did not reject Fang Yan very much. Now, after hearing about Fang Yan, Chunglong's eyes are even brighter. Do you travel around the world? This seems pretty good too. It was hatched by Ji Xiao, but Ji Xiao doesn't need it very much. She has a water king. No matter where she is, she has a water king, and she can't accompany Chunglong to travel, and Fang Yan is indeed the best choice. Do you want to travel anywhere? Sun Renhui also looked at Fang Yan in surprise. She thought Fang Yan knew that he had reached a certain level of strength. After that, you will choose to perform the task, and then become the king of heaven. I didn't expect Fang Yan to want to travel around the world. How long would it take? Sun Renhui doesn't know. At least it will take several years. Right, yeah, the world is so big. I want to go and see the customs of the world to see the Pokémon from all over the world, and to see all kinds of legendary Pokémon. Fang Yan's mouth corners a slight smile appeared. However, the premise of all this is to complete a small goal first, such as the championship of the national competition. Sun Renhui curled his lips aside. Small target. National champion. Such word. Or, are you the only one who dares to say that? But she didn't struggle with these issues after all. Fang Yan is very strong. Stronger than many people imagine. And since the trip, Fang Yan's strength has also improved at an unimaginable speed. However, how many Pokémon do you have? Then Sun Renhui looked at Fang Yan with some concern. This guy's Pokémon number seems to have already surpassed 1. Right, there doesn't seem to be any problem at all. I joined the profession of an investigator, so I can usually bring a few more, Fang Yan said indifferently. Sun Renhui glanced at Fang Yan speechlessly. Did she really think she didn't know? Alliance investigators can indeed release their authority when performing tasks, but they can only bring 1 Pokémon, but usually only 1. Her own father is the Alliance investigator. Okay, it seems that he is also preparing for the King Challenge. However, Sun Renhui still didn't expose Fang Yan's lies after all. This doesn't seem to be something worth caring about. He can do it, and the Alliance has not found it, and he doesn't have any background, so it's not a big problem. Chapter 49 Hell Celebi. This is the little fire dragon from before. When Sun Renhui saw the little fire dragon that had evolved into a fire dinosaur, a shocked expression appeared on his face. This little fire dragon was born within 5 days. Right, now it has evolved to a fire dinosaur, which is unscientific. If it wasn't for her to see that the fire dinosaurs were no different from normal fire dinosaurs, Sun Renhui would have to see what special medicine Fang Yan gave it. And Fang Yan smiled embarrassedly. Actually, I have special abilities, superpowers, but that's not the case with superpowers. Right, Sun Renhui frowned slightly. It's unscientific. She has never heard of it, and superpowers aren't so perverted. Right, it is true that some people can quickly evolve the small fire dragon, but it is almost always more than 3 months. Okay, it is to speed up the upgrade and evolution of Pokémon through combat. Fang Yan nodded slightly, and then released the metal monster. Look, it has also evolved. Looking at the metal monster, Sun Renhui was completely shocked. The evolution of iron dumbbells should be considered the most difficult type to evolve. Not only the level, but also requires a lot of energy to evolve. As a result, Fang Yan made it easy to evolve. When evolution has also become, is this easy? However, as expected of a man he values, Sun Renhui didn't have too much doubt about Fang Yan's bizarre ability. After all, Fang Yan was born with Victini. It is said that the person who gets Victini will never lose, so it seems normal that Fang Yan, who has contracted Victini, has special abilities. Right, it's really good. I believe you can definitely become the best trainer in the world in the future. Sun Renhui said that if Fang Yan couldn't become a super master, it would be a waste of time. It's really comfortable. Since leaving Ludao, Fang Yan has taken Sun Renhui into the deep mountains and forest. Anyway, there is still some time before Sun Renhui starts school, and the Atlantis is destined to fail. Yes, it's pretty good to go camping in the wild. I have to say that with some Sun Renhui's company, Fang Yan's life was pretty good. Whether it is himself or the Pokémon, there are people who take care of him. Just like now, leaning on the lawn beside a lake, Fang Yan quietly watched all this in front of him. There is a small tent next to the lake. The two of them have lived here these days. It is precisely because they are in the same tent that their relationship has risen sharply, even more than the previous 10 years. Quick, in other words, the two had already had a relationship foundation before, but they were only aroused at this time. Therefore, as a traveler, or a traveler who could not find a girlfriend in the previous life, it is still necessary to cultivate a childhood sweetheart. Otherwise, even if he is reborn and traveled, he may not be able to find a girlfriend. At this time, Sun Renhui was preparing food for the two, feeling all this warmly. Fang Yan's Ibrahimovic and Sun Renhui's Sun Elf were playing continuously on the lawn, and the wind speed dog was lying beside Fang Yan. During this period of time, it had experienced a lot of training, and it was rare to have a rest in the afternoon. Fang Yan's number 2 safflower double stick flame chicken is on the side guiding the fire dinosaurs to exercise, and he is very interested in this new little brother. Mary Luli sat not far from Sun Renhui and sang. She also liked such a quiet environment, especially recently, under the promotion of Fang Yan. Intentionally or unintentionally, the relationship between Mary Luli and Sun Renhui became stronger and stronger. The better you come. Fang Yan also successfully handed Meryl Luli to Sun Ren. Benefit. To be precise, this is Meryl Luli's own choice. It is not suitable for fighting. Even if it has good talents and characteristics, it still doesn't like fighting. So after meeting Sun Renhui, it found that the two are more friendly suit. Of course, without Fang Yan's push, Mari Luli wouldn't do this. Most of the Pokémon are quite loyal. However, this seems to be pretty good too. Seeing all this, Fang Yan's mouth showed a slight smile. Ding! Activate a temporary mission. Not far from the host, there is a group of people chasing Celebi. Ask the host to go to the scene intervene and help Celebi. At the same time, a map appeared in Fang Yan's mind. Damn it. Go Ree's system. You are trying to do something. Why do you assign such a task for no reason? Those guys are looking for Celebi to make trouble. What are you doing with Lousy? You must know that since these people dare to go to Celebi, their strength must be unfathomable, even more powerful than the previous group of people who wanted to snatch the transparent bell. But now you are asking me to find that group of people trouble. Isn't this killing it? However, Celebi's kind of thing. Fang Yan is a little heavy. Help still has to be help. Moreover, he himself is a bit daring and talented. Sun Renhui already knows a lot of his secret. It's a big deal to bring her into the small world. Anyway, the secrets are also acclaimed. Almost. And your relationship with her seems to be about to come to an end, right? Chapter 50. Celebi was attacked. Grandpa He. What happened? Fang Yan called He Guanjin decisively. Although he and Ji Xiao had become friends, Fang Yan was unwilling to go to her for everything. Men, they all have some bad qualities. He is unwilling to show his weakness in front of beautiful women, although he is indeed relatively weak now. What the matter? Grandpa He also picked up his eyelids over there. Damn, his good days have just passed a few days, and the Atlantis incident has just ended. As a result, Fang Yan told himself directly, something special happened again. This kind of thing is really painful. Normal people will not encounter anything in a year, right? But what about Fang Yan? Two major incidents have already happened just after going on a trip for a month. This time the incident is not easy to think about. After all, if it is an ordinary matter, this guy can easily solve it himself, right? His strength is not weak at all. Many older Alliance investigators may not be Fang Yan's opponent. However, Fang Yan still came to himself for help, which made Grandpa He hurt for a while. What was the matter? It's been a really eventful autumn lately, and this little guy is also true. When you have nothing to do, go to your little sister, and when you have something to go to my old man. Carrot, the kid is just hateful. About the divine beast, I found that a group of people are catching Celebi. Fang Yan said in a low tone. What? Grandpa He over there couldn't calm down anymore. Catching the beast. It's not that the Alliance has not stipulated that trainers cannot subdue divine beasts, but they need a special way to subdue them, just like ordinary Pokémon, requiring divine beasts to be subdued willingly by you. And if it is not willing, any Pokémon in the Alliance cannot control the divine beast. Even the weakest third-level god is no exception. No way. God is God. It's like the kind of use of high technology or the advantage of the sea of people to shoot those beasts, which is absolutely unacceptable to human beings. Once such a thing breaks out, it may even arouse the anger of the super divine beast. 1. A snake country wanted to take action on Lugia, the god of the sea, but was almost drowned by the tsunami caused by the god of the sea. Celebi is not an ordinary god. It is the legendary god of the forest. At the same time, Celebi also has the ability to travel through time. Such a Pokemon can never be subdued. Got the power of Celebi, disrupting time and space, the world. It could all be over. Are you sure? Grandpa He said in surprise. Well, Fang Yan quickly reported the information he had seen from the system map. Okay, where is it? I'll contact your uncle's son to bring people there. You hold them off first. After a while, Grandpa He continued. Of course, if you have debt, you can give up the mission. It is still too reluctant to let a child deal with those guys. Even if Fang Yan is very talented, he is still a child after all. And Fang Yan nodded slightly and took back his Pokemon, sat on the wind speed dog, and said to Sun Renhui who was hooking over there, you are waiting for me here. Something happened. I'll go with you. Sun Renhui said without thinking. How could Fang Yan be allowed to take risks alone at this time? What's more, she still has the Sun Elf in her hand, and she can help Fang Yan. Are you going? Fang Yan smiled when he saw the stubborn look of the little girl. If that's the case, then come up. He gave Sun Renhui his hand and pulled her onto Fengsugo, just like when the two were young, but now, they have grown a lot compared to the former young Mui. Come on, Celebi is near here. At this time, a team of personnel in special uniforms kept running in one direction. Yes, bye. Not far from them, there was an onion-shaped head with dark circles on his face, like an elf-like Pokemon Poo flying with its small wings. Its condition is not very good, and there are many injuries on his body. Apparently it's been attacked before. This time it's here to recover. Injury? I just didn't expect that a group of people came to chase after him, and the remaining strength was not enough for it to travel through time and space. This is not a good thing for Celebi. Gengar. Use Black Eye. Just as Celebi was about to pick one of the fruits and eat it, a man in uniform released a Pokemon and appeared behind it. An invisible black energy enveloped Celebi. At this moment, Celebi lost his appetite for food and wanted to escape, but it was helpless to find that it seemed extremely difficult for him to escape now. Caught you, Celebi. A cruel smile appeared on the man's face. Gengar, use the wave of evil. As long as this shot is down, Celebi, who is seriously injured, will be completely incapacitated. Right. Windspeed dog, use Jet Flame. It was just a pity that a figure appeared near him, and the hot pillar of fire blocked the inevitable blow for Celebi. Chapter 51. The magic of small world. Flaming chicken, run with Celebi. Then the man released another flaming chicken. After taking Celebi away, he sat on the back of the windspeed dog and left. What the hell is going on with this guy? Seeing the other party coming over aggressively, shouldn't it be for justice? As a result, you are leaving now holding Celebi. However, he quickly reacted, follow me. In fact, Celebi was also shocked at this time. What happened? Those humans just now seem to want to be detrimental to this baby, right? But what's up with this guy? Are you here to save yourself? But soon Celebi was relieved for a while. It felt the breath of Victini on Fang Yan's body. Although it was not the Victini he knew, it was someone who could be recognized by Victini. I don't think it's a bad person. Celebi is injured. Sun Renhui, who was sitting in Fang Yan's arm, also looked at Celebi with a worried expression. Who are those guys? It shouldn't be an ordinary person, right? Fang Yan was a little silent. The previous Gengar had AV level, and its strength was quite good. This is already a Pokemon of the Heavenly King level. When did the Heavenly King Pokemon become Chinese cabbage? And the group of people behind them are quite good. Who wants to catch Celebi? And here in the forest, there should be forest rangers or something. So many people arrested Celebi with great fanfare. Didn't they find anything? This is impossible. It seems that this time there are various shadows. After Fang Yan took a look, he temporarily got rid of the tracking of those people, and said to Sun Renhui in his arm, I will take you to a place. Before Sun Renhui could react, she had already appeared on a meadow with a lawn beside it. Is this teleportation? It doesn't seem to be. She saw that all Fang Yan's Pokemon are here. And here you can also see the horizon. There is an end here. This is a world that belongs to me. Fang Yan explained patiently, seeing Sun Renhui's puzzled appearance. Is it the legendary secret realm? It is said that many of the legendary Pokemon live in special secret realm. This should be the secret realm of Victini, right? Sun Renhui's mind opened wide. Well, it's almost there. Fang Yan curled his lip. Although this place is a little smaller, it is better than safety and safety. Conveniently, my Pokemon usually train and rest here. Celebi, who was on the side, looked at all this in a dazed way. After listening to Fang Yan's word, he rolled his eyes. Did he really think he didn't know the secret realm of the beast? That kind of thing. It also has Celebi. But this is definitely not the case. Although it is a little smaller here, it is not the same as the secret realm, and it is more secure. Celebi felt that if he wanted to leave, he couldn't leave by his own strength. It even lost the ability to travel through time here. What the hell? If Fang Yan wanted to be detrimental to it, wouldn't it be finished? But fortunately, Celebi would not be so malicious to speculate on others, especially after feeling that Victini was on the side. So, you can come here anytime you want. Sun Renhui asked again. Almost. Fang Yan nodded slightly. After a while, I'll grab an old builder and see if I can build a house here. This idea seems to be very good. Sun Renhui's eyes flashed a little bit of brilliance, and at the same time she was relieved a lot. After all this time. During this time, she also found that Fang Yan is a forceful attribute. Wherever he goes, there will be accident. Before, she was worried about Fang Yan's safety. It seems like a good place to have such a place now. Come to Celebi, let's treat you first, and we'll do something. Fang Yan took out a bottle of wound medicine and said to Celebi, Pokemon, Celebi, height, weight, kilogram, gender, none, attribute, superpower, grass, abilities, natural recovery, occupation, god of forest wheels, skill, psychic power, healing bell, magic leaf, receiving baton, primal power, life droplet, parasitic seed, self-regeneration, predicting the future, potential, level 2 god, grade, systematic review, the legendary god of the forest. It is said that he can travel through time and bring life to the places he reaches. It is able to resurrect dead companions and has the ability to purify. In the forest, it has almost endless power. Looking at the system evaluation, Fang Yan pouted. If it really has infinite power, then it will be hunted down. Directly a big move up. Although there are not many skills in the Celebi society, and it may disdain to learn various skills, no one can doubt the combat effectiveness of Celebi. Fang Yan suspects that Celebi can indeed extract the power of the forest, but it will also consume the vitality of the forest as in the theatrical version. But this Celebi is really weak enough, a dignified second-level god, and his rank is also a champion. It's a shame to be chased and killed by a group of guys. What? You wait to do it? What? Sun Renhui said worriedly. Chapter 52 Pacifist. This time Celebi is being chased and killed. Fang Yan explained to Sun Renhui while rubbing the medicine on Celebi. The Alliance's protection of the forest is still very good. Such a large-scale operation, those people, it's impossible not to find out. So you're talking about the Alliance? Sun Renhui asked nervously. If it's the Alliance's action, then this time things will be very troublesome. It is impossible to represent the Alliance. If something happens to Celebi, it will be a disaster for the whole world. The most special thing about it is not the role of the god of the forest, but the ability to travel through time. If you use Celebi's ability, travel to the past and change history, then we may all disappear. Fang Yan said in a low tone. This Sun Renhui's Celebi's eyes widened, looking at Celebi in disbelief. Is this little thing so powerful? Bye. Celebi nodded again and again. If it was caught, it would be a big trouble. Fang Yan glanced at Celebi speechlessly. You should improve your strength. If your strength is strong enough, they will not trouble you. Bye. It's not good to fight and fight. Sheila fell on the crisp girl lowly voice of Celebi. In the minds of Fang Yan and Sun Renhui, this seems to be telepathy, and it seems to be a little different. It's not good to fight and kill, but sometimes peace is based on absolute strength. If you have the strength of Kakuzu, will these humans dare to trouble you? Fang Yan rubbed the snow. Rabbi's onion head. Not to mention that this feels really good. Anyway, Celebi is the legendary Pokemon. Bye. I can't compare with monsters like that. Celebi called out in dissatisfaction. If it has the strength of Rifty, it seems that it really doesn't need to worry about someone coming to him. Trouble. How are you now? Let go out for a wave. After all, this incident must be investigated clearly. Fang Yan then asked Celebi again. Celebi's recovery ability is not ordinary. The medicine is quickly absorbed by it, and the previous injury has recovered 7 or 7. As long as it is given a day, I am afraid it can be healed. Bia has not recovered yet, but there is no major problem. Sheila was eating the cream puff Sun Renhui gave herself, and there was cream on her face. This thing is something she has never eaten before, but this taste it's actually very good. Everything be careful, Sun Renhui told Fang Yan. And Fang Yan took out a spiral pattern mask from his backpack and a black-red cloud shawl to equip himself with. This way, there is no big problem. This. Sun Renhui looked at Fang Yan dumbfounded. But your Pokemon will still reveal your identity, right? Fang Yan's current signature Pokemon, Wind Speed Dog and Flame Chicken, are too obvious. Okay, that's why I asked Celebi to take action, Fang Yan said while holding Celebi. Bye, I don't like fighting. Celebi turned his head away, said, then in order to ensure your safety, I will not let you out again, Fang Yan said with a playful look at Celebi. This sentence directly made Sun Renhui and Celebi stunned. Bye, how can you do this? Celebi puffed up. He knew that Fang Yan was doing this for his own good, but it was too shameless. Right, then how do you choose? Fang Yan groped Celebi's chin. This feeling is much happier than licking a cat. Bye. Celebi turned his head to the side, arrogantly saying that he would not. He wanted to talk to Fang Yan, but obviously he chose to compromise. Damn, where did Celebi go? Those two people didn't see clearly at all, the leader of the team said with a gloomy expression. At the same time, he was holding a laptop with many information within the forest. Will you leave here? A subordinate also asked at this time. Impossible. Celebi has no physical strength. Even if it is the teleportation of superpower Pokemon, it is impossible to take Celebi too far. They must be hidden, the leader said without hesitation. Anyway, this time we must catch Celebi. That lord can't wait, he continued to add. When the leader mentioned that lord, everyone's eyes were full of respect, and there was also a trace of fear. That was someone they couldn't afford to provoke. If they couldn't bring Celebi back, they would. The final outcome is one word: death. Oh, it seems that someone has taken a fancy to our organization's prey. At this time, a cold voice fell into the ears of everyone on the scene. At the same time, the voice came in the direction of countless blades swept in, and instantly enveloped the Gengar who had attacked Celebi before. Boom. Everyone didn't even have time to react, and Zheng Gui was instantly killed. Who is it? The group of people looked at not far away in shock, only to see a man wearing a swirl mask, a red auspicious cloud and a black bottom, standing there quietly, and in front of him there was a Celebi. Chapter 53. Do you want to dance too? Who is it? Can even command the legendary Celebi? Does this Celebi have a trainer? This is impossible. They never investigated this matter before. As for Celebi, they had been investigating for a long time before. This Celebi definitely has no trainer. If there is a trainer, they would not dare to act rashly. The gap between a Pokemon with a trainer and a wild Pokemon is huge, not to mention a divine beast with a trainer. Didn't you see Ji Xiao's Sujin as strong as she had been hit with hormone? It can be achieved, but Ji Xiao has only used it for a few years to achieve it. Who are you? The leader said in a hoarse tone. In any case, he still needs to know the identity of the other party. He has a hunch that this person in front of him is likely to be their archenemy. My name is Madara Uchiha, Fang Yan said forcefully. You group of ants dare to covet our prey. You're just looking for death. Uchiha Madara, people from the Snake Country, and Akatsuki. Is this the name of their organization? The leader narrowed his eyes. And what did those stinky words mean? Call them cockroaches. And we know that the organization will bring new changes to this world, and we will become the gods of the new world. Fang Yan continued to drive the train. A little trouble. He is still happy. After all, many people in this world's Snake Country speak the Dokkan language. Feel the pain. Experience the pain. Accept the pain. Those who don't know pain don't know what true peace is. Predict the future. Fang Yan's indifferent words made the people on the opposite side tremble. It is more powerful than itself, and now it seems that all of them have recovered from their injuries, so this will cause them great difficulty. And what is the meaning of such middle school words? Feel the pain. Pain, you sister. There is absolutely nothing wrong with the people of the Snake Country who said such a middle school, except that no one of them is such a middle school. As Celebi exerted his strength, a surging force accumulated in the air, shrouding everyone on the scene. Once this force was triggered, it would become a disaster. Be careful. The leader quickly released Pokemon balls, and then the people behind him also released their own Pokemon, and in an instant, more than 30 Pokemon appeared in the scene. It seems that Fang Yan and the others are at an absolute disadvantage. Sometimes there are too many ants and they even kill the elephant. Do you want to dance too? Celebi uses magic leaf. Fang Yan chuckled. The current Celebi is not the Celebi under normal circumstances. This was blessed by Victini Celebi, whose strength is comparable to a quasi-god. How can it be compared to ordinary Pokemon? Celebi in front rolled his cute eye. This guy is really good enough. He naturally knows that Fang Yan is deceiving these people in front of him. As a divine beast, he is extremely good at understanding people's heart. Is good at what more? Moreover, it is still a Pokemon that can travel through time. His own strength. This guy probably didn't have a special fancy from beginning to end. Right. Action. The leader said in a murderous tone. Majula, attack the key. Not many people know that this time Marula's attack was not aimed at Celebi. His target was Fang Yan behind Celebi. If Fang Yan is solved first, then Celebi will have no one to command. Wouldn't it be a very simple thing for them to take down Celebi? Attacking mine. Fang Yan's mouth showed a playful mockery, and then disappeared directly in place. Damn it. Everyone was shocked. Monglora's inevitable blow fell directly into the air, and they couldn't help but get nervous, and moved instantly. Superpowers. These people are crazy, and with all kinds of abilities. Powerful superpowers are definitely a disaster for ordinary people. And Celebi on the side was also speechless for a while. Is he being sold? Its magic leaf perfectly blocked all the attacks of those Pokemon, but now let it face these opponents alone, even if its own strength being promoted. Celebi couldn't help but want to leave here. I'm sorry, I forgot about you. Suddenly Fang Yan appeared again, and then disappeared directly from the scene with Celebi. Everyone is done. What the hell is going on? Appeared and disappeared again. What is this going to do? There is also the ability to teleport like this. No, hurry up and retreat. The face of the person in the lead suddenly changed slightly, and he said quickly, it's just that they found it too late. Just as they were reacting, the feeling in the sky that had been brewing for a long time. The energies of their energies are poised to erupt, sweeping towards them overwhelmingly. Boom! The violent explosion instantly enveloped everyone present and most of the Pokemon. In the blink of an eye, countless Pokemon were killed instantly because of Celebi's attack. This is a prophetic future used by a divine beast with quasi-god strength. How can ordinary Pokemon be able to resist? This chapter is the picture chapter. If it cannot be displayed, please set your browser to display pictures. Chapter 54 Fight and Retreat. Ding! Congratulations on the upgrade of the Flame Chicken. It is currently V. Ding! Congratulations on the upgrade of the Wind Speed Dog. The current V. Ding! Congratulations on the upgrade of the Burning Insect level. Currently V4. Ding! Congratulations on the upgrade of the Victini level. Now V. Ding! Congratulations on the promotion of Ibrahimovich's level. Currently V. Ding! Congratulations on the upgrade of the Metal Monster level. Currently V. Ding! Congratulations on the upgrade of the Fire Dinosaur level. Currently V. Ding! Congratulations on the upgrade of Chunglong's level. Currently V. Standing in the space, watching the system prompt, Fang Yan's mouth showed a hint of smile, this time using Victini to boost Celebi, and then relying on the learning device to gain experience is really good. With just that, he has gained so much experience point, and his Pokemon strength has been significantly improved. Obviously, Celebi's attack caused great damage to them. Of course, the opponent would not be wiped out. Fang Yan believed that they still had at least 2/3 of their fighting power. If it was really that weak, the other party would not dare to trouble Celebi. It worked well. It's just that you were still a little weak at that time. I wanted to come to a super spirited person, but you, this guy, won't come. Fang Yan rubbed Celebi's onion a little helplessly, and the words that were full of breath from the middle school before should not be too cool to say, but unfortunately, Celebi couldn't cooperate. He feels that the most suitable Pokemon should be Cheomong. Similar to the tricks of Shen Luo Tianzhong, Cheomong can also be used, but unfortunately, there may not be any Cheomong in this world, which is a pity. Otherwise, the world can feel the pain. Celebi beside, rolling his eyes, isn't it embarrassing that he doesn't know anything like that? If Fang Yan didn't say it out, it wouldn't even know it would use it. Let go out. Wait for you to use the magic leaf. Hey, really? Why do you have so few skills? When Fang Yan felt that the time was almost up, he once again brought Celebi to the place where he was before. Still the same taste, the same recipe. Shoo quietly, and the other party doesn't want it. When Fang Yan and the others appeared again, everyone was startled, and before they could react, the magic leaf was already moving toward. They swept in, and in the blink of an eye, several Pokemon were hit by the magic leaves and lost their ability to fight. At this time, under the blessing of UFF, Celebi had an invincible rhythm. The same position. The person who took the lead narrowed his eyes slightly. The position where Fang Yan appeared before was different from the one he appeared this time. Marjula, attack. The long-term tacit understanding instantly made Marjula know her trainer's intention. At the same time, other Pokémon also launched attacks on Celebi. Although I don't know why Celebi became like this, the strength seems to be a lot stronger than before, but as long as this Uchiha Madara is solved, then Celebi is no problem. Oh, the mere ants dare to be mad. Just when everyone thought that Malora was going to succeed, a figure appeared in front of Fang Yan and blocked the blow for him. Sun Elf. At present, Fang Yan does not want to completely reveal his identity. If it is only a Sun Elf, it is still a Sun Elf that has been added by Victini. The other party should not suspect him for the time being. Well, Fang Yan is also playing. If the opponent has someone in the alliance, he may be able to find out about him. It depends on whether Grandpa he is doing his best for, but as long as the cooperation is good, as long as these people don't find out his identity in person, and are known by the people behind the other party, then Fang Yan is confident that Grandpa he and his uncle can help him hide things. Of course, even if it is exposed, it doesn't matter. He believes that his strength can be improved quickly, and he will continue to investigate such an organization in the future. The unlucky person should be the other party, not himself. This is, seeing that the Sun Elf easily blocked Marula's blow, the leader narrowed his eyes, and it was another Pokemon that was not weak. And how did this Sun Elf appear? If the previous one was Gengar, then it seems normal for Gengar, who often appears from the shadows, to block this blow for the trainer. But if it is the Sun Elf, get rid of the opponent. Fang Yan said lightly to the Sun Elf. The Sun Elf with the bonus of Victini should not be too strong. The mere Majula is not a problem at all. Sure enough, the Sun Elf directly facing Marla was a magic trick, and she defeated Marla in an instant. Champion. The look of the leader. It has also become extremely dignified. This Uchiha Madara even has such a powerful Pokemon. This is a champion level Pokemon. There are probably no more trainers known to have champion Pokemon in the entire Dokkan. Many of the Heavenly Kings are full member Heavenly Kings, with some champion Pokemon, and all champion Pokemon, but here is one, and it doesn't seem to be weak. Why haven't they heard of such a thing before? Chapter 55 Dark Ball. Steal home. A boring battle. And, are you ready to die? Fang Yan sneered. Enough, you bastard. Open your mouth and shut your mouth. You bastard. What do you really consider yourself to be? God damn Wongdan. There are also some restrictions in middle school, right? Damn Uchiha Madara. Watching the Sun Elf on the opposite side start to move, almost a child solves their Pokemon, but they have no way to deal with the Sun Elf. After all, there is an extremely powerful Celebi on the opposite side, even if it was the Pokemon they had on hand that were added together, and they were only reluctantly suppressed. Just Celebi. There is no way to tell the excess power to suppress the Sun Elf. This is a slow death. Although they have enough Pokemon, they can consume each other's physical strength, but is it better that they are Celebi, the legendary god of the forest? In terms of physical strength, they don't seem to be able to compete at all, even though Celebi seemed to be exhausted before. But looking at Celebi's appearance now, where does it seem that he has no strength? Is this the rhythm of eating gold? Captain, use that. A woman in uniform below said with a serious look. Do you know the consequence of that? The captain glanced at her. Then again, it was a glance at Fang Yan's location. It can be said that because of the existence of this Uchiha Madara, they originally planned to capture Celebi intact, but now I'm afraid it will be difficult to do so. No matter what, it's better than not being able to catch Celebi, the woman said with a somewhat ugly face. If this mission fails, we will all be finished, and that lord will not let us go. The captain took a deep breath and looked at the Celebi and the Sun Elf who had almost begun to slowly suppress them. He had to admit that these two Pokemon were really strong together, unless the adult took action in person. Otherwise, it's really hard to deal with them. After thinking about it, he still took out 3 black Pokemon balls. Is this the dark ball? Fang Yan's pupils shrank, and he was in a trance. Isn't this the dark ball in the theatrical version that can capture Celebi, Bangira, and even Sujun? Although he only watched it on TV, Fang Yan said that he would not admit his mistake. It seems that the technology of this world is not worse than that of the Pokemon world at all, but I don't know if there will be a super dream in this world. Then I saw that the 3 dark balls were under the control of the computer, as if there was light. It came in the direction of Celebi and the Sun Spirit. Obviously, the other party not only wanted to capture Celebi, but even the Sun Elf also wanted to catch them all. This surprised Celebi and the Sun Elf, and now they can somewhat suppress each other's Pokemon. After all, under the blessing of Victini, Celebi and the Sun Elf are extremely powerful, and it is a bit difficult to just defeat each other in a short period of time. The 3 dark balls gave them a very dangerous feeling, and if they were touched, something unforeseen might happen. Aren't you a little stupid? The dark ball is excellent. Even a Pokemon with a trainer, it can be controlled, but a Pokemon with a trainer is different from an ordinary Pokemon. Fang Yan sneered. Then he said, drink. Art is an explosion. The people on the opposite side were a little confused after hearing Fang Yan's word. After all, the dark ball is definitely their high-tech, and it has never been exposed before. This is the first time the dark ball is used, but it was a glance at the identity of the dark ball, and even the Pokémon with a trainer. The dark ball can control this problem, and the other party knows it. Who is this guy? Why do you know so much? Could it be that some spy appeared around them? Then he was startled again, exploded. What the hell is going on? Just before it could react, a flame fell on the computer that controlled the dark ball in his hand, causing the precision instrument to emit fire directly and explode. What going on? They were instantly stunned. What the hell is going on? Why did my computer explode? And how did that flame come from? General, Fang Yan's mouth showed a hint of a smile, and an invisible force had already controlled their body. How could Fang Yan be unprepared at all? Victini, who usually does not show off the mountains and waters, successfully stole his home. There is no better stealing Pokemon in this world than it. Stealth ability plus superpower control. This is definitely a perfect match. Even if these guys are controlled by superpowers now, they don't know how they are controlled. Are you a superpower? The leader of the team said with an extremely ugly expression. He had guessed the identity of the other party before, but it was still a little unacceptable to be controlled now. They failed. The situation here can be transmitted to the adult through special earphones, which can provide the adult with a lot of information. You know too much. Fang Yan's tone was extremely cold, as if he was unhappy with his identity being exposed, but his heart was bursting with laughter. As for his own question, all he needs to do is say that he and Sunrin Hui were attacked. Chapter 56 Blow. I believe in you. Fang Yan left a way for himself, and even if they doubted it, it would have no effect. And he does think that his possibility is not very big. After all, they are only children. Even if the Sun Elves are the same, the level of the two Sun Elves is also very different. After seeing their trainer being controlled, their Pokémon also began to panic. This time they were stolen and their Pokémon trainer was under control. This is often what they do, but now it falls on them, which makes these Pokémon a little overwhelmed. This is the first time. Now how to do? Resolve them. Fang Yan said to Celebi and the Sun Elf. These are all experience points, so why don't they wait until now? Celebi and the Sun Elf glanced at each other without much doubt in their heart. They attacked these Pokémon. Without the command of the trainer, they couldn't exert much power at all. Celebi and the Sun Elf solved it easily. Who are you people? Who is behind you? Fang Yan also walked up at this time, and said in a very cold tone, you should know that Celebi can spy on you. Memory. You can't hide it if you want to. Celebi was a little confused. When did he have the ability to spy on human memory? But at this time, it still nodded complacently. Celebi, are so powerful. Hehe. Celebi is indeed very powerful, but it can't do anything to the dead. The leader sneered, and then his eyes lost their luster, and his head tilted, as if he had farted. Fang Yan was a little confused. He approached the other person's nose and found that he was already dead. Is he so virtuous? Do you mean suicide? Fang Yan frowned slightly, but the world seems to be safe at all. The power of Pokemon is very powerful, but even if there is an extremely powerful Pokemon, if you are not careful, it is very likely that you will suffer. Humans themselves are very powerful. Vulnerable. If only he had the power of the legendary Wave Guide. The brave man of the guide obviously has the strength to compete with powerful Pokemon. As for the day-to-day exercise like the King of Shiba, year after year, he has the physique to compete with powerful Pokemon. Fang Yan can't do this. After all, he doesn't have such strong perseverance. Fortunately, the system's point small. Inside, there are also a variety of potions that are effective on the host. Although Fang Yan cannot have the ability to fight divine beasts, there are still some that are far beyond the limits of human being. It's just that these medicines are not many, and they are quite expensive. I don't know when it will be available for purchase. Just give up. That lord installed a chip in the leader's head, and if something goes wrong, the chip can explode after being remotely controlled. The woman in uniform who had encouraged the other party to use the dark ball sneered. Is there a chip installed in the brain? Fang Yan nodded thoughtfully, then looked at the woman playfully and said, so do you want to be an outside member of our Xiao organization? I think you are fair and beautiful, and your legs should be long and alive. You are a malleable talent. Do you want to join our organization? Our organization does not have these controls. The face of the uniformed woman suddenly became strange. Your sister? You actually thought of taking me to be your little brother. How did you see those things? Do you know that the standard of organization income is like this? And do you know that the restrictions of the organization are so small? Don't control people. Is there a bit of a special organization's demeanor? Obviously, your style was very high before. Okay. And do you? Aren't you afraid that I will pretend to agree and become a spy? Then what are the requirements to be a full member of your organization? The woman in uniform asked abruptly. Fang Yan glanced at her with disgust and said, it is impossible for a mortal like you to own at least one legendary Pokemon. Crap, no. No, at least have one legendary Pokemon. Do you want to say such a tiger? Is this request request a human request. There are indeed some people in this world who have obtained legendary Pokemon, but this number will never exceed 1. Feelings you taught for a long time. The organization turned out to be an organization with only you. Mortals will not understand God's thought. Fang Yan sneered. Although the creation of the organization is related to me, I am not the strongest inside the organization, and everyone in the organization is not what ordinary humans can imagine. But forget it. Why are you talking nonsense like this? Since you are unwilling to join, then forget it. The Sun Elves hypnotize them and look at their memory. Wait, before the woman was about to say anything, the Sun Elf acted directly. Exploring human memory, for most Pokemon, is indeed this is an extremely difficult thing that can only be done by a few powerful Pokemon with great talent and special training. Obviously, this Sun Elf is one of them. After all, it is Grandma Sunrinhui's Pokemon. Of course, this is not certain to be successful. There are still many tools to suppress superpowers. Chapter 57 Celebi's Blessing. It is a pity that the Sun Elf failed. Although it successfully hypnotized these people, it could not invade their mind. Their mind seemed to be protected by something. Fang Yan is not very surprised by all this. After all, many organizations will have such protection for their staff. He doesn't know the principle, but it seems to be very common in the Pokemon world. After all, there are still superpowers and superpower Pokemon in this world. Many special staff, worried about the loss of intelligence, will also use these methods, and there is no harm. It seems that through some special, the curse of evil type Pokemon usually has no effect, only when it is invaded into the mind. Cut, is that so? Fang Yan snorted lightly to express his displeasure, but he still had a trace of doubt in his heart. It has been almost 2 hours since the battle. Why is there still no one here? Even if it is some kind of deep mountain and old forest, it should have discovered something, right? He glanced at everyone on the scene indifferently, sighed silently, walked to the place where the dark balls fell, crushed them all, and then left with Celebi. But he did not go. Instead, let Victini stay hidden here all the time, wanting to see if someone will take them out of here. By the way, you, the god of the forest, are really inappropriate. You have been fighting for so long, and there is no Pokemon to help you. Fang Yan rubbed Celebi's dog head and smiled. Bite, normal Pokemon come here and die, and the Pokemon here have already been driven away by them. Celebi said that this baby is still very prestigious. If the Pokemon here were not driven away, then its little brother they are in group, and it is impossible for them to fight alone. Of course here too, it is impossible to disperse them all, and Celebi has no idea of summoning them. As a god, he needs to protect the Pokemon in the forest, not let the Pokemon in the forest protect himself. So you're still not strong enough. Fang Yan sighed lightly and returned to the small world with Celebi. In fact, his heart was not as relaxed as it seemed, and the background this time was definitely not as simple as what he saw. It was as if he was accidentally involved in something extraordinary. Great, you guys are back. Are things resolved? Sunrinhailu saw Fang Yan brought Celebi back with a look of joy. Although the Sun Elf had returned before, she was completely relieved after seeing Fang Yan and Celebi. Well, but I don't know who is going to attack Celebi. Fang Yan sighed lightly. For some reason, the figure of the guy who was talking to him in Jun's appeared in his mind. Well, that's the environmentalist. After all, according to the general setting, people who talk to the protagonist about environmental protection, love Pokemon, and talk about justice all day long are generally not good people. There's even a good chance that they're the big O behind everything. So, will it be him? I'm afraid it will be very troublesome after this incident. Sunrinhui also said with great concern, but they are not afraid of revenge, and they don't usually go out. They are all in the city. As for the city, who would dare to make trouble? The Alliance is the largest organization in the world. There's nothing wrong with this. I'll use some means to fool the past. When the time comes, you can cooperate with me and say that we were robbed of Celebi. As for the rest, I believe someone will help us solve it. Fang Yan said he pouted. According to reason, Sunrinhui's father should be coming soon, and this time the speed is slow enough. Is that so? I won't tell anyone. Sunrinhui said with extremely firm eyes. Bye, I'm sorry to cause you trouble. Celebi said apologetically as if he knew something. It's okay. If you are caught, the world may be destroyed. Fang Yan waved his hand and said, and he has a lot of benefit, relying on Celebi to level up. This feeling is really good. It is a pity that such advanced thugs are not so easy to find, especially with such a chance to level up. Bye. Celebi tapped his own with a small hand. Small mouth, after thinking for a while, flew around Fang Yan's small world, and the green light fell on Fang Yan and his Pokemon. This is... Sunrinhui looked at the green light on Fang Yan's head. Is this the rhythm of being green? If Fang Yan knew what he looked like, he would be in a weird mood. Right, what is Celebi doing? Just as Sunrinhui was thinking, a green light fell into Sunrinhui's body, but this amount was incomparable to Fang Yan. Many people say that Shinado must be female, so I can only say that these people don't understand Pokemon at all, and the ratio of male to female Shinado is. By the way, the heroic Cerulean can evolve into Elido through the Awakening Stone. It's just just that many people don't want to believe the truth of the matter. In fact, when I was playing game, I encountered a lot of Loloras who was still the hero. Chapter 58. Celebi said that he was also very confused. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, looking for Celebi, and protecting Celebi, rewarding point, and obtaining the blessing of the god of the forest. Hearing the sound of the system's prompt, Fang Yan's mouth also showed a clear look. No wonder he got more green light bot than Sun Renhui. It turned out that there was a system relationship. Although he had helped Celebi a lot, according to Fang Yan's estimation, Celebi could at most give them some blessing. In fact, the most embarrassing thing is Celebi himself. Originally, he just wanted to give some blessings to Fang Yan's Pokemon, and then he was in Fang Yan and Sun Renhui. Leaving a little strength on their bodies can help them to have some subtle improvements in their physical fitness, and at the same time, they can also help them find them better in the future, and then play together. As a childlike god, Celebi still liked to play, but it has no friends before, except for a few legendary Pokemon who has time to play with it. Now it is rare to have two fairly good friends, and the other party has helped him again. It's Celebi is willing to become friends with Fang Yan and Sun Renhui. It's just that Celebi never thought that such a blessing would not stop at the beginning, which shocked Celebi, and at the same time, he was still in his heart. There is a trace of fear, but it is not that it is stingy, but that it does not seem to have that much energy. After all, its strength is relatively weak. Then it was shocked to discover that the power consumed by these blessings does not seem to be its own. What is going on with this special meow? There have been more and more strange things recently, especially after meeting Fang Yan. The strange things really happened one after another. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blessing of the god of the forest and obtaining the first level of the power of the forest. Then Fang Yan felt that there seemed to be a power flowing in his body. Although this power was not a lot, it was enough. In order to make Fang Yan have a great change, he felt that his physical strength was much greater than before, and even his physical strength had improved a lot, and he can feel that he seems to have such a fit with the forest. As long as he is in the forest, his recovery ability will be doubled. The power of Vibrant doesn't seem to be. It seems to be a brand new power, but this kind of feeling seems to be very good. But this feeling is really good. Soon his mouth showed a strange arc. Obviously, he thought of something bad. If he did that in the forest in the future, wouldn't his physical strength continue to flow? Celebi, your sister, can you give me some respect? Isn't the god of the forest a god? Then Fang Yan felt that his Pokemon seemed to have improved a little, and the two Pokemon eggs that were waiting to be born in the small world were also radiating dazzling light at this moment. This is about to be born, and sure enough, what Celebi brings is vitality. Even Pokemon eggs start hatching after absorbing this energy. Huahuo, what going on? Why do I feel like I can easily understand the mood of Pokemon? Sun Renhui looked at Fang Yan in shock and asked, Celebi's blessing. Fang Yan said indifferently, has Sun Renhui also acquired certain abilities? But it seems to be a matter of course. She is also blessed, which is also a good ability. Sun Renhui can understand the mood of Pokemon, which will be of great benefit for her to become a Pokemon breeder in the future. Is that so? Thank you so much, Sun Renhui said, hugging Celebi who had already finished blessing. Bye. Celebi was also confused at the moment, although he didn't know why, but it was indeed related to him, and it doesn't mind doing so, and it was just a relationship of insufficient ability before. Then it revealed that it was all my baby's credit. You praise me. This moment made Fang Yan chuckle. This Celebi is also a funny one. Okay, I'll get you something to eat right away, Sun Renhui said quickly. Seeing Sun Renhui's appearance like this, Fang Yan didn't say much, but focused on the two eggs. In the end, the eggs of the Ball Sea Lions hatched first. Pokemon, Ball Sea Lion, height, 0.4, weight, kilogram, gender, female, attribute, water, ability, Riptide, wet sound, skills, scream, slap, potential, Heavenly King, grade, systematic review. The newly born Pokemon has not yet passed its infancy. It has been blessed by the god of the forest, Celebi, and has improved its potential and is full of curiosity about the world. Has the potential been boosted because of Celebi's blessing? A hint of surprise flashed in Fang Yan's eyes. After all, the potential of the Ball Sea Lion has increased. This is what Fang Yan thought before. Nothing was thought of. Originally, he planned to find a bottle of Heavenly King qualification potion from the system to help Chocho Firster to upgrade to the Heavenly King's potential, but he never thought that Celebi, or rather the system's task, would actually help him solve this problem. It is definitely a good thing. These are all points, and now he is extremely lacking in points. Celebi saved himself a point, and other Pokemon, under the blessing of Celebi, have also been upgraded to a certain extent. This wave is very profitable. Chapter 59 Way of Expressing Love. This is the Ball Sea Lion. It's so cute. Sun Renhui said that although he didn't like the West Lion Sea Lion, he still liked it quite a bit. I learned that Fang Yan had a Pokemon egg of the Ball Sea Lion, but I didn't expect it. It actually hatched here. Not long after that, the elf egg that was originally next to the Ball Sea Lion elf egg also began to hatch, accompanied by a flash of white light. A shark shaped like a young, with a huge dorsal fin on the top of the head. Long on both sides of the head. The Pokémon with the two protruding objects looked around curiously. It has a dark blue undertone, red from the chin to the abdomen, and has two projections on its back and head. A light blue stripe. It has a huge mouth with sharp teeth and short, sturdy limbs with 3 toes. Round land shark. Don't look at this little guy, is very cute, but after evolution, it will evolve into one of the most vicious Pokémon in the world. Pokémon. Round land shark. Height, weight, kilogram, gender, male, attribute, dragon, ground, ability, sand hidden, rough skin, skills, impact, dragon breath, potential, champion, grade, systematic review. The newly born Pokémon has not yet passed its infancy, and has been blessed by the forest god Celebi. It is full of curiosity about the world and like to eat meat. Do you like to eat meat? There is nothing wrong with this. He can still afford this kind of consumption, but this round land shark can actually breed a dragon. It seems that it is not a purebred. There may be some news about the guys who were auctioned before. Question. But this is nothing, as long as there is no problem with the talent of this round land shark. Champion talent is champion talent. The round land shark. I will definitely train you in the future. Become an extremely powerful Pokémon. Fang Yan said with a chuckle, stroking the head of the round land shark. It's just that this feel is really bad, and the rough skin is really a feature that makes people speechless. Wow. It's just that Yuan Lu Sha took this opportunity to bite Fang Yan's entire arm in one bite. Be careful. This made Sun Renhui's face pale in an instant. If Fang Yan's arm was bitten by the round land shark, would Fang Yan's arm still exist? That is the round land shark. The future fierce biting land shark. Round land shark. Be careful. If you're not careful, my hand will be gone. Fang Yan, some speechless, patted the head of the round land shark with the other hand and said he could roughly see that the round land shark didn't want to eat itself. It didn't use much force, but used it to express its liking for itself. Does this regard itself as its father? However, this time his harvest is really not small. Not only the ball sea lion and the round land shark have hatched, but even his Pokémon level has been greatly improved. Flame Chicken v King of Heaven, Windspeed Dog v Champion, Burning Bug v4 Champion, Victini v Secondary God, Ibrahimovic v King of Heaven, Metal Monster v Championship, Fire Dinosaur v Tian Wong, Chunglong v4 Tian Wong, Ball Sea Lion v Tian Wong, Orb Shark v Champion. Point 4. This is Fang Yan's current number of points. It can be said that after this time, Fang Yan has gained a lot of weight. What the hell is going on here? Why haven't the uncles and the others come yet? Fang Yan was a little stunned, and called Grandpa He directly. I rescued Celebi before, but it was snatched away. This matter. Hey, it's a little troublesome. Grandpa He over there also said helplessly. They were intercepted. Is that really the case? Fang Yan's heart was dignified for a while, knowing that Grandpa He is a champion. Can even his people be intercepted? Obviously this is the behavior of other powerful forces. Champions are not omnipotent. Grandpa He also smiled bitterly. Although I don't know who it is, they were indeed intercepted, and the previous coordinates are long gone. The power of the champion is very large, but it is not without power to contend with. At least the president and the retired guys also have a lot of power in their hand. Although they cannot suppress the champion, it is still possible to block the champion. Check and balance is also the best, otherwise the power of the champion is too great, and it will not only bring benefit. This is also required, but apparently something seems to be going wrong these days. So this is the case? Fang Yan asked tentatively. Forget it for now. Don't worry about it. Just treat it as if nothing happened. Grandpa He said helplessly. Can you tell me what's going on? I couldn't contact you when I notified you earlier. When we got there, Celebi was about to be caught, and I took the chance and snatched it from them. Celebi, just before we ran far, we were stopped by a man wearing a mask, wearing a red auspicious cloud and a black bottom. His son elf is extremely powerful, and he may be at the level of a champion. There is almost no pressure. The one who defeated the Flame Chicken and the Wind Speed Dog, but the other party didn't seem to want to hurt us. After stealing Celebi, the other party just hypnotized us and left. Fang Yan decisively chose to open his eyes and talk nonsense, but Grandpa He on the opposite side didn't ask much. Whether he believed it or not, Fang Yan's rhetoric seemed to be the most appropriate. As for the inability to contact, it is naturally because there is no signal in the small world. Chapter 60 Forced Attribute. You don't need to worry about this for the time being. Although the mission failed, you also provided us with information. Someone has already attacked Celebi. Grandpa He said in a strange tone. I will also record this for you. It's on the top secret file, but you've encountered a lot during this time. Your contribution during this time is comparable to your father's income in 1 year. Does he have such a small income? Fang Yan was a little confused. He remembered that his father seemed to be the #1 thug under Grandpa He. Right. Even if it is about to be promoted to the level of the king, will the contribution in 1 year be less? It's not that he is few, it's that you are many. The things you encounter, there are many people can solve it, and some are just some intelligent, but these intelligences processes are very important. The average person takes a long time to perform a task, and some even take years. But your thing. But no matter how you count, you can indeed get these contributions. Grandpa, he said that Fang Yan is a thing. Where did they encounter so many big things before? Look at the 3 major events that Fang Yan encountered. Which one is simple? Hundreds of Pokemon besieged humans, and the environment was seriously polluted. If Fang Yan hadn't reported it, they wouldn't have reacted so quickly, and Ji Xiao couldn't have rushed over so quickly. Prevent disaster. On the Atlantis, Fang Yan turned the tide and defeated the invaders, and even got a transparent bell. As for this time, sometimes some information is enough, even if they don't know much now, but it is clear that this time someone really shot Celebi, and those people are related to the Alliance, and the problem lies with them. Thinking about it carefully, Fang Yan's contribution during this period is indeed quite large. As that's so, Fang Yan nodded thoughtfully, but Celebi's matter still needs to be properly investigated. I don't know which organization got it in the end. Celebi. Listening to Fang Yan's word, the expression of Grandpa he over there is also complicated for a while. This matter is indeed very troublesome. After finishing the phone call, Sun Renhui's father quickly brought a group of Alliance investigators to them. Just looking at their appearance, they were a little dusty. It was obvious that they had fought before. Uncle Chen, Sun Renhui and mother's last name, you are here. Fang Yan greeted with a smile. Sorry for making you wait so long. Uncle Chen smiled wryly. In fact, he was also taken aback before. Sun Renhui is his daughter. If there are 3 long and 2 shorts here, it will be bad. But now it seems that the luck this time is not bad. Otherwise Fang Yan and Sun Renhui will die. Well, I searched the neighborhood before and found some signs of battle. Fang Yan nodded slightly. I also asked about some wild Pokemon nearby, and they gave me a general direction. Ask about Pokemon. Everyone else was a little stunned when they heard the word. Is this okay? If that's the case, then I'll trouble you. Uncle Chen. Uncle nodded slightly and said, obviously he knew Fang Yan's ability to hear Pokemon's word clearly. Under the leadership of Fang Yan, several people came to those who were hypnotized by Fang Yan before. At this moment, they were still sleeping, and there was no one to save them. Perhaps those guys were also worried that someone was fishing. These guys probably know very little anyway. Or is it because those guys have nothing to fear? Even if they are caught, they can get these people out. It doesn't seem impossible. Thinking of these, Fang Yan's eyes just squinted. In the end, Uncle Chen took all these people away, and at the same time allowed Sun Renhui to continue traveling with Fang Yan, but he had to go home before going to school, which made Sun Renhui very happy. She has never been away from home for such a long time since she was a child. Originally, she did not intend to stay outside for too long, about a week. After all, her parents couldn't let her play crazy outside, but now, with her father's permission, she can travel with Fang Yan, which seems to be pretty good. During this time, she and Fang Yan traveled outside, and her relationship rapidly heated up. At the same time, she could see all kinds of Pokemon, even the legendary Pokemon. She had seen 3, which was much more interesting than staying at home. Too much. I am afraid that only idiots are unwilling to travel with Fang Yan. Right. After the Celebi incident ended, Fang Yan no longer had the idea of continuing to camp in the wild. The wild is too dangerous, so it is better to go to the city. At the same time, he also needs to find a place to play for a while, and this time is too tiring. So after the 2 came to the city, they went directly by plane. Yajo went on vacation. There is a different kind of scenery here, and the scenery is a little different from that of Hangzhou, and there are already a few so-called Alola-shaped Pokemon in the game, and Sun Renhui also wants to see these special Pokemon. Chapter 61 Finally Evolve. On the private beach of a villa, Fang Yan was enjoying the sun and the sea breeze, and there was an endless sea in front of him. A few long-winged gulls can also be seen flying not far away. Sun Renhui was sitting on the beach chair next to her in a long white gauze dress. Fang Yan originally planned to let Sun Renhui wear Siku water, but unfortunately, this girl is unwilling to live or die. The newly born round land shark is constantly drilling around in the beach. Obviously, it liked this kind of environment very much. Chocho Sea Lion, Chunglong and Mari Luli, who has become Sun Renhui's Pokemon, are playing in the nearby shallow sea. As for the other Pokemon, Fang Yan has not released them. Most of them are exercising in the small world. Where do you have time to play? During this period of time, their level has increased really fast, and they need to exercise well and master their own strength. Of course, for the Wind Speed Dog, the Flame Chicken and the Victorian, this does not seem to be a big deal. After all, their level itself is very high, and the strength improvement is limited. Fang Yan, look, there will be a Pokemon water racing competition near here soon. Sun Renhui suddenly said while flipping through the Pokemon illustration. Pokemon water race competition. Although this is good, it is meaningless to participate in it. Neither Chunglong nor Chocho Sea Lion are very suitable for this kind of competition. Fang Yan said helplessly. If it is a long distance, Chunglong is definitely the most suitable Pokemon, but for racing, my Chunglong level is still too low. I don't don't like playing games I know I'm going to lose. Is that so? Sun Renhui nodded slightly. Then what about this beach race? Huh? Fang Yan raised his eyebrows. It seems that this is also very good. After all, they come here to play themselves, and it happens that Yazhou often hold various competitions in order to attract tourists. And this beach racing competition seems to be good. Racing or something is indeed the strength of the Windspeed dog. Even if it is a competition that has to carry itself, it does not seem to be a big deal. Ding! Release a temporary task. Invite the host to participate in the beach racing competition and win the first place. Okay, then go sign up and try. Fang Yan's eyes twitched when he heard the system's prompt, but he still said, by the way, Ibrahimovic, what are you going to do? It seems that its strength is not bad, right? If it is a little later, it may miss the best evolution period. Then Sun Renhui spoke to Fang Yan again. For Ibrahimovic, she is the expert. Originally, Sun Renhui didn't care much about this matter. After all, evolution seems to be too far away. It takes a few months for ordinary trainers to reach Fang Yan's current progress in helping Ibrahimovic improve. Unimaginable thing, but she clearly felt that Ibrahimovic's level was no longer weak. What? Fang Yan was a little shocked. He didn't know much about these things. After all, he was not a professional. He really didn't know when to evolve. Then Fang Yan said, actually, I already have the top quality leaf stone, but I wasn't quite sure when it needed to evolve. The best evolution stone can be purchased in the system, and it is cheaper than the champion qualification potion. After all, it is not 100% able to improve the qualification. 1 point is also a relatively cost-effective commodity. It's almost there. Now is the best time. In fact, Celebi wanted to ask you if you needed to help Ibrahimovic evolve into a leaf elf, but after seeing your Pokémon, it didn't do it. Sun Renhui said, his eyes flickered for a while. Is it the best leaf stone? If Fang Yan's family has the best fire stone, she still believes it, but if it is the best leaf stone, but since Fang Yan has it, there is no need to worry about it. She remembers that there seems to be a high-level leaf stone at home. Under normal circumstances, the high-level leaf stone is enough to use. It is just a matter of increasing the potential probability. Is that so? It's better to choose a day than to hit the sun. Let's do it today. Fang Yan released Ibrahimovic and bought a top-quality leaf stone from the system at the same time. As for Celebi's word, Fang Yan absolutely did not believe it. It is indeed Celebi who can help Ibrahimovic evolve into a leaf elf. He is the god of the forest. For other evolutionary types, Celebi may not be able to help, but the leaf elf should be fine. However, Fang Yan also knows that that guy can't help him at all. The last blessing was carried out with the help of the system. He himself is a war 5 gum. Shame on Celebi. Boy, when Ibrahimovic came out, he stared at the top-grade leaf stone in Fang Yan's hand. Even if it was, his heart was extremely excited. Ibrahimovic, are you ready? Fang Yan asked with a chuckle. Boy, Ibrahimovic nodded his head again and again, and he couldn't wait for evolution. Although Ibrahimovic liked this form very much, but if it has been like this, it will not be able to bear it. There have been several times recently, and Ibrahimovic has almost evolved. After all, it can evolve into other forms, and it is more like a leaf elf. Then I'll leave it to you. Fang Yan's mouth showed a smile, and he put Yizishi on Ibrahimovic's head. Chapter 62, The Perfect Sunny Team. Boy, Ibrahimovic approached Yizishi excitedly. At the same time, its body also exuded a dazzling white light. Ibrahimovic's figure gradually became larger and different in the white light. Stand up. As the white light dissipated, a leaf elf with the appearance of a cat and a fox appeared in front of Fang Yan and Sun Renhui. Its body and claws are dark brown, just like the color between its eyes and ears. It has some leaves on its body, which makes it look a bit like a plant, and there is a long leaf in the center of its forehead, swaying in the wind. Compared with the appearance of Ibrahimovic before, Yi Elf at this moment is obviously a lot more mature. Pokémon, Leaf Elf, height, weight, kilogram, gender, male, property, grass, ability, leaf defense, chlorophyll, skill, flying blade, desire, health, cry, craft, parasitic seed, photosynthesis, magic leaf, great sunny day, potential, champion, grade, systematic evaluation. The talented Yi Elf has improved his talent through the best leaf stone, and his strength has been greatly improved. It is recommended that the host focus on training. See Yi Jing. Ling's talent has also been upgraded from the previous king to the current champion. Fang Yan's face showed a look of relief. It seems that his 10,000 points have not been wasted. This is also Fang Yan's 5th champion talent Pokemon. To a certain extent, Fang Yan's main lineup is almost ready. If it is known that Fang Yan now has 5 Pokemon with champion talent, it will shock countless people. After all, even if there are many incumbent Heavenly Kings, not all of their Pokemon are champion talent. The Pokemon with champion talent is a rare existence in itself. Several people have been searching for a lifetime, but they may not be able to find a Pokemon with the talent of God, let alone a champion Pokemon. This time, the top quality leaf stone is very fast, and the probability of almost 1/2 is not very high, but it seems that Fang Yan has never failed. The character is really good. Sure enough, he is the child loved by the father of the world. Yi Elf happily felt the situation on his body, and he was extremely satisfied with his current situation. Congratulations, Ibrahimovic. No, it's Yi Elf. Sun Renhui has also seen Yi Elf before. She has one at home, but it seems that Fang Yan's Yi Elf is exceptionally good looking. Yi Elf nodded excitedly. The characteristics of leaf defense and chlorophyll combined with my lineup are simply perfect. Fang Yan also said sincerely. As the characteristics of leaf defense and chlorophyll, Sun Renhui is also very clear. She used to think that fire elves are the most suitable Pokemon for Fang Yan, but thinking about the characteristics of leaf defense and chlorophyll, they are all used in conjunction with Daqingtian, and those of Fang Yan. Fire-type Pokemon are a perfect match for this one, and with the existence of the leaf elf, the water-type Pokemon's restraint on Fang Yan has become a lot less. As Fang Yan said, Yi Elf is indeed the most suitable Pokemon. Ibrahimovic's evolution also helped Fang Yan to solve one of Fang Yan's worries. After that, he went to participate in the so-called beach racing competition. He easily won the championship with the wind speed dog and got a mysterious water drop. The rewards are still pretty good. It seems that Yajo is here to attract tourists. It has almost reached the point of insanity. The price of a mysterious water droplet started in the millions, but it ended up here as a reward. However, it does not seem to be very rare here in Yajo. After all, there are a large number of sea areas south of Yajo, and mysterious water droplets are not that rare. Although this item can't be taken back like in the game after it falls on the Pokemon, it will disappear directly, and even disappear when other items are given. But nature is giving birth to these treasures almost all the time. After thinking about it, Fang Yan will drop the mysterious water. It was not because Fang Yan didn't like Chunglong, but he felt that insoluble ice or something was more suitable for Chunglong. Also won the championship of the racing competition. Fang Yan also earned points from the system, which is quite a good reward for Fang Yan today. Fang Yan, Sun Renhui. Just as Fang Yan and the two were about to leave, two familiar figures appeared beside them. Hey, Zhang Dao, Sha Meng, why are you here? Sun Renhui looked at the two visitors in surprise. The two are middle school classmates of Fang Yan and Sun Renhui, and they are a couple. Well, the kind of puppy love. I didn't expect to meet them here. And he looked quite anxious. This time, the beach racing competition is live on the internet, and we happen to be traveling here. Sha Meng quickly explained to Sun Renhui. She has a good relationship with Sun Renhui. After all, Sun Renhui is not a real saint. She can't achieve the level of invisibility. She still has a few friends, and Sha Meng is one of them. Chapter 63 Help. As that's so. Sun Renhui nodded slightly. We are also here on vacation during this time, so let's play together. Fang Yan doesn't seem to have any friends since he was a child. In his word, there is nothing to talk about with little brat. It is better to train Pokemon with this time. Now Sun Renhui also wants Fang Yan to have more friends. As that's so. That couldn't be better. Sha Meng hesitated for a while, but said, actually, I came here to ask you for help this time. Help? Sun Renhui looked at Sha Meng with some doubt. What happened to them? Actually, we came to find my brother. My brother lost contact in Yajo a month ago. Before, we only thought he was training. After all, it is normal for trainers to train in the field for a period of time. Only half of there was no news of him in Yudu, so we came to look for him. We paid attention to various competitions before, and also wanted to see if he would participate in such competitions. Sha Meng's expression was a little sad. We are already here. After a week of searching, I still haven't found him. Have you been missing for a month? Fang Yan frowned slightly. He wanted to say that after disappearing for a month, he was almost helpless, but he still didn't say a word in the end. This kind of words are also hated by others. Sha Meng is also Sun Renhui's friend after all, and he doesn't want to embarrass Sun Renhui. Yes, I know that this matter may be very troublesome, and even my brother may have suffered an accident, but I still want to get him back. Sha Meng looked at Fang Yan nervously. Fang Yan has always been a super genius in school. He doesn't have many friends, and most people will only regard Fang Yan as a goddamn rich man and a genius. But Sha Meng knows that Fang Yan is still a super second generation, and his grandpa is the former king of Qin. There should be many such people. Relationship, right? If Fang Yan is willing to help herself, then the possibility of her finding her brother will be greatly improved. Huo. Sun Renhui looked at Fang Yan. She knew Fang Yan's character quite well. Fang Yan was not the kind of person who liked trouble. He has his own plans for everything he does. I have cultivated since I came here for a vacation. Then it is a vacation, and I will never do other things. And finding someone is not that simple. It is true that Fang Yan and Sha Meng are classmates, but there is not much contact between the two parties, even if there is Sun Renhui in the middle as a bridge, but they were just nodding acquaintances. Maybe Sha Meng is indeed considered a beauty. This kind of pure girl is the favorite of this age group, but for Fang Yan's mental age, it is too naive, and the young lady is his favorite. Okay, aren't you okay, ma'am? As for Sun In Hai, this is an exception. Maybe it's really a long-term relationship. The two grew up together as childhood sweethearts, and they still have feelings to some extent, and a personality like Sun Renhui is indeed the best candidate for a wife. It's a good fit, and I like my own girl, but I don't like it if I'm blind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the temporary mission. Help Xiaomeng find her brother and reveal the secret behind it. Fang Yan was somewhat confused. It seemed that he really wanted to help Xiaomeng find her brother, and there was a secret behind this matter. It's not possible at this time, is it? After disappearing for a month, is that person still alive? If he is really still alive, then he is in some kind of special trouble. Shouldn't it be a pyramid scheme? This requires a good investigation. However, since these problems have been encountered, and the system has issued any, Fang Yan would not refuse such a request for help. This investigation may be very troublesome. Let's go back to our villa first, and I will check the information on the computer. Fang Yan thought about it and said to Xiaomeng and the two, "Thank you so much." Xiaomeng's face showed sincere gratitude. After all, it is very rare for the other party to help him. Even if he was a classmate before, the relationship between Fang Yan and them is not very harmonious, except for Sun Renhui. He doesn't care about anyone. This is all in the face of Sun Renhui. Well, Fang Yan then looked at him thoughtfully. Zhang Dao, who is beside him, doesn't seem to have a good attitude towards him. He shouldn't have offended him before, right? However, he didn't care much. He and Zhang Dao weren't very familiar, and I'm afraid there won't be any intersection in the future, so there's no need to care about that. Sit down, I'll check some information. Xiaomeng, tell me your brother's information and the picture book number. In the villa, Fang Yan took out a laptop and said to Xiaomeng. Xiaomeng said quickly, the so-called picture book number, and the ID number of the previous life. In general, when traveling, staying in hotels, and entering and leaving the Pokémon Center, you need to use the Pokémon picture book. Ask for flowers fly Lu Little Say Group 1013082776. Ask for very good vote. If you can give some reward, it would be even better. Mada. Chapter 64 Information. After all, Fang Yan was also an investigator of the Alliance, and he was also the investigator directly under the champion. He still had a lot of power, even more than a general investigator. It was easy to enter the official website of the Alliance to search for a person. The operations here are almost all full operations, but the login procedures are a little more troublesome. In addition to installing various software and various verifications, a special instrument is required to enter here. Soon the information of Xiaomeng's brother appeared on the display. Sha Hui, a native of Hengcheng, has both parents and a younger sister. After graduating from Hengcheng Middle School, I started traveling. I have participated in 4 national competitions. One is famous, 2 are strong, and the other is last year's wrong. The main Pokemon are Iron Armored Dragon, Scorpio King, Dragon Head Gopher, Pidgeot, Flame Horse and Strong Crocodile. The last time I appeared in the Pokemon Center was in the Moon issue. I stayed at the Ocean Hotel before and checked out the room in the Moon issue. Looking at this information, Fang Yan narrowed his eyes. The national competition is strong. This is already a good rank, and it may even be stronger than himself, who is not using Victini and its power. After all, Fang Yan's Pokemon levels are not balanced. Today is the month number, which proves that there is something wrong with the so-called counterparty disappearing for a month. Has Yuao ever been to the Pokemon Center? Xiaomeng frowned slightly over there, but I can't contact him anymore in Yuao. Fang Yan looked at her with some doubt, but still said, this record can't go wrong. Even if someone uses his Pokemon illustration book, it can't be used, so it's definitely him. After tapping on the keyboard, a video soon appeared on the screen. What appears in the video is the picture of Sha going to the Pokemon Center to treat the Pokemon, but he seems to be very anxious. After the treatment, the Pokemon is in a hurry. Left. Yes, this is my brother. He looked very busy. Xiaomeng quickly pointed to the video when she saw the appearance in the video. Is that so? Fang Yan nodded slightly. It seems that he has indeed gotten into some serious trouble. How is this possible? My brother is a very nice guy, and he doesn't usually have grudges with others. Xiaomeng said quickly. It's possible that there was a dispute with someone, and it's also possible that something was discovered. Fang Yan shook his head slightly and said, have you ever called the police before? No, I'm afraid my parents will worry. After all, if we want to locate the traces of his Pokemon illustration, you need the authorization of the important contact, so I did not call the police. Xiaomeng shook her head slightly. After all, her parents are not very healthy. Is that so? Fang Yan rolled his eyes speechlessly. How could they, as parent, not worry about this kind of thing? However, he still began to locate the summer Pokemon illustration. The Pokemon Pokédex is a good thing, and the positioning system inside can keep the power uninterrupted for half a year. Even if the Pokemon Pokédex is out of power, it can still be done. This is one of the best technology products in the world. However, because the ozone layer of this world has a relationship with the splinter space, there is no satellite or something, and humans have chosen to take a different approach. Positioning is careful carried out by other methods. Similarly, human beings do not know as much about the Earth as they did in previous lives. After all, there are no satellites monitoring everything. It doesn't seem to be very far. This should be an island more than 4 kilometers away. Could it be trapped? Fang Yan said with a little doubt. But my brother has a strong crocodile. Even if he is trapped, the strong crocodile can help his brother leave the island. Xiaomeng said a little tangled. There's nothing wrong with my brother, which is naturally the best, but Xiaomeng has some doubts in her heart. Then let's rent a yacht to go there first, Fang Yan said after thinking about it. I can drive a yacht. Zhang Dao, who was beside him, said at this time. He felt that he was under a lot of pressure. Fang Yan, this guy is extremely powerful, and now it seems that he has become a member of the alliance. A normal Pokemon trainer can do it, and Fang Yan has already done it. God, this guy is his classmate. Rich, powerful, home. He has money and is a handsome guy himself, which makes Zhang Dao always jealous of Fang Yan. Fortunately, this guy seems to be loyal to Sun Renhui, and he has no anxiety with other girls, otherwise Xiaomeng. Yes, there's really nothing to do with him. He knew that Xiaomeng had a crush on Fang Yan, but this guy had no interest in her. Now that he finally has a chance to perform, Zhang Dao naturally wants to perform well. Fang Yan glanced at Zhang Dao thoughtfully, but didn't say much. He had no interest in Xiaomeng, and he also had a boyfriend. I can't be like the protagonists of those urban novels. I like women when I see them. Although Xiaomeng's appearance is not bad, he is not his own food, and he is not a dragon. He can make women like him willingly, and doesn't mind how many women he has. I just don't know why. A beautiful image suddenly appeared in his mind. If it was her. Chapter 65 Dying Pokemon. Under Zhang Dao's driving, it took a few people more than an hour to finally arrive at the positioning information issued by the Pokemon illustrations in the previous summer. This is a small island, and it doesn't seem to be very small. Like this kind of island, in the entire South China Sea, I know how many. That's it. But will there be fresh water here? Fang Yan looked at this island with some curiosity. Food or something is actually nothing. After all, tree fruit can still be eaten. In this world, tree fruit it also replaces a lot of vegetables and fruit, and their taste is also more delicious. It's just that the seawater cannot be drunk directly, even if the water quality of this world is worse than that of Fang Yan's previous life. So much good, but seawater is still seawater after all. No, my brother will be fine. He has a freshwater purifier on him, Xiaomeng said quickly. Freshwater purifiers are also one of the high-techs in this world. Although the price is high, some trainers still buy one when they go on a trip. It can not only purify fresh water, but also purify seawater. Just like Fang Yan has one, it can be used for a month on a single charge, which is quite easy to use. Can the positioning be more precise? Zhang Dao then asked Fang Yan. No, this is almost the limit. If it can be accurately located, doesn't it mean that the Alliance is monitoring all Pokemon trainers? Fang Yan chuckled. In fact, if someone doesn't like to be known about their whereabouts, you can also turn off the positioning inside the Pokemon Pokédex. It's just that most people can drive it, and they can even ask for help through the illustrated book. Ah, that's right. Xiaomeng was stunned when she heard the word, and then nodded, and then a few people docked the yacht on the coast and came to the island. This island seems to be a bit special. Fang Yan narrowed his eyes. What wrong? Sun Renhui asked quickly. There were too many things happening around Fang Yan during this time, and she was also very worried. Could something happen again this time? There are obvious signs of battle here. Fang Yan frowned slightly, and it seems that I haven't seen any wild Pokemon here. Wild Pokemon? Sun Renhui was surprised. Generally, there are quite a few wild Pokemon in those uninhabited islands. Now there really isn't any Pokemon here. Maybe something really happened. Perhaps this time the incident is not very simple. Fang Yan thought silently in his heart. Here, this is my brother's backpack. The Pokemon illustration and the Pokeball are also here. Several people quickly found the summer backpack, but unfortunately, the summer is not here. He doesn't seem to be here. Fang Yan glanced around and said, and then he released the Wind Speed Dog. The Wind Speed Dog helps me find the owner of this thing. The appearance of the Wind Speed Dog also made Xiaomeng happy. This is the Wind Speed Dog, one of the Pokemon with the strongest tracking ability. The Wind Speed Dog first smelled the back, bow, then ran in one direction, and soon it ran back. It shook its head at Fang Yan. Wong, not on the island. It looks like it's not on the island anymore, Fang Yan said with a sigh. This is my brother's Pokemon and Flame Horse. The other Pokemon are gone. Xiaomeng took out 2 Pokemon balls with stickers. I still put these stickers on. After speaking, she opened one of the Pokemon balls. Then they saw a comatose beagle with scars appearing in front of them. Then carving V4 Quasi King. Well, worthy of being a strong trainer in the national competition. Even an eagle has the strength of V4, but the condition of this eagle is not very good. It is almost dying. Hurry up and take it back to the Pokemon ball. Let go back to the Pokemon Center first. Fang Yan responded quickly. Inside the Pokemon ball, it can also curb the deterioration of the injury, and outside, the ghost knows if if it will die. Yes, Xiaomeng also hurriedly retracted the carving. Several people soon returned to Yajo, but Xiaomeng's mood seemed to be a lot heavier this time than before. Before, she could comfort herself that her brother was only training outside, and there was no way to contact him, but now it was obvious that something had happened to her brother. And Fang Yan also charged Xia Pokemon illustration, and used his own authority to crack the illustration. How is it? Are there any clues? Sun Renhui asked worriedly. She has a very good relationship with Xiaomeng. She is kind-hearted and naturally doesn't want her good friend's brother to die. Looking at the information in the Pokemon picture book, especially some photos, Fang Yan took a deep breath and said, things are not very optimistic. Summer should have found something amazing. Don't catch it. What? Zhang Dao on the side also looked at Fang Yan in shock. If this is the case, this matter is probably really troublesome. Well, if nothing else, he has run into a Pokemon poaching organization. Actually, Sun Renhui's prototype is Saint Wei, and I still like this woman very much. Chapter 66 Pokemon Hunters Organization. There is no killing without buying and selling. There are still a lot of Pokemon hunters in this world. They use various illegal means to poach Pokemon, and even sell Pokemon around the world. Then isn't my brother very dangerous? Xiaomeng asked nervously when she heard the word. For her, Pokemon hunters were a bunch of vicious villains. Who knows? Fang Yan curled his lips noncommittally, but those Pokemon hunters are not very easy to deal with. Generally, the Pokemon of Pokemon hunters are not particularly powerful, but their methods are endless. Is a hassle. If Xiaomeng's brother really found something, he would have been killed long ago. After thinking about it, he and Xiaomeng and others distanced themselves and called Grandpa He. What happened again? Grandpa He over there was also helpless for a while. He didn't go to the Three Treasures Hall without anything. If this guy has nothing to do, he won't come to him. And he also found out that Fang Yan is a tough physique. It seems that no matter where he goes, he will encounter problem. It has been almost a week since the last incident, and Fang Yan is about to encounter something. South China Sea. Are there any Pokemon poaching group? My classmate brother disappeared in Yajo. Finally, I used my investigator's authority to find the location of his Pokemon book, his backpack and 2 dying Pokemon, which I found in his Pokemon book. Some photos. Someone is poaching Pokemon. He must have discovered this and disappeared. Fang Yan said in a deep voice. Yajo. Grandpa He narrowed his eyes. You sent me the photo, but because it is close to the sea and borders with other areas, the security is not particularly good, and it is true that Pokemon cannot be ruled out. Possibility of hunter. Quote, N. After speaking, Fang Yan sent the photo of Xia's Pokemon illustration to Grandpa He, who quickly responded. Such methods and tools should be the methods of the hunter organization. Hunter organization. Fang Yan curled his lips when he heard the word. He also knew that it was a Pokemon hunter. What the hell was a hunter organization? It seems that all Pokemon hunters with a certain organization can be called that. You seem to be thinking something wrong. Not all Pokemon hunters can be called hunter organizations together. There is only one Pokemon hunter organization in the world, and the others cannot be called hunter organizations. Grandpa He Nai. The heart explained for Fang Yan. He found that Fang Yan's common sense seemed to be very poor, but it was easy to explain. After all, his father was not at home all the year round, and his mother couldn't explain a lot to her. He became the Alliance investigator, and he was Grandpa He himself to Fang Yan. An identity. Who would have thought that things would turn out like this? As that's so, I seem to have found some information about their brand. Fang Yan's mouth twitched. Looking at the photo, he checked the corresponding position on the computer. There is not much distance east of Yajo. Who can thinking that a branch of the hunter organization could actually be here? Fei Lu's novel internal group 1,142,529,731. I just don't know what the summer will be like. Really? Grandpa He was startled and asked quickly. Yes, I have already analyzed the location, but it is estimated that my strength should not be enough. Fang Yan said after some consideration. Although he is also a person who has fought against a group of masters single-handedly, and this has happened more than once, but Fang Yan's heart is still a bit overwhelming, and his strength is not that strong. Nor was he complacent about his previous achievement. Okay, I'll notify the gym trainer in Yajo and let him cooperate with your action. Grandpa He said after a moment of silence. Accompany me to act. Fang Yan was a little confused. He was just a child. How could he listen to Grandpa He's word, as if he was leading the action this time? Of course I'm cooperating with you. You are now the investigator directly under the championship. Now there is a Pokemon hunter organization in Yajo. If they didn't find out, it was their dereliction of duty. Grandpa He sneered. Relationship, and a derelict gym trainer. One is the younger generation of his grandchildren. It is obvious who he supports. As for Fang Yan's lack of strength, I'm sorry. He is the investigator directly under the league champion, and he is the champion's confidant. But will the whereabouts be revealed? Fang Yan asked a little worriedly. Even if the other party runs away, there is no problem, as long as you find clues. Grandpa He shook shook his head slightly and said, "The Pokemon Hunter organization has always existed in China, and we have always attacked them very hard. It is rare to see their whereabouts, but because of the special nature of Yajo, they appear there. It is reported that the headquarters of the Pokemon Hunter organization is in the country of 1,000 Island, but we are not particularly clear." "Is that so?" Fang Yan nodded slightly, not knowing what he was thinking about. It seemed that the power possessed by the other party did not seem to be. "It's as simple as I imagined it to be, but this has nothing to do with me for the time being. What he should do now is to act bravely, and then improve his strength as soon as possible." Chapter 67. Damn Second Generation. "You are Fang Yan. I'm Li Yu, the gym trainer of the Yajo Gym." A royal sister in her 30s greeted Fang Yan. In fact, she herself is quite depressed. She has only been a gym trainer in Yajo for 3 months. As a result, He Guanjin found herself today saying that the Pokemon Hunter organization appeared in her jurisdiction, and something happened. "Come out. Now let yourself follow the instructions of this little brat. This is just lying." Li Yu said that he didn't know how much to say. Fang Yan looked handsome, but he doesn't seem to be years old. Is this kind of person really the champion's direct investigator? Isn't this special cat playing? When can a little kid be able to command himself? Ma Dan, these damn second generation. Li Yu, the national champion a year ago. The Li Yu who also won the world championship. Sun Renhui on the side looked at Li Yu in surprise. She was still very impressed with Li Yu. After all, she looked like a girl. There is indeed a disadvantage on the path of a trainer, and Li Yu was definitely the best among female trainers. Even though they were young at the time, Li Yu's performance was still shocking. Everyone, it was almost a crushing win to win the championship. This is an extremely strong female powerhouse, but unfortunately, there is also a Ji Xiao on her to cover up everyone's light. I didn't expect her to appear here, and she has become the gym trainer of the Yajo Gym. Oh, you actually know me. Li Yu glanced at Sun Renhui in surprise. The age of these little brat didn't look like much. He didn't expect anyone to know him. It seems that your strength is good, but it's a pity that your ability is not enough. You don't even know that the Pokemon Hunter organization came to you. Fang Yan looked at it lightly. Eyes Li Yu said. He can naturally feel Li Yu's hostility towards him. Fang Yan can also understand this. No strong person seems to be reluctant to accept orders from other little brat. If it were him, he would probably hate to kill each other. The strong have the dignity of the strong. However, Fang Yan will not be used to the other side. This Li Yu is very powerful. He won the national championship 7 years ago, and won the world championship in the same year. This kind of ability, as long as there is no accident, if he is given time and opportunity, this Li Yu even has the opportunity to become the king of Dokkan. After all, this is almost to become the king of heaven. Prerequisite. Li Yu looked at Fang Yan with gritted teeth. This little brat is not cute at all. However, if the incident this time is related to the Pokemon Hunter organization, then this matter may be troublesome. As a local Pokemon trainer in Yajo, I have an inescapable responsibility. This has a great influence on her future competition for the king. However, if she can assist Fang Yan in eliminating these Pokemon hunters, her merits and demerits can be worth it. She somewhat understands what champion he means. This is the best ending for her. Those nasty Pokemon hunters. Let go. I have to ask you to wait. Fang Yan said with a deep look at Li Yu. As for the others, Fang Yan didn't want to inform them. If the news leaked, what would happen if those guys got the news and ran away? The forces that can enter Dokkan will not be too strong. I can handle those people. Li Yu said with a deep breath. That's it. They set up the base under a steep rock wall. Fang Yan pointed to a rock wall and said, and at the same time took out the Pokemon illustration to Li Yu. Saw that this picture appeared in the photo of the illustrated book, but in the photo, there was a hole in the rock wall. What should I do now? If there are other entrances and exits here, the other party can easily escape. Sun Renhui said with some worry. Let's attack directly. According to He Guanjin, if you can't catch them all, just drive them out. Fang Yan said after deliberation, and then he turned his eyes to Li Yu, who was on the side. Is professional. Attack. I'll be in charge of the main attack. You guys help me. Li Yu said with a change of face and gritted his teeth. She gritted her teeth and dared to come to her own territory to do things she was just slapped in the face. She couldn't forgive them. Okay. Fang Yan nodded slightly. Longlongyan, give your life to crack. Then Li Yu released a Pokemon, and after it came out, the Pokemon slammed into the cliff. Rumble Rock, the King of Heaven. Fang Yan took a closer look and saw that the appearance of this rumbling rock was very different from the ordinary rumbling rock. Its front claws were very short, with only 2 fingers and 2 claws on its feet. Bulge on its eyes. The area and upper lip have black stripes of stone. There are a lot of black iron sand adsorption on the chest, which looks like a beard. It has a device similar to an electromagnetic cannon catapult on its back, a short black columnar stone in the middle, and 2 taller black stones on both sides. The faces of the 2 stones towards the middle are regularly embedded with golden tourmaline crystal. The rumbling rock in the form of a Alola. Li Yu's main force turned out to be this. It doesn't look like a girl style at all. Chapter 68 Forcibly. The rumbling rock in the form of Alola is really rare. In this world, like the Ninetales of the Alola form, the Mountain King is called the Ice Ninetales. Except for the Ice Mountain King, most of the Alola forms are called the tropical form. After all, most of these Pokémon appear in the tropic. It seems natural that Li Yu can have such a Pokémon. Boom! With the impact of Rumble Rock, the cave that was originally covered by the rock appeared in front of everyone in an instant. I'm walking in front, you are behind, Li Yu said first. She could see it to some extent. Fang Yan's identity being different. If something goes wrong here, the ghost knows whether champion he will make things difficult for him in the future. These damn second generation. No need. Come out. Wind Speed Dog. Fang Yan waved his hand and let out Wind Speed Dog. Feng Speed Dog looked for the human breath inside. Is it Wind Speed Dog? Li Yu glanced at Fang Yan thoughtfully. The Wind Speed Dog is not very old, but the level seems to be not low, and it seems to be bred quite well. It seems that this guy's own Pokemon, not the parent. Are all kids so scary these days? However, there is a Wind Speed Dog here. That's a lot easier. After all, when it comes to tracking ability, there is no Pokemon that is better than Wind Speed Dog. The Wind Speed Dog sniffed the inside of the cave, and then nodded to Fang Yan. Wow, there are a lot of people inside. There are many people inside. Be careful, Fang Yan said solemnly. Leave it to me. Li Yu's face showed a confident look. As long as the other party doesn't run away, she is still very confident in her own strength. You know, she is now working on qualifications and accumulating achievement. In the next year, you can go to the Tianwang Challenge. She is also considered by many to be a trainer with the opportunity to become a king. After speaking, she released another Pokemon ball and drilled out a 3 hamster from it, but the 3 hamster had yellow hair on its head, which made Sunrin Hui feel novel, and it seemed to be tropical again. A uni type of 3 gophers. Fang Yan glanced at Li Yu thoughtfully. Could this guy be an Alola form specialization? 3 gophers. Get in and check the situation. When necessary, you can attack them. Li Yu commanded 3 gophers. Listening to Li Yu's word, the 3 hamsters burrowed into the ground without saying a word. Let go, Fang Yan said softly, taking the lead in walking ahead, and Li Yu over there was not to be outdone, and followed closely behind. No, be careful, Wind Speed Dog. Use Jet Flame. Fang Yan suddenly let out a soft cry, and at the same time a large net rushed towards them. It's a trap, Li Yu said quickly. The scorching high temperature hit the big net, and instantly burned the big net with this characteristic to ashes. This seems to be a net made from the spinning of green caterpillars, Li Yu said, pointing to something, and at the same time, he also confirmed his previous judgment. This kind of net is difficult to make. The degree is extremely high. One trap, the net will stick to you, and it will be extremely difficult if you want to escape. If it weren't for the fact that there might be other people here, an earthquake would have buried all of them alive, Fang Yan said with a light snort. He doesn't have the slightest liking for Pokemon hunters. If the villains have their own inner justice, even if they do something wrong, Fang Yan can understand it somewhat, but most of these Pokemon hunters are all evil. They don't know how many Pokemon's homes have been destroyed, and even many people's Pokemon have been robbed by them. These people are absolutely unforgivable, and they can abandon everything for the sake of money. At the same time, Fang Yan also learned some information about the Pokemon Hunter organization from the website before. Their organization is a long-standing organization with many leaders. The strength is unfathomable. As long as they are given money, they seem to have no Pokemon that they cannot catch, which reminds Fang Yan of the Hunter J in the animation of the previous life. I don't know if the rubbish author has no ideas, and even came up with this old-fashioned setting, but there seems to be no problem. After all, it seems that only Hunter J is famous in the animation. Maybe her name itself is related to J. Anyway, many things in the animation are in the clouds and fog. This is a real world. Li Yu took a deep look at Fang Yan after hearing this. This guy is really decisive. It seems that he really thought wrong before. This is a super genius. Well, Wind Speed Dog, use the jet flame at it. Suddenly Fang Yan pointed in another direction and said, roar. Then I saw a device in the Wind Speed Dog. An explosion occurred beneath the jet of flame, which destroyed it. I can't lose to you either. Li Yu showed a smile, and his expression became extremely serious. Longlongyan blocked the entire cave with the power grid. Well, Fang Yan glanced at Li Yu thoughtfully. Can the power grid be used like this? I can learn it, but I don't seem to have any electricity type Pokemon. Why don't I catch a Zekrom? Chapter 69 Ban. Be careful. Just as Fang Yan and others were about to go further, a figure rushed in front of them and launched an attack on Longlongyan, who was walking at the forefront. This is a hooded bastard. Be careful. Fang Yan made a gesture to the Wind Speed Dog, and the other party immediately understood that he did not need to participate in the battle, but he still needed to fight for the head. Recently Fang Yan is still full of lack of experience points, especially after discovering that the original learning device has other uses. Fang Yan can exclude the Pokemon from the range of the learning device so that his Pokemon Pokemon with insufficient training do not need to worry because the level is upgraded too fast, thereby wasting talent. Fang Yan decisively excluded round land shark, metal monsters, ball sea lions, dragons and fire dinosaurs from this range. For now, Fang Yan's main Pokemon are still Flame Chicken, Wind Speed Dog, more than Katini and Burning Insect. Leaf Elf has just been upgraded, and the level is not low, and such a violent upgrade can also be carried out. Although a little unwilling, there is no way to do this. Who let those Pokemon have too little training? As for brushing experience, there will be local brushing experience in the future. There are countless opponents waiting. He's going to face it, and the training time doesn't take long. As long as 1 month, Fang Yan will continue to hang up for them. Get rid of it. Li Yu didn't panic at all, except for those with code names. Ordinary Pokemon hunters are not very powerful. Fang Yan can also see this. This hooded bastard is nothing but the strength of V4, and it seems to be nothing to Fang Yan today. Fangsugo, you also take action. It doesn't matter if you live or die. Fang Yan has never been merciful to such a Pokemon. Since you choose to help Joe, then there is nothing. It is necessary to exist. If it is a battle of ideas, the struggle between regions, it is understandable, but the Pokemon poaching organization, this is absolutely not allowed to be forgiven. It doesn't matter if you live or die. Hearing Fang Yan's word, everyone else couldn't help but done, but they quickly reacted. At this time, they really should do it. There is no need to fight against these Pokemon. Keep it. Longyan's shot, life or death. Li Yu over there also made a decision and said to his own Longyan. Almost instantly, an electric light appeared in the palm of Longyan's palm, and a slap slapped his head on the head of the hooded gangster. At the same time, the Wind Speed Dog did not show any weakness, and the raging flames from his body slammed into the turban gangster's body, knocking it off again, and he didn't know his life or death. Roar. Suddenly 2 roars came from a distance, and several people looked intently, only to see an iron-armored Tyrannosaurus exuding an incomparably brutal aura rushing towards them. The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, in the eyes it was filled with red light, and it looked like it would destroy all the people or Pokemon around it. It's an ironclad Tyrannosaurus, my brother's ironclad Tyrannosaurus. At this time, Xiaomeng let out a soft cry and said to Fang Yan, "What?" Fang Yan, he was also shocked, and at the same time felt incredible inside. Iron Tyrannosaurus v Tianwang was forced to upgrade his level by taking banned drugs, so he became extremely cruel, and his sick relatives did not recognize it. Be careful, there is something wrong with this iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, Li Yu said to Fang Yan with a very solemn expression, and at the same time commanded his own Longyan to meet the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. Up and down, this made Li Yu's expression even more solemn. Now that you have encountered this level of iron-armored dragon, what will happen later? Flaming Chicken, come out too. Use 2 kick. Fang Yan did not hesitate, taking advantage of that. The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus was still competing with Longyan and launched an attack directly, kicking the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus directly out. It's just that the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus was like an irrational beast at the moment, and it didn't feel any pain, and rushed towards the place where the Flaming Chicken was. On the other hand, Longyan actively helped the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus to resist the attack of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. Otherwise, the small body of the Flame Chicken would not be able to withstand the impact of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. Can't even such an attack wake up the opponent? Fang Yan murmured. This iron-armored Tyrannosaurus should be controlled by drug, and its strength has been forcibly improved, if it is not completely. If you are defeated, it will probably continue to attack. Then the only way is to defeat it. Li Yu nodded slightly. Such an analysis was similar to hers, and even Fang Yan's analysis was more comprehensive than hers. At least she didn't know that the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus was forcibly improved, but according to the little girl's word, it should be about the same. Ban. Really troublesome. At this moment, another roar sounded from inside the cave, and another figure rushed over quickly from a distance. Fang Speed Dog, use the jet flame to block the opponent. Fang Yan said quickly. The speed of the shadow is extremely fast, but the speed of the Wind Speed Dog is not slow at all, and the jet flame perfectly blocked the opponent's attack. It's my brother's gopher, Xiaomeng exclaimed again. Ask for flowers. Ask for a very good vote. Ask for Fly Lu Little Say Group 1013082776. What? Chapter 70. What is this operation? Is your brother's dragon-headed gopher? Li Yu on the side twitched his mouth when he heard the word. Now, whether this dragon-headed gopher is listening to your brother's words is unknown. If the Pokemon in the summer really has such a thing, powerful, and will not remain silent forever. Well, for Li Yu, the strong national competition is just an unknown existence. It's going to be a quick fight. Fang Yan pointed at Li Yuya. It's not a good way to go on like this, and this dragon-headed hamster is obviously taking medicine, and his level is higher than his own Wind Speed Dog. Some more. And Li Yu. It also threw a Pokemon ball again. Egg Tree uses energy ball. Then I saw a coconut egg tree more than 2 meters high, and after coming out, it fired a green energy ball at the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. It's not a coconut coconut egg tree in the form of Alola. However, Fang Yan said it was acceptable. Compared with the coconut palm tree with a long neck and a height of 10 meters in the Alola region, it was obviously more comfortable. With a long neck, aren't you afraid of breaking your neck? Yajo is indeed a tropical area, but it cannot compare with those tropical rainforests. It is quite normal to grow coconut palm tree. Ding! Congratulations on the upgrade of the burning insect level, currently V4. Ding! Congratulations on the upgrade of Yi Elf's level, currently V. Listening to the system prompt, Fang Yan nodded slightly. Although the level was raised by medicine, the Pokemon itself is in a state of madness, and its combat power is not comparable to the normal level, but the experience value is not a lot. Flaming Chicken, use Flaming Fist. Fang Yan also quickly gave an order here, and the dragon-headed gopher over there suppressed by the jet flame. The Flaming Chicken quickly stepped forward, raging flames lingering in his hand. Heavy. It smashed into the dragon-headed gopher, instantly knocking it flying. At the same time, the Windspeed Dog's jet flame was not slow at all, hitting the belly of the dragon-headed gopher head-on, making it unknown. Ding! Congratulations on the upgrade of the Windspeed Dog, the current V. Come in. Fang Yan continued. Experience and so on can't actually bring him more happiness. These Pokemon in Sha are probably going to be scrapped. Although he and Sha don't know each other at all, it is inevitable that some rabbits are dead and foxes are sad. Mindset. These guys are just damn. Several people continued to walk towards the cave. There were also many traps and traps along the way, with some Pokemon sneak attack. Most of these Pokemon were maddened Pokemon, but with the efforts of Fang Yan and Li Yu, they were easily resolved. Is it really here? Finally, the two came to a central hall, where there are still many Pokemon hunters busy, and dozens of Pokemon behind them are locked in various cages, even in the distance. There are also 3 people locked in the same cage, and they don't know whether they are alive or dead at this moment. If he hadn't come here in person, Fang Yan would have had a hard time imagining that someone had carved such a big hole on the edge of the cliff in Yajo. Seeing all this, Fang Yan and Li Yu looked at each other and quickly resolved them. They all knew that the reason why these guys have not left is because there are still some things that cannot be discovered here, and Fang Yan and Li Yu were advancing too fast, making them a little too late. Flaming Chicken, use Flaming Fist. Quickly solve the opponent. Fang Yan continued. Take those humans. The thief caught the king first. Fang Yan was determined to kill. He found that there were not only Pokemon hunters, but also some researchers. It seemed that they were studying something, and there were many in the hall. As an experimental subject, this is something Fang Yan cannot bear. He didn't mind making a death announcement at the moment and then killing them. It's no wonder that they didn't escape for so long before. Maybe there is no other exit here, or the information here is so important that they can't evacuate at all. Roar. At this moment, 3 ferocious Pokemon were also killed. King Nido and Queen Nido. There is also a sound-popping monster, which seems to have been strengthened by experiment. Quickly solve them, Li Yu said to Fang Yan. And Fang Yan nodded slightly. The Windspeed Dog uses Roar. Li Yu. She didn't understand Fang Yan's purpose for doing this, but the other side Pokemon seemed to be intimidated by the Windspeed Dog. Li Yu didn't think too much, but directly directed the Pokemon to launch an attack. Brother. Shamenk on the side seemed to recognize the appearance of a person, and hurriedly let out an exclamation. I saw that Sha was in a coma in a cage at the moment, and she didn't know her life or death. For her, she didn't know the result. Good or bad. Retreat. After some battle, the researchers over there seemed to be fully prepared, said to a few people, and then hurriedly walked not far away. Obviously there was a secret door there. They pressed a button, and a corridor quickly appeared. Chapter 71. There's only problem Pokemon here, and I need to get it. New Gurgur Expressway debut. The 3 caves of Crafty Rabbit, let alone these Pokemon hunters. They have already prepared underground passages here. Once the problem at hand is resolved, they can go underground through this passage, where it is directly connected to Taihai, and when these people want to catch up, they will not be able to catch up. Want to escape? It's not that easy. Li Zai let out a sneer. At the same time, the passage leading to the sea was blocked by a stone. Is it the 3 hamsters? Fang Yan's face showed a clear look. Before Li Yu's 3 hamsters were long ago. He has sneaked in here, but he hasn't shown up for a long time. He is obviously doing something. He didn't expect to directly block the opponent's backpack, but this is not bad. 480. Damn, I fought with them. A Pokemon hunter also released his Pokemon to prepare for a desperate death. Fourth is not that simple. Burning insect tied them all. Fang Yan also responded quickly. Burning worm is also a rare opportunity to appear. After all, the combat power of the burning worm is not very strong, even if its level is not low, but the fighting power is at the same level, still a weak one. After it evolved, it is time for a complete transformation. After burning appeared, he quickly circled behind those people for a brief moment, trapping some of them with Yi so that they cannot move. How dead? 9-0. Flaming Chicken solved them completely. Fang Yan's eyes were full of indifference. At the same time, he kept his eyes fixed on everyone Pokémon and saw that the most powerful hunters were not their Pokémon, but their various means emerge in an endless stream. Fortunately, this time the ability of this group of people is not very good. Otherwise, they would not be able to sneak into Taken. Daken has always been the strongest in the league against the Pokémon poaching organization and various criminal organizations. Those famous criminals can't come to Oxygen at all. In the end, with Ji-Yu's assistant, Fang Yan finally caught everyone here. Wow! Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary task and helping Xiaomeng to find her brother, and revealing the secret behind the OI1 reward points 2009 point, and the previous points 69,214. Well, at this time, Fang Yan also. Finally, there is some time to look at this hall. There are a lot of Pokémon here. Most of them are comatose. Even those Pokémon who are awake are also confused and lose their anger as Pokémon. It looked like these Pokémon won't be able to recover for a long time into the future. Some of these Pokémon are not particularly rare Pokémon. Even most of them are some common magical treasures. Of course, this is more common in Daken. Daken has a wide area, has a variety of environmental landforms. Pokémon types are also the most, but these Pokémon, in other regions, it may also become a treasured Pokémon. Of course, there are still some magical treasures that attracted Fang Yan's attention. Shui Mian Bird V17 Quasi-King. The number of wild green cotton birds is not much. Fang Yan rarely sees the existence of green cotton bird. Its evolution type is Shengju Qingdao. However, the most important thing for the existence of dragon attributes is that the ESA evolution of Tuxi Qingnao has both dragon and fairy type, and is known as the existence of dragon traders. But I have to admit that the green cotton bird is a very beautiful and gorgeous magic treasure. It's a pity that the talent is still a little short of Fang Yan. If he doesn't particularly like Pokemon below the Tianwang talent, he won't take it anymore. And it's just too much work to think about the Pokemon he needs to nurture. Little Kirbymon IV11 Quasi-King. Little Kirbymon's evolutionary virtue is also quite a powerful Pokemon. It's a pity that, compared to other frightened Pokemon, Little Kirbymon lived a leisurely and contented life. For it, the people here are good people, who can provide themselves with a steady stream of food. It doesn't need to worry about the problem here at all. Jew-Eyed Lizard V7 Associated Heavenly King. This is the third family of the Sword and Shield series. This kind of magical treasure is more common in the West. In Daken, there are not many. As a result, Fang Yan has never seen a wild tear-eyed lizard. However, Fang Yan doesn't like this kind of magical year. It looked too ugly. That series is still Yan Rabbit face value suitable for Fang Yan, and the Flash Ace can indeed make the national football team feel baby crying. Better than a Pokemon cared about the most was another Pokemon. Is the Frog's Eat Whole. Pokemon Frog's Eat. Height 0.7 point. Physical activity 9 times 10 to the 8 kg. Gender male. Attribute grass. Poison. Properties lush. Chlorophyll. Skills bomb cry. Vine whip. Growth poison. Potential king. Level 7. System review 1.9. Price. Talented Pirong Pokemon. Because he was caught by a Pokemon hunter, and thus full of embarrassment to human beings, it is recommended to subdue and cultivate. Code champions catch Pokemon hunter. People and researchers eat people. Found the captured Pokemon on the 61st to 16 Pokemon are being studied. Their lives are in danger at the same time. 3 Pokemon trainers who were captured by the Pokemon hunters were found. Life is in danger. Fang Yan took out the picture book and slowly reported the result. In addition, I found a captured frog seed with serious anti-human tendencies, and I plan to subdue it and help it change its mind. On Zeta EWC 52664, New Grid High-Speed Starter. Chapter 72. Start splitting the spoils before it's over. New Gurgur Expressway debuts. Everyone heard Fang Yan's word. It's also a stunned look on Ari's face. The seeds of the wonderful frog have serious anti-human tendencies. 3. Where do you see it? Even if you really hate humans, it's a big deal to release them into the deep mountains and forests just fine. They have all seen it. Fang Yan intends to conquer the rhythm of this wonderful frog seed. Li Yu and the others didn't care. After all, when the Alliance investigators were performing their task, if they seized Pokemon, they have the right to take these Pokemon first, which is why the Alliance encourages excellent trainers to join the Alliance. And work for the League. The rest will be released in special National Wildlife Reserve. Of course, this also needs to be reported. At the same time, it also depends on the wishes of the Pokemon, but it is the first time that Li Yu like Fang Yan has seen it. 2. Can this be a little more brazen? 2. Where do you see that this wonderful frog seed has a serious anti-human attitude? It's up to you. Since that frog seed has a serious tendency to be anti-chronic, then as an Alliance Investigator 19, I have the obligation to correct its tendency and supervise it. Grandpa, he said without blushing, I will contact the nearby Alliance investigator to cooperate with your investigation. Then I'll leave it to you. Fang Yan nodded slightly, then hung up the phone. Hello, Frog Frogseed, it's all right now. Fang Sheng walked in front of Frogseed and said hello to it. Gonna too. Frogseed looked at Fang Yan suspiciously, just as Fang Yan had seen from the system identification. He has a vigilance against human beings, but soon it felt a little different from Fang Yan's body. This feeling was like facing the forest. Make it feel so intimate. Flame chicken. Destroy these crates, Fang Yan said to the flaming chicken on the side. As for the Pokémon here, if anyone likes it, they can naturally accept it. As for worrying about the escape of the Pokémon here, did they have such abilities? Not to mention that these Pokémon themselves need to be released, and even in their current state, they can't escape from here. Too many Pokémon are in a coma, that is, sober Pokémon. Too much is also because of the streak during this period of time. Encounter. Lost. Fighting spirit. There are still some like the seeds of Wonderful Frog, but not many. The Pokémon here are not sold by them as book, but are used for various experiments. Be careful. When Sun Renhui saw the frog seed sticking out the vine whip, he couldn't help but exclaim that the cage had been broken. If the vine whip of the seeds of the Wonderful Frog hit Fang Yan would be injured at that time. But what was unexpected was that the vine whip of frog seeds did not hit Fang Yan's body, but the skin was placed in Fang Yan's hand, and had a friendly exchange with Fang Zi. This scene made all the corners of the mouth twitch. This special meow has a serious anti-human tendency. Are you special meow teasing me? Hello, Wonderful Frog Seed. Please, lots of advice. I will train you to become the strongest frog flower in the future, Fang Yan said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Gonna. The frog seed nodded again and again, and it was also extremely eager for strength. If the county's own strength at that time was strong enough, you won't be caught by these classes, will you? For Fang Yan, Wonderful Frog and Yangtze have an inexplicable goodwill. This home is different from other human beings. Only Fang Yan knew that this should be due to Celebi's blessing last time. Otherwise, he wanted to subdue this Wonderful Frog seed. I am afraid there will be some difficulty. It's finally here, and it can also work with Team Sunny. Perfect. Can I subdue this tear-eyed lizard? At this time, Zhang Dao, who had been making soy sauce, asked forcefully. This made Sha Meng frown slightly. Although Zhang was her boyfriend, in the previous action, Zhang Dao did not exert any strength. Fang Yan can subdue the Wonderful Frog species, but this does not mean that you, Zhang Dao, can subdue the tear-eyed lizard. You say it like this. You let Fang Yan and the others say how you are not very familiar with Fang Yan. Work well. Ju-eyed lizard is an extremely rare Pokémon. Now there is one less. Ju-eyed lizard. How does Fang Yan explain this? Even Sha Meng felt embarrassed at the moment. The mother-in-law once troubled Fang Yan and they had enough. 897. Although Sha Meng said she was born in an ordinary family, she also knew more or less about some things. Her brother's purpose is to become an alliance investigator. If you can get the Ju-eyed lizard's approval, it doesn't matter. Fang Yan shook his head slightly. He has nothing to do with Zhang Dao. He also despises this tear-eyed lizard. If the opponent has the ability to subdue it, Yan will not stop it, but unfortunately he feels that Zhang Dao should not be able to subdue the Ju-eyed lizard. Do you have any favorite Pokémon? Fang Yan said to Sun Renhui, who was beside him. Sun Renhui shook her head. She doesn't like the Battle of Shokibao very much, and she doesn't need a strong Dekibao. With Ibrahimovic she is good enough. Next to him was speechless. The battle has just ended. This start to divide the spoils too. However, she doesn't have much interest in the Pokémon here either. These Pokémon have all lost their fighting spirit. It's really not suitable for fighting. Chapter 73 Z Power. New Gurgur Expressway debut. Cough. You come. At this time, Sha also woke up slightly. The tone was a little difficult. You're not in a good state now. I suggest you take more rest. The ambulance will be here soon. Fang Yan glanced at Jin Sha and said, this time the operation was not very time-consuming for her, and he also earned a wage. Not only the seeds of the Wonderful Frog, but also the previous salt industry, and the task itself made him earn a lot of points. Ha, thank you. In fact, I am not doing anything. They still need to save our lives. So that, our Pokémon will cooperate with their training. Sha said with a wry smile. How are my Pokémon? Before the eagle and the flame horse were found on an island, and they were in a state of near death at the time. But after treatment, they are out of danger. But your iron-armored Tyrannosaurus and dragon-headed gopher, because of the relationship between taking banned drugs, I'm afraid there will be huge trouble in the future. Fang Yan said slowly. The other Pokémon should be here for a long time. Hear Fang Yan's word. A look of grief appeared on the really big face. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, they wouldn't fit those experiments. Sha's words silenced Li Yu, Fang Yan, and others. Would Pokémon sacrifice their lives to cooperate with the experiment for their own trainers? 2. This is really touching. In that case, is the experiment here an experiment on banned drugs? Li Yu asked with a frown. It seems so, but they seem to have developed banned drugs to a certain level. They discovered something called Z power. Yajo is one of the few places with this kind of power too. Sha tone said very solemnly. This time, he Z is planted. It's because I found out that those Pokemon hunters captured Pokemon for research. So I was entangled by these guys. Even my own god, Pokemon. I don't know if it can be recovered. Z power. Li Yu was a little confused. He has lived and worked in Yajo for decades, and he has never heard of such a fate as power. As a result, those divine treasure hunters discovered the power of Z. What happened to this special meow? On the other hand, Fang Yan's expression became extremely solemn. Others didn't know Z's power, but Fang Yan knew it. This world for EGA evolution and gigantic has thick research, especially EGA evolution. Now you can see EGA evolution in league competition. It's just that the number of former ESA evolution stones and evolution keystones is too small. It can almost be described as priceless. On the other hand, Fang Yan's Points Mall has various EGA evolution stones that can be purchased for 10,000 points. But the evolution keystone still needs 100 points. Fang FA department is going to wait for a while to brush the plot to see if the evolution keystone can be brushed out. This can also save a fortune. Looks like it's a power I've never heard of before. Then Li Yu said with a wry smile, wait, I need to report this matter well. The staff of the alliance came very quickly. Fang Yan and Li Yu handed over these people to them, and at the same time Fang Yan also called He Guanjin again. The so-called Z-Force quickly attracted He Guanjin's attention force. This is another wave of achievements that Fang has earned. According to Grandpa He, if Fang Yan continues like this, he may be able to get together to challenge the King of Heaven in less than a year. To this, Fang Yan, also undecided. What the hell? Let's talk about it after my travels around the world are over. Afterward, Fang Yan took Sun Renhui to say goodbye to the others and returned to the villa, while Sha Menk was responsible for taking care of her brother. As for Zhang Dao, who cares? It seems that you don't have a good impression of Zhang Dao and the others. Sun Renhui asked Fang Zigu while chatting with Sha Menk using Pokemon pictures. I can more or less feel the kindness and malice of others. His attitude towards me is not very good, Fang Yan said slowly. Is that so? This should have a crush on Sha Chuk before. After a while, is it related to you? Sun Renhui's eyes narrowed when he mentioned this matter, saying that during this period of time, her relationship with Fang Yan seems to be more advanced than childhood sweethearts or something. Right. I have no interest in her. Fang Yan frowned slightly. Then he said, she's not my type. Although Sha Menk look good and can be considered a little beauty, her characteristics are too inconspicuous to be a school flower or something. Thousands of 5. There are so many in every school. It's really not obvious. The money is good. And Fang Yan didn't have any feelings for her before. Listen to Fang Yan. With the words, Sun Renhui's eyes curved into a crescent moon. Then she continued. Before Zhang Dao wanted to subdue that tear-eyed lizard, but he was finally subdued by Sha Menki's brother. And Fang Yan's eyes flashed Ying Xingxing. What going on? A tear-eyed lizard with the talent of the Heavenly King. It's not enough to make Fang care, but he is still very interested in the matter itself. The tear-eyed lizard doesn't like Zhang Dao, but it took the initiative to choose Sha Wu. It seems that it was because he wanted to save them in the previous summer, but was captured by Shu Shu. Sun Renhui said slowly but that Zhang Dao seems to be angry about it. New Gerger Expressway start. Chapter 74 Challenge Yajo Gym. New Gerger Expressway debuted. Is that so? Things after that seem to be a little interesting, Fang Yan said with some playfulness. I have no interest in that tear-eyed lizard. The league will not stop Sha from persuading the Jew-eyed lizard. After all, he is also 4. If you want to stop those Pokemon hunters from being caught, even the Pokemon losers have problem. After that, the Alliance will definitely have certain reward. We also found that group of people because of his lose. However, even if Zhang Dao was approved by the tear-eyed lizard, he would have a certain amount of trouble to subdue the tear-eyed lizard. After all, these Pokemon, Yuka's Pokemon needs to be digested internally. As for the others, it will be released or something else. I do have the right to give priority to Pokemon, but I have nothing to do with Zhang Dao. So you just gave a bad check before. Sun Renhui rolled his eyes a little speechlessly. This guy is also nobody 79%. Who knows? 3 After all, I have nothing to do with him either. From childhood to too much. We have dozens of classmates. Who cares about who 23°0? Fang Tan said noncommittally. For classmate Yu, he doesn't care much either. When he was studying, he didn't care much, let alone graduated. Not to mention, he was a person who went to college before, except for some people who played a lot, who knew who after graduation. Okay, go. Sun Renhui also nodded helplessly. I just don't know what will happen to Sha Meng. Her friend, one is my elder brother, who is now making a fuss about the blue-green Jew-eyed lizard. Who knows, but they probably don't like each other. Right, Fang Yan said after deliberation. Compared to Zhang Dao, Fang Yan has a more favorable impression of Sha. Zhang Dao's previous behavior inevitably made Fang Yan feel guilty, feeling a little uncomfortable. I didn't expect you to challenge me today, Li Yu said with a strange look on Fang Yan's face. She cooperated well with Fang Yan yesterday. Fang Yan's strength indirectly destroying that Pokemon hunter gang was recognized by her. As a result, after everything was over, this bastard, after conquering the two wonderful frogs, he handed over everything, and then ran away. Li Yu stayed behind to cooperate with those Alliance investigators in various investigations. Busy till midnight. Now Fang Yan is here to challenge himself, which makes Li Yu feel uncomfortable for a while. If she can, she also wants body rest. And today, she also has some matters to deal with, and then she needs to investigate. What exactly is the so-called Z power? Since you're here, then I have to challenge you. Although I'm not your main Pokemon opponent before, there should be no problem with challenging ordinary Pokemon. Fang Yan said indifferently. He didn't take yesterday's things in his mind at all. He was used to this kind of thing. There's a lot going on now. When was it not after Fang Yan's initial solution, and then he became a shopkeeper? He doesn't know if those things are good or not. And for him to challenge various trainers to improve their strength and get more points. This is what Fang Yanchi wanted to do most. Listen to Fang Yan's words. Li Yu's mouthfish twitched. Fang Yan's words meant she knew very well. It was because I was not the opponent of your main Pokemon. Don't use them. Let fight it. This made Li Yu, who originally wanted to use the main force to abuse Fang Yan, finally also a choice. I gave up. I've said it all. Can she still do her best? Let's start serving the public. My first magical sacred loser, here is it. Li Yu said after the referee announced the rules and released a big black mouth. Lada V35 Huazai Tianyu. Sure enough, he didn't do his best. Fang Yan nodded slightly, but Rada in the Alola area is really ugly. Then it's my first Pokemon. Yi Elf. This is your second side game. Keep up the good work. Fang Yan chose to release his own Yi Elf. Yi Elf let out a soft cry after coming out. Is it Yi Jingchu? This time it was Li Yu's turn to be shocked, because she also knew Fang Yan's identity. The grandson of the former Fire Element Heavenly King. The family has been a Fire Element Pokemon family for generations. As a result, now he uses it. Turned out to be a Leaf Elf, which is a bit unscientific. Even if Fang Yan has Ibrahimovic, he should evolve into a Fire Elf. Okay, why does she feel so disobedient looking at this Leaf Elf too? Does this guy want to disobey? Leaf Elf. Use the flying leaf knife. Fang Gong immediately launched an attack. Lada. Use a single light dodge to avoid. Li Yu faced the rapid action of the swept blade. Rada's figure 2 flickered away, quickly dodging the overwhelming leaf, and collided towards the location of the Leaf Elf. Take advantage of this opportunity. Parasitic Eve. Fang Yan said calmly. Yi Elf took advantage of the situation and was knocked back by Lada. But the same green seeds condensed from Yi Elf's body also fell on Rada's body. The root began to sprout on his body. Download Philo. Chapter 75 Disgusting Tactics. Thickmore. New Gurgur Expressway debut. It's too sunny. Fang Yan continued calmly. Yajo Gymnasium is a little different from ordinary gymnasium. It is completely open air here, and it happens to be a sunny day today. Under the influence of the leaf spirit, the weather that was a bit scorching suddenly became hot. Oh, as that's 9 inches. Li Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of clarity. She suddenly understood a little. Fang Tan's purpose of evolving Ibrahimovic into a fire elf instead of a leaf elf from a certain point of view. That said, leaf elf seems to fit Fang Yan's lineup better than fire elf. Lada, use the kill front teeth. Li Yu's expression also became serious. Leaf elf. Sunlight blade. Fang Yan said calmly. What 9? Li Yu's face changed, only to see that the leaves on the elf head quickly gathered Yangsheng. Then, in the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge blade of light and slashed towards Rada. It's not that Li Yu didn't think about the fact that the leaf elf might have the sunlight blade, but this is a bit rare. After all, the sunlight blade is a great trick of the grass-type magical treasure, even if the leaf elf wants to learn. Yes, there are certain difficulties. Fang Yan is indeed very talented, and there is nothing wrong with him, and his strength is considered to be the best among his peers, but it seems that there is no example of cultivating grass-type Pokemon. Is this guy too a freak? Could it be that he can train even the magical second treasure of the grass element? Fang Yan would naturally not explain this point small to find out. As long as there are points, there is nothing that cannot be resolved. There are a variety of skill learning machines in the point small, and points can be learned permanently, and one time. It is 2001 and 10.001 respectively. Fang Yan decisively bought 200 of the Nico blade. No matter if there are other Pokemon that can be learned in the future, but since you have bought it, then buy a permanent one. Anyway, you will only get 1000 points. Maybe in the future, if Sunren also has a leaf elf, he can steal the elm and teach it to learn wave. The power is good. Li Yu looked at Lada, who was easily killed by the sunlight blade, and Da Xin didn't know what to think. She silently retracted Lada. At the same time, she released another magical treasure. Then the Pokemon I picked up from the school is this one. Oh, Coconut Egg Tree 742 Quasi No King. Is it a coconut palm tree? Fang Yan's brows felt a little, but it was soon clear that chlorophyll still light this sunny weather. However, even if it is the Sunlight Blade. I am afraid it will not be particularly effective. Still need to learn more skills. Leaf Elf. Use Unblade 1. The coconut eggs are attacking with bomb, accompanied by two powerful skills colliding in midair. A thick smoke rose from the scene. Leaf Elf. Use the baton. Fang Yan saw that Yanwen had spread over the Yi Elf and the coconut egg tree. Then he said with a smile. Then he saw that the Leaf Elf turned into a red light and returned to the Pokémon ball. At the same time, Fang Yan's basic Pokémon ball moved away, and a Pokémon fell into the smoke. Li Yu said that he was disgusted. Are you sure this is a special training for fire-type Pokémon? I have been with fire-type Pokémon for a long time. Aren't you supposed to be wilder? 9. More cranky. 2. How did you use the connecting rod tactic? And the most important thing is that she doesn't even know what Pokémon Fang Yan replaced. 2. Use Jet Flame. Seeing this scene, Yan said with a smile on his mouth. What? Is it the Wind Speed Dog? Ji Yu quickly reacted. 2. Only the Wind Speed Dog can be in such a position. The position of the coconut egg tree has been accurately found. Now she wants to respond. Also, it's too late. As for Flower, this kind of battle or something, it's not fun at all. There is no playability at all. At the same time, Li Yu felt a pain in his heart. This guy, Zero, he has released too much water. If you let me not go like this, it will make others feel more and more like as Yigang Parallel Import Good. The face of AV42 coconut egg. It has the blessing of a sunny day. The coconut egg tree is instantly killed by the XE level in a few E3 moments. Ding! Congratulations on the advance of the Leaf Elf level to V39. Very good tactic. Although it is still in shape, it is very good. I thought about it for a while, and I will say it sincerely. I can imagine the future alchemy. This battle description is not a flaming war image, but I want to get together difficulty in the suburb. I want to solve it. I have seen if it is the home in front of me. Maybe I can really come up with a perfect system. Thank you for your praise, but there is still something to improve. Fang Yan laughed. In this the world, what has he seen in Sunny and Rain to be considered a good founder? Then my last magic is that it is on. Li Niusheng snorted and released his second household quilt one by one. Stinky mud. The color of this stinky mud became weird. It is no longer normal, but has become very fancy. One has a white object. It seems that after crystallization, the surface of the body is convex like a pearl diamond. To be remade. The Gurgur High-Speed Debut. New GGDXIN. Chapter 76. This is my style. 7th more. New Gurgur Expressway debut. Smelly mud in the Alola region. This is definitely a love-hate Pokemon for this Pokemon. Undeniable. This kind of Pokemon is very stinky, but they have helped a lot of human beings. A few % of the rubbish. All rely on these stinky mud to solve. Point. It is undeniable that if there is no stinky mud, the industry will also face the problem of garbage. Just when faced with this crap, still feel quite a headache. Emperor Smelly Mud V56 King. It seems this. Li Yu also began to gradually become serious. V56's Pokemon is not Li Yu's main Pokemon. But also, it should be the second team. 183. But Li Yu did not mean that Sigao violated the rule. Gym trainers can change Pokemon according to the strength of the challenger. The Wind Speed Dog uses the Ghost Fire. Smelly Mud use the poison. It's really troublesome. The Wind Speed Dog uses the Flame Car. The Emperor Smelly Mud uses hard support. What? Fang Yan's expression suddenly changed. The Ghost Fire effect of the Wind Speed Dog before. Quite good. Let the other party fall into the burning, but I didn't expect that the other party will also give me a poison and even fight back with hard support. This is not a good symptom. Not surprisingly, when the Flame Car hit the Smelly Mud at 8, the Smelly Mud also hit the Wind Speed Dog, instantly knocking the Wind Speed Dog flying out. Feng Speed Dog, is there nothing wrong? Fang Yan quickly asked. How about Shi Guan? This time it was he who was wrong. Poor. The Wind Speed Dog got up with a little difficulty. Obviously, the previous hard support still caused a lot of injuries to it. This is, after all, a skill that causes an 8x double effect. Perhaps fighting with a trainer like you is a bit humiliating with some small mean. Then I will fight with my own fighting style, Fang Yan said with a serious look. Come on then. See Li Yu's expression condensed. As Fang Yan said, Fang Yan was indeed a little weak in playing Shao Kong in front of him, but among people of the same age, Fang Yan is definitely not bad. If Shi Li Yu does not have such ability, then she cannot become a national champion. There is no need to think about fighting for the position of the king. Wind Dog use Flash. Flame Charge. Fang Yan waved his hand and said directly. This made everyone stunned. Even Sun Renhui, who was watching the game below, was shocked. Do you want to use Flash Charge now? You know, this is a fire-type Pokemon's best move. At this moment, Li Yu is also stunned. Is it so rigid? Instead of consuming physical strength step by step with the opponent, it is better to fight quickly. This is the most suitable path for me, Fang Yan said with a confident look, and competed with poison-type Pokemon to consume it. He seemed to there is also a problem with the brain. Better to fight fast. Then the Emperor Smelly Mud. We also use the Wave of Evil. Li Yu's pupils shrank, but he quickly responded. The Wind Speed dog ran fast on the battlefield, and the scorching flames of the workers rose up, as if it could melt all the substances in the world. After that, he accelerated again and again, wrapped in the aura of seeing death, and rushed towards the direction of the smelly mud. 2. The evil wave of the Emperor's breath mud started very quickly, and it soon hit the wind speed dog that was sprinting towards it, but this did not have much impact on the wind speed dog. It is still running. The flames on his body also became hotter. Long. When the wind speed dog hit the Emperor's smelly mud, a huge cloud of evil mushrooms rose up on the battlefield, and the high temperature continued to extend in all directions. Did you succeed? Fang Yan squinted at the battle arena. 2. Although he still has a Pokemon that he can use later, and the net use of the flame chicken is almost a surefire situation, he still hopes that the wind speed dog can take down the opponent. Ding! Congrats to the burning insect level increased by 1, and the former V50. Ding! Congratulations on the upgrade of Yi Elf's level 1, and the former V41. Minute. Victory! Fang Yan's mouth showed a smile. 9. As the thick fog gradually dissipated, the figures of Windspeed Dog 2 and Huang's Smelly Mud appeared in front of everyone. The two Pokemon were still touching each other, but the Windspeed Dog was already on the ground. It seems that he has lost the ability to fight, but the Smelly Mud is lying on the side. Both Pokemon lost their ability to fight at the same time, and the winner is the challenger. The referee on the side glanced at the situation and immediately responded, "Good job, Windspeed Dog." Fang Yan took back the Windspeed Dog, and a smile appeared on his face. Long. How did you decide to use the name of Flash Charge just now? You know that the Stinky Mud's physical strength is still very high at 5.2 C. Liu walked in front of Fang Yan and asked with some doubt. The Emperor's Mud is far better than the Windspeed Dog. The prisoner Flame God is also the only chance. And even if I fail, don't I still have a Pokemon? Fang Yan said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Well, you won. You can see that Fang Yan is mainly because he has the third magic treasure. Made. This is the micro chapter of the Yajo Gymnasium. Now it's yours. Liu took out a badge and said sincerely, I hope you can get a good place in the National Taijo competition. Maybe you can create Legionnaire. Maybe. Chapter 77. Make history. Do not. I am a legend. 8 more. New Gerger Expressway debut. Make history. No, my goal is to become a legend myself. Fang Yan said with a confident smile on the corner of his mouth. Recently his Pokemon has become stronger and stronger. His confidence has also changed too little. Especially the Windspeed Dog and the Flame Chicken. Now they are all V60. As long as they continue to give them Z points of time, it is enough for them to reach the strength of the king. At that time, as long as you improve the strength of your other magical treasures, Fang Yan is confident that he will be the champion when he debuts. This is also unique in the entire history of Taken. I am afraid that Ji Xiao was already 19 years old when she became the champion of the League Taisai. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the badge of Yajo Gym. The reward points are 4,500 points, and the current points are 74,275. Ben has more than 190,000 points. Fang Yan's mouth showed a hint of a smile, and he has never been so generous since he was a child. Maybe you can spend a wave at a time. Do you want to make yourself a legend? Liu was stunned when he heard Fang Yan's word, and then said with a dumb smile, It's really courageous. Then I wish you a good grade. Thank you. Fang Yan nodded slightly. The round land shark. Come on. If you don't finish 500 laps, the meat of the sky will be halved. Fang Yan kept shouting at the round land shark on the beach. This made the round land shark egg, who wanted to be lazy, continue to work hard on its short legs and continue to run forward. And its small arms are also tied with 2 ropes. Round land shark also has too much tires. The originally flat sandy beach has also become a little bumpy because of the training of the land shark. Swollen. Will this be too demanding for it? Sun Renhui looked at the round land shark and felt a little distressed. Speaking of the horned land shark, it has been less than a month since she was born, and she has undergone such hard training. This is really a bit too embarrassing for it. It won't. It's the future fierce bite shark. This training is nothing to the country. If you don't have a good foundation, how will you look down on other Pokemon in the future? Fang Yan's face, he said with a confident look on his face. This is already the first day after the end of the gym challenge. During this time, Fang Yan's Pokemon, Tuji, is going through all kinds of training. This piece of Fang Yan is still relatively strict. Although the system can help them brush up the level, but the effort is worth something. They still need their own effort. The original iron dumbbell, before giving it to myself, had a good training, so Fang Yan suddenly evolved it into a metal monster. But now, it also needs to undergo more rigorous training, such as now. It is manipulating various heavy objects with mind power in the small world. The Flame Chicken and the Windspeed Dog are fighting. Burning worms are associated with various leaf filaments. The leaf elf chops pieces of steel with its leaf blade. Fire dinosaur lift weights while carrying a set of training equipment. The wonderful frog seeds are constantly running to train their physical strength. Even Chunglong and Chocho Sea Lion also ran to the ocean not far away to meet meet the tide. Long to say that the only two did not exercise well. I am afraid it is Bisutini. Of course, for it seems that training is not that important. Ordinary training is of no use to Wang Biktini. Okay, but where do we go after that? In Yajo, Sunrinhui and the others had nothing to do. Even if it is to enjoy the beach or something, they have enough. After all, it's summer, and it's unbearable to be in the sun every day. In fact, they only get a day or two in the sun. The rest came out in the evening or in the morning. Where are you going? Fang Yan was a little silent. I really don't have anything that I really want to go to. Where do you want to go? If it's too far, then take a plane. Then go to Baodao to swallow. It is said that there are a lot of snack there. I want to try it. After thinking about it, Sunrinhui said, Treasure Island. Let's go there then. Fang Yan said after thinking for a while. The treasure island of this world is not. There are so many problems left over from history. If you want to go, you can go at any time. No need for various documents or something. And for Fang Yan, with the 907 certificate of the Alliance Investigator, the whole of Dokkan, except for some special places, he can go. Well, I just hope that something will go wrong when I die, Sunrinhui said helplessly. With Fang Yan, life is very interesting, but something always happens, which makes Sunrinhui somewhat nervous. That's all exception. Ha ha ha. Fang Yan showed an embarrassed look. This is really a sad story. This milk tea tastes good, Sunrinhui said while holding a cup of milk tea. And Fang Yan took a sip, regardless of whether Sunrinhui had drunk the cup of milk tea, and went straight to take a sip. I'm asking you to buy a cup of lava yourself. A blush appeared on Sunrinhui's face. This guy, it seems to be getting more and more chaotic recently. I used to look like a straight man. Sunrinhui even thought that Fang Yan's emotional intelligence was. Chapter 78. Meet the legendary Pokémon. 9th More. New Gurgur Expressway debut. If you drink it. It's not like you haven't drunk it. Fang Yan waited softly at the same time. He brought a piece of snack in his hand to Sunrinhui and said, The octopus barrel grilled tastes very good. Of course, this octopus barrel roast is not a real octopus barrel but a kind of edible octopus. But in this world, a lot of food in order to be able to attract customers will have some names about Shinbaojian. It's like this octopus bucket is empty. There is also Kantaro. Stake point 2 is the same. Maybe those animals and these Pokemon do have a silk connection, but Pokemon and animals are not one. And Fang Yan successfully carried out a feeding Pi Shang. But as Fang Yan thought before, this is indeed a foodie's paradise. The variety of food is amazing. Just when Fang Yan was about to continue to buy something, Fang Yan's phone rang. He picked up the phone and looked at it, and his surprise flashed in his heart, but he still answered the phone. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to carry the phone to me, Ji Xiao. Right, it was Ji Xiao who had not seen each other for almost half a month. In theory, during this period of time, she must be very busy. Well, some of the things about your previous mission made me very interested, and I am currently investigating this matter, Ji Xiao said lightly. Power. Fang Yan showed a certain look. No doubt, the power of Z is extremely powerful. As long as a country discovers the particularity of the power of Z, they will not let it go. It seems reasonable that Ji Xiao should lead it. Well, it is indeed the power of Z as far as I know. The soul from Suicune. Power of Z seems to have existed a long time ago, but it doesn't seem to know much about it. If it can be used properly, if the amount of power is high, then the trainer will improve a lot of Shijuan 1. Ji Wanyao's Shuijun is only a young Shuijun after all, and it is quite rare to know some things. So are you in Yajo now? Fang Yan asked curiously. If the power of Alliance Z is discovered, it will be for Fang Yan. There are definitely only advantages and no disadvantages. After all, in this case, he can use 2 moves in a fair manner. These things can be purchased in the Point Mall. I am now leading people to investigate where these so-called powers come from. And UOT. Ji Xiao nodded slightly and said, but recently someone has put forward an idea. Since Yajo has it, will Baodao have the so-called Z power too? After all, the 2 islands are very similar. This can all be done. Fang Yan's mouth twitched. But it seems that there is nothing wrong. There is something in Yajo, and there is a great possibility that Treasure Island also has it. Well, I plan to come to Treasure Island to have a look. And there is also a legendary Pokemon kneeling there recently. I want to go and see. Ji Juyao said with a broken finger. The legendary Pokemon. Even Fang Yan this time. I couldn't help being excited. Even if the legendary Pokemon didn't accept it, it looked good too. Fang Yan didn't plan to conquer the legendary Pokemon in this world. Most of Baiyi's powerful legendary Pokemon had duties. If they were subdued and the world was chaotic, that would be bad. Even if they don't cause anything they need to fulfill their responsibilities. 20. As for legendary Pokemon in general, sorry, not much to its liking. However, it seems like a good opportunity to witness the legendary Pokemon. He is roughly the same. Hearing, okay, what Ji Xiao mean? This is to take himself to the world. After all, Fang Yan is different from ordinary humans. King. He is also a man with a legendary Pokémon. And when will we go and have a look? Ji Xiao invited. Minute. Okay, I also want to go and see. So when will you come? Fang Yan forcibly asked. In 3 more days. You give me your location and I'll come to you. Ji Xiao looked around. There is also a group of researchers who are operating various research instruments. As that's oh, I know. Fang Yan nodded slightly. Is it a legendary Pokémon? I just don't know what kind of legendary Pokémon it will be. There doesn't seem to be any particularly famous Pokémon in the Treasure Island area. Right. It's impossible for Solgaleo and Lunara to appear because of Sun Moon Lake. Right. Why is Sister 9 Yuan coming over? Sun Renhui asked with a somewhat unclear expression. Zhao's good. Well, it seems that I want to investigate whether Treasure Island has the power of Z, and at the same time want to see the legendary magical treasure. Fang Yan rubbed Sun Renhui's little head and explained patiently. The legendary Pokémon. See. Sun Renhui nodded thoughtfully. I am really looking forward to it. I just don't know what it will be. Will it be as cute as Celebi? Ah, I don't know about this either. There are many kinds of legendary Pokémon. Even the right ones have bad tempers. There are people who eat people, so the publicity should be better. Fang Yan said in a contemplative manner. It's like Yveltal has a bad reputation in this world, although its behavior is also for the balance of nature. Chapter 79 Doomsday. 10th More. New Gurgur Expressway debuted. Is this comfortable? In a private hot spring. Sun Renhui's blushing flushed as Fang Yan kept rubbing his back. Pure natural hot springs are quite common in Treasure Island, but this is also accompanied by volcanic earthquakes or something. Well, very good. Fang Yan groaned comfortably on the edge of the hot spring rice field. This woman Sun Renhui is really very good. Whoever can get her is a blessing. That good. Sun Renhui was slightly relieved. All these back rubs she came from watching the tutorial. This is the first time, but fortunately she usually help Pokemon. Did a lot of massage the first time to help someone do it. Also, it doesn't seem a little rushed. However, Xiaohui. Fang Yan suddenly turned around. He looked at Sun Renhui in front of him with some playfulness. What? Asked wrong. Being watched by Fang Yan with this kind of moonlight. Sun Renhui was also a little panicked, although she liked Fang Yan since she was a child. But when Fang Yan looked at her like this, she was somewhat panicked. After all, she was just a girl, not a hooligan. You have been busy before. I think you should do something. Why don't I give you a massage next time? Treat you. And you. OT. Fang Yan raised his chin with one hand and said. What? Sun Renhui was shocked. Are you sure this is rewarding me? It's not that you want to take advantage. She wants to object but can't say anything. Fact. Ho Fang Yan did not completely wipe out Sun Renhui. After all, this was in a hot spring. He hasn't been so maddened yet. At most it's just a step. Itchy. Since you like a girl, sometimes you also need a sense of ritual. But this is a huge milestone for Sun Renhui. This has been trembling since she walked, and she directly became an ostrich. It can be seen. It is obvious that her previous behavior has given her a lot of feeling. Minute. The sky above the city is densely covered with red cloud. The sky seems to be torn apart, and a huge red palm is constantly destroying the entire city. If ever, then there will be countless people suffering. The streets are full of people fleeing and Pokemon, but under that big tentacle, those masters are basically destroyed by one touch. Some Pokemon trainers are directing their Pokemon to attack that giant tentacle, but no matter whose Pokemon is attacking, touched that huge tentacle. Before I touched it, I was blocked by an invisible barrier. Its driver is an ordinary Pokemon, and they dare not attack this Pokemon. Fang Yan was standing on the street. He was very familiar with this street. This is the way he used to go to school. He looked at the huge tentacle in disbelief. How is this possible in Wujitai? He was a little dazed. Isn't he asleep? Why did he come here? Why did these greens appear? This Pokemon. It may not be so well known in the eyes of ordinary people, but it is. For Yan, it is different. He came to this world after playing Sword and Shield in his previous life. Wujiai is an extremely important magical phenomenon in Sword and Shield. It is also the protagonist of Sword and Shield, the Pokemon that he grabbed from the champion. He was subdued by the main fish. The protagonist of Sword and Shield is simply the villain-ass level, destroying the ideals of the 4 people, and those people are all good people. Maybe Wujitai is not a particularly powerful divine beast under normal circumstances. That is, the species of 690. The family value should belong to the level of a first-level god, but the Wujitaihua of the infinite giant is different. It has the highest racial value of the entire magical omniscient series of 1125, which is simply an IGZ-like existence. I am afraid that apart from the god of creation, Grandpa Zeus, there is no Pokemon that will be a match for the state, and even Arceus, who has no slate, will not be the opponent of Wujitaina. Roar. Suddenly, a giant dragon flew from the sky. It roared twice towards Wujitai, and then the light of destruction and death almost instantly burst out of his mouth. At the same time, Wujitai's shot was also condensing terrifying energy. The two sides launched an attack at the same time. What is going on? Fang Yan watched this scene nervously, and then saw that Wu Jidane's skills almost instantly wiped out the destructive light of the cracking seat, and then landed on the cracking seat. Then I saw that after the cracking seat was hit, it was instantly killed. Is this impossible? Fang Yan's face suddenly changed when he saw this scene. I didn't even think about it and wanted to deny it. Wuji Juhua's Wuji Tai is indeed very powerful, but in terms of power, using sword and shield heroes can defeat Wuji Tai. After the evolution of ESA, Kakuza won't be better than them. Weak, even still. Not sure if it is wrong. Now it was killed in second. What did you see was a fake receipt. Then I saw some other legendary Pokemon come out one after another to fight with Wuji Tai. Just a pity, even if they were all suppressed by Wuji Tai na. Why is she here? Suddenly a figure caught Fang Yan's attention. I don't mean to brag about Wujifa. Look at the official setting. It's really too much IG. Maybe the old Pokemon fans are not too happy, but they do have such a powerful, gigantic after the power system power. There are some explosions. Of course, in my setting, Wujitai is an exception. The giant is essentially the same power as Aya evolution and 2 power, so I need to worry about the collapse of the power system. More time. In addition to Wujitai, Jujuhua also has a time limit. As for why this is happening here, see the next chapter. EWC 52664, New Gurgur Expressway debut. Chapter 80. Such a desperate world. I absolutely do not approve. New Gurgur Expressway debut. At this moment, Ji Xiao is sitting on Sui Jun's back, directing the Pokemon to fight with Wuji Taina, but this legendary Pokemon battle, even the champion Pokemon is difficult to fight with such a Wuji Tai. In that battle, even Ji Xiao was seriously injured because of her proximity to the battlefield. Fang Yan's Shendian Ningjie, he wanted to do something but found that he couldn't do anything, and then he saw 7 far away. A collapse house, that is a single home. He seemed to have remembered something. He quickly ran towards the house. In the end, he found that his home was destroyed by the aftermath of the previous battle energy. The affected Pokemon bred at home suffered heavy losses, and many Pokemon one have fled here. Just when Fang Yan was about to release Pokemon for search and rescue, he found the traces of his mother and son Renhui. At this moment, they were buried under the house. Their blood was blurred. Huo. Fang Yan made a Beijing call. He ran towards them quickly, but in the end he found that they were dead. Damn Wujitai! Fang Yan roared. He ran quickly in the direction of Wujitai, even if he knew that he was not innocent. Jitai Na's opponent. He absolutely can't forgive one opponent. Just when Fang Yan was about to reach there, the figures of Ji Xiao and Sui Jun flew out backward. At this moment, Ji Juyao no longer had the peerless elegance before, but became dying together with Wei Jun. Ji Xiao suffered a lot of injuries in that Z hit. Fang Yan quickly ran towards where Ji Xiao was. She tried to help her up, but Ji Xiao rejected Fang Yan's behavior. She just stared at Fang Yan and said, "You can obviously save the world." After that, she died completely. I can obviously save the world, but how can I save the world? Fang Yan stared at Wuji Taina. He was a little hesitant in his heart. How should he face such strength? If only I could give him some more time. That's right. What about the system? Since Wuji Tai appeared here, why doesn't the dog system give itself a task? 201. He tried to contact his little world but found he couldn't. What going on too? Is it because of this Wuji Taina? Fang Yan stared at Wuji Taina, but found that he could not identify Wuji Dana. This is not. It may be necessary to know that even Arceus can buy it in the system. Such an ability cannot be lost in Wuji Taina. What the hell is going on here? Wait, aren't you on a treasure island? Why are you here? All of this is unscientific. It is also impossible. Individuals suppress so many first-level gods fighting. This is simply a science. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. A nightmare. He was having a nightmare. Such a hopeless world. He will not recognize it. Hoo. Fang Yan suddenly jumped out of the bed, got up, and kept breathing heavily. His whole body was also covered in sweat, and he looked at everything in the room absent-mindedly. It seemed that he had woken up. Was it all a nightmare just now? But what the hell is going on? Is it just a simple nightmare? There is also the despairing figure, Wujitai. This time it was a nightmare. So what if it is real next time? How do I deal with Wujitai? His strength is still too weak. He is not qualified to slack off. He needs more powerful strength. Even if he doesn't want to protect the world, he also wants to protect the people around him. Don't. Suddenly Fang Yan heard Sun Renhui's call from Fang Yan next door. His face changed slightly, and he hurriedly ran towards her room. Although the two seemed to have done everything except the last step, Sun Renhui still chose to hide his ears and steal the bell. 2 or public housing. Pada. Fang Yan accompanied the electric light in Sun Renhui's room. Seeing that Sun Renhui's face was full of tears, he rushed towards Fang Yan and threw himself directly into him. In the arms. What's wrong? Fang Yan's face was condensed. I thought something happened. Maybe someone was bullying. But this is impossible. There is no trace of other people here. And this room is 9 to prevent teleportation. Especially equipped equipped with anti-teleportation equipment. This is also a must-have for high-end living treasures, like a back garden to some Super 9 Pokémon. I dreamed that you didn't want me anymore. Sun Renhui twisted and wiped the tears from her face and cried. What? Fang Yan was a little confused. Is it also a dream? If only one's own word. It was accidental, but if both were like that, it doesn't seem like a coincidence. Could it be that some Pokémon is causing trouble? Almost all unscientific events in this world will be suspicious of Pokémon. I dreamed that I was pregnant with your child, but you married Ji Guanjin. Ji Guanjin would also kill my child. Sun Ren Huiman said agreed. Even Sister Ji didn't call her a champion anymore, but she called her the champion. It was obvious that the previous nightmare had affected her greatly. Chapter 81. Is it really Darkrai? New Gurgur Expressway debut. Okay, don't think too much. Am I not here? Fang Yan's face was full of black line. Why is Sun Renhui pregnant with her own child, and she also abandoned Sun Renshi and Ji Xiao? That's not all. Ji Xiao even had to kill Sun Renhui's child. It's impossible to think about such a thing, right? But it all seems to have to be different. What the hell is going on in all of this? What Pokémon is making trouble? As for Ji Xiao's question, it seems that this is not a problem at all. Okay, Fang Yan really feels like a lady like that. It's wrong, but now his strength is still too weak. Not to mention, in this world, it is not clear that 933 clearly stipulates one wife or something, and the number of women is far too many than men. It's just that the average person is more inclined to go, and I want to convince a woman like Ji Xiao. How can it be so easy? Unless you can take the strong Fengwu. I just had a nightmare and started working. Sun Ren seemed to be thinking of something. He buried his head in Fang Yan's arms. She also felt like she was childish, but the dream was too real. Okay, do and think about it. I won't abandon you. Fang Yantan scratched Sun Renhui's head and said, such a good wife candidate. If not childhood sweetheart, he couldn't even imagine it. I also had a nightmare. Just when Sun Renhui was about to say something, Fang Lei's words made her stun. What? You're going to be in trouble too? Sun Renhui looked at him in surprise. Nightmare. At the end of the world, you and your mother died in front of me, and Ji Xiao also died in battle. Fang Yan said slightly. His tone was extremely heavy. How desperate he was at that time. What? Sun Renhui stared too much. What the hell is this? What the matter? There should be some Pokémon that is doing something. Fang Yan's expression. Su said fish. At the same time, the sound of the system sounded in the mind of this lake. Congratulations to the host for inspiring the temporary Ren Yingxi to find the root cause of the Xinjiang dream and solve the problem. Shangren. Sure enough, is there something wrong? Fang Tan frowned slightly. He seemed to have thought of something extraordinary, but it was not too early. It was already 3 in the morning. Even he was embarrassed. Ji Shili. What exactly is the legendary divine treasure that he just said he was going to take him to find? You are looking for Sister Ji. Is it? Sun Renhui is still a saint after all. After knowing that everything was a dream, she still called her sister. As for what she thought in her heart, no one would know. It's too late. Fang Yan held his head slightly. She should also be asleep now. If I wake up a woman at this point, I'm afraid she will be killed. Okay. Sun Renhui hesitated for a moment and said, I want to sleep with you today. Her hands were tightly clutching Fang Yan's clothes. Obviously, the previous events had a lot of influence on her. At this moment, Sun Renhui is extremely insecure. Except in the wild, Sun Renhui is life and death. Agree to live together. Why don't we go to my little world? There are some troubles here, Fang said after some thought. Although there is only truth in the small world, compared to this place, the facilities are too famous, and it is better than having a nightmare outside. 3. When Fang Yan took Sun Renhui out of the small world, there's already a fallout outside. It turns out that everyone in the hotel had a nightmare yesterday. This incident was also circulated on the internet. This undoubtedly caused an uproar. The good goddess's family seems to be unaffected except for nightmare. Think about it. Fang Yan decisively took out the Pokémon illustration and called Ji Xiao. I have an accident here again. At the same time, his heart was also helpless for a while, and it seemed that he really had the attribute of being forced during this period of time. It seems that wherever he goes, something happens wherever he goes. Sun Ren, who was on the side, saw Fang Yan's behavior and didn't say anything else. Fang Yan took too much effort to calm her down. It even said that after the trip was over, the two went directly to get the certificate at the age of 18, and the result was that Sun Renhui Zhang showed himself. Why don't you marry Fang Yan? Is it because the guests at your hotel have nightmares? What about you guys? Ji Xiao over there seemed to have known it for a long time and asked directly. We also did evil. The opponent's strength is very strong. Even the Heavenly King magic treasure can't be immune to such nightmares. Yesterday Fang Yan just wanted revenge, but later, Sun Renhui's sun elf also suffered. This makes him have to face those problems. 0. He doesn't seem to be strong enough. Name light. It seems that my guess is not wrong. In theory, the treasure island should not be there. Real things will happen. Ji easily said after pondering. It really is Darkrai. Fang Yan's tone sank. In fact, he was very cooperative with those who fantasized about conquering Darkrai. Whoever captures this Pokemon will be affected. Do all kinds of nightmares every day. Such willpower is really not comparable to ordinary people. It's not a matter of personal willpower and Darkrai's willingness. It's a matter of Darkrai himself, which creates nightmares as long as it lives. Felian, wake you up. 3 things to read. Chapter 82, The Legendary Dream God. Chapter 83, Fang Yan. I'm not that kind of person. New Gerger Expressway debuted. What's wrong? Fang Yan looked at Sunren Hui suspiciously. Didn't he calm down yesterday? Why is it still like this now? I just feel that Sister G is like a person. I mean temperament. Sunrena said after thinking about it. 9 or who? Ji Weiyao also asked with great interest. Fang Yan's mother. Sun Renjiang's tone was extremely tangled. No matter how you looked at it, Ji Xiao's temperament was almost 8 points similar to Wang Xiao. This is already a high degree of similarity. Then there was a bit of weirdness in her heart. Wanfei Fang Yan like this type. The other party and Wang Xiao have similar temperament. Did they have bonus attribute? Too, I heard that many boys like this kind of PFF. Fang Yan, who was drinking a drink, couldn't help but spit the drink out of his mouth. He looked at Sunren Hai in disbelief, but he was curious. It seemed that Ji's father Yao's temperament was the same as his mother. The scent is indeed very similar. Before, he also felt that he was just thinking about Duan, and he didn't think his mother would have anything to do with Ji Xiao. They are one of the most powerful families in the entire Dakan region. Brother, their Fang family indeed. It is not a weak trainer family, but there is no comparison with the power of Hwang Tower at all. Fang Tan never doubted that his mother would be related to Feng Wangta. After all, the family education in that place is extremely strict. There is little chance of a woman marrying out. Don't tell me how Feng Fa knew. After knowing Ji Duoli's identity, how could Fang Yan not know about Ji Xiao's family background? As that's so. Ji Xiao glanced at Fang Yan with a half smile. If that's the case, then I'm still looking forward to seeing each other. Your mother's. One. Maybe it's because the two of them have been wearing Chinese clothes for a long time. Fang Yan danced and tried to explain what the result was, but couldn't explain anything. If possible, he really didn't want anyone to think he had any special fetishes. No, when did I say that I was Ji Xiao? Everything has become extremely weird. Fang Yan glared at Sunren Hui twice. This girl is real. She is usually so well behaved. About the mother. Sunren Hui shrank his head weakly. She felt, I seem to have said something wrong, but I know it in my heart, and I say it like this. Embarrassing everyone. Okay, I won't care. Ji Xiao said with a slight shake. We're ready to go to Cresselia, but none of us have flying Pokemon. Fang Yan said weakly. Flying Pokemon are extremely important beings, and no one knows if there will be some emergencies when traveling outside. Fang Yan's team is not without flying and walking Pokemon. It's just that they haven't evolved. Fire Fear. Dragon Evolution's Charizard is just that, a nice flying Pokemon. The evolutionary Vulcan Moth of the Burning Bug can also carry out man flight, but the flight speed is not as fast as those flying type Pokemon. Even the final evolution of the round land shark, the Fierce Bite land shark, is a good manned Pokemon, but now Fang Yan does not have one. There is nothing wrong with Flaming Chicken. Too bad it can't fly. It's inconvenient for the 5 cars to pass by. Then you can sit on the Wind Speed Dog and go there. Ji Juyao said negative after thinking for a while. Cresselia's residence is not a small distance from the city center. Even at the speed of Wind Speed Dog and Suicune, he ran away. It took more than 2 hours to get here. At this moment, the chaos of the wild station of Hikari Lake. Countless trees have collapsed. The clear water of the lake has become a little turbid. There are still many traces of the energy of the battle on the shore. It seems that there is indeed something wrong with Cresselia. I just don't know who is fighting Cresselia. It is said that Cresselia here really has the power of the legendary magical treasure. Existence. Ji Xiao. Seeing this scene, he also became extremely serious. Could it be the people who harmed Celebi last time? Sunren Hui asked weakly. Oh, as far as I know, that Shao organization has been the only one so far. Changsha looked at Fang Yan beside him with a half-smiling smile. Others may not be able to guess. The investigation of this matter was also moved by He Guanjin, but Ji Xiao knew Fang Yan's Bictini, and her intuition told her that this matter had nothing to do with Fang Yan. Haha, maybe. I'm talking about those who were caught last time. Fang Yan scratched embarrassedly. Scratching my head. I always feel when I get along with this woman, everything will be seen through. This woman is too smart. Yes, we also have surveyed those people and they don't know much. They only know that the people in front of them want to arrest Celebi to do something special. Ji Xiao pondered the sword and said with some playfulness, it's the Shao organization that knows a lot about the current alliance. On the other hand, a task force was launched to investigate the so-called Akatsuki organization. New Gerger Expressway debut. Chapter 84. Look, Wild Mina. New Gerger Expressway debut. E1, an organization with legendary magical treasures like Shao organization organization must be properly investigated. Fang Yan said righteously when he heard this. Grandpa, he forged a lot of information about Xiao organization for him, and there is no way to do it. After all, if those who captured Celebi knew that it was Fen, their actions would be sabotage. Fang Yan is sure to get into trouble. In fact, Grandpa he still has doubts about Nian, but in order not to protect Fang Yan, he still pretends that these things actually exist. After all, Fang Yan is his grandson anyway, mainly because he also discovered the above incident. There are also people in the league who are involved, and even those people are in particularly high position. Therefore, even Grandpa he is creating various alibi mon for Fang Yan. The most important thing is that Ji Xiao understands Fang Quan better than Fang Yan imagined. But the person who shot this time, 340, is really not the woman from last time. Fang Yan asked with a little doubt. Let's find Cresselia first. Ji Xiao's dark eyebrows frowned slightly. You let the wind speed dog search the whereabouts of Cresselia. Here, it should have its aura. Then I'll leave it to you. Wind speed dog. Fang Yan patted Wind speed dog head and said, roar. The Wind speed dog heard the words and immediately kept smelling at the scene. Long Rie who has no words of fighting. At the same time, there are some damaged equipment, although it is only a part of the happy pieces, but neither Fang Yan nor Ji Xiao's faces are very good looking. They all know that this is because human beings are involved, and they are also finishing up. Along the way there are the little Pokémon attacked when they saw them, but was easily avoided by Fang Yan, and Ji Juyao. At the same time, they also saw a lot of injured Pokémon, which were obviously affected by the previous battle. Is there no one here? Fang Yan said to Ji Xiao, looking at you speechlessly. +X is the place where Crace lives after all. 2. Do you think we will arrange to supervise this place? Ji Mingyao silently rolled his eyes. Cresselia has enough power to solve some of the problems. Similarly, we also need to respect the legendary Pokémon. This is the original agreement. If it wasn't for Fengyu, their legendary magical treasures took the lead in establishing peace, and perhaps human beings have long since perished. Similarly, it was also agreed that the habitat of those legendary magical treasures humans cannot break in at will. It seems to be wrong, but it's really eventful now. Fortunately, Cresselia is still here. Otherwise, only the mythical beast level Cresseria is not something that ordinary people can face. Fang Yan also sighed silently, said in one breath, Cresselia is located on the island in the center of Sun Moon Lake. Fortunately, it is not a secret realm. Otherwise, it was still 7-point difficulty to find Cresselia. However, there has been a lot of damage here. There is still a lot of evil energy left here. I think it should be Darkrai. G9 shook his expression and said solemnly, it should have been Darkrai and Cresselia fighting. At the same time, there were humans involved, causing Cresselia to lose, but those humans seemed to have the intention of capturing Cresselia. So what their purpose? Did someone really take Darkrai? Impossible. Fang Yan rejected without thinking. I don't think there are people who can endure that kind of nightmare day and night. Ji Xiao stared at Fang Yan, then nodded slightly. It seems that yesterday's nightmare caused a lot of influence on you. She felt that Fang Yan seemed to have grown too much overnight. The land has matured a lot. Yeah, I'm worried that the dream in my dream will come. Fang Yan took a deep breath and walked into the cave on the island in the center of the lake first. Just as a few people were about to enter the cave, a snake head popped out of the cave, looking at Fang Yan and the others vigilantly, but his eyes were on Sui Jun, and he looked a few more times. How does it come? Here, it's Mina. Sun Renhui's eyes lit up when she saw Mina. This is a Pokemon that all women in the world can't refuse. This is also the first time she has seen Wild Lenith. Mina's 776 first place. Seeing the other party's information, Fang Yan's expression became extremely solemn. Be careful, this is the champion level Mina. Champion. Sun Renhui was shocked. Champion level Pokemon. This is extremely rare in the wild. I didn't expect such a Pokemon to be guarding the door here. It's absurd. But Cresselia. Hello, Chanas. We're here to investigate what's going on here. Darkrai has already caused countless people to have nightmares outside. We need the power of Cresselia. Ji Xiao walked up, said hello to Minas before. Opening parenthesis. Ask for flowers. Ask for a monthly pass. Subscribe automatically. Alright, if the automatic subscription can reach 100, then it will be updated 5 times a day. Friend, come on. Chapter 85 Dream God. Terrible. 4 more. New Gerger Expressway debut. Mishang. Minas shook his head. Now it doesn't trust humans very much. If it weren't for Ji Zili's own temperament, it would be good. I am afraid that the attack has already been launched. Minas, please let us in. I have a way to heal Cresselia's advantages. If you don't believe me, you can try the mechanics and buy 2 super poisons from the Point Mall. The medicine is much better, and it can shorten the recovery time of the wife. Only then did Minas notice Fang Yan. There is no way. Compared to Sui Jun and Fang Yan, they are indeed very unnoticed. It's just that, when Fang Yan approached, Minas' feeling has changed. It feels Fang Yan is very kind. Even if it doesn't trust human beings now, it can't maintain hostility ability to Fang Yan. You are injured now and we can try this medicine. Fang Yan continued to open the court. We really sent it with goodwill. If you can't believe us, two can bleed all the Pokemon around here. I would like to heal Cresselia's injuries under your supervision. Gainus tilted his head. Then he stretched out his tail. There was a hole in the tail of the white blood. Apparently it was fought by Cresselia before the fight affected. Thank you for your trust. Fang Yan took a deep breath. He signaled to Sun Renhui to come and help, and Sun Renhui understood. He quickly cleaned up the wounds at work for Minos. Then Fang Yan sprayed the medicine on. Minos looked at his wound in shock. The wound that was still bleeding was scabbed over so quickly. This is simply unbelievable. Not even Minos, Sun Renhui and Ji Xiao were a little shocked by the effect of this drug. This is countless times better than all the potions on the market. Now you can bring. Have we gone to see Cresselia? Fang Yan showed a slight smile. This potion can help it heal its injuries quickly. We can swear in the name of Ho-Oh. Ji Xiao on the side slapped her Fang Yan on the head angrily, and said she zero in the name of the Wind King. Is that what you can say? She didn't realize that Fang 21 was respected by Feng Wang province, and swear by Feng Gan's righteousness. Ji Duoyao even felt that the name of Feng Wang would be defeated by Fang Yan sooner or later. Blood people are not anyone who can swear in the name of Ho-Oh as the saintess of Ho-Oh Pagoda. Ji Xiao knows, if it really violates such word, will be hunted down by the Wind King. She was really afraid that Fang Tan was used to saying this. There was no appointment by then. Chased by King Feng. Even other people in Huang Tower heard Fang Dao's word. Year to blacklist him. Oh, suddenly, there were two voices that made Minos Rin, Fang Yan and Ji Zili smile. It seems that Ho Wang's face is still very big. Presley A must have noticed them long ago. There was no response before, but after hearing Ho-Oh's words, she made a decision. Follow me. Nina. A turn is to drill into the cave. Fang Yan and the others quickly followed. This cave doesn't look like much, but after walking nearly 20 meters or so, everything here has changed. Fang Yan's eyes became extremely open. This is a spacious platform that is too small for a football field. The center of the platform is a small circular lake with a lot of Pokemon on it. The lake has two flats. Lying on it, a special Pokemon. It has a light blue body. The bottom is yellow, and a tuft of fuchsia hair protrudes from the arc of the chest. The yellow trim on the west side of the head makes it look like a crescent moon. Fresh. Bent 0x. At the same time it is also hot. The pink ring is placed on the side and back, and the front end with the shape of melon seeds is placed on the chest. It look gorgeous. 10. This is definitely two of the most beautiful Pokemon in the world. Cresselia 1. It's just that Cresselia's situation is not very good. Obviously, the previous battle caused him a lot of injuries. Even as a legendary Pokemon, there is still no recovery. To throw a Pokeball over there. Fang Yan had a strange idea in his mind, but he soon felt like he had lost his mind. That is an act of death. Complete. The data of the other party is simply gorgeous and explosive. Chapter 86. The target is blood. New Gurgur Expressway debut. 102. This is the most powerful Pokemon Fang Yan has ever seen. Neither Ji Xiao's Sujin nor Celebi, who I saw at the time, were far from the opponents of Cresselia. This was a real Pokemon with the power of a second-level god. Pulse Face U. A slightly weak and mature female voice appeared in Fang Yan's mind. Fang Zi's mouth showed a smile. He led Ji Xiao and Sun Renhui step by step towards the electric color. Leah goes. The surrounding Pokemon looked at Fang Yan vigilantly. If Fang Yan and the others have any changes, I want to come. Fang Yan and the others have any changes, I think these Pokemon will instantly send Fang Yan and the others to meet Yi. 573. Peltar. Cresselia was seriously injured. Of course, it is more of the sequelae caused by the use of the Crescent Fan. When Sun Renhui was cleaning up Cresselia's wound, Fang Yan took out a piece of superpower type energy and fed a few pieces to Cresselia, and then said, it's because of Darkrai's business outside. There has been a lot of uproar. At least 2 people had nightmares yesterday. Can you tell us what happened? Darkrai is also a ruthless man. In order to get rid of human nightmares, absorbing energy, it made many people have nightmares, and even some people with unstable minds wanted to commit suicide because of this. It can be said, this time Darkrai is definitely guilty of public anger. If it is not difficult for human beings to take Darkrai, I'm afraid it has already been caught. It also suffered minor injury. Need to extract energy from nightmares to restore their injury. Hearing Fang Yan's word, Presley and Min explained, but it seems to have cooperated with some human. When I was about to defeat it, a group of humans attacked me. Sure enough. Ji Xiao nodded knowingly. These things, they have already reasoned before. Then their purpose. No, on my blood. Cresselia said after thinking for a while. The person who shot is very powerful, except for those human skills. His magical treasure is based on your human's generalization. All have the power of champion. Quote, %1. Cresselia had little contact with humans, but as gods, SIQ is not low at all. And when it comes to creating beautiful dreams, I also know know many things about human being. Champion. Jilin Yao and Fang Yan glanced at each other. There was a trace of anxiety in their heart. Alas, a trainer who can come up with a champion-level Pokémon. Maybe not uncommon, but if you come up with a team of champion Pokémon, then there will be no more than 10 people in the entire Taken. It seems that some of their previous guesses were not wrong. What blood? Fang Yan had some strange speculations in his heart, but he didn't say the result. Could this be for conducting some experiment? Is the other party trying to conduct a base experiment? It has nothing to do with Cresselia itself. At that time, it should have no problem if they wanted to capture Cresselia. But yes, Fang obviously doesn't want to cause such trouble, so for itself, it's really troublesome now. But now we also need your help. The incident caused by Darkrai has a great impact, and I also had nightmares, and I want to take revenge. Fang Yan is very serious and seriously. Other things are not the most important, mainly because he wanted to take revenge on Clay, the nasty guy who made him have a nightmare at work. Such a thing is absolutely unacceptable. Cresselia gave Fang Yan a strange look. If Darkrai really made thousands of people have nightmares as you say, it should can be recovered quickly. And I may take a while. There's nothing wrong with the injury, and I have a way to improve your strength. Fang Yan released his Victini and said, now its strength may not be worth mentioning compared to yours, but it can help for a long time. Your strength. Teeny. Victini lay on Fang Yan's head. He greeted Cresselia while looking at each other curiously. Is it Victini? Cresselia glanced at Victini in surprise. You are really special. If Victini help, I have confidence in defeating Darkrai, but you need to face the preparations that Darkrai will haunt you later. What? Fang Yan was shocked. Holy crap. Do you want to be so cruel? I just want to take revenge on Darkrai. Instantly get Darkrai to level up. Is it necessary? Or, Darkrai is not a Pokemon with a particularly good personality, even if I defeat it. After 5.9 when he recovers by Chenny, he will still come to trouble people related to this matter. Then you will bear the brunt. Cresselia explained. Is that so? Fang Yan's face. Hooray. It's definitely not a good thing to be targeted by a Pokemon like Darkrai. Whoever makes the other party a rogue. Shiju is also powerful. How long can you keep the other party from bothering me? Fang Yan finally said through gritted teeth. 5 years. After this I can pin it down. If it is too long, it will also have a great impact on me. Cresselia did not tell what the impact was. Fang Yan only needed to know these 2 points. Chapter 87 I can. Trust me. New Gerger Expressway debut. Fight. I still have to take revenge. Come back. I really don't believe that I will be afraid of it every year. Fang Yan said through gritted teeth. Are you crazy? Ji Xiao hurriedly patted. Fang Yan said she doesn't know the specific strength of Doc Lihang, but she would not be worse than Cresselia by at least 2. His own Sujin would not be Darkrai's opponent. Otherwise, Ji Xiao would deal with Darkrai by himself. Where did he suddenly seek Cresselia's help? A year later, Fang Yan will need to face the pressure of Darkrai. Isn't this a death sentence? Even if it is for revenge, and you also need to ensure your own safety, right? I have confidence. Believe me, Fang Yan said seriously. If it really pushes him, he will choose to go to the Pokemon Battle Tower and challenge E by challenging various masters every day. Dare to worry that Darkrai is looking for trouble for himself day and night. Fang Yan said that he is not afraid. The big deal is that the two sides will die endlessly. He has observed that the small world of the system can be upgraded. 19. Just like the current Fang Yeguo to buy a small world with 100,000 points. Then it can be done by upgrading the existing small world with only 90,000 points. In the same way, 2 small worlds can be kept at the same time. However, the original price points are required. Of course, each kind of small world can only be purchased once. It is too bad to buy a small world at the original price. Lock Darkrai into the current small world if find inside. Fang Yan's words made Ji Juyao and Sun Renhui silent. That is the level of a real god. Don't Fang Yan know? But looking at Fang Lei's resolute appearance, they didn't say much. At this time, Fang Yan simply persuaded to. Originally, Ji Xiao also wanted to help Cresselia with the Water Monarch to solve the problem of Daklili. Even if he was revenged by Daklili, he would not hesitate. No, thinking of Fang Yan, he took the responsibility directly. Did he see something? Ji Xiao looked at Fang Yan with a complicated expression. But I won't let you have an accident, Ji Xiao said silently in her heart. Seems to see a few people's worry. Cresselia said, if there are really more ways to do it, you can live near here, and I can protect you. Fang Yan didn't have any empty intention. He was destined to be impossible to be a shrewd turtle, isn't it Darkrai? Be careful that I will subdue Gulatin and kill you. Once the team is injured, they can recover quickly. Mainly you are now a little weak but should be able to recover soon, Fang Yan said after applying the medicine to Cresselia and taking out some Pokemon food. Thank you. If you can, please also help these Pokemon heal too. Second, I helped them recover before too, but it wasn't all of them, Cresselia said gratefully. After that, you must help Fang Yan to contain Darkrai for more more time. Go on. Fang Yan nodded slightly. After searching for a few, only the obviously injured Pokémon treated them. It's the beginning of the nightlife. It's just that no one comes out to play in Baodao today. Even the night market that was originally very lively, there are not many people today. After all, what happened yesterday is still worrying. Too dangerous. A dark shadow also stood in a grove outside the city. It was Darkrai, and through the actions of the previous night, countless negative emotions of human beings were transformed into energy. Greatly recovered from the injuries caused by the previous battle with Cresselia, but it still needs to continue. Let humans have nightmares so as to recover from their injury. Found you, Darkrai. At this time, a voice appeared behind Darkrai, and Darkrai turned to look. It sensed an aura that made it disgusting approaching. Minute. Its old adversary came only rarely on the back of this old adversary. Still sitting, alone. Pokémon, Darkrai water. Height, 15. Weight, 50.5 kilograms. Gender, male. Property, evil. Trait, nightmare. Skill, strange wind. Immobilization technique, lightning flashes. Hypnotism, surprise hit. Potential, God. Level, 96. System review 453. Price, strong great Darkrai. Injured from the battle with Cresselia, creating a nightmare to repair the injury. Darkrai at level 96. It seems that Ping is not as bad as he imagined. The level of Darkrai and Cresselia seems to be only 6 levels apart, but in fact the gap is still very large, especially after the level is high. I want to upgrade by 1 level. Simple. It's just as hard as the sky, and they're all wild Pokemon, and it's even harder to level up. Point. Moreover, Katini was indeed far away from Dakle, but Fang Yan still had confidence in himself. Cresselia. It's you who weighs Cly when he sees Cresselia. His heart is full of anger. A wave of evil is coming in the direction of Cresselia. In this regard, Cresselia avoided it very elegantly. Come on. Its injury was indeed much heavier than Darkrai's, but after Fang Fi treatment and daytime rest, it also recovered. A lot compared to the state. Darkrai is even a little better. Lu reminds you. 3 things to read. Fly Lu Little Say Group 101308277769 recommend and share Zeta New Gurgur Expressway debut. Chapter 88A Wave of Fat. New Gurgur Expressway debut. Cresselia V105. This is Cresselia's strength under the blessing of Victini. The strength has reached the level of Cresselia, and it is quite a blessing to have a level 3 blessing. Rare. Fenyan jumped from Cresselia's back. Then he said, Cresselia uses the power of light. Cresselia rolled her eyes at Fang Yan in disbelief. However, he did not refuse to call his head Yang. The bright moon in the sky became incomparably dazzling, and the shimmers of luster continued to converge and circle in Cresselia's mouth. Then it condenses into a pink energy. The ball moved in the direction where Darkrai was. It attacked. Experian. Daxay can't understand Cresselia's strength anymore. Before, it only relied on someone's help to defeat Cresselia. Now I see Clay. Zelia shot, and a black hole-shaped energy body was condensed in her hand to meet the moon. I won't let you go up so easily. Fang Yan's mouth gave a meaningful smile. The quality dog uses jet flame to break the dark black hole. There is no damage in the game. However, there are some in the animation. The book setting hurt. He said he couldn't tell what damage does Lay do, but destroying the opponent's skill. Let it detonate in advance with mental arithmetic and unintentional. It can still be done under the blessing of Victini, although it is a bit difficult, but the wind speed dog still hit the dark black hole. Let it have a balance. And Cresselia's power of the moon is that every time the smoke of the explosion hit Darkrai directly, instant effect is outstanding. Why, human, why are you participating here? Darkrai's tone was a bit difficult and angrily scolded. It was not in very good condition. Now, being hit by the power of the moon again, even as a legendary Pokemon, it can't stand it. Why, you made me have nightmares, Fang Yan said in an extremely cold tone. You had that weird dream. Darkrai also seemed to recognize Fang Shin. Everyone else's nightmares are very simple. Only this guy's nightmares are weird. To be able to dream so many legendary magical Jinjian that -4 is enough to construct a nightmare. After it was consumed, the energy that it did not return, was forcibly broke the dream, which caused Darkrai to lose a lot. As a result, this guy came to find his own trouble. Shay, damn, I haven't troubled you yet. Wait, so you know me. Fang Yan chuckled. Then now I will let you feel the pain, experience the pain, accept the pain, understand the pain. You who know the pain again, or you won't know what to is peace. 9-0. Darkrai and Cresselia are a little confused. What the matter? What the meaning of these words? Cresselia uses the Aurora Beam. Fang Yan then continued. Experience. Darkrai didn't even think about it, thinking of running away. It will be Fang Yan's appearance. Remember it, and it will take revenge when there is a chance. Pity. It underestimated Cresselia's determination, and underestimated the level gap between the two sides. The gap of nearly 10 levels, for God, is simply a world of difference. That polar beam after the lifeform killed Shu and Clyde, it turned it into an ice sculpture. Ding! Congratulations on the upgrade of the turkey level by 2. 2, and the former V62. Wow! Congratulations to Fengsugo's level upgrade by 2, and the former V62. Ding! Congratulations on the level of burning insect raised by 4, a month ago. V54. Ah! Congratulations on the 2-level upgrade to Victini, currently V64. Ding! Congratulations on raising the level of Yi Elf by 5, currently V46. Ding! Congratulations on the Metal Monsters upgrade to Z level and the former V36. 9. Applause. Congrats on the level increase of Water Dinosaurs by 8, currently 1v36. Ding! Congratulations on Chunglong's rank tile 9, and the first one Vol 33. Hey! Congratulations to the wonderful Frog Seed level for raising the level to 18, and the former V2. Looking at the system prompt, Fang Yan couldn't help swallowing. When the battle started before, Fang Yan opened the learning device to all restrictions except for Ball Sea Lions and Round Land Shark. I didn't expect that defeating Darkrai this time would bring him such a big benefit. He has seen the appearance of the fire dinosaurs and the seeds of the wonderful frog being selected in the small world. Darkrai is worthy of being a level 96 Super Odd. It directly caused the scene of himself, Bofa. It was worthwhile to go to Cresselia to gain experience, even if he provoked Darkrai for this. What should I do after that? Fang Yan looked at Cresselia with a bit of confusion and followed Zhao's previous plan. They were planning to beat Darkrai seriously. Then, Zhao Hao asked Cresselia to pursue Darkrayfo, but now Darkrai is directly stunned. I'll take it back. After thinking about it, Cresselia said that I didn't expect this Katie's blessing to me to be so great since I trapped it. Then I don't need to chase it. Quote, will this cause difficulties for you? If so, Fang Yan Ho Cresselia will trap Darkrai for countless years. No, but it will gradually recover. When it recovers, I can't stop it from escaping. Cresselia gave Fang Yan a deep look. Hopefully next time we meet, you already have the strength to have it. I will. Fang Yan's mouth showed a confident smile. This wave is very profitable. Chapter 89. I'm the man who wants to fish for Mini Dragon. New Gurgur Expressway debuted. Cresselia used superpowers to control the ice sculpture of Darkrai and left. Watching their back go up, Fang Yan's mouth showed a slight smile, and it seemed that things were not as troublesome as imagined. Although Cresselia can't trap Darkrai for the rest of her life, but Fang Yan is confident that he will grow up completely within this period of time. But look at the previous experience point. Do you need more than 5 books and 1 JB? No, this is for death. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary task. Find the root of everything and solve the trouble. Reward points 5,000 point currently accumulated. 124,236 point. Listening to the system prompt, Fang Yan couldn't help taking a breath of cold air. He gave himself 50,000 point, which is indeed a huge amount of income for Fang Yan, who has been spending point. It seems that I need to find a time to think about how to consume the next child. It seems that the matter has indeed been resolved. There is no bad structure as expected before. Ji Xiao glanced at the square blanket with a complicated look. Originally, she wanted to use water to cooperate with Cresselia. Also hate yourself. As a result, Fang 597 Yan refused. He wants to take it all down. This guy was the first time she saw a man who wanted to protect her, but it seemed that the situation was not bad. It's alright. Fang Yan chuckled twice. The next time I see Darkrai, I don't need to rely on other people's rank. Ji Wooly was a little silent. She really wanted to strike, but this guy below is cultivating Pokémon at a speed she has never seen before. Maybe he has a little hope. Then next, where are you going? Fang Yan asked Ji Xiao curiously. After all, a champion is something. Very busy. Let's go on vacation with you for a few days. After thinking about it, Ji Xiao said, my mission is completed. I also need to keep an eye on the power and energy matters. I just took this opportunity to have a good time. Is that so? Then let's go out to sea tomorrow. Listening to Ji Xiao's request, Zero Yan's eyes. Ziliang opened his mouth and said, I'm a little regretful now that I saw beauty in Sun Moon Lake before. Nas, if it can be subdued, that Minas has the strength of a champion, not to mention whether you can conquer it. Yuan Xiao couldn't help but reminded. It's one thing if you don't have the potential, it's another thing if you look good or not. Fang Yan snorted softly. It doesn't matter. I will definitely catch the ugly fish tomorrow. Looking at Fang Yan's slightly childish words, Ji Juyao and Sun Renzuan looked at each other. The army smiled dumbly. 20 kilometers east of Baodao, the sea is calm and a yacht is floating on the sea. Fang Yan has sunglasses on his face, wearing beach clothes to fish on it. Sun Renhui also holds 2 root fishing fur seat. By his side, Ji Xiao was lying on the reclining chair beside him, holding a book in hand. It's a rare pleasure. Why do all I catch are carp? Sun Renhui said helplessly after releasing a carp. She did catch the unnecessary magical baby, but unfortunately Jade is the king of carp. Straight carp king is already very good. Look at someone. Ji Xiao glanced at Fang Yan speechlessly. This guy has never caught a fish before. I am a man who wants to catch a mini dragon after saving my character. Fang Yan snorted softly. He also felt helpless about such a thing. Mini to listen to Fang Yan's words. Ji Xiao and Sun Qiwei twitched the corners of their mouth. If only the mini dragons were as good. Then they're not quasi-god. Fang Yan pouted. Stupid woman. Sir, I am fishing with a dragon-type energy cube. Since you're fishing, you have to fish for the best. There must be a mini dragon in the Taihai, but this chance, well, it's probably 1 in a billion. At the same time, he silently put his mind in the points mall, and first spent 20,000 points to buy a bottle of champion stealing potion for the flame chicken to use. In this way, Bian chicken also has the qualification to be a champion, and Fang Yan does not need to deal with its qualifications for the time being. Then he spent 1 square point to buy 2 evolutionary keystones. The Sa evolutionary stone of the 10,000-year-old flaming chicken. Sheng again. 10,000 bought the ESA evolution stone of fire-breathing dragon Y. Fang Yan's fire-breathing dragon evolved successfully yesterday. Fortunately, the fire-breathing dragon was not deformed because of its young age. In general, normal fire-breathing dragons are about the same size, but Ji Xiao and Sun Renhui have seen them. Its condition later said that this is not the final size of the fire-breathing dragon, and it will wait until its age. The size will also increase a lot. Evolution name of EGA for the fire-breathing dragon. In fact, Fang Yanyi, the beginning is still a bit wrong. He had always thought that fire-breathing dragon X was so handsome, but after thinking for a while, he still chose YSN, a evolutionary stone. When carrying the E8A evolution stone, Fang Yan suddenly found out wearing the ESA evolution stone to the Pokémon through the system will not cover the prop carried by the Pokémon itself, which helped Fang Yan to solve a lot of trouble. EWC 52664, New Grid High-Speed Debut. Chapter 90. Sure enough, the mini dragons are all live. New Gurgur Expressway debuted. After thinking about it, Fang Yan spent another 500 points, bought the characteristic stimulation card, and stimulated the intimidation characteristics of Wind and Speed Dog. In this way, it has 3 characteristics of intimidation, righteous heart and ignition. After thinking about it, Fang Yan bought a feature card for Fengsugo, adding the feature of relying on the license. In fact, if possible, Yuyan would also like to add a magical guardian feature to Fengsugo. Unfortunately, the system does not allow it. After all these operations were over, Tong Yan decisively ended the purchase trip after purchasing a few more skill machines. The points he has accumulated during this time only left 50,000 or so. It looks like a lot. However, Fang Yan decided to keep them for a rainy day. After all, these props are enough for him for the time being. Well, there is movement. My mini dragon is humming. Suddenly, Fang Yan's mouth showed a hint of a smile. His fishing rod moved. Me now. Ji Liao and Fang Yan cast a surprised look. They had already determined that Fang Mi was a non-chief. It's been almost a long time. Not suitable for fishing. Fang Huahuo, the art is wrong. Still want to fish. I didn't expect something to actually come. It seems to be very light. Isn't it the Car King? Fang Yan's mouth curled up. It seemed that it was really a mini dragon. As he exerted his strength, the swim bladder drew 2 laps on the sea, and was finally pulled up by Fang Yan. The moonlight of the 3 of them all focused on the end of the hook. I saw a whole body sky blue. The magical treasure shaped like a seahorse was caught by Fang Yan. Taking a deep look at Fang Fa, it's very rare to be able to catch a black seahorse. Although this kind of Pokemon is not particularly rare, it is quite difficult to fish it out. Inkama V1, Elite. It turned out to be Mohama. That fine. Do you want to be taken as pet? Fang Yan asked the 2 women. The talent of this Mohama is really not very good, and Fang Yan has no idea of conquering it. As for why Mohama is hooked, it should be related to the dragon attribute of the Dragon King. 2.90. I don't. Ji Juyao shook his head slightly, joking. If it wants pet, yes. Hi. Sun Renhui also shook his head. Mashuhama is indeed very cute, but after evolution it is ugly. Forget it. Fang Yan put Mohama down, looked at the shivering Mohama and said, Type 2 little guy, wait, don't eat my food. After that, he put it back into the sea. Are you a dragon type energy cube? Ji Xiao also noticed Fang Yan's sister Yu and said in shock, well, since I want to fish for dragon type Pokemon, I naturally want to use this position. Fang Yan continued to place an energy cube, and then put the bait into the sea. Okay, you won. Maybe your idea is right. Ji Duoyao said speechlessly. If the county has it and is marked, it is indeed very good. 2. There is movement here again. Suddenly there was movement on Sun Renhui's side again. Quiet. Isn't it the Car King? Fang Yan curled his lips in disdain. Just looking at his previous achievement, Sun Renhui had already been beaten by him. No matter how many Car Kings he had, he couldn't compare to a single ink. It's just that this time Sun Renshi caught Fang Yan and Ji Xiao in shock. What she caught was indeed a fish, but this fish was no longer the king carp, but an even uglier fish. Ugly fish. This is the ugly fish. Fang Yan. You see I caught it. Sun Renhui said happily to Fang Yan. For flower. Ugly fish v 13, Day 5. Folded ugly. The information about the fish Fang Yan couldn't help but eat -0 saliva. Who is the protagonist? 1. Why did he catch Mohama himself? But the talent was not very good. But Sun Rinhui could nail the ugly fish with the qualifications of the king. Well, and it's a ugly fish with good talent. Fang Yan nodded in approval. Is the talent good? Fang Yan, can I give it to you? Although the ugly fish or something may not necessarily evolve into Mina unless you can find beautiful scales. Otherwise it's hard to make it evolve. But it's also a hope, isn't it? She remembered that Fang Yan had always liked Mina. No, now, you accept it. I have enough water-type Pokemon. Yi Jian shook his head slightly, looking at Sun Rinhui's appearance. He was moved for a while, and he could see that Sun Rinhui himself liked Minas very much. This thing is for you. Ugly fish can indeed evolve based on beauty. According to Sun Rinhui's ability, there is a huge possibility that it can be done. However, it is better to directly use the beautiful scales to evolve. There is still a great possibility to increase the potential, which is unmatched by the normal evolution of Mina. Beautiful scale. When did you have it? Na Rinhui looked at Fang Yan in shock. This kind of thing is priceless. I picked it up before and gave it to you to keep. Fang Yan touched his nose. He can have as many beautiful scales as he wants, and there are 10,000 points in the system. Fang Yan, who is still a big dog, said he bought it. After all, Sun Rinhui is his future wife. Right, pick it up. Sun Rinhui and Ji Xiao heard the corners of their mouth. Pick up too. You can pick it up for me. It's not like you don't know how cherished this thing is. Chapter 91 Sudden Change. New Gerger Expressway debuted. In the end, Sun Rinhui still accepted Fang Yan's beautiful scales. After seeing Fang Yan's beautiful scales, Sun Rinhui wanted to give the ugly 5 fish to Fang Yan, but after Fang Yan showed the domineering President Fan, he finally accepted it. Fang Yan's arrangement. It's really touching though. I don't have the heart to send me Pokemon. Ji Xiao on the side couldn't help sighing while watching this scene. Don't look at Ji Xiao's coldness in front of outsiders, but they have been together for a long time. You will find that she is not so difficult to get along with. After all, she is just 25 years old. Often 2 to 5-year-old girls are just entering the society, and she is a person who is extremely short of friends. 923. As the saint of Fengwang Pagoda, she has her own mission. She has been training her own Pokemon for a long time, and no one wants to communicate with her, or say. Almost everyone forgot that she was just an ordinary little girl at that time. After she became famous, she was the king of heaven, the champion, and the favored son of heaven. In addition, she had the temperament of a cold royal sister. Even more, no official dared to contact Ji Xiao. Fang Yan is a special one. From beginning to end, Ji Xiao took special care of him. Now both sides have become friends. Even a little ambiguous, but Ji Xiao's temperament is too special. Sun Rinhui said before that Ji Eriao's temperament is very similar to Wang Xiao. In fact, it is a bit similar, but Ji Xiao is more like a fairy. It belongs to the type that can be seen from a distance and cannot be played with. If you want a Pokemon, I'm afraid there are countless people rushing to send you a Pokemon, right? Fang Yan said speechlessly. Yi Sao, Jun's trainer, Tai Chin's most important female champion. But it's not what I want, Ji Xiao said with a chuckle, and I don't need what they gave. What's wrong with Sister Ji? What do you want a Pokemon? Sun Rinhui also asked curiously. Ji Juyao was a little silent. After a long time, he sighed lightly and said, I don't know either. Maybe you can wait until that day, whatever Pokemon it is. 3. Her appropriate word. Fang Tan and Sun Rinhui understood. What was missing was the person who sent her that Pokemon. Of course, Fang Yan thought a lot, even if she really didn't lack Pokemon and didn't care what kind of Pokemon it was, but she couldn't send the Pokemon from land to Ji, so she sent Ji Xiao Pokemon. Need to be even better. Several people were talking and talking. There was floating in the sky a few dark clouds and a light rain fell slowly. 2. Is it raining? The weather forecast didn't say it going to rain today. Sun Rinhui looked at the sky in confusion. It was clear that it was sunny. They came out. The weather in the sea is always changeable. It was sunny before, but suddenly it rained, which is normal, Ji Liban said in disapproval. She stood up and was about to walk into the house. At this moment, a big wave came over. The whole yacht shook like a flatboat. Be careful. Looking at Ji Shi. Looks like Yao is about to fall. Fang Yan quickly stood up and hugged Ji Xiao. It's just because the show is too strong. Even Fang Yan is so. He quickly transformed his body and put himself under it. Become Ji Xiao's meat pad. He looked at Jiguri's face so close. That breath-like fragrance kept hitting his face. Fang Yan's heart had a charming feeling for a while. A moving feeling was born in his heart. He even had an idea of wanting to taste the fragrance. In particular, Ji Xiao didn't expect such a thing to happen. This guy actually used himself as a cushion. It's the kind of care she's never had. Sora, are you alright? Sun Rinhui looked at this. I'm really a little shocked. The two are hugging each other, but she didn't care too much. If Fang Yan really likes it, she will not refuse. As long as you don't like, it's just like like in a nightmare. After all, this world, but there is no one-way restriction. Very famous and powerful people have a lot of women. It's okay. Ji Xiao quickly got up from Fang Yan's body, but her face also appeared rarely blushed. It's obvious what happened before. It didn't affect her at all. It's okay. Fang Yan rubbed the shoulder that he was knocked on. There was no big deal, but his body was strengthened by celibacy. It seems that the storm is coming soon. Ji Xiao stared at the sky and said, there were dark clouds in the distance. Let's get out of here too. Fang Yan nodded slightly. But I'm still thinking about what happened just now. What would happen if I was too daring just now? And the moment I was crushed just now, I feel like it's pretty good too. Seems like I've been on my mind a bit lately. Damn it, minute. Asking for 5 yachts. Ji Xiao deeply looked at the double Yuyan. This little brat. Although she was caught off guard before, Fang Yan's reaction fell into her eyes. As the champion, her observation ability is extremely excellent. It's just Fang Yan like this. She doesn't hate or even condone. Or do you think she is so easy to take advantage of? Ji Xiao. Sister, this kid Sean has really grown up. Faye and Lu remind you. 3 things to read. Fly Lu Little Say Group 1013082776. Recommend and share EWC 52684. Support Felu. Chapter 92 about the father. New Gerger Expressway debut. Hello, I'm Fang Yan from Hangcheng. I'm here to challenge the Treasure Island Gym. Fang Yan said to the staff at the entrance of the Treasure Island Gym. It was already 5 days after the fishing that day. Ji Xiao was old yesterday. After all, she was a champion, and she had a lot of things to do. It is impossible to stay in one place for too long, and it is very rare to stay here for weeks. There are still many things that need her to preside over. Of course, Ji Xiao doesn't have any vacations at all. If the county needs it, she can stay in one place for a few days and deterrent. It's just that Ji Xiao doesn't do that. As the spokesperson of Fenghuang Pagoda in the outside world, she has her own responsibilities and will never do that. Fang Yan from Hangcheng, who fought with Darkrai before the staff of the gym, felt surprised, said with excitement. Me. Fang Yan 19 was a little confused. They had been playing in Waiwu during this time. Just don't even pay attention to the network. He has absolutely no idea what happened. Thousands of people had nightmares by Darkrai before. You invited Cresselia to defeat Darkrai. This is the information announced by the Alliance. You are our hero, the staff said with admiration. As that's so, Fang Yan's face showed a clear look. What happened to Darkrai before was really a wife, and the Alliance needed some detail. Ji Mingyao asked Fang Yan to work. This matter can always be beneficial to Fang Yan without any harm. That woman, if I hadn't heard the staff say that, he doesn't know about it yet. Thinking of Ji Xiao, Fang Yan's mouthfish also raised a smile. Even if that woman did something for him, she wouldn't sue him. Tell yourself. According to Zhao, her character seems to be quiet and she does everything well, right? Can I challenge the gym now? Cui Chi Fang Yan asked directly. Hi. Yes, of course. The staff can stop and welcome Fang Yan and Sun Xingzhen in. Are you Fang Yan? You are as young as you look in the photo. The gym trainer of Baodao Gymnasium is a sloppy uncle. He looks like a black guy. If he didn't know him with his true identity, Fang Yan never imagined that he would be a gym trainer. So thank you for your compliment. Fang Yan is embarrassed. Scratched his hair. Haha, don't be so polite. Back then, your father and I were on missions together. Kai Ching. That's the name of this uncle. With a stern look on his face. Point 2. He seems to be flat and cheerful. Have you ever performed a mission with my father? Fang Yan was surprised, but I didn't think much about it. There should be a lot of people who have been on missions with their father too. Yeah, that was Shichi a few years ago. Your father is also a very reliable companion. Kai Qingqing smiled and said, are you trying to challenge me this time? Point it time. I'm now challenging gyms in various cities. Feng Sheng nodded slightly and said, then let me test your strength. Kai Qingqing smiled and released his Pokemon first. Fire Beast V37, Quasi King. Fire EB. Fang Yan's look yinning. He seems to remember that the attribute of the gym here is the fire element. It seems that today's battle is a bit interesting. Think of it here. Fang Yan's mouth fish showed a faint smile. Then it's decided that you are the one to go to the fire-breathing dragon. Is it a fire-breathing dragon? See, but the cultivation seems to be only ordinary. Yingqing, as a fire-type Pokemon expert, naturally saw that Fang Yan's fire-breathing dragon was not cultivated as well as he imagined. At least a little stronger. However, Fang Yan's fire-breathing dragon was obviously unqualified. Judging from his stature, it was the size of an ordinary fire-breathing dragon. Of course, Pokemon strength is not based on body shape, but in close combat, body shape can reflect a lot. Of course, Mukching would not know. Fang Yan's fire-breathing has also been born now, but it's only a month time. Even if it has become a fire-breathing dragon that is too tall and mighty. In fact, it is still only a small Jungtai. In the 153 future training volume and age, the fire-breathing dragon will also grow. It's not just about the size of the Pokemon, isn't it? Fang Yan smiled noncommittally and waited. excited roar. The fire-breathing dragon's eyes are also full of flame, and it doesn't want to be looked down upon by others. He wants to let the other party know that the battle of the shiny baby is not only about the size. Are you angry? Fire is the beast using the flame wheel. Quickly dodging the fire-breathing dragon's attack, he rammed in the direction of the fire-breathing dragon. Next, Fang Yan said calmly, opening parenthesis, for flowers, for a monthly pass, for an automatic subscription. Oh, I love you. It is said that there was an official vote for the favorite Pokemon. The first place turned out to be Darkrai. The author said it was more I like Menghong. If it wasn't for the dream, I wrote it twice. This book will still be Menghong, but it's not bad, and it's pretty cute. Download Philo. Chapter 93 Super Charizard 4 more. Shingit darted to look at the scene in front of him at high speed. The fire-breathing dragon took the attack of the fire beast abruptly with its two claws. Is this still what he suspected before? A fire-breathing dragon that was not well-bred. Evening cup. I will kill my sister and reward it with a sip. Fang Yan continued. Roar. Gathered in the mouth of the fire-breathing dragon. Cause huge damage. Another earth. Fang Yan chuckled. My fire-breathing dragon really doesn't look strong enough, but that's just because I bred it too well. It's just too fast. There is no sequelae in itself. It is a fire-breathing dragon, and has more potential than other fire-breathing dragon. Nurtured too well. Accidentally evolved too fast. Kai Ching was a little confused when he heard the word. This is also possible, according to his understanding, if the Pokemon has seen rapid evolution. Only squeeze the potential of Pokemon, thus stunted. But what the hell is going on with this fire-breathing dragon? Naturally, he wouldn't know. Others force evolution. That is because the level is not enough to squeeze the potential. Fang Yan evolved only when his level was sufficient. However, Kai Ching also found that he seemed to be. I underestimated this child. After all, it is a fire-type trainer family. Two is indeed unlikely to make such a mistake. At the same time, the firestorm beast was dropped on the ground by the fire-breathing dragon, completely losing its ability to fight. It seems that I underestimated you, but I have to be serious next time. Kai Ching looked at Fang Yan with a slightly serious look. It just luck. Fang Yan chuckled, but he didn't count as losing this battle. After all, the other party was playing with fire. Then my next Pokemon is this one. Go on. Flaming Monkey, with Z-Red. A light flash. A monkey-shaped Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Senior brother, Fang Yan murmured. There is no doubt that the Flaming Monkey is indeed one of his favorite fire-type Pokemon, and it is a pity that it is even above the fire-breathing dragon. He hadn't found a qualified little fire monkey before, and the functions of the Flaming Chicken and the Flaming Monkey were almost the same, so he didn't need to look for leeway specially. Flame Monkey V42, Tianyu. Ga evolve. Fire-breathing dragon. Tan wiped the evolution keystone on his neck necklace, and at the same time the EGD fossil on the neck of the fire-breathing dragon is also. A dazzling brilliance instantly engulfed the figure of the fire-breathing dragon. Oh, Ga evolution. A strange color flashed in Kai Ching's eye. Evolution is no secret to them, but there are still too few people who have mastered the evolution of ESA. After all, the number of such things is very small. Unexpectedly, Fang Yan has mastered it. Along with the evolution of ESA, the colorful light gradually dissipated, and the figure of the fire-breathing dragon Y appeared on the Jicheng. Its color matching is similar to the prototype, only the cream part starts from the lower collar. The third root in the middle grows from the back of its head. Horn. This horn is longer than the original two, and the neck and mouth have become shorter. At the same time, its limbs, tail and wings have become longer, and small wings have grown on the wrist. The edges of the wings on the back become more irregular. 3 small dense spines grow at the end of the tail and a long spur grows on the back. %01. In addition, the flames at its tail burned more vigorously. In the face of the fierce flame disease with strong fighting intent, the fire-breathing dragon's eyes are also full of fighting intent. This is the first time it used this state to fight against other Pokemon. It seems to be a lot stronger than before. Kai Ching's eyes were full of happy. His main force has a fire-breathing dragon, but there is no fossil of the fire-breathing dragon's ESA. Looking at such a fire-breathing dragon, he has also decided that he must collect the EGA evolution stone copy of the fire-breathing dragon in the future. The fire-breathing dragon uses the dragon's breath, Fang Yan said with a wave of his hand. Flame Monkey uses Sonic Fist Mountain. Flaming Monkey is fast, so fast that the fire-breathing dragon who was the first to prepare quickly landed his fist on the fire-breathing dragon. Bang 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 up. Fist fell like raindrop. It's just that the fire-breathing dragon didn't flinch at all, even if hit by this fist. Painful, but it still held on, and Yulin's destructive aura hit the Flaming Monkey that was close at hand, knocking it several meters away in an instant. I don't know how much stronger the destructive power is than before. Kai Ching was not very upset when he saw this scene, but was extremely happy with the fire-breathing dragon after the evolution of 9 EGA. It's really stronger than before. I don't know how much. Flame Monkey. Block with rock. Don't think about it. The fire-breathing dragon, Li Li's, used the wave of the dragon to destroy them all. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene, and no one thought that the fire-breathing dragon after the evolution of EGA seemed to be a chain with a pair of appearances. Such destructive power is simply not comparable to before. Those rocks were shattered instantly after hitting the dragon wave. Long. It is not a Pokemon, but it has the destruction of dragons. Sword and Shield skills have been modified a lot, and many skills have been eliminated, such as throwing on the earth and shadow catch, but this novel is written in a comprehensive way, and the skills that have been previously and the newly added skills can be learned. Said to be honest, I'm really not used to not having those familiar skills. Merry Christmas everyone. Wait for more. EWC 52 684 Support Fellow Chapter 94 Battle Platypus Beast Christmas Plus New Gurgur Expressway debut. Flame Monkey uses Rocklight. Fire-breathing Dragon Claw. Flame Monkey uses Thunder Fist. What? Fire-breathing Dragon hurry up and dodge. Don't attack with wings. The raw attacks between the two are constantly staggered, and the fire-breathing dragon is constantly using its powerful output to hit the Flaming Monkey. And the Flaming Monkey also uses Fang Yan's Slack to use the Thunder and Lightning Fist to move back to the situation. Soon it fell into a 55-50 scene. I've been hiding the fact that the Flaming Monkey will be able to play Thunder and Lightning Fist. Not many Flaming Monkeys can learn Thunder Fist, and if I'm not wrong, too, this monkey should have the characteristics of an Iron Fist. Fang Yan looked at the Flaming Monkey with a solemn expression. Zhang was still old and spicy. If this is the case, then the fire-breathing dragon Isha will use the final explosive flame. Fang Yan opened his mouth to follow the breathless fire-breathing dragon of 9 years. Yi Ran has even learned to explode the flame. Let's use the University Explosion Monkey. Kai Ching was startled and then quickly said, at the same time, my heart is also entangled for a while. How did this 067 guy let this work? The fire dragon masters the explosive flames at this level. You know, this is not something ordinary Pokemon can learn. To this, Fang Yan said, the Point Small understands that all skills can be purchased in the Point Small. As the strongest skill of the 3 fire-based Imperial families, Fang Yan decided to use it permanently. Anyway, it can be used whether it is a fire-breathing pole or a flame chicken. Maybe there will be other gods in the future. What about Kibaojian? Boom. 2 huge energies collided with each other in the battle arena. The endless airwave spread in all directions, and the scorching high temperature was a little uncomfortable even for Sun Renhui, who was sitting in the auditorium. What will happen? Sun Renhui looked at the fire-breathing dragon with some worry. She believed in Fang Yan very much. However, since the birth of the fire-breathing dragon, she has taken care of the child and has little combat experience, which became its weakness. The end, it was suppressed by the explosive flames. JC2 Tazy burst. After the Tai word burst was completely defeated, the explosion and flames fell on Bao Yan Monkey's body. Will Rumble and Rumble lose his ability to fight when he sees this scene in front of him? It's just a pity to snap on. Get up. After all, this is an attenuated explosive flame, but it's still in good condition at the moment. That great. The Flaming Monkey. Use the Flaming Fist. Kai Ching said with a little joy. Save the fire-breathing dragon. Fang Yan looked at the fire-breathing dragon with some worry. The previous explosion and flames were almost all the strength of the 1-year group, not to mention the need to fall into a state of rigidity after that. The speed of the Flaming Monkey is no longer as fast as before, and even running is a little trembling, but it still ran to, in front of the fire-breathing dragon, jumped up and punched the jet flying in the air. Fire Dragon, which instantly makes the fire-breathing. The dragon fell into a state of panic. It fell from the mid-air and happened to be pressed on the body of the Flaming Monkey. Looking at this scene, everyone's faces are a little weird. This luck is too good, right? 91. Ding! Gungshan's fire-breathing dragon's level has been increased by 1, and the first 1v8. Both Pokemon lost their ability to fight at the same time. The referee next said quickly, it seems that I really underestimate your fire-breathing dragon. I will be more serious next time. You be careful. Kai Ching's face became more and more serious, which makes many people nervous. When I get up, there is quite a kind of temperament. This sight is my Hongxings. You all give me a sense of death. Come on, duck-billed flame beast. Kai Ching threw a magical treasure into the sky and said with a smug tone on his face, there are less than 10 in the world. You probably haven't heard of it. You must know that Fang Yan is a family of fire-type trainers, and competition between the two parties is inevitable. The Fang family has a very high reputation among all fire-type trainers, even known as the first fire family. Kai Ching now has such a comparison mentality. Is also a matter of course. The duck-billed flame beast. The evolution of the duck-billed fire dragon. Fang Yan said indifferently. He would not be surprised by the existence of the duck-billed flame beast. After all, he knew it in his previous life, but he didn't expect that someone with the molten carbon amplifier does the job. Looks like you've figured it out. Kai Ching curled his lips in annoyance, acknowledging my pretentiousness. Can I not know? Yan curled his lips noncommittally. Then my Pokemon is it. Come on. Wind Speed Dog. Hooer. There was a roar. The Wind Speed Dog is on the stage. Kai Ching's expression is slightly quickly condensed. The level of this wind speed dog is not low. This is really what a 16-year-old child can breathe. But fortunately, the characteristic of this wind speed dog seems to be to intimidate, but it is less troublesome for him to be unemployed. Are you sure? You don't know how troublesome it is to build a fort. He didn't notice at all, along with the appearance of the wind speed dog. The weather was hot for him. Platypus V61 vs wind speed dog V62. Platypus uses turbidity. The wind speed dog uses super speed. Facing the turbid fog blowing towards him from the sky, the wind speed dog turned into a dog. Made. The shadow hits the platypus. Starter. Chapter 95. Stupid Mortal. New Gurgur Expressway debut. Boom. Was only a moment. The platypus was repelled several meters by the wind speed dog. It's so fast. Kai Ching's eyes narrowed slightly. The platypus uses the flame vortex to trap it. Long. It's just that when those flames touched around the wind speed dog, it didn't follow its original trajectory. It came to the vicinity of the wind speed dog, and the wind speed dog was constantly attracted into its body. What? Fire. How is this possible? As a fire-type Pokémon expert, Kai Ching immediately expressed his complete unacceptable to Jade wind speed dog. How could he not understand? It seems that there has never been a wind speed dog with both ignition and intimidation characteristics before, right? What's impossible? You haven't seen it before. It doesn't mean it doesn't. Everyone relies on their own knowledge and understanding. They are all bound by it, and call these reality. But knowledge and understanding are the reality of very ambiguous things. May just be the moon in the mirror. People are living in the self-inflicted worm. Don't you think so? Fang Chu said. Kai Ching said that he was silent. Fang Yan's words made sense. Features, after all, itself is based on various perspective. Observation deduced. Even if it was a month ago, humans are not necessarily guaranteed to have discovered 2/3 of the properties themselves. Every once in a while, new features will be discovered. Maybe it's because I know it before. I don't know enough about it, and I don't know why. He felt that Fang Zong's words were very reasonable. When he first met Fang Yan, he put himself into the role of an elder. Invisibly, there is a trace of respect and slowness, and I think that now I have been disciplined, which is really rare. But can such words really be uttered by a 16-year-old child? Wang Shu. Teal, you raised an amazing son. The wind speed dog uses flaming teeth. When Kai Ching was full of thought, the wind speed dog launched an attack from deposition, and a quick approach bit the platypus beat. Long. The flaming teeth biting the platypus's body gave off the slightest smoke, and the sound of chi-chi being cooked could even be heard. Such flaming teeth. After the bowl, Kai Ching's expression became dignified. This wind speed dog is indeed a bit strong, and it really shouldn't be underestimated. The level of this wind speed dog is probably its own duck. The mouth flame beast is even taller. It's a bit higher now. Are all the young people so terrifying? The duck-billed flame beast uses lightning fist. Kai Ching continued to command. Don't be afraid of the wind speed dog. Use the flame wheel. Just kidding. At this time, you are still facing the waves with your own wind speed dog. Aren't you killing it? Two among the fire-type Pokémon of the same level, your wind speed dog is almost invincible. Is it okay to exist in general? If it weren't for the fact that he was worried about the abnormal performance, he would have wanted to give the wind speed dog another acceleration characteristic. It's just that now he doesn't have absolute strength, and only then can he do whatever he wants. Boom. When the thunder fist, after colliding with the flame wheel, the two Pokémon each retreated a certain distance. However, it is obvious that the wind speed dog backward distance is much smaller, and the gap between the two sides is somewhat obvious. The platypus can't continue like this. Use the earthquake. Kai Ching's face became extremely ugly. He was beaten by the sky, but this does not mean that he would compromise so much. This wind speed dog. It's really disgusting, people. Earthquake. Then we will also deal with our opponent as soon as possible. Fang Yan said coldly. Flowers. 1. Duck. The flame-mouthed beast continuously swayed the ground, and the entire battlefield swayed continuously under the action of the platypus flame beast. At the same time, those shock waves hit the direction of the wind speed dog. In the face of these attacks, the wind speed dog turned into a flame of flame and sprinted away in the direction of the duck-billed beast. Because the speed is too fast, it didn't even try to avoid the injuries caused by the earthquake, but just rushed towards the platypus regardless. Boom. The fireball that the wind speed dog turned into hit the platypus. The formed D-strike caused countless airwaves to swept in all directions. Did you succeed? Fang Yan blocked 0 feet's body with his hand. Just now was actually not the best time to use the flaming god. I don't know what happened. Yo, congratulations to Feng Sugo's level upgrade by 2, and the former V63 inches. Ding! Congratulations on the upgrade of Victini's level by 1, and the former IV68. Listen, congrats to Yi Elf's level increase by 1, and the former V47. Ding! Congratulations on the upgrade of the Burning Insect level by 1, the current V55. Ding! Congratulations on your Fire-Breathing Dragon being upgraded by 1 level, currently V39. With the beeps of these systems, Fang Yan's mouth showed a strong smile, and he he did not open his Pokémon quota. But this time almost all the Pokémon of the special machine have been upgraded. The battle is the most suitable for him. Middle. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the Windspeed dog stood proudly in front of everyone, and beside it was the platypus beast that had lost the ability to fight. At this moment, the Windspeed dog was more like a hero who won the battle. Lion. The platypus is incapacitated. The winner is the challenger into the mountain. Faye and Lou remind you 3 things to read. Fly Lou Little Say Group 1013082776 Push. Recommend. Share Zeta 2 EWC 52684% 2. Support FeiXingWaishuo.com. F New Grid High Speed First Launch. Chapter 96 The Legend of the Frozen Bird. New Gerger Expressway debut. Your Windspeed dog is very good. It seems that we are getting old. Kai Ching took back the duck-billed flame beast and looked at Fang Yan with a complicated expression. You let me. If you use the main Pokemon, I'm not an opponent now. Fang Yan touched his Shanzi and said, very. Haha. So you think you can beat me in the future? Li Qing asked with a heavy smile. Who knows? The back waves of the Yangtze River push the front wave. Right. Fang Yan chuckled lightly. I will become the world sooner or later. First trainer. The #1 trainer in the world. Fang Yan's rhetoric made Kai Ching stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head slightly. How easy is it to become the world's #1 training? August 13 inches family. You must know that there are still legendary Pokemon in this world. How do you deal with people like Gfally? Before meeting the real legendary Pokemon, rushing Pokemon, or even quasi-god, play a very important role. Let's do well next. This is the Treasure Island bag. I look forward to your performance in the national competition. Kai Ching handed over a badge to Fang Yan and said, ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the gym bag. Getting 5,000 points and 52,478 previous point. Did you finally get the points to 50,000 again? There is food in there. I'm not so nervous anymore. After leaving the gym, 90 Wei said to Fang Yan in a tangled manner. Although it's not a good thing to say that alone, I still feel that the owner of the gym is a little weird. Well, actually, I also have some feelings. Fang Yan nodded slightly. He recognized Unrin Hui's word. And when Wu #1 and Wu #2 are my family, he is considered by many to be the family that is best at using fire-type Pokemon. As a full-time fire-type trainer, he looked at me before. Something is wrong no matter what. Quote, then what should I do? Sunrin Hui asked with some tightness. Though. The family is the master of the gymnasium. Have great authority in this place. The soldiers will block the water and cover the soil. Fang Fei smiled noncommittally. His current strength is still too weak, but as long as he is given a certain amount of time, then he is confident that the one who needs to worry about is not the internet but himself. 3 but someone else. Fang Yan is this world's largest YC. Why don't we get out of here as soon as possible? Sunrin Hui said with some worry. I don't know why the Alliance let Kai Ching become the gym trainer here. Anyway, I'm tired of playing here. Are you going to the next place in a few days? Fang Yan pondered for a while and then bowed down. As everyone knows, not long after Fang Yan and the others left, Kai Ching's face also became extremely ugly. He dialed a number that he had been reluctant to dial before. I am willing to. You work together, but I need something. What? The other side said in a very flat tone. The multi-common keystone and the EGA evolution of the fire-breathing dragon O and everything about the Jade Super Giant. Kai Ching said impatiently. Yes, but you know what the price of supervising me is. The man opposite quickly hung up the phone. Damn. Seeing the other party's attitude, Kai Ching roared angrily. This feeling really made him very uncomfortable. Sunrin Hui was half leaning in Fang Yan's arm, looking at Pokemon illustration. The map in the cam. Let you say where we are going next. %0. Do you have a place you want to go? I already have 5 gym badges. There are still 9 months until the national high school competition, so you can go anywhere you want. Fang Yan said that Sunrin Hui decided that she would go on a trip one day after Sunrin Hui started school. It's not that easy anymore. Why don't you go to Yulong? It is said that the environment there is very beautiful. Sunrin Hui said after thinking about it. Okay, Yulong. Fang Yan remembered this place. It was also a famous tourist destination in his previous life. It is said that there is still a holy place for aventure. Then he once again gave Sunrin Hui a glance. But I don't seem to need much. Of course, there are many differences between the Jade Dragon in this world and the previous life. After all, the background of the world is different. Well, it is said that there are still many ice-type Pokemon there. Sunrin Hui said expectantly. Is that so? Fang Yan raised his eyebrows when he mentioned ice-type Pokemon, and it seemed that he still liked some ice-type Pokemon. Huo. Look at this stone sculpture. Wandering among the Jade Dragon, T.2 Wei is full of excitement and faces Fang Yan said. God of Ice Frozen Bird Mountain. Fang Yan's eyes were surprised for a while, and then clear for a while. After all, this place is also famous for its snow-capped mountain. There is a legend of frozen birds here. It seems to be a normal thing. There is nothing wrong with the 3 divine birds, but the number is not very small. It It has its habitat in the snow-capped mountains all over the world. It is said that frozen birds can often be seen in the heart here. There are even many trainers who take risks in mountain climbing every year. Be affected by I Cheniao. Sun Renhui told the information he had seen from the Pokémon book with a little pride. Chapter 97 Two Women with Problem. New Gurgur Expressway debut. As Lechin, a frozen bird that help people. It seems that Ping is not bad. Fang Yan nodded slightly. Actually, most of the three god birds are not very good. They are Pokémon with a strong sense of territory. Relatively speaking, to say that the frozen bird is not bad one. Is there a lot like this? Are the spleens of lightning birds very poor? Sun Renhui asked curiously. That's right. Whether it's the Gongdian bird or the flaming bird, the temperament is not particularly mild. Before Fang Yan could answer, a female voice came from not far away. Fang Yan looked intently. I saw two women coming from not far away. Then the woman who spoke before. He smiled apologetically at Fang Yan. Sorry, I accidentally heard your chat before. Fang Yan's eyes twitched involuntarily. For some reason, he always felt that these two women seemed to be badcomers. Minute, who are you? Sun Renhui looked at the two women curiously, which could not be denied. Both are rare beauties. Are they here to play or seek sexual encounters? Hello, I am Chu Zi. She is my teammate Chu Yusin. The woman introduced to Fang Yan and the two. What? Chu Yusin 3 inches. Fang Yan looked at another woman speechlessly. Do you know Murong Yunhai? Murong Yunhai. Chu Yusin was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, sorry, I don't know anything about Murong Yunhai. I don't know why you're doing this. I think you may have identified the wrong person. As that's so. Fang thoughtfully glanced at the two of them, but he didn't say much. First glanced at Fang Yan and said apologetically, hello, I am Sun Renhui. This is Fang Yan. We are here to travel. Are you boyfriend and girlfriend? Shu Ziyi looked at the two with a slight smile and asked, no, we are childhood sweethearts. Sun Renhui said quickly, although now he and Fang Yan have done everything except the last step. A few days ago, Fang Yan also let himself use other methods to relieve stress, but in front of outsiders, Zoe prefers to call them childhood sweetheart bitching. For her, that is the most beautiful thing. Is it just a childhood sweetheart? Shu Ziyi glanced at Sun Renhui with a teasing look, then put her eyes on Fang Yan and said, then can this gentleman contact your contact person? How to give it to me? What? This time, it was Sun Renhui's turn to be shocked. What going on? He came to ask for Fang Yan's number. What do you mean? Oh, 4. Is it Jaken who doesn't put my son Renzwan in his eyes at all? She seemed to think of the scene where Sha Meng asked herself for Fang Yan's contact information and wanted to ask her to come out. Thinking of this, Sun Renhui looked at Fang Yan with a bit of resentment. No way. Fang Yan seems to be a little too good, and his net worth is good. He has a house, a large villa, and a farm of thousands of acres, and the mountains in the back are also full of his home. Powerful. Few of his peers were Fang Yan's opponent. Fang Yan, who inherited his mother's beauty. In this regard, it is enough to kill the vast majority of men in second. Oh, this is indeed the dream lover in the hearts of many women. You can go. Fang Yan gave Shu Zi a meaningful look. Sun Renhui was even more shocked when she handed over her number. She didn't object to Fang Yan's finding other women, just like Ji Xiao. Sun Renhui even matched the two. Together, Ji Xiao can bring a lot of benefit to Fang Yan, even if her status may become invisible. But Sun Renhui was still willing to do so. But what happened to this woman now? Arrived at Renhui and looked at Shu Zi. Well, yes, this woman is very good, with a fox-like face. The figure is very good, especially in some places. Ji is much bigger than her, and the long legs wrapped in black silk are also good. It's remarkable. Maybe even if he is a man from Taiwan, he will not reject the other party. Thank you. Shu Zi excitedly wrote down Fang Yan's contact information and said apologetically, did you two just come here next? Yeah, we're going to find a hotel now, and if we get a chance, keep talking. Fang Yan nodded slightly, then pulled Sun Renhui, who was a little sullen, and left. 087. Fang Yan's behavior surprised Shu Zi and Chu Yusin for a while. This is a little different from what they imagined. Shouldn't it be the rhythm of letting them recommend what hotel they should go to and then getting together? Why did you just leave 3? What? Jealous? Fang Yan asked, rubbing Sun Renhui's head with some scorn. No. Sun Renhui shook his head slightly, joking. How could she be jealous too? At most is just uncomfortable. Fang Yan took off a ball that was too small for a fly from his cuff, revealing a meaningful son of God. This. Tiao Renhui's eyes widened, and it was hard to believe that Fang Yan's clothes were all washed by her. He had just changed the clothes, so theoretically there would be no such dirt. Fang Yan gestured to Sun Renhui with his eyes and threw it on the road in person. What the hell is going on? Sun Renhui asked with some concern. There's something wrong with those two women. Fang Yan's expression became extremely serious. Li Lu reminds you. 3 things to read. Fei Lu Little Say Group 10-13-08-2776 Recommendation and Sharing. 11 v 670. New Gurgur High Speed Debut. Chapter 98. Again and Again. New Gurgur Expressway Expressway debuted. When seeing Shu Zi and the others, Fang Yan felt that the other party should be coming at him. Fang Yan's intuition was quite accurate in this regard, until the other party dropped something similar to a bug on him. Fang Yan can be considered to be completely certain about this matter. Point. Or why? What is their purpose? 7. And even if they come to us, why did they know our whereabouts? Didn't we just arrive at Yulong? Sun Renhui said that he was really a little helpless. Understand? And yes, I don't know. Fang Yan suddenly thought of Celebi's appearance. Maybe it had something to do with that little guy. After all, apart from Celebi's affairs, he didn't seem to have anything worthy of others coming to him. Victini hasn't been exposed. It's impossible. Are you really looking after yourself? As for why we know that we are in Yulong, this doesn't seem to be a problem, right? Bai's air ticket was purchased yesterday for some special personnel. It's not very difficult to know these things. Fang Yan explained again. Is that so? That's really unpleasant. Sun Renhui also snorted softly. Then what should I do after I stand up? They were being watched. So what? We didn't plan to do anything ourselves. We just came out to travel. Fang Yan shook his head slightly. If they really want to do something, they will come to us. Okay. Sun Renhui didn't say much. Something really happened. It's too bad and they just run away. Found it here. Not long after Fang Yan and the others left, the former Shu Zi and the others soon came here. Chu Yusin picked up the wiretap on the ground. The tone is a little heavy. Did he find something? Or did he fall by accident? Chu Yusin asked cautiously. I don't know, it should be that the possibility of falling is too high. After all, the bugging device installed before was not very good, Shu Zi said after thinking for a while, and that phone is indeed his personal phone. Fei Lu's novel internal group 1,142,529,731. Then what should we do when we wait? Chu Yumu asked. Fa, living next door to them. Zi thought about it and said, we must investigate the problem with him. The last time Celebi's incident had a great impact on us. Now it cannot be ruled out that he has nothing to do with the Shao organization. If so, he should be interested in Frozen Bird. If it is a last resort, he can use all hair segment. Yes, Fang Yan didn't know that Shu Zi and the others suspected that Zimin had a relationship with the Shao organization, but he didn't care too much. If his strength was already good, as long as he was given a certain amount of time, he was confident that he would not be afraid of any enemy. And his thing, others can't know. The existence of the system itself made people feel unbelievable, right? This world is not. What transcendental system tech exists? Not even able to YY all kinds of famous beauty, most famously only being able to write novels about being a powerful Pokémon trainer. How could those stupid humans know Fang Yan's secret? They want to know Fang Yan. Why doesn't Fang Yan want to know the potential enemy A? But who are the people who want to arrest Celebi? Are quite afraid of them. Was the person who helped Darkrai defeat Cresselia the one from that organization? Still he is there. They collect Cresselian. What is blood and what is it for? After finding a high-end villa hotel, Fang Yan showed a satisfied smile outside the floor-to-ceiling windows are the clear lakes and snow-capped mountains worthy of the legendary Jade Dragon. The scenery is indeed quite beautiful. It would be great if the mountain fires could come to this place often in the future. I feel that this place is too first class, and it is suitable for leisure life. With such a beautiful scenery, Sun Renhui couldn't help but sigh to him. It's impossible to live here. At most, you can only come to play in the mountains often. Fang Yan shook his head slightly and said, don't you want to inherit the family business of your own family? 1,000. What about acres of farm? Then we have to come here at least once every 5 years. Sun Renhui said with a smile. Fang Yan nodded slightly. Hey, look at the snowy mountains. It's snowing. Suddenly Fang Yan pointed to the distance and opened his mouth to know. It's summer now. It's really rare to find something like snow. Do you think it's because the snow is falling? Sun Ren, or Zhao Wei asked with a full heart of disciples, obviously for a gorgeous Pokemon like Frozen Bird. Sun Renhui is still looking forward to it. It should be. The temperature of snow-capped mountains is a little lower than other snow-capped mountains of the same altitude and latitude. Fang Yan nodded slightly. The two came to the small courtyard of the villa. Lying on the reclining chairs in the courtyard and enjoying these beautiful scenery, it was really very comfortable. Send 9 Fang Yan. Sun Renhui, are you here too? At this time, a voice sounded from not far away. They got up. They looked around and found that Chu Yusin and Shu Zi, who they had seen in Baiyunsi before, were right here. Risky, they are greeting Fang Yan and the others. It's them. Fang Yan's mouth showed a playful smile. Chapter 99 Fate Sent by Arceus. New Gerger Expressway debut. Why are you here? Fang Yan gave Sun Renhui a calm look, then looked at the two women with interest and asked, we don't know either. I didn't expect the villa we rented to be next to you, Shu Zi said with a smile. Her writing was gentle and not polite. It's hard to get emotional. Is that so? That's really a coincidence. Is this fate? Fang Yan said with a little playfulness. Maybe, Shu Zi said playfully. I think this may be the fate that Arceus gave us. If Arceus is in charge of this, he might be too busy. Fang Yan groaned silently. Maybe fate, who knows. We just went to buy some Heelong special wine. This is brewed with the snow water from Chinshu here. Would you like to come and have a drink with us? Then Shu Ziyi continued to say this. No, Wu Zheng said. Then I'll wait here. What, can't you? Shu Ziyi was a little stunned. This is a little different from what she imagined before. Shouldn't you come over to drink at this time? 167. Has a beautiful lady. Don't you want to do something after drinking? Are you a man? Could it be that he really found out that his question was, well, no, I only have 16 shots. I can't drink. It is easy to cause the nervous reaction to be slow. It is not good for the unintentional baby to fight. Just when Shu Ziyi was thinking about it, Fang Yan said righteously, too. Gods are not allowed to drink. The law doesn't seem to stipulate it. Over the years, even if you refuse, you have to find a decent excuse, don't you think? Then what about the barbecue? 3 inches. Shu Ziyi narrowed her eyes slightly, but continued to ask, barbecue? Is there any ready-made food? After all, barbecue here. The most damaging win, Fang Yan said with a chuckle. Straight, you are the grandfather. You are amazing. I'm so cute. The last meal was pretty good. Shu Ziyi and the others arranged everything properly. When, however, Fang Yan had nothing to do with them. When eating, Shu Ziyi and the others are really in a hurry. 9. While Fang Yan has interesting things about travel. To Jin Fang Yan, he just said some ordinary things and even boasted about Yipan's own behavior in the incident at Dakyushi. This one has even been rendered. After all, it has already been circulated on the internet. Listening to these things, both Shu Ziyi and Chu Yusin showed admiration, and only after the meal was over did they reluctantly send off Fang Yanshi. How is it? Chu Yuku asked with a frown. I did not continue to install the peach. Shu Ziyi shook her head and said, long, but our mission, do you already know? I'm not sure. Let's continue to observe. He was clear-headed and vigilant. Cheng is also very nice. Lustful. Well, he was actually moved just now. Men are all the same. Even if he was just a child, he still held back, probably because of the relationship with Sunrin Hui. Shu Ziyi remembered the previous Yan kept staring at the picture of his leg, and snorted softly. A trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. Minute, aren't that Shu Ziyi's eyes nice? Sunrin Hui looked at Fang Yan with some serenity and asked, I'm just trying to confuse them. Fang Yan touched his nose, said a little embarrassedly, in fact, Sunrin Hui's is not bad, but it seems that they are not as good as Shu Ziyi and the others. Of course I know. Sunrin Hui rolled her eyes angrily, but this guy seemed to have a special interest in that, and suddenly the corner of her mouth showed. A playful radiance said, actually, Sister Ji's figure is also very good. Ji Xiao. Too, I think of Ji Juyao. Fang Yan is a bit of a shrewd person. That woman usually wears her clothes. People can't see her figure at all. Even some time ago, when going to the hot spring, because of her joining, Fang Yanri had to take a dip with them separately. On the other hand, Sunrin Hui knew something about this. Yes, actually, Sister Ji's is the best I've ever seen. Sunrin Hui said with a teasing smile on his face. Haha, let go out without talking about it. Suddenly Fang Yan started to chase after him. Well, are you going to lunch? It was getting late, and they still died. Well, let go buy some tools. Let go to Snow Mountain tomorrow. Fang Yan's mouth showed a playful smile. Then what about Shu Ziyi and the others? Sunrin Hui asked, frowning slightly. Now that they know that the other party is not good, the land will not ignore them, whatever they are. After all, they are also Alliance investigators on the surface. Fang Yan said softly, and didn't care too much. As for whose they are, it doesn't really matter at the moment. If possible, Fang Yan doesn't mind dragging their doubts and not doubting himself. This is the best. He needs some time to develop himself. 112,672 New Grid High-Speed Debut. Chapter 100. Again and again. New Gurgur Expressway debut. It's a bit cold. Go. Sunrin Hui was led by Fang Yan on the mountain road. She shivered from time to time. The temperature here is higher than that at the foot of the mountain. Still cold. I don't know how much. Let's practice here for a while and have something to eat. It's time for them to come. Alliance Tan glanced behind him with a blunt gaze and said with a little playfulness, you really are. Sun Wanbao glanced at Fang Yan with a wry smile. No, he took out the prop for the picnic with Fang Yan and started to make a lunch for the two of them. The way. Fang Yan, Sunrin Hui, you are here too. As expected, not long after they sat down, a familiar voice appeared again. This should be the third meeting. Tilda. It's you. Are you also going to climb the mountain? Fang Yan glanced at the two people in mountaineering suit. It was a pity. The mountaineering suits are so edgy that they completely hide their figures. 9. The snow mountain is a special feature of the dragon here. Since I came here, I have to go and see it. But I didn't say that I would meet your son here. Shu Ziyi said that we really have a good fate. Yes, such a fresh environment and all kinds of wild Pokémon. It is indeed a paradise for Pokémon. Here can also let the impetuous heart calm down. Fang Yan took out 2 energy cubes and handed them to the 2 mini ices who were looking at them curiously. After they took over the energy cube, they all showed a satisfied smile. This is too natural. So what do you think of the frozen bird on the snow-capped mountain. Shu Ziyi nodded in agreement, and then looked at the bloody mountain in the distance. Just live there one, but the temperature there is extremely low. Ordinary human beings can't get close to it at all. That's the real divine bird. Since it's here, I always want to see it. Fang Yan chuckled lightly, with a loud voice. I am afraid that countless people think so. But how many people have been recognized by gods from ancient times to the present? Indeed, they are gods high above. Shu Ziyi's eyes flickered. He wanted to say something, but in the end nothing came out. 9. Gods may not necessarily be human. It is true that humans need to respect God. During this period of time, it is not very fair. Maybe someone is planning to destroy the world, punished too naturally. But there have been some people who have received gift from the god. Isn't it a gift? Shu Ziyi pointedly said. Maybe, but I always feel that they are the products of that era. Fang Yan shook his head slightly. Xuanyuan was indeed blown into the sky by many people, but in Fang Yan's heart, the time still make heroes. %. Oh, yeah, I just said that you have seen the legendary Pokémon in my heart. Fang Yan, you will be the hero of this era. Shu Ziyi leaned close to Fang Yan and said, too bad she was wearing a thick mountaineering suit. Otherwise, Fang Sheng may have taken a lot of money at this moment. It's just that she was blowing hot air in Fang Yan's ear and even doing some small gestures in Fang Yan's ear from time to time, but Fang Yan didn't know what to say. Was this woman sold before? Why so skilled? As that so? I just helped them. I didn't get their side. It's not that easy to get the recognition of the legendary Pokémon. Fang Yan shook his head slightly. It can even be said that I to help them go through danger. Get yourself into trouble. As a result, no benefit at all. Is it dangerous? Is it dangerous to be a hero? Shu Ziyi said. His eyes flickered. Continued to ask. Of course, I'll tell you. I met Celebi, the god of the forest before, and it was so cute. It was hunted by a group of people from an evil organization. When I saw it, I wanted to have to protect it. I took advantage of those hard to not pay attention. I rescued Celebi, but a man from the county appeared in the back, and I took Celebi out of my hand. I even hypnotized me if he didn't want to. If you want to kill me, I may already be dead. Fang Yan said with a self-deprecating smile. Is that so? So who is that person? Was Celebi finally rescued? Shu Ziyi continued to ask curiously. The hands are also a little different. He honestly rubbed Fang Yan's body. Then I heard news that it was a person called Xiao Organization, and they said that to join that organization, you need to have the legendary magical opinion, and deceiving people is not so deceiving. Another love sneered disdainfully. If there is really then a group of people may have been in chaos for a long time. The cattle also need to be drafted. As for the start of the celebrity score, we don't know where it is. Chapter 101. Not a hero, but still a hero. New Gerger Expressway debut. That's right, but I believe that if there is a real danger, Fang Yan, you will be transformed into a hero to protect the world. When she said this, Shu Ziyi was already entangled in Fang Yan's body like a beautiful snake. Facing all this, Fang Yan seemed unmoved and seemed to be tacitly acquiescing to the other party's behavior. Sun Renhui, who was preparing lunch next to him, watched this scene, and his heart was full of 5 balls. This shameless woman. In order to get close to Fang Yan, he did so. And Fang Yan, this guy knows that the other party has a problem. Shouldn't he just slap him at this time? Why are you still entangled with that woman? A hero? That's not easy to be. Generally speaking, the heroes of Lu Yi too are not considered to be all dead in the end. Fang Yan chuckled. Then Shu Ziyi broke free. Although during this time, he often because of Sun Renhui, he became a little angry and there was no way to quench the fire. This caused Fang Yan's public attitude to have so little problems, but Fang Yan was very concerned about this girl. There's no other reason. It's dirty. Ghost knows how many men this woman has performed such a task. Instead, that Chu Yusen or something. The performance is very youthful. Shu Ziyi looked at Fang Yan with a bit of resentment. This hypocritical guy obviously enjoyed it. And pretend it is. She glanced at Sun Renhui, who was on the side with a vague look. Maybe it was her reason. Do you want to solve her secret here? It's after that, more trouble. Moreover, the forces behind Fang Yan are really wide, and they are not the only ones who can people provoked at will. Just when Fang Yan was about to sit down to eat something, they felt the ground seem to vibrate obviously. What the matter to earthquake? Fang Yan said. My own is really a beeping dog. Just going out to climb the mountain will encounter an earthquake too. I have never heard of it before. There are many earthquake here. It's not an avalanche. Shu Zisheng suddenly looked at the mountain top. His pupils shrank, and he said in a frightened tone, because of the delivery system of the frozen bird, the snow line of the snow-capped mountains here is particularly low, and there is even a lot of snow on the snow-capped mountain. If an avalanche happened, the hell knows what's going to happen. What? Fang Yan looked intently. It seemed that there was indeed a large amount of snow rolling down from the top of the snow mountain in their direction. Sure enough, his character really exploded. Even above the white snow, there are all kinds of Pokémon fleeing in all directions. humans, even Pokémon. When facing an avalanche, Stomai will feel out of reach as long as they are involved in the snow. Too many Pokémon will still face endless danger, even death. Let go quickly. Although the snow is still far away from us, the avalanches are always getting bigger and bigger. It will also become extremely dangerous, Shuzi said directly to several people. Ding! Congratulations to the host for initiating a temporary mission to stop the avalanche or weaken avalanche as much as possible. Reward based on the host performance system. WCN actually gave Lao Su such a task. At this time, do you want me to deliver it? That is Shui Bang or not. Even if he has a powerful magical Jinru in his hand, he may not be able to do anything. He originally wanted to refuse this mission without hesitation. After all, his system is not like other systems that need to be obliterated at every turn. Only when he saw those magical treasures fleeing from all over the world, Fang Yan admitted that some of the saints don't care if they don't help those magical treasures. They're afraid they'll die. No, run away. I'm going to stop Shui Bang as much as possible. Fang Yan shook his head slightly and said, %0. The 7 or 3 girls are shocked. This guy is going to stop the avalanche under such circumstances. You know, once the avalanche really came to them, it was too late for them to run. Get out of here. Fang Yan stared at Sun Renhui and said. At the same time, he gestured to her with his eyes. Even if he wanted to run, he could run away at any time. Me. Sun Renhui still shook his head and said, no, I want to be with you. She naturally understood what Fang Yan meant, but she still decided to be with Fang Yan. You, let go. Fang Yan nodded slightly. Then the wind speed dog was released. Ning Sun Renhui put it up. At the same time, he went up quickly, and he directed the wind speed dog to run towards the mountain. This scene caused Chu Yusin and Shu Zi to look at each other in dismay. These two guys, are they ignoring them directly? Even ordinary people, you let us get out of here. And an avalanche is such a dangerous thing. Aren't you afraid? Is there a problem? It's time to bury it together. That's to die together. Sister Shu went up to 5. Ling Yusin looked at Shu Zai with some lingering words. What should they do now? You know, Fang Yan is their goal this time. Are they going to go crazy with Fang Yan? Even if the strength is very good, but in the face of snow. Shu Zi's face also turned red for a while. Let go. The possibility that the other party is someone from Xiao's organization is almost zero. This task ends here. Yes. Listening to Shu Zi's words, Chu Yusin did not refuse, even though she had many doubts. Don't die. Maybe you really are a hero. Shu Zi took a deep look at Fang Chang's back as they left. Then he left with Chu Yusin. New Gerger Expressway debut. Chapter 102. Weak, poor, helpless. New Gerger Expressway debut. Ignore them. Even if Sun Renhui's heart is very kind, but when he mentioned Shu Zi and Chu Yusin, his tone would not be very good. What that woman did to Fang Yan before, in the eyes, that hateful woman. Long. Fang Ran fumbled around on his body, and then found out 2 monitoring instruments. This is what Shu Anyi put in when he was eating his own tofu before. If it was someone else, maybe it is impossible to find these things, but Fang Yan is different. He was blessed by Celebi. For oneself, he couldn't be more sensitive. Hee, don't worry about them. They can't die. Fang Tan said with a chuckle. Then how do we stop this avalanche? Although Sun Renhui followed Fang Yan, but there is still some confusion in his heart. What should Fang Yan do? 28 point. Of course, the hot flames were used to melt the snow and ice. Fang Yan said with a confident smile on his face. What? I'm afraid it can't be done. Right. Sun Renhui was instantly stunned. Use flames to stop the avalanche. You're definitely not kidding. Maybe the flame bird. Tu Yandi like this. The Pokemon come over. Maybe it can really stop such an avalanche. It's just Fang Yan's Pokemon. Well, Fang Yan does have Victini. It's just that little guy. As long as it's still cute. Don't you know if you've tried it? More. What else can we do now? I don't have a qualified rock or ground type magical review. Fang Yan is a little helpless. His own Pokemon species are still not rich enough. 0 or do you want to get it? Only Banjira comes over. After all, this kind of Pokemon is definitely the most suitable Pokemon for the Tan party. It plays a great role in strategy. Unfortunately, want to train Bangira, there are still a lot of trouble. Although Bangira like to eat a lot of mines and points can be purchased in the mall, but it is not what Fang Yan can afford now. Come on, fire, breathing dragon, EGA evolve, then fly up and melt those snow with flame. Fang Yan directly threw a Pokemon ball and said, Ming, upper to fire. Breathing dragon instantly understood the body emitted a jade color light and waited until its body changed. It flew towards the direction of the avalanche. As if that wasn't enough, Fang Yan pondered for a moment, then threw another Pokemon ball. Flaming chicken. Come on too. Remember to practice your mind. The flaming chicken can't fly too, even if it is very powerful. It may be a cup if you are not careful. Chapo. The flaming chicken's face showed a confident look. Speed is its strong point. No matter how fast the avalanche is. Is he fast? 2%. I saw a roaring flame emanating from the party's body. It turned into 2 fireballs and swept towards towards the top of the mountain. Looking at this scene, Fang Yan was a little silent. Victini was something he didn't want to expose. As for other magical treasures, you can take them out. It seems that there are only burning insects. 3. It's just that the burning insect run to such a place. It seems to be dying. Your strength is still too weak. Is this really okay? Sun Renhui looked at the distance worriedly. The avalanche had reached the middle of the mountain, and she didn't know how many Pokémon were involved. Do your best to see the destiny. Chemical ginseng. The fire-breathing dragon was the first to come to the snow. When it looked at a faster and faster rate, a trace of anxiety flashed in his eyes and a jet of flames shot out. The scorching high temperature fell on the snow and instantly melted part of the rented snow, but it was a pity. Under such circumstances, even Crystal Super Charizard Y also a drop in the bucket. It can't change everything here, not every part of the weather. Is it still a dream when you use Dachingtian 3 in Dashuation of Frozen Bird? Chamo, why are you running away? The flaming chicken blocked a few Pokemon that were fleeing, and said, Jotun, we should stop together. Stop it. The two magic treasures looked at the flaming chicken with the eyes of an idiot. I am afraid this turkey is not stupid. Stop the avalanche. Isn't this killing it? They continued to escape without the slightest hesitation. After all, if they are covered by too much snow, the end of the 100 ye people is death. 1. The tomb. The flaming chicken felt helpless for a while when seeing these Pokemon fleeing by themselves. Perhaps in their heart, the avalanche is completely irresistible. This is the view of wild Pokemon and the biggest difference in Pokemon with trainers. It doesn't continue to waste time. Instead, it continued to run towards the mountain. At this moment, it was very close to the snow. Suddenly, it saw two snow-white figures running constantly in front of the snow wave. It seemed that it was possible at any time. Overwhelmed by snow, the little guy in the west kept running, but it was too small. The legs are too short, even if it is an ice-type magic treasure. But if it is covered by heavy snow like bow, the two dangers they face are also extremely high. Some of them may die, and all they can do is run away. Don't ask me why escape-type Pokemon are afraid of avalanches. Maybe there is a problem, but polar bears should also be afraid of this. Chapter 102. Weak, poor, helpless. New Gurgur Expressway debut. Ignore them. Even if Sun Renhui's heart is very kind, but when he mentioned Shuzi and Chu Yusin, his tone would not be very good. What that woman did to Fang Yan before, in the eyes, that hateful woman. Long. Fang Ran fumbled around on his body, and then found out two monitoring instruments. This is what Shu Anyi put in when he was eating his own tofu before. If it was someone else, maybe it is impossible to find these things, but Fang Yan is different. He was blessed by Celebi. For oneself, he couldn't be more sensitive. Hee, don't worry about them. They can't die, Fang Tan said with a chuckle. Then how do we stop this avalanche? Although Sun Renhui followed Fang Yan, but there is still some confusion in his heart. What should Fang Yan do? 28 point. Of course, the hot flames were used to melt the snow and ice, Fang Yan said with a confident smile on his face. What? I'm afraid it can't be done. Right. Sun Renhui was instantly stunned. Use flames to stop the avalanche. You're definitely not kidding. Maybe the flame bird. Chu Yandi like this. The Pokemon come over. Maybe it can really stop such an avalanche. It's just Fang Yan's Pokemon. Well, Fang Yan does have Victini. It's just that little guy. As long as it's still cute. Don't you know if you've tried it? What? More. What else can we do now? I don't have a qualified rock or ground type magical review. Fang Yan is a little helpless. His own Pokemon species are still not rich enough. 0. Or do you want to get it? Only Banjira comes over. After all, this kind of Pokemon is definitely the most suitable Pokemon for the Tan Party. It plays a great role in strategy. Unfortunately, want to train Bangira, there are still a lot of troubles. Although Bangira like to eat a lot of mines and points can be purchased in the mall, but it is not what Fang Yan can afford now. Come on, fire, breathing dragon, EGA evolve, then fly up and melt those snow with flame. Fang Yan directly threw a Pokemon ball and said, Ming, upper to fire. Breathing dragon instantly understood the body emitted a jade color light and waited until its body changed. It flew towards the direction of the avalanche. As if that wasn't enough, Fang Yan pondered for a moment, then threw another Pokemon ball. Flaming chicken, come on too. Remember to practice your mind. The flaming chicken can't fly too, even if it is very powerful. It may be a cup if you are not careful. Chapo. The flaming chicken's face showed a confident look. Speed is its strong point. No matter how fast the avalanche is. Is he fast? 2%. I saw a roaring flame emanating from the party's body. It turned into two fireballs and swept towards the top of the mountain. Looking at this scene, Fang Yan was a little silent. Victini was something he didn't want to expose. As for other magical treasures, you can take them out. It seems that there are only burning insects. 3. It's just that the burning insect run to such a place. It seems to be dying. Your strength is still too weak. Is this really okay? Sun Renhui looked at the distance worriedly. The avalanche had reached the middle of the mountain, and she didn't know how many Pokemon were involved. Do your best to see the destiny. Chemical little ginseng. The fire-breathing dragon was the first to come to the snow. When it looked at a faster and faster rate, a trace of anxiety flashed in his eyes and a jet of flames shot out. The scorching high temperature fell on the snow and instantly melted part of the rented snow, but it was a pity. Under such circumstances, even Crystal Super Charizard Y also a drop in the bucket. It can't change everything here. Not every part of the weather. Is it still a dream when you use Dachingtian 3 in Dashuation of Frozen Bird? Chamo, why are you running away? The flaming chicken blocked a few Pokemon that were fleeing, and said, Jotun, we should stop together. Stop it. The two magic treasures looked at the flaming chicken with the eyes of an idiot. I am afraid this turkey is not stupid. Stop the avalanche. Isn't this killing it? They continued to escape without the slightest hesitation. After all, if they are covered by too much snow, the end of the 100 ye people is death. 1. The tomb. The flaming chicken felt helpless for a while when seeing these Pokemon fleeing by themselves. Perhaps in their heart, the avalanche is completely irresistible. This is the view of wild Pokemon and the biggest difference in Pokemon with trainers. It doesn't continue to waste time. Instead, it continued to run towards the mountain. At this moment, it was very close to the snow. Suddenly, it saw two snow-white figures running constantly in front of the snow wave. It seemed that it was possible at any time. Overwhelmed by snow, the little guy in the west kept running, but it was too small. The legs are too short, even if it is an ice-type magic treasure. But if it is covered by heavy snow like bow, the two dangers they face are also extremely high. Some of them may die, and all they can do is run away. Don't ask me why escape-type Pokemon are afraid of avalanches. Maybe there is a problem, but polar bears should also be afraid of this. Chapter 103 No Way. Call Frozen Bird. New Gurgur Expressway debut. The two little guys are about to despair. The heavy snow is getting closer and closer to them. 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters. I feel the heavy snow that is close at hand. The little ones don't know what to do anymore. Just when their petite bodies were about to be buried by the heavy snow, a fiery red body appeared beside them. They picked it up with one hand and ran into the distance, which white was taking them both. However, the opponent's speed did not slow down in the slightest. This figure is naturally the flame chicken. Originally, it wanted to attack Shuilong. Just saw two cute little guys that, after Wusuke's desperate look, the flame chicken decisively gave up that chance. It really couldn't bear to watch these two cute little guys being drowned in heavy snow. It holding one in one hand, and then, toward the Taishui behind him as in zero spraying flame. Countless snow packs melted in an instant. It's just that the snow behind it still continues to sweep down the mountain. Even the flaming chicken can only retreat at the moment while blowing fire at the snow. Its behavior is somewhat like a cup of two cars. Finally arrived. Fang Yan finally arrived late while sitting on the back of the Windspeed dog. Talk about speed. Windspeed dog. On top of the flaming chicken, it only needs to carry two people, and the speed naturally cannot be that fast. The fire-breathing dragon and the flaming chicken can't stop the avalanche at all. What should we do now? Sun Renhui asked worriedly. The Windspeed dog. Shoot the flames under our feet. I saw a ravine. Shangzi Shang Fang Yan continued, and it was really a last resort. Then he could only escape to the small world. Wong. The Windspeed dog hurriedly said. At the same time, he opened his mouth and shot continuously in front of him. Try to melt the snow. Under the scorching high temperature, there will soon be countless snow accumulation. It was instantly melted into snow water. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chenglong will freeze all the snow water. Fang Yan said, releasing another Pokemon. The dragon. Sun Renhui was almost done to melt the snow with flames or something. Such an idea is indeed very good, even if the possibility of a move is very small. What do you mean by using Ride Me Now and to freeze snow? Does that make previous actions futile? Chenglong had no doubts about see how. Fang Yan asked himself what to do. What it does, a flash of freezing light shoots out and instantly freezes those hard to thaw, melting snow. However, under Chenglong's deliberate action, these snow did not directly turn into ordinary ice block, but turned into a series of ice walls. It turned out that there was a flash in Sun Renhui's eyes. That's it. If the ice wall is thick enough, the firmness will not be worse than tempered glass. Boom! Soon, those snows also rushed in front of Fang Yan and the others, but they were sunk by the ravines created by Fang Yan before, which relieved a lot of strength, and then collided again. The ice wall created by Fang Yan seemed to be blocked directly. Did you succeed? Looking at the snow waves that were about 7 or 8 meters high in the vicinity, Sun Renhui showed a look of lingering fears. If they were involved, I am afraid there would be a lot of trouble. No, there is no land. Hurry up and evacuate. Fang Yan immediately signaled Feng Sushi and Flame Chicken to retreat quickly. At the same time, he took Chenglong back into the Pokemon Ball. As for the fire-breathing dragon, it is not necessary for Fang Yandan to fly. Sure enough, after Fang Yan's words were finished, the ice wall collapsed from bottom to top, and Fang Yan's previous efforts were completely in vain. The product here, there was too much snow and the climate changed because of the frozen bird. It snows all year round in jipping. Damn, isn't there any other way? Ren Fangyan looked at those Taishui helplessly. This is not something he can solve at all. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and said to the fire-breathing dragon in the sky, "Fire-breathing dragon, use the jet flame on the top of the mountain." What? Sun Renhui's expression changed. There are frozen birds there. It's precisely because there are frozen birds there. That's why it's like this. Fang Yan's face said solemnly, "Among the magical treasures here, only the frozen bird can get to this point." 904. Without waiting for Sun Renhui to say anything, the fire-breathing dragon has already swept toward the top of the mountain with a burning flame. The distance of the flame cannot be that far. It's just a fire-breathing dragon, not a flame bird. Did you get it? Fortunately, Fang Yan's goal was achieved. The frozen bird that was sleeping seemed to feel this flame too. A trace of unhappiness flashed in the bird's eyes, and the worm spread its wings from its nest and flew out. Only after it came out, only to find that things seem to be different here too. There is a lot less snow on the top of the mountain. The Pokémon who came to challenge yourself are not the old rival flame bird, but Snake, and the snow waves that are constantly spreading towards the bottom of the mountain. What going on? I just fell asleep. This plot may be a bit unreasonable, but should it be for plot need? Anyway, children like us, generally, there is no avalanche. New Gurgur Expressway start. Chapter 104 Isaac Tale. New Gurgur Expressway debut. Roar, avalanche occurs. So my trainer come on, let me wake you up. The fire-breathing dragon pointed at Fang Yan and the others who had run away from home on the mountainside. Don't have much fear of gods or anything. Fire-breathing dragon. He also often encounters legendary Pokémon. Less time for self-birth surgery. How many legendary magic treasures have you met? It can also be wiped off and played with Piccolo at ordinary times. So god or something. That's really common. 9. Hey, hearing the word Shui Bang, frozen bird's eye sleeve froze. Although avalanches are not frequent here, they are not particularly military. Even every avalanche, it has something to do with it. Usually, the frozen bird will control the power of ice and snow around him, but once he falls into sleep, those ice and snow forces cannot be controlled. Snow will continue to fall on the top of the mountain. Accidents are bound to happen when there is too much snow. This time it was so before Jun fell asleep. This is also the main reason why the Fenningers came to Yulong to find this place yesterday. I didn't expect that I had only slept for such a period of time. The problem occurred again. 437. Frozen bird also feels very helpless about this. Do not pass. Since it was made by myself, I need to solve it myself. The frozen bird quickly flew towards the mountainside. At the same time, there was a light blue light and bitterness in his mouth. A few seconds later, a ray of light with a thick frozen breath shot out from the frozen bird's mouth, accurately and without success caught the snow. Just for a moment, the snow was frozen into ice cube. These 9 inches. Both Fang Yan and Sun Renhui were shocked when they saw this. Mew were not afraid. Is it that simple? Only let the previous snow waves be suspended for so long. As a result, now the frozen bird appeared and it was directly terminated. Look at the electricity that is flying in midair. Form, elegant blue. Inside is a piece of sophistication. Frozen bird V98. 3 god. Long. G level in the field. High over CA. Since this word so powerful seems to be able to get rid of it. B people already have luck. Seemingly feeling Fang Yan's attention, frozen bird nodded slightly and then made a cry and flew towards the top of the mountain. Under the reflection of the snow-capped mountains, the figure became impersonal while Fang Yan unconsciously took out the Pokémon illustration, took a photo of frozen bird. Many heart. Tsuki no Yusujin is the most gorgeous Pokémon, especially after Jiuri and Wang Sujin is a mount. The name of Tusujin is even louder. It's not inferior to Susan's evil child in the slightest. If possible, Fang Yan still wants to get a frozen bird. Are you kidding? That is the legendary frozen bird, right? Dummy. Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary task, getting 2,000 points and 65,175 points before 12,000 points. 2 seems to be pretty good. It seems that although this matter is not solved by myself, but it seems because he woke up the frozen bird by himself to solve this matter, the system gave him corresponding points for this. 12,000 points. This is absolutely the middle pair is not too little. Where's the 2 half glitter Loloras? The end is over. Sun Renhui's face also showed a look of relief. The snow here is just as long as the people from the Alliance come to deal with it. It's just that those magical treasures are covered with snow, and it's not that Fang Yan can help. Even if the wind speed object's sense of smell is very sensitive, it is impossible to search for these Pokémon just in case there are Pokémon. Is it just sleeping underneath? And Fang Yan nodded slightly. Then he saw the little things in the hands of the flame chicken and saw what they looked like. Fang Yan's pupils were small sick-tailed, and it was Bing Luxing, which was a very military-sounding magical treasure seed. Liu thought that the flaming chicken once came back with Shiji. Sicktails V11 Quasi Day 5 Sicktails V9 Quasi King. Kings, and the potential is not high. high, nor is it particularly bad. It's okay, it's good to have less as a pet. And if Fang Tan takes a fancy to Erden Pokemon, their talent, he has many ways. Let these Pokemon's talent boost. At this moment Xiao Luwei in the west was looking at everything around her in shock and trembling. At the same time, they still have a lot of injuries on their body. Obviously they were suffered during the previous escape. Fang Yan and Sun Renhui looked at each other. The meaning is very clear. 2 people a day. If they were ordinary magical treasures, they would naturally not be rewarded. It's just that Binxing is such a little guy. Ruli is wild. I won't let go of it. Not to mention, such an opportunity is far away. Little guy, you are all right. Let's treat you. Fang Yan took the lead in hugging the sick tail, who had a higher level before. The little guys in the west are all female. It seemed this should be elder sister or something. When little Lu Wei looked at Fang Yan and the others vigilantly at first, but after seeing the friendly appearance of the flaming chicken and Fang Yan, they also relaxed and rested. They have an endless goodwill towards the flaming chicken. If it weren't for the flaming chicken, they'd probably be dead. Download Flying Object Saying Ask Watch Full Tech Version. Chapter 105 Revenge. New Gurgur Expressway debut. How pitiful. Sun Renhui treated the sicktails in his arms. The two side-eyed with emotion. As a Pokemon breeder, of course she could see it. The quality of these two sicktails is very good, but they have been in a state of malnutrition for a long time. Hair is not as smooth as normal. The little guy is working for your parent. Fang Yan took out the hidden energy cubes and handed them to Shiji Siktars and Millie after they ate them, tucked in his arms and asked, "This kind of feeling is really special. It's completely different from the Katie when I was a child. After all, it's an ice-type Pokemon S. There were bad guys who fought with them before, and died to protect us from leaving them." Hearing Fang Yan's word, Lu Wei's eyes flashed a little and said sadly, Listening to Lu Wei's words, Sun Wuhui and Fang Yan looked at each other. Is there such a thing? The deeds of fighting in the wild and leading to death in battle. Even some Pokemon are friendly, but there are also some Pokemon that are extremely evil. There are not a few trainers who are in distress in the wild every year. It's so pitiful. Sun Renhui's heart broke out in an instant. His eyes turned to Fang Yan. Although the law of the jungle is too natural, it is a very normal event. Pokemon are also often for food, territory and treasures. Fighting is also normal. Then you are wandering outside now? Fang Jing asked while holding Lu Wei's chin. Lu Wei lowered his head when he heard the words. Since they lost their parent, they have been wandering outside, unable to eat and sleep, and have to face snow and ice every day. Even if they are ice-type god, will feel cold. Bring up your experience during this time. They are still very sad. Then do you want to follow us? Wong, we will take care of you, Sun Renhui also said at this time, and now she can understand the language of magic treasure to some extent. Zyba Zero Lu Wei was startled when he heard the word. I first glanced at the two of them, and then I looked at the flame chicken and finally showed a determined look. If their side, like a fire dancer. At that time, the family would not be ruined, right? 9-0. There should be no problem in avenging your parent, right? 210-0. Hey, as long as you follow us, there will be almost a steady stream of delicious food, and we can help you take revenge. Fang Yan then he continued to take out 2 energy cubes and said. The sicktails looked at each other and nodded in agreement. I'm here. Fang Yan and Sun Renhui looked at each other. Then they each took out Pokemon bead. One of the Z people is just right. Even a person like Sun Renhui who doesn't like to fight for Pokemon can't refuse the Icicail. Wait until the West Pokemon have been subdued. The two let them out again. Then let's avenge your parents now. Baby, how? How? It depends on Xiao Luwei's central decision. Besides, those Pokemon can drop other Pokemon without hesitation, so Fang Yan won't bring too much hesitation when he gets off the bus. Six-star Road Belt hesitantly looked at the police. Yan, look at the flame chicken again. If it's this big guy, it should be possible. Due to the avalanche, a lot of terrain has changed. Even if you accidentally step on the air, it is very likely that he will fall off the cliff and die. But it is not difficult for Fang Yan and Sun Renhui. The fire dragon can now carry 2 people with flying injuries. As for Flowers 0, the cave before the sicktails seems to have been directly affected by the previous avalanche, even if it is a mess below. But here it remains the same. Little guy, go and call the door. Fang Yan rubbed Xiao Luwei's head and said, thinking of the 2 big guys inside. Sicktails shivered. After all, the effect they had on it was Gito's. However, after seeing Fang Yan's encouraging eyes, and his parents' death to protect them, Lu Wei's calf is full of perseverance. It jumped out of Fang 9 feet's arms first and headed towards the cave. That is, their former home called out. After the 6 tails called out twice, 2 black shadows rushed out of the cave. They quickly killed in the direction of Lu Wei and Fang Yan respectively. Fang Yan could clearly feel that the second stock crisis was spreading in his heart. These Pokemon are really going to kill. Just their behavior. How could it possibly be successful? When other countries act, the Flame Chicken and the Wind Speed Dog have already acted independently. Bomb sounded twice. The sour magic treasure was instantly instantly repulsed. This is Sangla and Majula. Looking at their figures, Fang Yan's face showed a clear look. If it is these two kinds of Pokemon, then do evil things or something. That seems to be a matter of course. The recommendation I accidentally got is female. The author really doesn't know what to say. I feel so embarrassed. As for flowers, Flylu Little Say Group 1013082776. Please automatically subscribe to the monthly ticket of Shichiu. Alright. B%. 2 New Gurgur Expressway start. Chapter 106 Champion Who. New Gurgur Expressway debut. Mara V47, Tianwang V39 Huazai King. To be honest, the strength of these two Pokemon doesn't seem to be that great, at least in Fang Yan's heart today. Under normal circumstances, it seems to be enough for ordinary Pokemon. Moreover, the Pokemon of this type are good at sneak attack, and they belong to the group of Pokemon. Seeing that there should be other Pokemon nearby, I don't care. The most important thing is that the strength of the Sixtails and their parents may not be so powerful, even whether they evolve into Ninetails. Not necessarily. Although they are in the snowy mountains, it is not impossible for them to evolve without the Ice Stone, but Fang Yan is still not optimistic about their strength. Flaming Chicken. Solve them, Fang Yan said lightly. Then I saw the figure of the Flaming Chicken flash, and the raging flames condensed in the fifth center were smashing them towards Marcella. Girl. Majula wanted to stop the behavior of the Flaming Chicken, but it felt like he was being targeted by a terrifying existence. It was just stunned and his partner was instantly killed. And the Flaming Chicken, it has come to its front. Maruna responded quickly, showing the sharp melon seeds as to stab at the Flaming Chicken. It's just a pity. The gap between the two sides is really too big. And after just a moment, Marula completely lost the ability to fight. Looking at the fainted Marula and her, Fang Yan asked Lu Wei, then how do you handle them? Seeing this, the Sixtails were silent, and it never thought that they would be defeated so lightly by the Queen Mother's Majula. Is the Flaming Chicken really the strongest? Dare to approach this former home. Majula is definitely a giant for them. They can die if they are not careful. It just now. The Sixtails are lost. Do you really want to kill Marula? It looked at Fang Yan. Indicate Fang Gong to make a decision. %0 This scene made Fang Yan's mouth wet. This also hesitated to kill the Vengeance. If it was me, I would definitely blow the other party's bones to ashes, but Da Ting Sayu is kinder than I imagined. If you think about it, there seems to be nothing wrong with it. Most of the Pokemon are quite good, except for some evil, and some carnivores. Cut off their melon seed. Fang Yanwang. Then it is considered the best Madura, and they will mine. The Pokemon's co-recovery ability is very powerful, but before the chicken will come out, when the hand is in the hand, but a little bit of the hand is left to throw. Yes, maybe they will actually be pulled for maroon. It can also lead to permanent disability. When Fang Yan and the others returned to the hotel. Wait, it's already 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. The villa next door was still dark. Look, they may have gone on. Sun Renhui glanced at the person next door. Said she was holding a sick tail. Wait, I have to give 2 little sick tails. Pick an egg for this time Bashan. She is still very happy. After all, sick tails. Not so catchy. Can you write a smile? Regardless of their and what, it doesn't seem to be so. It's important to look at their appearance. It really wasn't for the frozen bird. Fang Yan was still a little worried. The other party is heading for the frozen bird. No, obviously, the other party zipping did not have that. If Shu Ziyi really attacked, the people of the organization that hit Celebi are like, if what happened to Crescia was true, related to that organization, then those people, why is there no interest in frozen bird? Is it because of strength 2 or attribute? The other party is interested in superpower, force phase, this, everything made Fang Yan become cautious. It back up. Really, they're not anyway. What a good person. Sun Renhui muttered. Shuan said, just when Fang Yan was about to say something. At that time, Fang Yan's Pokemon illustrations brightened. When he got up, he picked it up and saw that it was Jishi. Yao called and raised her eyebrows involuntarily. It seems that things here. She also already knew. That's right. Sure enough, this young lady treats herself. Still quite concerned. He picked up the phone and said, looks like you already know what's going on here. Got it. Well, it happens to be in a nearby province. This time the avalanche. You did a good job. Ji Xiao said after pondering for a while. The 2 women who appeared beside you want to be smaller. Looks like you know them. 5.79 inches. Fang Yan's mouth is exposed. Fan. Hint of smile for Ji Juyao to know. Situation around you. Not too much. Uncomfortable, but filled with warmth. Love. Long. Ji Xiao didn't face Fang Yenian either. Concealed, but said directly. Too silent. Well, why is the crown involved? Army. Are these 2 women really only just to investigate their own on behalf of the league? 2 or this champion who himself? What the problem? If that's the case then it's really troublesome. That the champion. Taken. The power of the champion is extremely big. Chapter 107 Fossil. New Gurgur Expressway debut. Being an opponent with a champion, Fang Yan never thought about it before. The gold content of Taken Yan's champion is too high, even if Fang Yan's golden finger is already a relatively powerful trainer, but he doesn't think so. That's something you can deal with in the short term. But fortunately, Fang Yan is not without a backstage, not to mention the existence of Ji Xiao, that grandpa he is also of his own grandfather, and they can overcome all these pressures, which can completely buy Fang Yan some time to study, etc. After his strength became stronger, Fang Yan said that he was not afraid of the other party. If his guesses about the virtual life are correct, maybe he will have the strength to fight against the world at that time. Yes, those two people are indeed the people under Hu Guanmao, and the last incident of Celebi also has his shadow. Maybe he is planning something. After pondering for a while, Ji Xiao did not hide Fang Fang. Instead, he explained directly. 28. Is that so? So you don't have any other indication? Fang Yan asked curiously. If a champion has a problem, then Da Qin will be in chaos, right? Compared with the champion of Bai Yi Dakan, Fang Yan's previous life as the commander of the military region was even more powerful. What can you say? Ji Xiao shook her head slightly. The other party also has his own plan, his own reason. Unless you can challenge him to step down, you want to let a champion step down, but it is extremely difficult. Point 2. What's more, there is no proof that he has a problem with him, right? Shuli and the others are just approaching you. Maybe they will do some things to get information, and the others will not do anything. Even if they want, it's impossible to reveal such obvious flaws when attacking you. Is that so? Fang Yan nodded thoughtfully, driving the champion away. Think of these. He was a little eager to try, but it didn't seem to be so easy to do. His own strength is one thing. He also needs to achieve a certain amount of tasks, and he didn't see his father. And are you still doing tasks outside? Even I and He Guanjin knew about this matter, but there was no evidence, and the other party didn't do anything to harm the alliance. We didn't take him for anything, Ji Gao said slowly, but you don't need to do anything. Too worried about these issues. He didn't dare to deal with you too brightly, and you didn't do anything, did you? Really worrying things. Ji Xiao and NT say it. She didn't know what Hu Guanjin was doing. Through investigation, Hu Guanjin should have been preparing for a long time ago. It's just that in the recent period, it seems that Yalian has become less concealed. The more this is the case, the more uneasy Ji Xiao and the others feel. Is it because they feel that the preparation is enough? It's just that this is not something Fang Yan needs to care about. All he needs is to improve his strength as soon as possible. Maybe. Fang Yan smiled noncommittally. By the way, are you interested in fossil? Ji Xiao suddenly said. Fossil? Fang Yan raised eyebrows. It's okay, I'm still very interested in some fossil Pokémon. The world already has fossil resurrection technology, but it has not been widely promoted, and the failure rate of each resurrection is very high. The price is not very cheap, so it is difficult to see the fossil Pokémon usually. I have some new discoveries here. Are you interested in coming over to take a look? Ru Xiao didn't hide too much, but said directly. New discovery? Fang Yan raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Sun Rinhui. Are you interested? Is there Sister Ji? Of course I'm going, Sun Rinhui hurriedly said. Although the scenery here is very beautiful, she feels that Ji Xiao is definitely not too a person out of nothing, since she asked Fang Yan to visit. Is there something different about Suntang? Okay, let's come here. Send us the address, Fang Yan said to Ji Xiao. It seems that they came to Yulong, but it is only 2 days, and they are leaving. It is also a pity, but just as Sun Rinhui thought, since Ji Xiao let them go there on purpose, there must be something extraordinary. At the same time, there was a hint of speculation in his heart. It be that there is a place similar to 937 Dasha Valley. He is still very interested in many fossil Pokémon. For example, Ice Dragon, which is a very beautiful Pokémon. Baby Tyrannosaurus is also a very violent Pokémon. In fact, Archaeopteryx is also a good Pokémon. It has a racial value of 567. It's a pity that its characteristics are really pitted. Otherwise, it is a good Pokémon. But for Fang Yan, this does not seem to be a problem. Features or something, if you are not satisfied, can still be changed. Well, if so, maybe you can go and have a look. If you can conquer a few fossil Pokémon with only 2 meanings are also quite good. In this case, since I have a rock-type Pokémon, isn't it Naruto? The shortcomings still need to be constantly compensated. For flowers, for a monthly path, the sword has just caught a strong Shinado. New Gurgur Expressway start. Chapter 107 Fossil. New Gurgur Expressway debut. Being an opponent with a champion, Fang Yan never thought about it before. The gold content of Taken's champion is too high, even if Fang Yan's golden finger is already a relatively powerful trainer, but he doesn't think so. That's something you can deal with in the short term. But fortunately, Fang Yan is not without a backstage, not to mention the existence of Ji Xiao, that grandpa he is also of his own grandfather, and they can overcome all these pressures, which can completely buy Fang Yan some time to study, etc. After his strength became stronger, Fang Yan said that he was not afraid of the other party. If his guesses about the virtual life are correct, maybe he will have the strength to fight against the world at that time. Yes, those two people are indeed the people under Hu Guanmao, and the last incident of Celebi also has his shadow. Maybe he is planning something. After pondering for a while, Ji Xiao did not hide Fang Fang. Instead, he explained directly. 28. Is that so? So you don't have any other indication? Fang Yan asked curiously. If a champion has a problem, then Da Qin will be in chaos, right? Compared with the champion of Bai Yi Dakan, Fang Yan's previous life as the commander of the military region was even more powerful. What can you say? Ji Xiao shook her head slightly. The other party also has his own plan, his own reason. Unless you can challenge him to step down, you want to let a champion step down. But it is extremely difficult. Point 2. What's more, there is no proof that he has a problem with him, right? Shuli and the others are just approaching you. Maybe they will do some things to get information, and the others will not do anything. Even if they want, it's impossible to reveal such obvious flaws when attacking you. Is that so? Fang Yan nodded thoughtfully, driving the champion away. Think of these. He was a little eager to try, but it didn't seem to be so easy to do. His own strength is one thing. He also needs to achieve a certain amount of tasks, and he didn't see his father. And are you still doing tasks outside? Even I and He Guanjin knew about this matter, but there was no evidence, and the other party didn't do anything to harm the alliance. We didn't take him for anything, Ji Gao said slowly, but you don't need to do anything. Too worried about these issues. He didn't dare to deal with you too brightly, and you didn't do anything, did you? Really worrying things. Ji Xiao and NT say it. She didn't know what Hu Guanjin was doing. Through investigation, Hu Guanjin should have been preparing for a long time ago. It's just that in the recent period, it seems that Yalian has become less concealed. The more this is the case, the more uneasy Ji Xiao and the others feel. Is it because they feel that the preparation is enough? It's just that this is not something Fang Yan needs to care about. All he needs is to improve his strength as soon as possible. Maybe. Fang Yan smiled noncommittally. By the way, are you interested in fossil? Ji Xiao suddenly said. Fossil? Fang Yan raised eyebrows. It's okay. I'm still very interested in some fossil Pokémon. The world already has fossil resurrection technology, but it has not been widely promoted, and the failure rate of each resurrection is very high. The price is not very cheap, so it is difficult to see the fossil Pokémon usually. I have some new discoveries here. Are you interested in coming over to take a look? Ru Xiao didn't hide too much, but said directly. New discovery? Fang Yan raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Sun Renhui. Are you interested? Is there Sister Ji? Of course I'm going, Sun Renhui hurriedly said. Although the scenery here is very beautiful, she feels that Ji Xiao is definitely not too a person out of nothing since she asked Fang Yan to visit. Is there something different about Suntang? Okay, let's come here. Send us the address, Fang Yan said to Ji Xiao. It seems that they came to Yulong, but it is only 2 days, and they are leaving. It is also a pity, but just as Sun Renhui thought, since Ji Xiao let them go there on purpose, there must be something extraordinary. At the same time, there was a hint of speculation in his heart. It be that there is a place similar to 937 Dasha Valley. He is still very interested in many fossil Pokémon. For example, Ice Dragon, which is a very beautiful Pokémon. Baby Tyrannosaurus is also a very violent Pokémon. In fact, Archaeopteryx is also a good Pokémon. It has a racial value of 567. It's a pity that its characteristics are really pitted. Otherwise, it is a good Pokémon. But for Fang Yan, this does not seem to be a problem. Features or something, if you are not satisfied, can still be changed. Well, if so, maybe you can go and have a look. If you can conquer a few fossil Pokémon with only 2 meanings are also quite good. In this case, since I have a rock-type Pokémon, isn't it Naruto? The shortcomings still need to be constantly compensated. For flowers, for a monthly pass, the sword has just caught a strong Shinado. New Gerger Expressway start. Chapter 108. Dr. Zhou Ruchang. New Gerger Expressway debut. The land of Bashu, the hometown of fossils, the archaeologist paradise. Here is also the place with the most fossils unearthed in Dokkan and even the world, because tens of millions of years ago, the legendary Pokémon Regichkas left here, forming a huge plateau, raising the terrain, which also formed this fossil holy land. Yeah, although it is ridiculous, but this is the truth. In this world, the Qinghai Tibet Plateau is considered to be formed by Regichkas. Of course, some people think that the Qinghai Tibet Plateau was created by Regichkas with power sleeping plate, but it doesn't seem to make a difference anyway. Regichkas is wrong. Fang Yan did not have much doubt about it. Some powerful god has the strength to destroy the sky and the earth at every turn. -8. They run wild. The destruction of the world is not impossible, and creating a plateau does not seem to be difficult. Kyogre and Gulatin are no worse than Regichkas. Fang Yan is also the first time to come to Bashu. The most famous danger here is probably the naughty cat. This is a magical treasure unique to Dokkan, and it has a certain reputation all over the world. Here, when Fang Yan and the the others got off the plane. I saw Ji Xiao's figure in the other channel. 2 rules or something for her champion. It doesn't work at all. It's already here. Fang Yan stepped forward and asked with raised eyebrows. It's okay. Ji Xiao shook her slightly. Come with me. The driver has been waiting outside. Did he make a special discovery this time? Approximately 1. Fang Yan asked softly in Ji Xiao's ear. The two were very close. Fang Yan was blowing hot air. It made Ji Xiao's earlobe, like the most beautiful Zuyu in the world, turn red involuntarily. That guy seems to be getting more and more light and heavy, right? She gave Fang Yan a charming look, but he didn't blame Fang Yan for his behavior. Negative nodded slightly and said, well, it is indeed a remarkable discovery. When a woman was mining fossils before, 9 E-sized bowl heart passages were found. After preliminary investigation, this is a road leading to this huge cave is more than 100 meters underground. Oh 9. Fang Yan raised his eyebrows 1 inch. If it's just this process, it shouldn't be enough for you to come here 3 inches. Just kidding. Ji Xiao is the champion, but she is very busy. Busy too. How do you usually have time to deal with these messy things? Because, according to the machine investigation, there are a lot of life reactions below, and the specific situation also needs someone to go down to investigate in person. So I'll carry it on and take a look, Ji Yanman said with a slight nod. Aren't you afraid of the most? Where? Fang Yan spit out a joke. If he was buried more than 1,000 meters underground, I'm afraid only Gulatin can save them. Experts have tested it. Even champion Pokémon can't easily destroy it. I need to protect 2 expert tomorrow. You and me get down together. Ji Xiao looked deeply. Fang Yan said, you protect the expert. Fang Yan was speechless. What kind of experts need champion protection these days? Isn't this a joke? Li, yes, it's the famous Zhou Ruchang Botu who got up. You should know a little bit of elephant, right? Ji Xiao asked rhetorically. Zhou Ruchang, is it him? The status of scientific researchers in this world is much higher than that of celebrities, and naturally there will be no messy things in previous lives. Zhou Ruchang is now Taitai's most famous Pokémon doctor, is currently the dean of the Dokkan Research Institute. If it's him, Ji Xiao came out to protect Zipping and there is no problem. Is it just that they are so confident? A champion plus a giant change in the field of research is all planted in the ground. That's all intentional losses. But Fang Yan didn't refuse to go to Ji Juyao anymore. Don't you believe it? And even if it collapsed, you have the confidence to save your life. But life may become harder later. Entering the small world, he can still ensure the safety of his group. At the same time, in the small world, clear water, trees and fruit, etc. are constantly flowing. The only problem is that they may come out. Not coming. W. Post Joe Botu. Hello, this is Fang Yan and Sun Renhui will also join us tomorrow. Don't look at his young age. Fang Yan is an extremely reliable trainer. He has already completed a lot of difficult actions by himself. The matter of Cresselia is to ask him to why Zhao Hao succeeded. Ji Zongyao said to a white-haired, meticulous-looking old man. The old man frowned slightly when he saw Fang Yan's arrival. This time the action was extremely important. It may be a discovery that changes the world's cognition. Now Ji Xiao is going to send a young boy, and also dragging his family. Zhou Ruchang is an old-fashioned, naturally very dissatisfied, but when he heard Ji Xiao's last word, he nodded reluctantly. For Cresselia, he has a little bit of impression. The person who briefly collaborated with the legendary Pokémon. Of course not ordinary people. He barely agreed. Chapter 109 Genius Girl. New Burger Expressway debut. Have a good rest. Mingwu is going down. Zhou Ruchang nodded at Fang Yan, and then walked towards the tent next to him. He still had a lot of things to investigate. Don't worry about it. Zhou Botu looked serious, but he is actually an old man with a hot heart from outside the valley and inside. His love for Pokémon is incomparable to most people. Ji Xiao confronted the two. People acclaim. Understood. After all, it's scientific researchers. Naturally, they should be more rigorous about these matters. Sun Renhui replied mildly. However, if possible, so, she still wants to have some knowledge about cultivating Pokémon, but it seems that there is no way to do it now. I'll take you to the place where you rest. Sun Renhui, you'll be with me at night. Fang Yan, you have a tent by yourself. Then Ji Xiao said again. Although she also lived in a suite or villa with Fang Yan, but if only in a tent. Feel sorry. This is still a bit difficult for Ji Liao. Fang Yan said that he can't bear it either. This fairy is really attractive to him. Okay. Fang Yan did not refuse 583, but listen to Ji Xiao's arrangement. There are still a lot of people in this operation. There are about 20 alliance investigators, and martial law is nearby. These people will not go down tomorrow, but their existence is also crucial. The next day, Ji Zili stared at Fang Yanju and asked, are you ready? All right. Fang Yan waved his hand. It means that you don't need to worry about yourself. Then he followed Ji Xiao to the day of the Taiji army. The person who goes down this time is not few. In addition to Fang Yan, Ji Xiao, Sun Renhui, besides Dr. Zhou Ruchang, there are 3 of his disciples. A middle-aged greasy uncle with glasses, with a very conspicuous Mediterranean. There are a few small bangs in front of the forehead, no more than 20 hairs, fluttering in the wind. It looked very funny. A spectacled man of about 30 grasses. The thick spectacle lenses are comparable to the bottom of a glass bottle. His hair is very greasy, and I don't know how much time he has not washed his hair. However, this seems to be quite common among researchers. There is also a plain face with double ponytails too. 0. There are some natural-looking girls who are good-looking. Fang Yan has read all their information. These people are experts in the Taken Research Institute. Even that girl, also a famous genius. According to rumors, she was the only one who taught herself all the courses before Taishui before she was 8 years old, and was admitted to Jicheng University in the field of Pokémon and habitat research. After those researchers glanced at Fang Yan and Sun Renhui, they didn't say much, although the two, it looks like it coming for an outing, but with championship protection, as long as these two don't hold back. Inside a pit in the mine. This place has been officially closed. No one is continuing to work here at this moment. Is this a staircase? Fang Yan looked at Ji Xiao with some confusion and asked. It is indeed a step. Through the research on these Taiwan insurances, we found that these Taiwan insurances have existed for at least 5,000 years, and there is no oxidation, CC, and the appearance of damage. It still looks like it was just built. Qin Yin, the genius girl, hearing Fang Yan's question, he explained patiently. Rare and strange one. The eyed man in his 30s snorted lightly, as if he was facing Fang Yan. He is very upset. 9-0. Chen Dao also said a few 10 days. The greasy uncle reminded first with a frown. For Chen Dao to have this performance, Ya has some understanding. This guy is a big fan of Ji Xiao. Now seeing that Ji Xiao has a close relationship with a little white face, it seems that he is not happy. Watch this scene. Fang Yan frowned slightly, but didn't say much. He was brought here by Ji Xiao. Not good. Trouble her. In fact, there are buildings that have not been corroded for thousands of years. It's not that there are none. The Phoenix Pagoda has been standing for more than 5,000 years. The Tomb of the Victory has existed for 2,000 years, and there is no trace of it. Change. At this time, Ji Xiao patiently explained to Fang Yan. Long as that's so. Fang Ruo nodded thoughtfully. He suddenly felt that this matter seemed to be a little different from what he had imagined before. Could it be that there is a legendary Pokémon too here? But it is impossible. It's like a place where the big guys sleep. Okay, don't make trouble. Champion Ji, we can go down. Right. Zhou Rucheng also spoke at this time. You can run at any time. Ji Xiao nodded slightly, and then said to Fang Yan, then let your Pokémon walk in the front and make a small noise. 9-0. Is there anything more appropriate than a windspeed dog? No problem. Come out, Feng dog. Fang Yan directly released the windspeed dog. He told it, wait, be careful. If you find anything, let me know as soon as possible. Wonger. Windspeed dog showed a confident look. He agreed with his mouth. This, a windspeed dog. Zhou Rucheng saw the appearance of the windspeed dog. He nodded slightly, then glanced at Fang Yan again. Are young people so powerful now? 10 to hundreds of chapters. Enjoy the joy of reading. New Gurgur High-Speed Debut. Chapter 110 Supersonic Bats Attack. New Gurgur Expressway Debut. Zhou Rucheng's eyes are so sharp. This windspeed dog has a very high level. He subconsciously thought that this was the magical treasure of Elder Fang Yan, but when he saw the interaction between the two, he knew he was wrong. This kid is really hiding. Really talented young man. Ji Xiao. And this 5 round, maybe they will be the hope of a new era. The beginning of the mine. There is lighting prepared in advance, but after walking a few dozen meters, those lighting equipment is gone. Looking at the front, I don't know how many steps there are. Fang Yan sighed lightly. Shouldn't people usually lay the lights all the way out at this time? At the same time, in general, it is also necessary to let people investigate the situation first, instead of letting the most famous Boshi come over. It seems that there is really something here that I don't know. They even know something more or less, but it doesn't seem to have much to do with Fang Yan. A few people who hit the lighting equipment on themselves have been walking towards the front. It seems that there is no problem with the air here. It doesn't look like there has been no ventilation for a long time. When more than 100 meters, Fang Yan couldn't help but complain. There are indeed many things in this world that cannot be explained by science, so we have to work harder to find the truth of everything. Zhou Rucheng said with a sigh. 91. He's in good health. Having walked so much, doesn't seem to be too tired. Maybe it's just that sometimes I feel scared because I know too much. Fang Yan chuckled. At the same time, he said something meaningful. Young people should have the drive to believe that through generation after generation, with hard work, human beings can become better and better. The same goes for Pokémon. A person's time and energy are limited, but these problems can be solved through inheritance, which is human beings. Zhou Rucheng continued. Other Gs looked at the two of them strangely, especially those who know Zhou Rucheng. At this moment he is willing to talk to Fang Yan like this. It seems that he is teaching him. The corner corners of Ji Xiao's mouth twitched into a smile, pretending to be lofty or something, as if there were no opponents who would stop talking about it, especially those very pretentious words. Even she will feel very reasonable. Zhou Rucheng seems to have been fooled, but if he can, enough to make good friends with Zhou Ruzheng. So for Fang Tan, it bloody money. It seems that one of the purposes of letting Fang Yan come here has been achieved. Suddenly, the wind speed dog walking at the front stopped, and the hair all over his body stood up like a vigilant lion, staring ahead. 9. Everyone be careful, he said solemnly. What could be wrong? Could it be your wind? Is there a problem with the speed dog? Chen Dao used the lighting equipment on his body to continuously illuminate the distance. Then he said in a disdainful tone, then you can walk ahead. I won't stop you. Fang Yan, with a light snort, he didn't say anything before. It was to save Ji Xiao's face, but now you have to make trouble. Who gave you faith? According to scientific judgment, there is no danger here. Sound waves will not deceive people. Chen Dao chuckled disdainfully, then took the knife to talk about the device he couldn't understand, and took the lead to step down. Chen Dao. Zhou Rucheng couldn't stand it anymore, and scolded him directly. Even if he was looking for trouble, he didn't do it that way. And don't you know that insulting a trainer's Pokemon is better than insulting a person himself? Do you want to be abominable? What kind of qualifications does he have to be called a Pokemon expert for such behavior? Is this person an idiot? Fang Yan asked Ji in a calm tone, or is it a related household who got in? Scene was instantly embarrassing. Slang, ruthless, even if you know something, don't say it. Okay. Even Zhou Rucheng was silent. Chen Dao was his disciple and it was not wrong, but this time, he didn't intend to bring Chen Dao with him. It's just that he asked for it by name. Just when Chen Dao was about to scold Fang Yan angrily, T0 side has a group of magic. The baby came in the direction they were in. No, it's an ultrasound station. They interfered with the ultrasound equipment. Zhou Rugu quickly made an inference and said quickly, wind dog, use jet flame. Fang Yan responded quickly. However, he signaled the wind speed dog with his small eyes, and he was the first to pit a group of people. Sure enough, countless supersonic bats and big-mouthed bats flew up from below in group. They first flew towards Chen Dao, who was walking in the front. Then the supersonic bats rushed towards Fang Yan and the others behind Chen Dao. 4. A scorching flame greeted the supersonic bats that covered the earth. Xanadu. At this time, Ji Xiao also went out. Many people regard Wei Jun as the representative of marriage Yao, but they forget that there is an extremely powerful mage, Shinado, by her side, usually not showing the mountains and water. The strength is extremely powerful. Ah, save me. Chen Dao also hurriedly called out to several people for help. He felt like these goddamn bastards were sucking their own blood. These goddamn bastards. Minute. New Gurgur Expressway debut. Chapter 111. Send away the unsightly. New Gurgur Expressway debut. Before, Chen Dao had been facing Fang Yan and the others, and he had never seen the dense group of supersonic bats. By the time it reacted, it was too late to escape. Those supersonic bats already got it. It's a slap in the face. Facing the hordes of supersonic bats, they didn't have a second time to rescue them. Just kidding. Their relationship is not very good. If you want to ensure that you don't die, it's already a coincidence. Qiangnian Dao is hundreds of eternal names. Dr. Zhou Rucheng is also beside him. He did let the wind speed dog say. The same Ji Xiao seems to be 4 or 3, so if it is her 4th, it would be very difficult to save Chen Dao Siping. However, Yu Xian's reaction was just low. Did she want to do it for speed, or she herself? Crackling, accompanied by the 2 Pokemon's shot, countless super gods and Teizui bat fell on the ground. Go to combat capability. Ding! Congratulations on the upgrade of the flame chicken level, the current V63. Ding! Congratulations on the upgrade of the burner level, the current V56. Ding! Congratulations on the upgrade of the leaf elf level, and the former V48 inches. Ding! Congratulations on the advance of the metal monster level 537. And UOT. The ultrasound on Dao Chen Dao is a little difficult. Looking at Dongtao being covered by a super intelligent bat, Fang Yan turned to the big dog and asked, what should I do now? Can I just pull the Jiaoyan bat away? Then he muttered, no, he won't do it. If you not careful. Do you have an ultrasound on his body? Shente Miao kept his teeth on his body, and everyone used a strange magic to right Fang Yan. Are Pokemon's teeth easy to fall out? If it wants to help, just say so. Use this kind of schadenfreude. If you use skills such as spark that are not powerful, you will make a difference. At this time, the head of the greasy road over there, his name is Wu Tianjiaji, proposed. I sounds a bit domineering name. No, co-author each other's achievement. He's dead. That name, as that's O. Wind speed dog. Use pay attention to the power of 5 point. Fang Huo. He patted the wind speed dog head and said, Yan Pai, roar. The wind speed dog instantly felt a petite bark fell on the body of the sound bat. However, it seems that there is nothing that everyone can't help but be speechless. What does it mean? Ah, you only want to show your magical treasures. Control over the the power, right? Damn, their blood-sucking rate is even faster. Do ent come to save? Chen Dao urged again. I win. Speed dog bark is not only, I didn't leave it before. Instead, it changed the original and made Chow. Okay, let me do it. Min Ji Xiao stood up and said, Shanai Duo, use hypnosis. Shana, following Ji Xiao into fall. There was a faint blue glow in Mina Duo's eyes. Too, in an instant, Chen Dao was hypnotized and supersounded. What should we do next? Let continue with his tech, and put it in I and go back. Fang Yan kicked and kicked to sleep, and it was Chen Dao who sent one to him. She asked, you let the Pokemon go back to you? Ji Xiao said indifferently, but she looked at Fang Yan with a lot of approval. Yes, Chen Dao. She was 10. Dislike. Fang Yan's cooperating with his own behavior can be considered to have eliminated Engsu from the team NNWR. Okay. Wang Shufei, the flaming chicken, Will nodded slightly, and did not refuse. This flaming chicken, I am afraid that it has some strength. Zhou Rucheng nodded with satisfaction. At this age, he has 2 heavenly kings. It really made Zhou Rucheng feel a little unbelievable. Even the direct descendants from many clans were not like this. Heavenly king. Wu Tianji looked at the god Fang Zhen, and there was a hint of guidance regarding the teacher's evaluation. He certainly believed that this young man was selfish and really powerful. How long does the flame chicken stay in Anfan? Instead, Chen Dao started running towards the ground. But why are there such supersonic bats here? At this time Fang Yan who asked, after all, what kind of food does this place look like? Maybe it was there is food below, or other reason. After my preliminary research, the rock here exude a kind of harmless energy. Maybe the Pokemon here are some energy as food, or maybe the scholar girl at the time of 0.2 in these 4 articles. I by Fang Yan explained. Pokemon here. Fang Zhenji's eyes flashed a little bit of strangeness. What is there? But he didn't say much. Yuan Xiao was willing to come here by himself, and he already wanted to be the path. Let continue walking. 2 little points on the road. Zhou Rucheng said at this time. I'll ask you to continue with 3 people later. Chen Dao has Chen Dao. The atmosphere on the way was much better, and even Fang Yan asked Zhou Rucheng some questions from time to time, and the doctors answered them all. Fang Yan learned a lot. Lu reminds you that there are 3 things in reading, 9 recommendations and sharing. Quote, Chapter 112 Ancient Ward. New Gurgur Expressway debuted. When a few people came to the tomb of about 1,000 meters deep, a gate blocked their way. This Taimen looked very new, and it seemed that it had not been eroded by age, just like the foot of their feet. Like those steps, the engraving on the famous Taimen has attracted everyone's attention. This is Gulatin, Gyoka Ritzi. There is also Regis 3. Fang Yanyuan was fascinated by looking at the pictures on it. Although these pictures are somewhat abstract, ordinary people might not recognize them, but for Fang Yan, this is not a problem. In the carvings they appear to be fighting. It's the creator of Taihai and the creator of the land, the god of the sky and the pillar that supports the sky. At this time, Zhou Rucheng also said, this should be the legendary war, right? Minute. At the same time, he still glanced thoughtfully at Fang Zippen. Fang Yan's words were very light, but he still heard that 28 is really a magical child. He recognized Beulah just by virtue of the picture. Dayton, Kyogre, cracked the empty seat, and the identity of Regichkas. Most people even know their name. Not exactly. You know, after all, these pictures are too abstract. Battle. Fang Yan asked with some doubt. If it was in his previous life, he still knew how much. The battle between Kyogre and Gulatin caused the people to suffer. Then the split empty seat was dispatched to stop this disaster. Yes, a little point. In ancient time, Kyogre and Gulatin were constantly engaged in wars. The land and sea that we are in now came because of their battles. In order to protect other Pokemon as well as humans, regardless of where humans came from at that time. It is the Pokemon world after all. Rikra appears and it fights with Kyogre and Guratin. I want to stop them, but Kyogre and Guratin are also Pokemon of the same level as Riftza, and even Riftza can't stop them from fighting. Finally, the legendary Holy Column Regichkas appeared. Help Riftza defeat Jugioka and Guratin. Let the West fell into a deep sleep, and Regichkas also began to sleep for an unknown reason after that. Appears the plateau we see now. So it is. Fang Yan nodded slightly. But you mean, there is a high probability that there are those 4 legendary Pokemon here. Shouldn't this be Gulatin, or Kyogre's sleeping place? Right. As for why not the other 2, mainly because the Rigakuza is swaying in the atmosphere, and Regikas is sleeping in the depths of the plateau. In the case of Gradin or Kyogre, if they meet, I am afraid they will be directly destroyed by Gulatin and Kyogre. Don't say Ji Xiao is a child. All the champions come. I'm afraid it will be Gulatin or Kyogre's opponent. Thinking of these, Fang Yan's expression also became extremely vigilant. You going to run? It seems that Fang Yan is vigilant. Ji Xiao also chuckled and said, don't be so nervous. Maybe what's inside is related to Gulatin and Kyogre, but they're not sleeping here long. Not to mention, that was a long time ago. It was only 5,000 years old when it was built here, so there is no need to worry about it. If it's really dangerous, it can't be built here. As that's so. Fang Yan nodded thoughtfully. Ji Xiao may know something, but it is inconvenient to say. More than 5,000 years. Shouldn't it have anything to do with Xuanyuan here? I'll ask you to open the door next. Zhou Rucheng scanned all this on the computer he carried with him. He said to Ji Xiao and Fang Yan. Although Fang Yan is very young, he has already recognized the 5th level, and a person like him, once recognized, his favorability will increase without limit. Fang Yan looked at Ji Xiao, a magical treasure that he didn't have the strength to see. At least he didn't think they were too powerful. Come out, super armored rhinoceros. Ji Xiao took out a Pokeball and threw it forward. A Pokemon appeared in front of the door. It looked a bit like an iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, but it was different from the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus 553. Super Armor Crazy Rhino V72, Champion. Long %. Sure enough, it's a champion-level Pokemon again. But if you think about it, it seems normal. This is a Pokemon that Ji Zili carries with her. Can it be simple stuff too? Ji Xiao is the youngest and most talented champion in Dokkan over the years. Her strength is estimated to be in the forefront of the world. Can this be a single boat? It's a super armor maniac rhinoceros. It's the first time I've seen it. Fang Yan also muttered. He'd seen quite a few iron-armored tyrannosaurs before, but if the super armored rhinoceros this is the first time I've seen it. Too, do you know the super armored rhinoceros? Zhou Rucheng glanced at Fang Yan curiously. Then he looked at Ji Xiao and said, this is the 3rd super armored rhinoceros in the world. It should be Kong Jijuoyao. Do you know that over there? But it doesn't matter anymore. The information about the super armored rhinoceros is about to be announced. As that's so. Fang Yan was a little shocked. He still really doesn't know. Chapter 112 Ancient War. New Gurgur Expressway debuted. When a few people came to the tomb of about 1,000 meters deep, a gate blocked their way. This Timon looked very new, and it seemed that it had not been eroded by age, just like the foot of their feet. Like those steps, the engraving on the famous Timon has attracted everyone's attention. This is Gulatin, Gyoka Ritzy. There is also Regis 3. Fang Yanyuan was fascinated by looking at the pictures on it. Although these pictures are somewhat abstract, ordinary people might not recognize them, but for Fang Yan, this is not a problem. In the carvings they appear to be fighting. It's the creator of Taihai and the creator of the land, the god of the sky and the pillar that supports the sky. At this time, Zhou Rucheng also said, this should be the legendary war, right? Minute. At the same time, he still glanced thoughtfully at Fang Zippen. Fang Yan's words were very light, but he still heard that 28 is really a magical child. He recognized Beulah just by virtue of the picture. Dayton, Kyogre, cracked the empty seat, and the identity of Regichka. Most people even know their name. Not exactly. You know, after all, these pictures are too abstract. Battle? Fang Yan asked with some doubt. If it was in his previous life, he still knew how much. The battle between Kyogre and Gulatin caused the people to suffer. Then the split empty seat was dispatched to stop this disaster. Yes, a little point. In ancient time, Kyogre and Gulatin were constantly engaged in wars. The land and sea that we are in now came because of their battle. In order to protect other Pokemon as well as humans, regardless of where humans came from at that time. It is the Pokemon world after all. Rikra appears and it fights with Kyogre and Guratin. I want to stop them, but Kyogre and Guratin are also Pokemon of the same level as Riftza, and even Riftza can't stop them from fighting. Finally, the legendary Holy Column Regichkas appeared. Help Riftza defeat Jugioka and Guratin. Let the West fell into a deep sleep, and Regichkas also began to sleep for an unknown reason after that. Appears the plateau we see now. So it is. Fang Yan nodded slightly. But you mean, there is a high probability that there are those 4 legendary Pokemon here. Shouldn't this be Gulatin, or Kyoka's sleeping place? Right. As for why not the other 2, mainly because the Rigakuza is swaying in the atmosphere, and Regikas is sleeping in the depth of the plateau. In the case of Guratin or Kyogre, if they meet, I am afraid they will be directly destroyed by Gulatin and Kyogre. Don't say Ji Xiao as a child. All the champions come. I'm afraid it will be Gulatin or Kyogre's opponent. Thinking of these, Fang Yan's expression also became extremely vigilant. You going to run? It seems that Fang Yan is vigilant. Ji Xiao also chuckled and said, don't be so nervous. Maybe what's inside is related to Gulatin and Kyogre, but they're not sleeping here long. Not to mention, that was a long time ago. It was only 5,000 years old when it was built here, so there is no need to worry about it. If it's really dangerous, it can't be built here. As that's so. Fang Yan nodded thoughtfully. Ji Xiao may know something, but it is inconvenient to say. More than 5,000 years. Shouldn't it have anything to do with Xuanyuan here? I'll ask you to open the door next. Zhou Rucheng scanned all this on the computer he carried with him. He said to Ji Xiao and Fang Yan. Although Fang Yan is very young, he has already recognized the 5th level, and a person like him, once recognized, his favorability will increase without limit. Fang Yan looked at Ji Xiao, a magical treasure that he didn't have the strength to see. At least, he didn't think they were too powerful. Come out, super armored rhinoceros. Ji Xiao took out a Pokeball and threw it forward. A Pokemon appeared in front of the door. It looked a bit like an iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, but it was different from the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus 553. Super Armor Crazy Rhino V72, Champion. Long %. Sure enough, it's a champion-level Pokemon again. But if you think about it, it seems normal. This is a Pokemon that Jizili carries with her. Can it be simple stuff too? Ji Xiao is the youngest and most talented champion in Dokkan over the years. Her strength is estimated to be in the forefront of the world. Can this be a single boat? It's a super armor maniac rhinoceros. It's the first time I've seen it. Fang Yan also muttered. He'd seen quite a few iron-armored tyrannosaurs before, but if the super armored rhinoceros this is the first time I've seen it. Do you know the super armored rhinoceros? Zhou Ruchang glanced at Fang Yan curiously. Then he looked at Ji Xiao and said, this is the third super armored rhinoceros in the world. It should be Kong Jijuoyao. Do you know that over there? But it doesn't matter anymore. The information about the super armored rhinoceros is about to be announced. As that's Fang Yan was a little shocked. He still really doesn't know. Chapter 113 Things That Destroy the World. New Gurgur Expressway debut. The super armored rhinoceros is the latest discovery in our research institute. Through special prop to stimulate the potential 9 in the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus so that they can evolve on the other side. This kind of evolution is different from EGA evolution. It can be keep this state forever. It also belongs to the power of the Pokemon itself. This is a manifestation of the same progress between humans and Pokemon 1. There are other Pokemon that are the same as the super armored rhinoceros. When the rhinoceros was rhinoceros, the mouthfish also smiled. For thousands of years, we humans have been relying on the power of Pokemon, and now it is also our humans' feedback of magical power. Baby time. Of course, this kind of help is not based on hurting Pokemon. Hearing Zhou Ruchang's words, Fang Yan's expression became solemn. I have always believed that humans and Pokemon are complementary. Pokemon can provide humans with all kinds of incredible powers, and humans also help them provide a better life. Help their strength. Whether it's Pokemon or humans, all are indispensable to this world. 9. Zhou Ruchang glanced at Fang Yan with satisfaction. Such a conscious young man is rare. When they were talking, the super armored rhino had already started to move, and it would put its hands on the at the time, and everyone watched with bated breath. If even Ji Xiao's super armored rhino can't do anything, then this doorway is really difficult to enter. Kick dong dong. Fortunately, super armored rhino did not disappoint everyone. As Timon was gradually pushed open, a beam of light shone through the wide slit. This shocked everyone even more. Minute. Is this possible? This is the underground. 2 kings and more meters, and we didn't see any other. Wu Tianji on the side couldn't help but be shocked. Just for his word. Even Zhou Ruchang didn't reply. He was just excited, looking at everything in front of him. Maybe there will be some great discoveries here. Type 7 was completely open. Everyone's expressions froze. They were stunned by the scene in front of them. This is like another paradise. There are big trees that are completely different from the outside. The tree fruits above are also different from the Jinran outside. The sound of running water can also be heard in the distance. Obviously, there is a high probability that there are creatures here. Just when a few people are still emotional. The color of one's skin is gray, and the color of the head, back and buttocks is blue. Walking on the west foot is like the magic of dinosaurs. The baby jumped out of the wood, with horns growing on the sides and back of its head. The head is quite developed. It's a head dragon. That's a head dragon. It's a living head dragon. Even if it was Zhou Ruchang, he was shocked to see this scene at the moment. This is a living fossil magic treasure. It seems that the fossil magic treasure is not a thing, but live here. Fang Yan's face also showed a slight smile. Looking at Guo, this should be a secret environment somewhere, otherwise, nor will these appear underground. Secret realm or something. There are still quite a few in this world. Too many divine beasts live in various secret realms. Fang Yan had some guesses before, but he never thought that he would actually encounter a living fossil Pokemon. Yeah, this will be a discovery that needs to shock the world. Unfortunately, we can't announce it, otherwise, I am afraid. Then Zhou Ruchang sighed lightly and shook his head again. These Pokemon have survived here for countless years, and it would be no good if their lives were disturbed by people. While several people were talking, the head-covered dragon has also run away. Obviously, it is extremely afraid of these creatures that have just appeared. Then what is the purpose of your coming here? If I'm not wrong, Doctor, you and Xiao both know that there is a secret environment here. At this time, Fang Yan couldn't help it, forced to ask. I know a little bit, but I can't be sure. Zhou Ruchang shook his head slightly, and then looked at everything in front of him with complicated eyes. According to what I have learned, there is a different environment and Pokemon there. I didn't know before too. After hearing about the situation here, I have more guesses. Then, what about you? This has something to do with your family. Fang Yan then turned his attention to Ji Xiao Xiao again, talking about inheritance. Is there anything else in the world that can be compared with her family? It has nothing to do with our family, but the ancestors seem to have said something, but it is not particularly clear. All the answers are here. Here are the mysteries of the ancient time, and there are possibilities that can be solved. The thing that destroys the world. Ji Xiao did not continue to hide it this time. What to know is still to be known. Things that destroy the world. Listen to her words less. Fang Yan also wants to be so terrifying. Then he has some guesses. Shouldn't it be those things? It's really troublesome. Ow. Not long after several people entered the secret realm, a black figure leaned towards them. It's a fossil pterosaur. Fang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, as expected of the ancient sky overlord. 9 Oi. New Gurgur High-Speed Hair. Chapter 114 Secret Realm. New Gurgur Expressway debut. What a violent fossilized pterosaur. Even Fang Yan frowned when he saw this fossilized pterosaur. The body of this fossilized pterosaur was clearly carnivorous. The other party is a ruthless person. No. Yes, an extremely tyrannical Pokémon. 1. Fossil Pterosaur 51 Zuntian King. If you want to give this fossil pterosaur 5, I will give it to the mountain. Fang Yan patted the wind speed dog on the head and said. After his voice fell, the wind speed dog turned into a shadow and rushed up to meet the fossilized pterosaur. Be careful, it's a fossil pterosaur. It was the overlord of the ancient sky. The ecology at that time was more cruel than we are now. Qinyan also reminded Fang Yan at this time. I know. Fang Yan's face showed a confident look. In front of absolute strength, other things are not as important as Wei. In fact, if you can, it is the fire-breathing dragon that is suitable for fighting the fossil pterosaurs, but unfortunately, the strength of the fire-breathing dragon is still not enough. Cough if you can. I need to study it. This fossil pterosaur. Suddenly Zhou Rui 797 Chengbo 2 said. Fang Yan looked at Zhou Rucheng tangled. Why was he an official? He felt that Zhou Rucheng at the moment had a feeling of letting me go, and I wanted to dissect it. Will it affect the ecology here? After thinking about it, Fang Yan still asked. Even if it is a meat eater, it has its own role. This is the wolf pack effect. It shouldn't be too big here. Zhou Rucheng pointed to the instrument in Yu Tianji's hand and said. There is at least 1,000 square kilometers here. It is impossible to have only such a fossil pterosaur, and there will be no problem in releasing it at that time. If that doesn't work, take some blood sample. Okay. The fossil pterosaur's attack was blocked by the wind speed dog before using the thunder tooth, and the fossil pterosaur was instantly too angry. It was even more ignorant of the air traffic control to fight the wind speed dog. In the blink of an eye, Zero fell into the downwind. It's just that this fossil pterosaur doesn't know if it has the characteristics of a sea's hardhead. Even if it knows that it is difficult to be an opponent, it is still fighting against the wind speed dog. The wind speed dog jumped up to a height of about 5 meters, came to the side of the fossil Jilong's wing, and bit down fiercely. A flash of lightning flashed. Even the fossilized pterosaur fell to the ground. Boom! The sound of the two falling caused a lot of movement. Just in case, the wind speed dog did not forget to make up a knife and a jet of flame. Dingguoxi Bictini level increased by 1, and the top 0 inches. Ding! Congratulations on the second level of frog grass, and the former V27. It's over. If you want to subdue yourself, subdue it. Fang Yan shook his head slightly and said he was very dissatisfied with the fossilized pterosaur, not only because of the opponent talent, but also because of the way of fighting. Maybe it's because the life here is different from the outside world, and the fighting style of the fossil pterosaurs is more like beast-like. Never used any skills from start to finish. It would, but still not. This is really enough weight. It's hard enough to want silk for their flaws. 9-0. Then I won't take Zhou Rucheng and Bo Shi out of a total. If they are captured by this kind of ball, they will not be registered by the league. Generally, experimenters use these balls to find experimental material. After the experiment is over, they will be released. Dong dong. At this time, Ji Xiao's super armored rhinoceros also came back to work. After entering here, Ji Xiao arranged for it to do some things. This time, he came back. The super armored rhinos are also carried in their hand 2 magic treasures. Those 2 Pokémon were not very big, and they even kept upping on their spring legs in the air. They looked extremely cute. It's the Megagaron and the Shieldsaurus. Wu Tianji also looked at these 2 Pokémon with a little greed. It wasn't that he wanted these Pokémon. It was that these sugar Pokémon were too valuable for research. These are all Pokémon that were thought to be extinct, and were previously encountered only by resurrecting fossils. Didn't expect to see it alive now. Look, isn't that a Pokémon? Husun Renhui also pointed to a direction in the distance and said, that's the tentacle lily. Sure enough, there are also here. Qinyan also nodded slightly and said. Fang Yan glanced at the wind speed dog, the speed dog, and the little man in the speed dog turned towards the tentacle Baiga Nan'er. Soon Dr. Zhou subdued all these Pokémon. These Pokémon's fighting abilities are not very good. More are fighting with the flesh, but the mastery of skills is not good. Ji Juyao also concluded at this time. It's true, but I don't know if it's the case with all ancient Pokémon, or only here. After all, this is the case. Although there are more than 1,000 square kilometers, it is still too small. Chinyan shook his head slightly and said, 1 inch, but it's good for these Pokémon to have such a happy land. If they were allowed to come into contact with the outside world, they wouldn't be able to adapt. Well, just let these unique Pokémon live here. I feel that Ruchang nodded slightly, and then said to Fang Zi, if you have a favorite Pokémon, you can take 1 or 2, but I recommend that you cultivate from an early age. This is a disguised opening for Fang Yan, but this is all within the rules and no one will say anything. I haven't paid too much attention to new quasi-gods before, and it's almost nothing to cultivate. Duolong Baruto is really strong and can definitely rank in the top 3 among all quasi-gods. Ghosts and dragons, beat a perfect quick attacker candidate for high attack thief. There are a few attributes that are restrained, but the immunity is not out. Chapter 115 Overlord Pokémon. New Gurgur Expressway debut. Even if you want to protect the Pokémon here, you need to protect them after you leave here. Presumably in the future, this place will still be protected by Dokkan officials. Except for some researchers, it is almost impossible for others to enter here. However, if Jian wants to conquer 1 or 2 here, there is no problem, and it is also a good choice for these magical army shells to fall into Fang Yan's hand. Fang Yan shook his head slightly. There should be there too. However, there is no need to deliberately accept it. Let go and complete the mission first. Shan, there are some fossil magic treasures he likes, such as fossil pterosaurs, baby tyrannosaurs and ice dragon. These are all beautiful and powerful magic treasures. There should be all here. Fang Yan saw them in the distance. On the snow-capped mountain stood the figure of the ice and snow and the dragon. However, if you want to train these god Pokémon, it is never the case. It's better to resurrect the fossil, even if the resurrected Pokémon is not very talented. But for you Fang Yan, it's not too embarrassing. Because Zhou Ruchang. He glanced at Fang Yan with admiration. If it were someone else, I'm afraid at this moment. I am afraid I can't wait to check it out and see you there valuable, said Ji Shi next to him. Fang Yan's eyes had a strange color. As for the treasure dragon in front of him, it seemed that this young lady was operating on the computer. Then, let go. I'll leave it to you. Fang Yan and others also said. Ling, using the flying leaf knife naturally has a lot of advantages. The goddess, especially for those with a strong sense of the earth. When the leader saw the Fang workers rushing in, he also released other thoughts. At this moment Fang, as for the wind speed dog, they have their mount. Just joking about the distance. How can it be possible to walk? Zhou Ruchang, who is so far away, asked them to have their own Pokémon. A very good kind of wind speed dog water to sit and go with. Fang Yan, you compare. Are you there? The magic thing here is getting stronger. Fang Jia asked. It was also a burst of GT. He always felt like, I don't know why the extremely powerful presence made Fang Yan should not come here before. Fang received the information from the system and stimulated the temporary task. I want to look for everything. Fang Yan is still very interested to know, is the other party very close? There is still a long way to go. However, the powerful magical leader near Da is a little dignified. I have found Haruka and chuckled. After the words of your favorite Pokémon Yan fell, Gao Tian like a Tyrannosaurus Rex jumped out from the grass. Fang Zhanzi, who was walking in front, didn't run away. When the flames came out, tried V63 champion, fired. The Overlord Zhanzi on the land actually came out with a treasure Jian. Obviously, he didn't pay attention to such a magical treasure. He has seen it before. A sudden anger by the flame-spraying jaw dragon, since the food hafnium attack, and it hurts a little down-pointing arrow. Then this opponent is yours. The flaming chicken. Fang Yan also called out the flaming chicken who had returned before. Strange jaw. Fighting with dragons is the most suitable for flame chicken. Moo. Flame chicken's eyes flashed with a strong fighting intent. The opponent was strong, and this happened to be because he liked his opponent. Chu is really a nice Pokemon already. This Xuanyan chicken was bred by you very much. Perhaps before the age of 2000, you have the strength to challenge the king. Zhou Jing said with satisfaction as he looked at the ability to suppress the monster dragon and fight the flame chicken. The level of the monster jaw dragon is very high. The bison's Pokemon doesn't even know how to use its own power, and doesn't train itself. It can achieve this depth. It is entirely by its own talent. No electricity is the king on land. The reason for the accident is to report. Besides, the protagonist is afraid of trouble and some other reason. The credit of the main fish is also important. I have already said that Fang Yan, and the results are equivalent to his father's years of hard work. Right. It can also be considered as preparation for the later plot. This has a side with the main quest, not if the strength is enough to be the king and the champion. Chuan Xingage High. Beat Starter. Chapter 116 Egg. New Gurgur Expressway debut. Even the fossil resurrected Drengaja dragons have not seen a few people who can breed them into heavenly king Pokemon. Even if the fossilized Pokemon are revived by us after they become fossils, they are still new individuals. The talent has to drop a lot Ha! Qinyan also said secondly Zhao Kong. She even helped others resurrect a fossil magic and shell. And this strange-jawed dragon doesn't have the rock attribute. Fang Yan said silently at this time. Although he is very young now, he is still good at some aspects. Strength is not enough. He also has the ability to identify systematically the attributes of this strange-jawed dragon are indeed only dragon. 4-0. What? Qinyan let out a soft cry after hearing Fang Yan's words. She felt it was unbelievable. Did you find it too? Dr. Zhou Rucheng also nodded slightly and said, I was skeptical before. I originally wanted to go back to the post-9th generation to study it, but if you feel the same way, then this possibility is indeed true. It's not too small. Quote. Including those Pokémon I saw before. They also don't have the rock attribute. Ji Xiao also said at this time. It should be that these divine treasures do not have rock properties themselves. It's just that they have rock properties in the process of turning into fossils. After thinking for a while, Zhou Rucheng Botu also gave this possibility. Fang Yan was silent on the sideline. He had been in touch with electric Pokémon quite early. It was 2,000 years ago. It can be said that he started the game as soon as it appeared. At the time of 9 Mai, his own age is small, and he has little power. Basically, he looks strong at the beginning and cultivated. Even attributes or something. He is not particularly familiar. At first he didn't find. What is the difference between rock and ground? Seems pretty much the same, right? Dumb. Congratulations to the wind speed dog level upgrade by 1, and the former V64. Dumb. Congrats on the upgrade of the burning worm level by 1, and the former V5Z. The level of eating and selling metal monsters has been increased by 1, and the beauty. Just when G was talking, the flaming chicken has also been defeated. Weird jaw dragon. Although the opponent's level is not low, but the opponent can't use his own skills proficiently, which makes it not much power to fight back in front of the flame chicken. Bo, 2, you go to subdue it. Fang Yan pointed at the fallen jaws and said to Zhou Rucheng Bo Shi. Then he looked around again. What's wrong? Sun Ren asked worriedly. This strange jaw is female, and it has just given birth. Fang Dan said. This sentence instantly made everyone stunned. Can this be seen? Even Zhou Rucheng said. I can't do it myself. This child can actually know. There are very few Pokémon such as Strangajaw Dragon, which leads to less research opportunities for them. Never seen a monster before. Dragon's pregnancy. As a result, Fang Yan said that the strange jaw dragon has just been produced. This is simply incredible, isn't it? It was very fast, and everyone was speechless. 9-0. Fang Yan actually found the lair of the strange jaw dragon with the help of the wind speed dog. And there, I found the egg of the Nemahodosaurus. Pokémon egg. Baby Tyrannosaurus. Pokémon egg. Baby Tyrannosaurus Tianwang. There are 2 eggs here. Can I have these too? Fang Yan pointed to the Pokémon egg of the champion Jade and asked. As for Fang Yan, the genius of the king, he didn't care whether he could save points or not. It's better to save 2 points. And he felt that Ji Xiao didn't really care about the name of this magical treasure. Naturally, it's comparable to what you found. Zhou Rucheng didn't refuse. If something happened later, he would also endorse Fang Yan. Don't look at him as a bounty, but at some point, his status will not be inferior to the champion. Please, can we take this Pokémon egg? At this time, Qinyan asked Fang Yan weakly. In the wild, if a Pokémon egg is found, it belongs to the discoverer. Of course, these actions will not cause damage to the ecological balance. If you can, it's good to steal a divine beast egg discovered in a day. No matter how high your status is, 2 will be over by then. If you need it, you can take it, but if you can, I hope you can give me a copy of the research materials about them. Although there is a system, Fang Yan is confident that he can violently beat the baby. Dragons are well nurtured, but if there is research from the Research Institute, I believe they can be better nurtured at that time. Of course there is no problem. 3.9. Qinyan said with a gentle smile on his face. At the same time, he carefully picked up another egg. The Shin-like monster jaw dragon family was beaten by Fang Yan 2.4 and 9, but there should be other monster jaws here. But there is no need to worry about breaking the ecological balance. Can you tell me, how did you find out that the Strangajaw dragon had just been born? At this time, Zhou Rucheng asked curiously. Probably intuition. Fang Yan was naturally not good at telling what he saw in the system, so I added some random information. Watched a very hilarious drama Cheating Wars. Really super hilarious. Fei Lu. Chapter 117 Derivation of Legend. New Gerger Expressway debut. Listening to Fang Yan's specious speculation, Zhou Rucheng didn't say much compared to the so-called evidence. He is more like feeling. Then he said sincerely, if possible, I really want you to become a Pokémon researcher. You may have talents that are beyond the reach of ordinary people. 9%. No, but it's just a cheater. In fact, at the beginning, he also thought about being like the protagonists of other novels who casually suggested some things he knew in the game, and then was rated as a doctor. The fact that's an act of fooling the world. Pokémon C. Research focuses on the process, not the result. result of Pokémon research. If you don't have much theoretical knowledge, sufficient experimental evidence, etc., you will be discovered sooner or later, or you will be ruined or second. Didn't you see that the novel that the author of the Dance to Figure Out the Street should assign a doctoral sister to the protagonist? It is not so precious to put forward the theory in this way. The two can work together to make 28 justifiable. Pokémon research field name. Fang Yan was also stunned when he heard the word. Then he said with a wry smile, "I'm sorry that every time I read book, it looks like I see pretty girls." Oh, everyone turned their attention to Fang Yan. Is there any difference between reading a book and reading a beautiful girl? Could it be that the book is particularly beautiful? I want to go to sleep, Fang Yan said lightly for a 10-day, but everyone present could hear it. I can smell it too. Haitzi glanced at Fang Yan angrily. This guy is getting more and more embarrassed. Is this kind of joke made by 9 people? If it spreads out, it will not affect you in a normal way. And Zhou Botu is an old scholar, isn't it? At the same time, Fang Yan also felt that the round meat around his waist was pinched. Even if you think about it, you know that it is Sun Renhui's line of work. Haha, after all, I'm still a young man. In fact, when I was young, I also wanted to become a powerful Pokemon trainer. Zhou Rucheng didn't care too much, but felt that Fang Yan dared to do it. Man, still understandable. Who didn't come like that? I have to say that impression is very important. Zhou Rucheng has been observing Fang Yan, young and powerful, has a deep bond with Pokemon, know a lot about the story. The knowledge of Pokemon is also far beyond that of ordinary young people, and even Fang Yan is a leader among the big family. Most critical, still, he found out before. Fang Yan can communicate with Pokemon. In Zhou Rucheng's eyes, this is a gift from this world for those who truly love Pokemon. So as long as Fang Yan doesn't do anything diabolical, Yan's senses will be very good. As that's oh, what about now? Fang Yan forced back with some curiosity. The gentleman in front of him was obviously a legend. When I was traveling, I found that a powerful Pokemon trainer couldn't change the world, so I chose to become a researcher, Zhou Rucheng said with a nostalgic expression. You may not, knowing that Dr. Zhou was an amazing Pokemon trainer back then. At the age of 20, he was already a world champion and had the strength to challenge the king, but he gave up the path of being a trainer after that. Ji Saiwan also explained 2 o'clock on the side. Zhou Rucheng disagreed. Although his achievements are indeed very good, he still has a lot of gap compared to Ji Xiao, and he may even be surpassed by Fang Yan in the future. He thinks that he is very accurate in seeing people. Fang Yan's strength is definitely not inferior to his own in the same period. When several people were talking, they had already arrived at their destination. During this period, nature has many magical treasures. Wei Lai stopped them from moving forward, but in the end, they all turned into Daoshan, who was Fang Yan's experience, and sometimes Ji Xiao would shoot directly. There are not too many obstacles in this way. Sitting in front of them is a huge altar, about 20 meters high, and the altar is engraved with dense patterns of demi. This made Zhou Rucheng and the others move, and looked at everything in front of them with joy. Is this the same as the previous picture? Fang Yan also recognized the pictures on the altar, which were related to what he saw on Timon before. It's the previous 093 legend said. Rigakuza and Regichkas defeated Gulatin and Kyogre rescued the legend of the world, Zhou Rucheng said excitedly. With the help of Regichkas, Riftsa defeated Gulatin and Kyogre. Jian deprived them of some power, i.e. they fell into a deep sleep, and the 2 beads shaped by the power of Gulatin and Kyogre were destroyed by Cain here. Are they? Fang Yan frowned slightly, which seemed to be very similar to the plot in the game. This should be Ruby and Sapphire, right? What do you know? Ji Xiao also asked curiously at this time. This guy knows a lot of things that others don't. Fang Yan glanced at the other people with vague eyes. Indicates that there are 86 here. Ji Xiao nodded and motioned for him to say it directly. I just heard that in one place before. Anyone who can get rubies and emeralds can command Kyogre and Gulatin to enter. Fang Yan also said after pondering for a while. New Gerger Expressway debut. Chapter 117 Derivation of Legend. New Gerger Expressway debut. Listening to Fang Yan's specious speculation, Zhou Rucheng didn't say much compared to the so-called evidence. He is more like feeling. Then he said sincerely, if possible, I really want you to become a Pokemon researcher. You may have talents that are beyond the reach of ordinary people. 9%. No, but it's just a cheater. In fact, at the beginning, he also thought about being like the protagonists of other novels who casually suggested some things he knew in the game, and then was rated as a doctor. The fact that's an act of fooling the world. Pokemon C. Research focuses on the process, not the result, of Pokemon research. If you don't have much theoretical knowledge, sufficient experimental evidence, etc., you will be discovered sooner or later, or you will be ruined or second. Didn't you see that the novel that the author of the Dance to Figure Out the Street should assign a doctoral sister to the protagonist? It is not so precious to put forward the theory in this way. The two can work together to make 28 justifiable. Pokemon research field name. Fang Yan was also stunned when when he heard the word. Then he said with a wry smile, "I'm sorry that every time I read book, it looks like I see pretty girls." Oh, everyone turned their attention to Fang Yan. Is there any difference between reading a book and reading a beautiful girl? Could it be that the book is particularly beautiful? I want to go to sleep, Fang Yan said lightly for a 10-day, but everyone present could hear it. I can smell it too. Haitzi glanced at Fang Yan angrily. This guy is getting more and more embarrassed. Is this kind of joke made by 9 people? If it spreads out, it will not affect you in a normal way. And Joe Botu is an old scholar, isn't it? At the same time, Fang Yan also felt that the round meat around his waist was pinched. Even if you think about it, you know that it is Sun Renhui's line of work. Haha, after all, I'm still a young man. In fact, when I was young, I also wanted to become a powerful Pokemon trainer. Zhou Rucheng didn't care too much, but felt that Fang Yan dared to do it. Man, still understandable. Who didn't come like that? I have to say that impression is very important. Zhou Rucheng has been observing Fang Yan, young and powerful, has a deep bond with Pokemon, know a lot about the story. The knowledge of Pokemon is also far beyond that of ordinary young people, and even Fang Yan is a leader among the big family. Most critical, still, he found out before. Fang Yan can communicate with Pokemon. In Zhou Rucheng's eye, this is a gift from this world for those who truly love Pokemon. So as long as Fang Yan doesn't do anything diabolical, Yan's senses will be very good. As that's oh, what about now? Fang Yan forced back with some curiosity. The gentleman in front of him was obviously a legend. When I was traveling, I found that a powerful Pokemon trainer couldn't change the world, so I chose to become a researcher, Zhou Rucheng said with a nostalgic expression. You may not, knowing that Dr. Zhou was an amazing Pokemon trainer back then. At the age of 20, he was already a world champion and had the strength to challenge the king, but he gave up the path of being a trainer after that. Ji Saiwan also explained 2 o'clock on the side. Zhou Rucheng disagreed. Although his achievements are indeed very good, he still has a lot of gap compared to Ji Xiao, and he may even be surpassed by Fang Yan in the future. He thinks that he is very accurate in seeing people. Fang Yan's strength is definitely not inferior to his own in the same period. When several people were talking, they had already arrived at their destination. During this period, nature has many magical treasures. Bei Lai stopped them from moving forward, but in the end, they all turned into Daoshan, who was Fang Yan's experience, and sometimes Ji Xiao would shoot directly. There are not too many obstacles in this way. Sitting in front of them is a huge altar, about 20 meters high, and the altar is engraved with dense patterns of demi. This made Zhou Rucheng and the others move, and looked at everything in front of them with joy. Is this the same as the previous picture? Fang Yan also recognized the pictures on the altar, which were related to what he saw on Timon before. It's the previous 093 legend said. Rigakuza and Regichkas defeated Gulatin and Kyogre rescued. The legend of the world, Zhou Rucheng said excitedly. With the help of Regichkas, Riftsa defeated Gulatin and Kyogre. Jian deprived them of some power, i.e. they fell into a deep sleep, and the 2 beads shaped by the power of Gulatin and Kyogre were destroyed by Cain here. Are they? Fang Yan frowned slightly, which seemed to be very similar to the plot in the game. This should be Ruby and Sapphire, right? What do you know? Ji Xiao also asked curiously at this time. This guy knows a lot of things that others don't. Fang Yan glanced at the other people with vague eyes. Indicates that there are 86 here. Ji Xiao nodded and motioned for him to say it directly. I just heard that in one place before. Anyone who can get rubies and emeralds can command Kyogre and Gulatin to enter. Fang Yan also said after pondering for a while. New Gerger Expressway debut. Chapter 118 Pillar of God. New Gerger Expressway debut. What? Heard Fang Yan's word. Ji Xiao was also shocked to know that Gulatin and Gauka were super bosses. If they were in their prime, they were all at the same level as who? This is still under the circumstance of the blessing of Ho-Oh's priesthood. Point. Shenxiang said to each other. As long as you get the so-called Ruby and Sapphire, you can have the power to control them. Doesn't this mean that these things have the power to destroy the world? Wait, it looks like a legend in the family. It means that this place has the power to destroy the world. Could it be these 2 gems? It just, knowing these 2 gems, why didn't the predecessors take these things away? Maybe it's true. Zhou Rucheng stared at the statue and said, you can see that after the 2 beads were separated, they once fell into the hands of humans for a short time. Humans used these 2 beads to help Kaikong seek to put Chayaka and Guratin into a deep sleep. Heart. Is this really helpful? Fang Yan glanced at it thoughtfully. Why does he feel that those humans are trying to control Kyogre and Gulatin and Risikuza? Are we fighting too? For human being, he always has a deep vigilance, and thinks about it because he is human and understands human being. Humans may be more destructive than Pokemon themselves. You think it's so easy to control Kyogre and Gulatin? Fang Yan then smiled uneasily. Indeed, this is not something we can control at will, Zhou Rucheng said with deep conviction. After Wu Tianji and others recorded the carvings here, they found a step beside them, walked up the step to the altar. Sure enough, it's their name. Fang Yan Yan saw 2 blue and 1 red gems shining brightly on the altar when he climbed the step. Is this gem just put here? At this time, Sun Renhui was a little dumbfounded and forced back, regardless of what Fang Zi had said before about controlling Kyogre and Gulatin. But these 2 gems should be related to Kyogre and Mian Raton. Wouldn't it be very unsafe to put them here like this too? Does Regichkas have such a big heart? Aren't they afraid that a jerk will take this away? Ji Xiao on the side was also a little silent. After a long time, she spoke up, said, no, it's not that there is no protection, but no one can take it away. Thinking, Zhou Rucheng turned his eyes to Ji Xiao9 and wanted to know the reason. This secret realm exists because of these 2 gems. If you take these 2 gems in one day, the secret realm will collapse. The person who takes the gems will also die here. I have already asked Shinado. I can't use teleportation here. Ji Xiao said slowly. Can't even your Shinado do it? Zhou Rucheng nodded slightly. It seems that it is indeed impossible to take them away. At the same time, his heart was slightly relieved. Yes, these 2 gems are. I am afraid they are really as they guessed before. So once they leave here, it will be too dangerous. 890. If you can't take the tune, that's the best ending. Not only that, there are actually guards here, and there are more than one. Fang Yan then said slowly. He walked step by step towards the gem. This made Wu Tianji startled and subconsciously wanted to stop Fang Yan. However, it was stopped by Zhou Rucheng. He also wanted to know what the secret here. When Fang Yan approached the 2 gems one step at a time that was standing there, the 2 J's on the side have changed. They gradually showed their original appearance. This is Lei Zhizhong chatting with Regis Heelu. Zhou Rucheng also acclaimed suddenly. Reggae V97 3-level electric. Regis Heelu IV98 3-level god. This was discovered by Fang Yan when he was on the altar before. If there was no system, he would not have been able to find it. This pillar, which seems to be somewhat provocative by Saigon, turned out to be the legendary Reggae and Regis. It should be the most low-key legendary Pokémon, right? Reggie Ace and Reggie said that Heelu did not attack Fang Yan directly, but came to Fang Yan and the dots in front of the gems kept flashing. They signaled Fang Yan and others to leave here and go up. Before we came here, we were watching this place, right? Fang Yan was not afraid of Reggae and Regis Heelu's disease. In fact, most of the legendary Pokémon still get along very well, except for some who have a particularly bad temper. At least the 3 god pillars did not take the initiative to step on human. Reggie, leave. Humans, Li Dahao. Here, Regis opened his mouth. We are not malicious. On the contrary, we are also very worried about the situation of these 2 gems. I just want to see if you guys will wake up. Fang Yan took 2 steps back and comforted. There is a concept of priesthood in this book, such as Gulatin and Kyogre's return to the original strength will be very powerful, but belong to the same level as those level gods. After all, they do not have priesthood. Gulatin and Kyogre, it's just ancient Pokemon, but their strength is too strong, but there is no priesthood. They are D, but they are not god. Just like Kyogre is from the sea. Creator. The god of the sea is Lugia. In my setting, the gods have the strength comparable to them under the blessing of the priesthood. A point. Chapter 119. Good luck egg. New Gurgur Expressway debut. Reggie, gem dangerous. Get out of here. Reggie continued. Okay, let's get out of here right away. Fang Yan replied to Reggae immediately, and also looked at Zhou Rucheng Botu. No matter what, this is the real person in charge of this operation. Zhou Rucheng Botu didn't say anything, since we already know what's going on here. Let us get out of here. He is also curious about the things here, and their results here are not bad. Got so many. The living ancient Pokemon also know a lot of myths about the ancient time. It is also the best result to let Ruby and Sapphire stay here. I believe that there are Reggae and Regis Heelu to protect this place, plus particularity here. No one should be able to take these things away. 9. Unless Gulatin and Kyogre come in person. If they come in person, there is no way for humans to do anything at that time, and it seems that as long as you don't do anything with these 2 gems, Reggae and Regis Heelu won't say anything. Fang Yan also said at this time, if you want to do it, you can do some research on the periphery, but try not to disturb the Pokemon life here. Listen to Fang Yan's word. The opposite Reggae and Regis Will didn't react. They just stood there silently. Don't give anyone a chance to get close to the 2 gems. As for the others, as Pingxi and Fang Yan said, they are not so important. But what makes Fang Yan curious is that there seems to be a lack of Regilockle here. Where is Regilock, who is paired with these 2? Regilock, Reggae, and Regis Will are in world. It is not uncommon to be a Pokemon created by Regichkas. In a way, Regichkas, who Lugia, it can be regarded as the largest child in the Pokemon world. There are a group of younger brothers under his hand. If that's the case, then it's too good to stand up. Dr. Zhou Rucheng heard the word. His eyes were high, and he was trying to block the place so that no outsiders would come here. What? But if Reggae and Regis Chihu are here, it will be enough to suppress those who have a bad heart. When they go out, just say they got Reggae and Regis Will's approval. You can study that secret secret place, but don't disturb life here. I don't think there will be any problem. At the same time, I will also arrange for people to come and protect the periphery of the secret realm. Ji Xiao also said, although there are Reggae and Regis Hilu guarding, but not just anyone here. Fruitful. If nothing else, I am afraid that apart from the researchers of the Lord Taken, no one else will be able to come in. As for opening out, is that possible? Even in this part of the world there is a lot of competition with country. Care. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Explore the secret realm. Send Sci-fi all the secrets of the secret realm and get 15,000 points. The reward will be Z pieces of elf egg, and the points before the month are 79,542. Well, you actually rewarded elf egg. Hearing this news, Fang Yan was also surprised. For points or something, Fang Yan is still prepared, but the reward elf egg S is the first. I don't know what Pokemon eggs will be. Will they be divine beasts? However, Fang Yan did not investigate the situation here. Still need to wait until everything is over before going home. Do your research. With the permission of Regis and Regis Hilu, Dr. Zhou Rucheng also explored the secret realm. When they returned to the ground, it was already late at night. However, Zhou Rucheng and others did not feel tired because of this. Without question, their results today are huge. 10. I went back to the tent to wash up Fen Chengwen, Fang Yan, and then I had time to check the Pokemon eggs that were all rewarded. Pokemon egg, good luck egg Tianwang. It turned out to be a lucky egg. Seeing this information, Fang Yan was also stunned for a moment. Subsequently, a burst of relief. It seems that the lucky egg is also quite good. Talking about in the world of Pokemon, what Pokemon take care of humans and Pokemon the most? It's not Shinado, who is pretended to be a maid by many people, and it's not some other electronic treasure, but the lucky egg family, especially their evolved auspicious egg, or simply the standard configuration of the Pokemon Center. Nowadays, the lucky egg is a family, and it is rare to see wild ones outside. There are a lot of auspicious eggs in the government, but to get them from them, it also takes a lot of process. Fang Yan's family has 2 auspicious egg. Egg often helps mother with chores. Seems to be mother brought here. During this time, Sun Renhui was always taking care of Fang Yan's Pokemon. Before the number was small, Fang Yan could come by himself, but now the number is actually a bit larger. It's not bad to have such a lucky egg too. The system is still very friendly. The current official Long Cheng of lucky egg is mostly Xiaofudan. To be honest, the author liked this name very much, so I still use lucky egg so that everyone is familiar with it. Zeta New Gurgur High-Speed Debut. Chapter 120. Open up. New Gurgur Expressway Debut. Good luck egg. Baby Tyrannosaurus. 150 points. Fang Yan is quite satisfied with the reward for this time. That baby Tyrannosaurus will be his main Pokemon in the future. Is it convenient for me to come in? Just when Fang Yan was about to fall asleep, Ji Yao's voice appeared outside the tent. Come in, Feng Yan said immediately. Your performance is very good today. Jobo, she is very good to your senses. I may have to stay here for a while. What are you going to do next? Ji Xiao sat down in front of Fang Yan, directly asked. I don't know. Just go for a walk. Maybe go back to Hangzhou. It's time for Sun Renhui to go home. She's going to start school soon. Me too. I haven't seen my mother for almost 2 months. Fang Yan thought for a while and then opened his mouth a lot. Although he came here with memory, he really regards Wang Shuyao as his mother. His attitude is extremely dependent, even if his mental age seems to be similar to Wang Shuyao. Go back to Hangzhou, then say goodbye to your mother for me. Ji Fuyao nodded slightly and said with a sigh on her face, do you know my mother? After hesitating for a while, Fang Yan still asked. Although one is a champion, the other is a housewife, the two didn't seem to have any intersection. It seemed that after their birth, the only time their mother left Hengcheng was when she accompanied Zixian to conquer the burning worm. But Fang Yan still feels a little old in his heart. It's impossible. This kind of demon is a daughter-in-law meeting her mother-in-law, right? Who knows? Ji Xiao smiled noncommittally, but didn't say much. But I'm curious, how did you know those secrets? Maybe it was born. What? Fang Yan chuckled. But this kind of thing, he believed that no one would believe such a thing. Do you know it? If it was you, then I would believe it. Ji Xiao nodded. I have no intention of continuing to inquire. This made Fang Yan a little estrus. What going on too? Does the young lady believe in herself so much? Mao. 8. The silence of both parties made the atmosphere in the tent strange. This tent is still very large, even a little small. Sitting in front of Ji Luoyao, Fang Yan could even smell the light fragrance of talk emanating from Ji Xiao's body. Fang Yan finally decided to continue and said, what happened to Chen Dao before too? Is he from another force? Mention Chen Dao. Ji Xiao's Daimei is also from Wei Ku, Hu Guanjin's side. He is also a annoying guy. He like you. Fang Fen's expression became a little weird. That Chen Dao was a complete idiot, and he didn't wash his hair for a long time. Such people are also chasing Ji Xiao. This is not what the toad wants. Do you eat on me? Perhaps. Ji Xiao obviously didn't like to mention this aspect, and there was a touch touch of disgust on her face. It's a crazy dream, Fang Yan sneered. At the same time, he felt that he should have done it secretly just now. Long. Ji Shirui just smiled and looked at Fang Yan quietly. She didn't say too much about Fang Tan's evaluation. Her county has become accustomed to other people's attitude towards her. After a long time, Ji Xiao said, it's almost impossible for the holy maiden of Fenghuang Tower to get married, unless that person has credit that no one else can refute or has been recognized by Fenghuang. After so many years in the tower, the only saint who married was because of her affairs at that time. Others did not know. When I found out, I already had a body. When I was pregnant, there was a lot of turmoil at the time, but fortunately, Huang appeared and recognized the matter. It was calmed down. But this is only an exception. The others are imprisoned to death. Second for flowers, she, and this matter. Fang Fa was a little shocked, but the heart is, the complexity of the film, isn't the woman in front of you the holy maiden of Fenghuang Tower. But if you ask, he said weakly, I found the transparent bell for you, does that count? But after he finished speaking, he also regretted a little. Things are said. Ji Xiao just squinted at Fang Yan without speaking. 0 This guy. 1. It was a shame to be looked at by the other party like this. But soon, Fang Yan also looked at Ji Xiao without showing weakness. Since I said it. I want to become the strongest man in the world. How can I admit defeat in terms of momentum? It seems that he felt the seriousness in Fang Yan's eye. Ji Xiao also said, your strength is still too weak. I am really weak now. Fang Yan did not deny this. The Sum and Victini. There are only 3, but the burning has reached the edge of evolution, waiting for it to evolve. You will also have an extra jade card in your hand. However, I have decided to perform the task after participating in the national championships next year. I believe that I will soon be qualified to challenge the King of Heaven. Fang Yan did not have the slightest doubt about his future. Recently, he has been intentionally slowing down the speed of his own upgrade of the Pokémon level. Otherwise, as that's so, then continue to work hard. Ji Xiao chuckled lightly and stretched out her green jade fingers on Fang Yan's forehead. Said softly, maybe one day you can really die. Chapter 121 Quick Boost. New Gerger Expressway debut. 2. Fang Yan has been stepping aside from the alliance, intentionally or unintentionally, for a long time. It's like if he finds something wrong, he will contact Grandpa Heater. These actions can bring Motai's benefit to Fang Yan. Maybe something on his own. A gentleman can do it, but don't leave a name for good deed. This is not Fang Yan's style. If he did this, he would be in trouble. Grandpa He also helped him to note that S did a good deed and could get credit. These credits can be exchanged for good things from the Alliance headquarters. In the future, if he wants to perform the King Challenge, it will also require total credit. Existing credit plus spent credit reaches a certain level. It can be said that Fang Yan just set off for a trip. 2 inches 313 is already, and I am preparing for my future. He has no intention of becoming the king of the world, nor does he have any intention of destroying the world. He prefers to stay the way he is now. Wife and children are hot on the Kong head or something, or they will cultivate some forces of their own. 9 But this is not the same as becoming a king or a champion. In Dokkan, the status of kings and champions is quite high, especially in the army. In addition to the champion, and some special entry can be restricted, almost has represented the highest power. There is no meaning to be a dog for anyone at all. Fang Yan is still very interested in becoming a champion, starting with the king. He even sometimes thinks that if he had become Tianyu before that cheap father came back, he would become his immediate boss. How would that be? It's exciting to think about, isn't it? This is not a statement of someone being a slave, so Fang Tan doesn't mind that. Of course, if in the future, if he gets other legendary treasures from the god, and someone wants to attack him, Fang Sheng doesn't mind. Let them taste what despair is. Fang Yan didn't think he was anything. What a good man and a woman. However, after this chat, Fang Yan felt that his relationship with Jiming Yao was much closer. During the next few days of getting along, her attitude towards herself was much better than before. At the same time, Fang Yan will accompany Zhou Ruchengbo plus them to the secret realm from time to time in the next few days. In addition to protecting their engine, he will also instantly fight against these powerful magical powers. Yes, these magical treasures are all quite powerful, but the United States and France use their own skills well. It is a good object for Fang Yan to brush experience. For Fang Yan's behavior, 2 weeks of Ruchengbo is also welcome. Move these defeated Pokemon just to help them with their research. It could even if you don't recover some blood, right? In just 3 days, Fang Yan's magical treasure strength has been greatly improved. Even in the burning, it has been upgraded to V59, evolved into Vulcan Moth, and reached V61. In one breath, look at the strength of Tianwang Pokemon Bay. Flame Chicken V64 Champion, Wind Speed Dog V65 Champion, Vulcan Moth V61 Champion, Victini V66 First Class God, Leaf Elf V51 Champion, Metal Monster V4 Champion, Fire Breathing Dragon V41 Tianwang, Chunglong V35 5 Tianyu, Yang Sea Lion V18, Tianyu, Round Land Shark Y.19, Champion, Frog Grass V28, Tianwang. This is Fang Yan's current rank. Of course, 2 Pokemon Egg has not yet joined. Minute. If other people knew, Fang Yan now has 4 Pokemon of the Heavenly King level. I'm afraid it can't be calm no matter what. Right. After all, he was still so young. Even Ji Xiao and Zhou Rucheng were surprised when they discovered the Vulcan Moth. Another Heavenly King Pokemon. This guy is only 16 years old. Right. Is this going to go against the sky? To this, Fang Yan didn't care that he liked this feeling very much. If he didn't want his Pokemon to level up too fast, he even wanted to retreat here. There are many powerful Pokemon here. However, after the Lan Yen, Ji Xiao will accompany Zhou Rucheng Bo to Jicheng. After all, the incident this time was really too important. They also needed to hold a meeting to explain the situation. The king, Wu Tianji and Qin Yin stayed here. Seems to be researching something. Above that pothole, even established a large research institute, which seems to be devoted to the study of those ancient Pokemon. This has nothing to do with Fang Yan. When Ji Xiao and the others left, he also left with Sun Rinhui. Of course, he left behind the contact information of Qin Ying and others. This time, the relationship between them is still very pleasant. Point 8. Both parties also became friends. 22. Where are we going next? Sun Rinhui asked in a more direct manner. If she goes home like this, she is a little unwilling. There are still more than 10 days before the start of school. They should. You can also play outside for 5 or 6 days. Let's go to Rongcheng. I haven't been there yet, and the hot pot there seems to be quite delicious, Fang Yan said after thinking about it. Rongcheng. It seems to be good too. And it's not far from here. Sun Rinhui didn't say much after hearing this. Oh, the place where they are located is not far from Rongcheng. If the anti-Ozao dog runs with them, it will be enough for half a day. In this regard, although the wind speed dog may feel fatigued, but this is also a kind of training. Therefore, Fang Yan decisively chose this religious method. New Gurgur Expressway debut. Chapter 122. Eggs by Kira. New Gurgur Expressway debut. Hiss. It's spicy, but it's really delicious. Sun Rinhui shouted spicy while eating hot pot. Her little face also became red because of the spicy food. It was really cute. Fang Tan, on the other hand, ate them lightly. For these spicy tastes, he had been used to it since he was a child. After all, fire-type Pokemon usually eat spicy food. Even the energy cubes are spicy. And if you want to take good care of them, you also need to try their food. Second start. Fang Yan couldn't bear the smell at all, but he got used to it after a long time. Even the energy cube tastes pretty good. Although it looks like dog food, he still has a certain ability to eat spicy food. However, the look in Sun Rinhui's eyes turned strange. This woman doesn't seem to know how to eat spicy food. I just don't know what will happen to her tomorrow. Anyway, Fang Yan still can't forget the burning feeling somewhere. It's delicious. You can eat more. Fang Yan decisively gave Sun 28 Rinhui a few more pieces of meat and said with a black belly, "To Fang Yan." At this time, a surprised voice came from not far away. Fang Yan and Sun Renwei turned to look over. Fang Yan found that he seemed to know this woman. This is exactly Shi Jasmine, the woman he knew in the magic capital before. Are you Shi Jasmine? Fang Yan thought for a while before saying the other person's name. Are you traveling here too? My home is in Rongcheng, and the owner of the former Rongcheng gym is my father. Are you here to challenge Jim Min? Shi Moli asked curiously. Please sit down. Fang Yan looked at Shi Moli and invited her to sit down by herself, and then said, 1 inch are you challenging the Rongcheng gym? I haven't thought about it. I just got here just now. Is that so? Shi Jasmine nodded slightly. You must have collected a lot of mold, right? Well, I have already collected 5. There are still 3 left. I am not in a hurry now, and the owner of the Rongcheng gym is an extremely powerful earth trainer. I was the king of the rock type before. 7. I hope to challenge the permanent in the future. At the time of micro chapter, challenge him again. Fang Yan thought for a while and said, if he can, he wants to have a real battle with the master of the Rongcheng gym, but his current strength is not enough. The next 3 badges. Fang Yan has some plan, except for the Jicheng gym. In addition, the Westfield will find a gym with relatively weak rank. Choose to challenge the permanent badge. Is that so? Shimoli nodded slightly. 2 inches. I really hope to play against you in the national Taisai. My Shakira is an evolutionary mouth. Have you evolved? That's really congratulations. Fang Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. However, the inner agency did not have too many waves. It seems that he has improved more in this period of time. In all aspects. How do you want to fight? Shi Jasmine asked Fang Yan an invitation. Fight. Fang Yanwei, shaking his head slightly, he said, sorry, this time, my Pokemon have experienced too many battles and need a break. His Pokemon now need more training. With the increase in level, Fang Yan assigned them the training task, getting heavier and heavier. Is that so? That's really a pity. Shimoli sighed softly, not thinking about it. For Fang Yan's efforts she is quite recognized. Too, she does not act silently. Fang Yan is timid or something. It should be that Pokémon is really too tired. The land of Bashu. There are often trainers from other places. Come here to train Pokémon. By the way, there will be an auction at my house tomorrow. If possible, come and have a look together. Then Shimoli continued. This time, there is an egg from Yukira. Although God bet how. We are not very clear. 9. Oh, Fang Zi looked at Shicheli in surprise. To be honest, in Bangira, he was still very interested in the more absolutely powerful mobile fort. Except the speed is too slow. It's really good. And Fang Yan does seem to lack Pokémon like Bangira. The only one. The headache is the consumption of training. Even if Fang Yan's family is Tuyi too, the family is rich. But Bangira specializes in edible minerals. It is difficult to buy 047 with money. Minute. Although total point can be purchased. But Fang Yan wants to upgrade now. Carrying a small world with him, along with the increase of his own Pokémon. With the improvement of his strength, he needs a larger small world. 100,000 point. Not so easy to accumulate. Well, it's in the family. Only the egg born by Shakira was auctioned as the finale of the auction because she was not sure of her talent. To this, Shimo Li also did not hide these things. As long as you participate, the auction will know. Of course, if you have something to sell, you can also ask us to auction it. Our auction house is the largest in the southwest region. Shimoli continued. Okay, we'll be there tomorrow. After Fang Yan agreed, Han Moli handed an invitation letter to him. Let's keep the fourth update recently. After all, the Chinese New Year is coming soon. I can't do it if I want to do it. And I also take care of the finances of the 3 companies. They are all from my own family or relative. I need to help after the Chinese New Year. So sorry for pulling. 2. Chapter 122 Eggs by Kira. New Burger Expressway debut. Hiss. It's spicy, but it's really delicious. Sun Renhui shouted spicy while eating hot pot. Her little face also became red because of the spicy food. It was really cute. Fang Tan, on the other hand, ate them lightly. For these spicy tastes, he had been used to it since he was a child. After all, fire-type Pokemon usually eat spicy food. Even the energy cubes are spicy. And if you want to take good care of them, you also need to try their food. Second start. Fang Yan couldn't bear the smell at all, but he got used to it after a long time. Even the energy cube tastes pretty good. Although it looks like dog food, he still has a certain ability to eat spicy food. However, the look in Sun Renhui's eyes turned strange. This woman doesn't seem to know how to eat spicy food. I just don't know what will happen to her tomorrow. Anyway, Fang Yan still can't forget the burning feeling somewhere. It's delicious. You can eat more. Fang Yan decisively gave Sun 28 Renhui a few more pieces of meat and said with a black belly, 2. Fang Yan. At this time, a surprised voice came from not far away. Fang Yan and Sun Renhui turned to look over. Fang Yan found that he seemed to know this woman. This is exactly Shi Jasmine, the woman he knew in the magic capital before. Are you Shi Jasmine? Fang Yan thought for a while before saying the other person's name. Are you traveling here too? My home is in Rongcheng, and the owner of the former Rongcheng gym is my father. Are you here to challenge Jim Min? Shimoli asked curiously. Please sit down. Fang Yan looked at Shimoli and invited her to sit down by herself, and then said, 1 inch, are you challenging the Rongcheng gym? I haven't thought about it. I just got here just now. As that's so. Shi Jasmine nodded slightly. You must have collected a lot of mold, right? Well, I have already collected 5. There are still 3 left. I am not in a hurry now, and the owner of the Rongcheng gym is an extremely powerful earth trainer. I was the king of the rock type before. 7. I hope to challenge the permanent in the future. At the time of micro chapter, challenge him again. Fang Yan thought for a while and said, if he can, he wants to have a real battle with the master of the Rongcheng gym, but his current strength is not enough. The next 3 badges. Fang Yan has some plan, except for the Jicheng gym. In addition, the Westfield will find a gym with relatively weak rank. Choose to challenge the permanent badge. As that's so. Shimoli nodded slightly. 2 inches. I really hope to play against you in the national Taisai. My Shakira is an evolutionary mouth. Have you evolved? That's really congratulations. Fang Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. However, the inner agency did not have too many waves. It seems that he has improved more in this period of time. In all aspects. How do you want to fight? Shi Jasmine asked Fang Yan an invitation. Fight. Fang Yanwei, shaking his head slightly, he said, sorry, this time, my Pokemon have experienced too many battles and need a break. His Pokemon now need more training. With the increase in level, Fang Yan assigned them the training task, getting heavier and heavier. As that's so. That's really a pity. Shimoli sighed softly, not thinking about it. For Fang Yan's efforts she is quite recognized. Too, she does not act silently. Fang Yan is timid or something. It should be that Pokemon is really too tired. The land of Bashu. There are often trainers from other places. Come here to train Pokemon. By the way, there will be an auction at my house tomorrow. If possible, come and have a look together. Then Shimoli continued. This time, there is an egg from Yukira. Although God bet how. We are not very clear. 9. fine. Oh, Fang Zi looked at Shi Cheli in surprise. To be honest, in Bangira, he was still very interested in the more absolutely powerful mobile fort. Except the speed is too slow. It's really good. And Fang Yan does seem to lack Pokemon like Bangira. The only one. The headache is the consumption of training. Even if Fang Yan's family is too yi too, the family is rich. But Bangira specializes in edible minerals. It is difficult to buy 047 with money. Minute. Although total point can be purchased. But Fang Yan wants to upgrade now. Carrying a small world with him, along with the increase of his own Pokemon. With the improvement of his strength, he needs a larger small world. 100,000 points. Not so easy to accumulate. Well, it's in the family. Only the egg born by Shakira was auctioned as the finale of the auction because she was not sure of her talent. To this, Shimo Li also did not hide these things. As long as you participate, the auction will know. Of course, if you have something to sell, you can also ask us to auction it. Our auction house is the largest in the southwest region. Shimo Li continued. Okay, we'll be there tomorrow. After Fang Yan agreed, Han Moli handed an invitation letter to him. Let's keep the fourth update recently. After all, the Chinese New Year is coming soon. I can't do it if I want to do it, and I also take care of the finances of the three companies. They are all from my own family or relative. I need to help after the Chinese New Year. So sorry for pulling. 2. Chapter 123 Standard Male Sophomore Opening. New Gerger Expressway debut. Jasmine didn't stay here for too long. She just left after saying a few words. Just not long after she left, two men came to the door. This made Fang Yan frown slightly. To be honest, he doesn't like to cause trouble very much, but if those things really involve him, Fang Yan won't be afraid. Are you Fang Yan? Wei has a man who looks quite good, dressed in a suit, very temperament. At first glance, among many novels, the female protagonist dog licking in the novel clearly has very good condition, but willingly wants to be a dog licking of the kind. But when I saw Fang Yan, the other party was also obviously stunned for a moment. Obviously, he knew Fang Yan, but he didn't expect to meet Fang Yan here. Below Yan. What's your king? Fang Yan said lightly after eating a piece of meat. Let fight. 21. The man said to Fang Yan with a fighting intent in his eyes. Do Pokemon see combat? Sorry, I refuse. Fang Yan said indifferently. Jasmine before. 2. He didn't accept it, and now there is another person he doesn't know, so he has no time. Why? Are you not an excellent trainer? You should accept the challenge at this time. Right, the man said with unwillingness. First, I don't know who you are. I don't think I need to accept a random challenge from a stranger. Second, I didn't say it. As a Pokemon trainer 9, it is necessary to accept a random person the challenge. The first gasped. My Pokemon state is not very good. Fang Gong said lightly. He felt right to himself. It should be because of Shi Cheli's relationship. Just found myself. As that's oh. I am sorry. Hello, I'm Zhao Mingcheng and Shi Moli's unmarried go to Xie. The other party was stunned for a moment. Down, and then quickly introduced himself. Going unmarried. Fang Yan glanced at the other party with a strange expression. The name was very recognizable. After all, it is very similar to a famous person in history in a previous life. But this seems to have nothing to do with me. Right. Point. You defeated her. Zhao Mingcheng looked at Fang Yan with bright eyes. She doesn't like me. She likes men who are stronger than her. So you want to defeat me, to prove that you can defeat her. Fang Yan's blue dad said strangely. No, I can beat her luck, but I don't want to beat her. Zhao Ming. If there is no network in the city, it is the truth. Fang Yan's mouth twitched. What is this weird theory? You can beat her. You have already gone to her. What's my business? Because you like her too, so you don't want to defeat her. So are you going to defeat everyone who defeated her? Sun Renhui asked curiously at this time. This made Fang Yan look at her strangely. A look. Now are people who think like this worthy? This kind of brain circuit is common to people. That it. Zhao Mingcheng's face brightened. Then he looked at Sun Renhui with a little surprise. This lady. Who are you? If it wasn't for the other person talking, she really almost didn't notice the other person. Quote. Sun Renhui, my childhood sweetheart. Looking at the other party like this, Fang Yan also rolled his eyes directly. But then again, although Sun Renhui doesn't have the concealment ability like the Saint Wei, it seems that among people of the same age, the more outstanding the man is, the more it is easy to accidentally forget her too. It's just this kind of thing. It is different from the weak sense of existence of Sage Megumi. Therefore, Fang Yan was never afraid of being pried into a corner. Hello, son. Ren Wei politely nodded to Zhao Mingcheng. Hello. Zhao Mingcheng then looked at Fang Yan. So fight with me. %01. Sorry. Funny, my Pokemon are tired and I think, if you really like each other, just say it directly, or if you have the strength, beat the other person and let her see your strength. Fang Yan said indifferently. The more consequences of behavior like yours, the greater the likelihood of being a dog licker. Lick the dog. What kind of weird adjective is that? But think about it. It seems to be very appropriate. You have some truth in what you said. But I'm not ready and you defeated her. I want to fight you more. Zhao Mingcheng said with a positive expression. Seeing him so persistent, Fang Yan frowned. This guy is really persistent. But he still seemed to say, I'm sorry, I'm not very interested in the rule. Then up the ante. I'll tell you a secret if you can beat me. It's about Zunzu. Originally, I planned to conquer it myself, Zhao Mingcheng said with a serious look. Quasi-god. Fang Yan raised his eyebrows. The message is accurate. He admits to having a little bit of an interest. Last time I almost captured it. Unfortunately it escaped. Now I have its approximate location. Zhao Mingcheng said very seriously. I think the reputation of our Zhao family should be good. Promise, no problem on. Fang Yan nodded slightly. The other party's family background is also not simple. Fang Yan was moved by the conditions offered by the other party. Although it was just a piece of information, he might not be able to find that Pokémon, but it would be good to find La. If Jiu is subdued or not, then we will talk about it after we find it. It just so happens that Fang Yan has nothing to do. What the matter? Then it's noon tomorrow. After thinking about it, Fang Yan said, my Pokémon really can't fight back today. Okay, there is no such thing as sending a girl or not. I said it myself. That woman is not the protagonist dish, and I haven't said a few words, not even a friend. The key is not necessarily good looking, isn't it? It's impossible for the heroine to have a name like Shimoru, right? Zeta New Gurgur High-Speed Debut. Chapter 124 Fighting. New Gurgur Expressway Debut. At noon the next day, Zhao Mingcheng, as the host, came to invite Fang Yan and the others to eat. But when he saw Sun Renhui, his expression became strange. The two lived together, but because of the spicy food, Sun Renhui felt that the gathering place was hot today. Even walking became inconvenient. Therefore, when Zhao Mingcheng found the picture of the two walking up, he obviously wanted to be crooked. Man, this is multifaceted. Sun Renhui will become like this. This guy has two kidneys made of steel, right? I'm really envious. Unfortunately, nothing happened to Fang Thief and Sun Renhui yesterday. Zhao Mingcheng was just thinking crooked. This hotel is my family's property, is also a time-honored brand here in Bashu. Zhao Mingcheng said to Fang Yan, a kind of first appearance like a spring breeze. To be honest, if this guy hadn't become a licking dog, he would be fine. Too bad it's a licking dog. Fang Yan took a piece of nine-tailed tofu and nodded in satisfaction. In fact, the taste is also the same as Mapo tofu. It's just this world. Pokemon's name is used for many food names, like this nine-tailed tofu. In the beginning, it was made by two trainers for the nine tails to eat. Actually, I'm very curious that on your terms, there is no problem in finding a good woman. Why would you want to be a dog? Licking dog. Good. Then he opened his mouth to inquire. Licking a dog is a description of Mingcheng's mouth twitching one by one. The adjective licking a dog seems to be too appropriate to describe him, but this makes him very unhappy. After thinking about it, Zhao Mingcheng opened the mouth and said, it should be that I have been married to her since I was a child, but she is very cold to me. It is not like other women's ship. It's even fierce to me sometimes. It makes me feel that she is different from other daughters. Listen to his word. Fang Yan's mouth twitched. This guy has a battered paralysis. Okay too. Point. But think about it carefully. It seems that many protagonists of novels are in this rhythm because of the people they care about. Do you have a different attitude towards yourself than others? Okay, after dinner, it's time for us to fight. To be honest, even without Jasmine's relationship, I'm looking forward to fighting with you. You won. Fight. After eating, Zhao Mingcheng said with a serious look. Okay, 3v3 or 6v8? Fang Yan asked. 3v3. After all, I am a few years older than you. Zhao Mingcheng smiled wryly. He is already 26 years old. Compared with Fang Yan, he is too old and 26 years old. The gap between 16 years old and 16 years old is not 36 years old. That's when the gap to 46 is the fastest. Okay. Fang Yan nodded slightly, and used it in the battlefield of the three-person hotel. There was a referee waiting here early, and Sun Renhui was sitting there, on the side of the audience. Come out and get on Gengar. Do well in the first battle. Vulcan Moth. The two released their own Pokemon at the same time. Gengar won Volt 58, King of Heaven. Is it just Gengar, the representative of Ghost Pokemon? Fang Yan's eyes showed a dignified look, just like the stock that he investigated before. The Zhao Mingcheng family is best at Thai Pokemon. Vulcan Moth, or the Shining evolved at this age, is amazing. Little did he know. At this moment, Zhao Mingcheng feels more in his heart than he does. Horrible. Vulcan Moth is the most difficult magical treasure to evolve. This difficulty is comparable to that of a quasi-god, but Fang Yan has done it, which is simply incredible. Then let's start. Fang Yan chuckled lightly. Regardless of whether the other party was ready or not, he said directly, Huoshinmo, use hot air. Before the evolution, the burning insect skills were not many G, so even if its level was not low before, Fang Lun would not arrange it to fight, but it is still the same now. The evolved Vulcan Moth. Don't be too strong. As expected of a Pokemon that was thought to be the incarnation of the sun in ancient time. Single quote. Gengar, stay away. Use the strange right. ice. The Vulcan moth kept waving its wing, and at the same time, the wings behind it kept fanning out the wind, and the hot wind shrouded Gengar with flame. Gengar's black figure kept flashing his body, trying to avoid these hot winds, but unfortunately, Zhao Mingcheng still underestimated the 3 pairs of wings behind the Vulcan moth. Its hot air range is not smaller than that of a magical treasure like a fire-breathing dragon, or even more than that. Zhang. The hit was also a cry of pain. Vulcan moth. Use fire dance. Then Fang Yan took this opportunity to quickly give instructions for the next step. Gengar. Use raid. I saw Gengar's figure flashing, at a speed that is difficult for ordinary people to feel, came in front of Vulcan moth and waved his fist at it. 9-0. The whole body of Vulcan moth is surrounded by layers of flame. Facing Gengar's entrustment, he was not afraid, and greeted Gengar with the flames around him. Vulcan moth uses mental strong thought. Fang Yan said loudly at this time. What will be mentally strong? And Chapter 125 Arrival of She Jasmine. New Gerger Expressway debut. Vulcan moth. It is rare to see the Vulcan moth who learns to strengthen the mind. It is even rarer because of the sneak attack. The Gengar at this moment has come to the front of Vulcan moth. Vulcan moth plus points is easy to activate the mental strength. It surrounded Gengar with unparalleled power. Then I used it out, and at the same time the smell of destruction fell on Gengar. Boom! On. The entire 5-level field has also become somewhat broken due to the outbreak of strong mental thought. Those spectators who were attracted by the battle were shocked when they saw it. This kind of destructive power seems to be really strong. Zhang Ghost. Zhao Mingcheng saw Zhang Ghost's appearance. He couldn't help but let out a soft cry. He didn't expect Fang Yan's Shiju to be so powerful. Even if he had already looked at Fang Yan very much before, he didn't think that he already had the magic and other shells of the Heavenly King. Are young people so powerful now? Looking at Gengar's guard appearance, Zhao Mingcheng responded quickly and said, Gengar, use the curse. What? Fang Yan's eyes widened after hearing Zhao Mingcheng's command. Leather jumped wildly. At the same time, my heart was screaming badly. There is no way to make Vulcan moth dodge this attack. Was a flash of purple in Gengar's eyes. A nail that seemed to be formed by energy pierced into Gengar's own body. At the same time, the body print of Vulcan moth seems to have a strange energy that made Vulcan moth feel extremely uncomfortable. Ding! Congrats to Ye Elf for leveling up by 1 month ago. V521. Ding! Congratulations on the level of fire-breathing dragon being upgraded by 1, and the former V42 inches. Has it been upgraded? Fang Yan's mouthfish looked at with a smile the incapacitated Gengar. He also took back the Vulcan moth and continued to fight with the Vulcan moth to go, but he was just taking his own humiliation. You are really amazing, far from being comparable to ordinary way-aged people. Zhao Mingcheng took a deep breath and said, %. So are you. Fang Yan pursed his lip. It's true that the Huotian moth was smothered, but there is no way to do it. After all, it is indeed quite troublesome to block the opponent's last letter of curse, unless your own strength is far greater than the opponent. Oh, then let go to the next round. I'm going to be serious next time. Zhao Mingcheng's expression also became serious, and Kong found a Pokémon from his weight. Together with Fang Yan, they released their second Pokémon. Next is you, the Dark Knight Demon. Dark Knight 1 Volt 63, Champion. Is it a Knight Demon with champion talent? However, Fang Yan is not very puzzled about this. There are some Pokémon that require special props to evolve. During evolution, there is a certain chance that the aptitude of Pokémon can be improved, not to mention the Dark Knight Demon. The cloth of the spiritual world is known as the second of the rarest evolutionary props. Please win. Fang Yan's second Pokémon is the Wind Speed Dog, although he doesn't want to admit it, but the Flame Chicken that can evolve from EGA has surpassed the Wind Speed Dog in combat effectiveness. This Wind Speed Dog, this breath is also a Pokémon of the Heavenly King. Zhao Mingcheng's single color condensed Dark Knight Demon. Use the Shadow Room. The Wind Speed Dog uses the Flame Wheel. The two quickly floated on the battlefield, and the Wind Speed Dog was very fast. Bra used the Flame Wheel to avoid the Shadow Fist of the Night Demon on the battlefield, still looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Spinning and jumping, I closed my eyes, dodging several times in a row. After the Wind Speed Dog finally found the opportunity, the hind leg slammed into the abdomen of the Night Demon. Just for a moment, it knocked the Dark Knight Demon back a few steps. Begfly Lu. It's a pity that in the process of fighting and retreating 7 years ago, Huo Wangling has lost his strength, otherwise, the Night Demon will suffer a lot of damage. Wind Speed Dog. Use Jet Flame. Darkness uses Shadow Ball. On the Vortex of Flame, Dark Knight Demon uses Night Demon. 2. Only Pokémon unfolded on the battle arena. A battle of yours. This moment dazzled everyone who saw it. It is indeed quite rare to be able to see such a battle. 2 people, Orishi Jasmine, came to the scene. When she came to Sun Renhui's side, she was still panting. Obviously, she came in a hurry. Sorry I'm late, Shimoli said apologetically to Sun Renhui. Because of my relationship. Bring you trouble. Point. She looked at the sun. The battle. The the Night Demon Inn. She was a little impressed with this magical treasure. Huahu saw it when she was a child. She just didn't expect Ru Ling Yuran to have such strength. When did Zhao Mingcheng become so powerful? Why didn't he know? Watching the battle, Jasmine found out whether it was a windspeed dog or a night demon. It seems that they all have the strength not inferior to their ace Bangira. This mean that Zhao Mingcheng was actually stronger than himself before. Thinking of this, Shimoli's expression changed. Sun Renhui shook his head slightly and said, "No, he's actually a good person. And the hospitality is also very good. Really, he's only capable of that. He doesn't have any courage at all." Shimoli curled her lip, but she still couldn't help looking at Zhao Mingcheng. Chapter 126. I don't want to fight with you like this. New Gerger Expressway debuted. It's not that he doesn't have the gut. It's that he cares too much about you. Sun Renhui tilted his head and said faintly, "For things like feeling, the first one to be serious will always lose." Hearing this, Jasmine was also silent. For Zhao Mingcheng, she may not have no feeling, but the man with her heart is always not enough. If Zhao Mingcheng was so strong when he was with him, then this would not be the case. There is also Fang Yan's strength, which seems to have improved a lot. During this period of time, what has he experienced? It seems that he can't slack off. After this auction is over, go find a place for the national competition. Ready. Zhao Mingcheng over there also seemed to have noticed the arrival of Shimoli's May 5-7. His whole body froze. Then his command became hesitant. It seemed that in front of Shimoli, he was always unable to express his previous appearance. Long. See the speed dog. Use the bite. After Fang Yan gave the command, he was stunned again. He frowned and looked at Zhao Mingcheng. What's wrong with this guy? He didn't even respond. Kacha Shang. Feng Sugo's bloody mouth bit down fiercely on the arm of the night demon, causing too many injuries in an instant. Ding! Congratulations on the Victini level. Raised by 1 level. And before IV 67. Are you looking down on me? Fang Yan said lightly as he looked at the fallen night demon and retracted the windspeed dog. The battle is no longer necessary to continue to Cloud 9. If you like it, you like it. If you like it, say it out loud. What kind of man does your mother-in-law look like? And what kind of man did you just look down on? Or do you look down on your Pokémon? You obviously have more strength than her. Why don't you show it? Come out. Are you afraid she will know that you are better than her? Fang Yan said indifferently. Then I really don't see it as a man. Get up with you. Zhao Mingcheng looked a little absent-mindedly at his night demon. The battle between Liqian and Fang Yan was actually still between the two, but because of Jasmine's arrival, he became timid. He didn't want the other party to see that he had surpassed Hong. Actually, you still want to be able to let her know your strength. Otherwise, you will not fight with me. Our fight is suspended. I hope to play against you in the national competition. Is to continue to speak. He beckoned to Sun Renhui, then left with Sun Renhui, and handed over the scene to Zhao Mingcheng and Shimoli. Fang Yan didn't care much about their subsequent result. The two parties could only be called acquaintances. Maybe they could also be called friends, but he's not a matchmaker either. He's not good at this either. Fight can't go on. What's he doing here? However, this Zhao Mingcheng's strength is indeed not weak, much stronger than Shimoli. Really looking forward to the national competition to meet him. Not long after the two left, Sun Renhui asked weakly, will the previous battle not continue? It's a pity. If we can win 2 we will know. A quasi-god position. And you have already won 2 games. I really forgot. Fang Yan was also stunned when he heard the word, and then said with a wry smile, forget it. It is estimated that it will not be a very good Pokemon. It is better to find eggs directly and cultivate them by hatching by themselves. That quasi-god is definitely only a guy who is not very talented. Fang Yan will not be fooled. In the evening, when Fang Yan brought Sun Renhui to the auction site, there are already many people, and Jasmine was dressed in black and greeted her, and it matches her skin tone. It smells like black pearls. 9+. I'm really sorry about what happened during the day, Jasmine said apologetically to Yan. In any case, Zhao Mingcheng is her unmarried. And Zhao Mingcheng's performance was really bad before, and Fang Yan's pigeons were released in disguise. There are still her problems. She needs to apologize anyway. Quote, it's okay, it's just a small matter. Fang Yan waved his hand, then said, asked curiously, but what happened to you after that 8th feat? He will participate in next year's national competition, and everything will be discussed after the national competition is over. Shimoli didn't have anything more, but the smile in her eyes couldn't be concealed. Maybe she liked Zhao Mingcheng herself too. She just didn't say it. Women like her want to conquer her. Then you must defeat her. Yeah, I'm really sorry for the previous battle. At this time, Zhao Mingcheng also came over in a white suit. His face still looked like a spring. The wind said with a smile, 5-4 inches. Are you okay? Fang Yan shrugged. In fact, he didn't lose much experience with the 2 Pokemon. He ate it all. Combat is also a good thing for magic. I will fulfill the previous matter. Tomorrow night, if you are free, I will take you to find that Pokemon. Zhao Mingcheng said solemnly. Opening parenthesis. Is it said that a book similar to this book has appeared recently? In this regard, the author is speechless. In fact, Z originally wanted to write an arrogant product, but it seems to be a little crooked recently. Hey, still want more hilarious law could have been. Download Philo. Chapter 127 Cannot Appreciate. New Gerger Expressway debut. Didn't I win? Fang Yan was stunned for a moment, although he was very interested in that quasi-god. But after all, he did not defeat Zhao Mingcheng. Too, he was embarrassed to ask for the benefit brought by Zhao Mingcheng. No, you've actually helped me a lot. What you said during the battle was more important to me than a quasi-god. Zhao Mingcheng shook his head slightly. Maybe that Pokémon is very reluctant, cherishes it, and has a strong future. But it wasn't the most important thing to him. Thank you. Fang Yan led slightly. He is not worried about the other party's breach of contract. For these people, it's credibility or something. Fang Yan is not worried that the other party wants to murder him, but he has a backstage person, and the alliance also has a number. It is really a last resort. You can also run away at any time. Next year's national competition. I will also think about it. I hope to be able to fight with you seriously. Zhao Mingcheng then said 28. The auction of Shimoli's house is actually very good. There are often some top evolution stones or case stones with good integrity. Almost all fossil lovers will pay attention here. Fossil. Fang Yan's eyes flickered. I'm afraid the other party doesn't know yet. Fossil capital still lives there. A group of wild fossil magic treasures, but it's better to have a look here. After thinking about it, Fang Yan also invited Zhao Mingcheng to their box. After all, the other party was obviously not here for the auction item. It's good to have one more person to chat with. Let's start our first collection. The starting price of the best stone of fire is 8 million, and the price of each theory is raised to the next 200,000 inches. The host began to introduce the customers. Little fire is the best fire. Stone of the stone. Sun Renhui was surprised when he looked at the gem of a rare gem. This kind of thing, usually it's priceless, but I didn't expect it to actually exist here. Fang Yan's family is a householder who consumes the stone of fire. The representative catty dog of the family needs the fire stone to evolve. I don't know if Fang Yan's house has any stock of the best 4 stone. Oh, it's not necessary. Fang Yan shook his head slightly. The best fire stone or something can be purchased in the system later, and there is no need to prepare this fire stone now. Even if it is really needed, it's not that there is no foreign law to get it. Whether it is the alliance or other places, it will be alright. At that time, you can find Shimoli at any time. She also has a lot of inventory in her house. Zhao Mingcheng also said with a smile. In the end, this superb stone of fire was bought for 8 million. To this, Fang Yan could only sigh with emotion. Local tyrant 1C, but according to the conversion of point, if the beautiful scales that are more expensive than Erskine points are auctioned, they can definitely be sold for hundreds of millions of dollars, which is much more expensive than Fang Yan's Yuan Lu Shark. The next item is the fossil of the head of the dragon. This fossil is very well preserved. There is an 80% probability of soil. It can be successfully resurrected. The host said while taking out a certificate to prove the authenticity of her word. 10 million start, and the price increases every 500,000. It's the head dragon. Isn't it a cute Pokémon? Thinking of the head dragon, a flash of nostalgia flashed in Sun Renhui's eyes. She knew quite a few Pokémon in that secret area and even took care of some Pokémon. Well, it is Fang Yan who will carry them. Sun Renhui is in charge of treating the wound. Have you seen the head-covered dragon? Zhao Mingcheng's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Fossil god. Kibaojian is really good, and many fossil Pokémon are resurrected every year, but this commemorative value is too practical, and it is rare to see people cultivate them as their main force. And fossils cost a fortune, nor can it be resurrected. The talent after resurrection is uncertain. The reason why fossils can be auctioned so expensive is mainly because they are too rare. Long. Fang Bian. Huiwei nodded and listened. It is undeniable that Zhao Mingcheng's analysis is very reasonable. This guy is really pretty good except for the licking dog. Soon the third auction item was put up. This is a fine. Ling Dan. Fang Yan also squinted his eyes and paid attention. This is a Pokemon egg of a night thief salamander. Its parents are both 350 and the Pokemon at the level of the king. C.5 million starting. Each time the price increases not less than 100,000 inches. Pokemon egg. Night thief salamander. Uranus. A potential night thief will be a lizard. Fang Yanbiao was a little bit moved by himself. What he has never wanted to admit is that he is indeed a magical treasure view trainer. The Fang family has been like this in all dynasties, and the tradition of the ancestors cannot be thrown away. He has not yet gathered a main force of the fire element. The evolution of the night thief salamander is also a very powerful Pokemon. The racial value may not be great, but the speed and special attack are very high. It is a very good fire-type Pokemon, but after thinking about it for a while, Fang Yan decisively chose to be ugly. It's really ugly. Does Fang Huahuo seem to lack the the A of this kind of Pokémon. 9. Fire Queen's prediction. He really can't appreciate it. Therefore, Fang Yan chose to give up even if he had Tianwu's potential. Chapter 127 Cannot Appreciate. New Gurgur Expressway debut. Ah, didn't I win? Fang Yan was stunned for a moment, although he was very interested in that quasi-god. But after all, he did not defeat Zhao Mingcheng. Too, he was embarrassed to ask for the benefit brought by Zhao Mingcheng. No, you've actually helped me a lot. What you said during the battle was more important to me than a quasi-god. Zhao Mingcheng shook his head slightly. Maybe that Pokémon is very reluctant, cherishes it, and has a strong future. But it wasn't the most important thing to him. Thank you. Fang Yan led slightly. He is not worried about the other party's breach of contract. For these people, it's credibility or something. Fang Yan is not worried that the other party wants to murder him, but he has a backstage person, and the alliance also has a number. It is really a last resort. You can also run away at any time. Next year's national competition. I will also think about it. I hope to be able to fight with you seriously. Zhao Mingcheng then said. 28. The auction of Shimoli's house is actually very good. There are often some top evolution stones or case stones with good integrity. Almost all fossil lovers will pay attention here. Fossil. Fang Yan's eyes flickered. I'm afraid the other party doesn't know yet. Fossil capital still lives there. A group of wild fossil magic treasures, but it better to have a look here. After thinking about it, Fang Yan also invited Zhao Mingcheng to their box. After all, the other party was obviously not here for the auction item. It's good to have one more person to chat with. Let's start our first collection. The starting price of the best stone of fire is 8 million, and the price of each theory is raised to the next 200,000 inches. The host began to introduce the customers. Little fire is the best fire. Stone of the stone. Sun Renhui was surprised when he looked at the gem of a rare gem. This kind of thing, usually it's priceless, but I didn't expect it to actually exist here. Fang Yan's family is a householder who consumes the stone of fire. The representative catty dog of the family needs the fire stone to evolve. I don't know if Fang Yan's house has any stock of the best 4 stone. Oh, it's not necessary. Fang Yan shook his head slightly. The best fire stone or something can be purchased in the system later, and there is no need to prepare this fire stone now. Even if it is really needed, it's not that there is no foreign law to get it. Whether it is the Alliance or other places, it will be alright. At that time, you can find Shimoli at any time. She also has a lot of inventory in her house. Zhao Mingcheng also said with a smile. In the end, this superb stone of fire was bought for 8 million. To this, Fang Yan could only sigh with emotion. Local tyrant 1C, but according to the conversion of point, if the beautiful scales that are more expensive than Erkson points are auctioned, they can definitely be sold for hundreds of millions of dollars, which is much more expensive than Fang Yan's Yuan Lu shark. The next item is the fossil of the head of the dragon. This fossil is very well preserved. There is an 80% probability of soil. It can be successfully resurrected. The host said while taking out a certificate to prove the authenticity of her word. 10 million start, and the price increases every 500,000. It's the head dragon. Isn't it a cute Pokémon? Thinking of the head dragon, a flash of nostalgia flashed in Sun Renhui's eyes. She knew quite a few Pokémon in that secret area and even took care of some Pokémon. Well, it is Fang Yan who will carry them. Sun Renhui is in charge of treating the wound. Have you seen the head-covered dragon? Zhao Mingcheng's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Fossil god. Kibaojian is really good, and many fossil Pokémon are resurrected every year, but this commemorative value is too practical, and it is rare to see people cultivate them as their main force. And fossils cost a fortune, nor can it be resurrected. The talent after resurrection is uncertain. The reason why fossils can be auctioned so expensive is mainly because they are too rare. Long. Fang Bian. Huiwei nodded and listened. It is undeniable that Zhao Mingcheng's analysis is very reasonable. This guy is really pretty good except for the licking dog. Soon the third auction item was put up. This is a fine. Ling Dan. Fang Yan also squinted his eyes and paid attention. This is a Pokémon egg of a night thief salamander. Its parents are both 350 and the Pokémon at the level of the king. C.5 million starting. Each time the price increases not less than 100,000 inches. Pokémon egg. Night thief salamander. Uranus. A potential night thief will be a lizard. Fang Yanbiao was a little bit moved by himself. What he has never wanted to admit is that he is indeed a magical treasure view trainer. The Fang family has been like this in all dynasties, and the tradition of the ancestors cannot be thrown away. He has not yet gathered a main force of the fire element. The evolution of the night thief salamander is also a very powerful Pokémon. The racial value may not be great, but the speed and special attack are very high. It is a very good fire-type Pokémon, but after thinking about it for a while, Fang Yan decisively chose to be ugly. It's really ugly. Does Fang Huahuo seem to lack the A of this kind of Pokémon? 9. Fire Queen's prediction. He really can't appreciate it. Therefore, Fang Yan chose to give up even if he had Tianwu's potential. Chapter Chapter 128 Descendants of the Monkey King. New Gurgur Expressway debut. Pokemon's appearance determines many aspects. Even Fang Yan can't treat all fire-type Pokemon equally, so he can only express that he really doesn't love the Fire Queen Lizard. In fact, the final price of this Night Thief Salamander's egg was not particularly high. At least it was 96% lower than the 3 fire-type royal families with little qualification. Everyone knows that Ashan is the holy place of this fire monkey. Next we are going to auction a Pokemon egg of a little fire monkey, and it is also the descendant of Ashan Monkey Jade. With the host word, everyone fell all shocked. Asan is also a famous protected area in the world, and there are many monkeys here. Whether it is the little fire monkey family, the hot monkey family, the cauliflower monkey family, almost all magical treasures related to monkeys can be found here, and everyone knows it. What is that Monkey King Dirty talking about? An extremely powerful and passionate monkey. According to the rumors, he has the real champion, even stronger. No one doubts whether this is the descendant of the Monkey King. After all, the Monkey King has a lot of characters around it, and it seems that it is also a godlike existence. This is nothing particularly new. The descendants of the family already have too many. Big, an ethnic group too. However, the talents of those descendants did not seem to be particularly outstanding, but what surprised them was how the Shi family got this little fire monkey. Pokemon egg. Little fire monkey Tianwang. Shanran is a little fire monkey, and Xiaohu Oyako, a genius of Tianwang, is also really good, as expected of the Monkey King. To be honest, Fang Yan is heartbroken. He looked at the moonlight to Zhao Mingcheng, who was very interested in the origin of this elf egg. This guy should know. Uncle Shi is a friend of the Monkey King. They often train together. As for Wai Ken, it seems that the descendants are sent out because there are too many descendants. After thinking about it, Zhao Mingcheng also said, I also want such a Monkey King friend. One. Fang Yan's inner madness. My family has a good relationship with the extreme god moth race, but this is only a descendant who can conquer his title. After all, the number of Vulcan moths does not teach us, but there are a lot of catty dog. Pony. Thinking about the blazing monkey's continuous sowing, Fang Yan felt a burst of envy, although the descendants of Fanji would affect his rank. But for Chen Shong, the impact is not very big, as long as it is not big, as often as possible, as that's oh, I'm going to shoot too. The price has been raised to 18 million, and it will continue to increase, but Fang Yan is about to shoot. Actually, this fire monkey's talent may not be so outstanding, and Hua Jing's mother Shiju may not be so strong. Zhao Mingcheng reminded kindly. Fang Yan is also a fire trainer. It is really hard to let go of Pokemon like little fire monkey. Let's talk about this later. Look at the price of the county body, and I am still very interested in the jade little fire monkey. Fang Yan shook his head slightly. Although my family is not, it's rich, but it's still there. Han In Hai was silent and speechless by the side. Is Fang Gong's family short of money? Both are good. Okay. 29. There are hundreds of big tits in his family. Every day, each one produces 20 kilograms of big milk, and the average is 100 yuan per kilogram, or even higher. Not coming every day is an astronomical figure, and the cost is not very high. Just some fruit. These trees are still planted in the mountains behind their home, although it can't compare with some big family, but Fang Yan's family is really rich. Fang Yan is a proper super tyrant. 225 million. Fang Yan started to set the price directly. This made many people start to be confused. Although 25 million is not a particularly high price for the little fire monkey, after all, this is the descendant of the Monkey 5, but Fang Yanyi the tone has increased by 7 million yuan, which is really not low. After thinking about it, they did not continue to bid with Fang Yan, and 25 million is almost more is considered an extreme. It has also reached their psychological limit. After all, no one knows. How would that be? Fang Yan was satisfied to get little fire monkey's elf egg, and silently went to the backstage to brush money. It belongs to him. When Fang Yan comes back, the auction was also held too much. The one being auctioned is a dragon tooth. This is also a very good item, and it is also very rare, but I don't really care about Jian. It is indeed necessary to bite the land shark in the future, but he won't buy here then go to the alliance to exchange on it. Otherwise, he really doesn't know where will his achievements be used. Second one, the Pokemon egg that will be auctioned by the owner of our gym, Haoli Zhao himself. This is an egg by Kira. Its father is located, and its mother is an extremely powerful heavenly king. Bangira on the level. The host took out an elf egg with green stripes and spots. Pokemon egg by Kira. Day F. Sure enough, there is only Tianwang. A trace of disappointment flashed in Yu's eyes. Although it was said before that it was very troublesome to cultivate Yukira, but to cultivate a Bangira, it's actually a pretty good line. However, if only Yukira, who has the talent of the King of Heaven, forget it. And he also has a lot of Pokemon to cultivate now. During this time, apart from some special Pokemon, there seems to be no need to subdue Pokemon anymore. Minute. it. Download 6. Chapter 129 Masquerade. New Gerger Expressway debut. Are you ready? The next day, after dinner, Zhao Mingcheng asked Fang Yanqiu. No problem at any time. Fang Yan's face showed a confident look. With his current strength, as long as he doesn't die, he can go to some dangerous places, famous places. It's just that Zhao Mingcheng's face was extremely serious and he said, this place we are going to is very dangerous. It is even more dangerous than the place where I practiced before. Just have to be careful. I got it. Fang Yan's expression became solemn. To Zhao Ming, City said, then I'll stay. After thinking about it, Sun Renhui said, if it is too dangerous, she will follow. Not only will it not help, but it will become a burden. The most important thing is this time, she is not very comfortable. As expected, spicy or something. It is not suitable for people who are not used to eating more. Fang Yan stared at Sun Renhui for a while and then nodded slightly. Sun Renhui had no problem staying here, but it was safer. Okay, let's leave. 660 inches. Fang Yan nodded slightly and didn't say much. This is the masquerade. When Fang Yan came to the place, Zhao Mingcheng said, the whole person was done. Why is it a masquerade? The Pokemon world is not without wars. After Dokkan was established, wars were also launched in order to expand the scope of Taitai. Also in order to protect Dokkan have launched wars. It can be said that before the establishment of the Grand Alliance, there were many wars. The mass graves here are obviously left behind. At the same time, these mass graves are also holy places for ghosts and magical treasures. This is our family practice. It's a holy place, and the only villa nearby is my home. Zhao Mingcheng nodded slightly. Aren't you afraid? Although the ghost Pokemon is also a Pokemon, he often fights with ghost Pokemon, but Zai's Pokemon with the element of terror, Hijikata, will be somewhat apprehensive. Naturally not. Zhao Mingcheng shook his head with a smile and said, our family is a family of ghost Pokemon trainers. Growing up with ghost Pokemon, they're actually pretty cute. When his word fell, Zhao Mingcheng stretched out his hand. Suddenly, a ghost appeared under his palm, enjoying Zhao Mingcheng's touch, showing a happy expression. Looking at Gisi's appearance, Fang Yan's mouth fish pumping. Is Gisi cute? Why don't you feel this way? Oh, feel sorry. I can't accept your cuteness. Just when Fang Yan was about to say something, Fang Yan felt as if something had slapped him on the back. This made Fang Yan shudder, and he turned his head. A tongue was found licking his face. A numbness came from the face. This is impossible. Fang Yan was surprised. If some Pokemon attacked him, in the case of a sneak attack, the wind speed dog or even his own reaction ability can make him react in an instant, but now there is no reaction at all. What going on with this show? Fortunately, Fang Yan quickly felt that he was not paralyzed, just licked by something with his tongue. Is this Ghost Own? Fang Yan saw the corner of Ghost Own's mouth twitching again when he covered his mouth and snickered. Is this the bear kid who scare him? Look, in fact, they rarely hurt humans. Zhao Mingcheng waved at Ghost Own and said, perhaps Sean. Fang Yan took out a piece of paper and wiped it. I have no prejudice against the magical omniscience of ghosts, but I don't particularly like the ghost god range fighting style. I prefer it. Use force to break trick. Use absolute violence to crush your opponent. I saw this before. Zhao Mingcheng nodded slightly. A fighting style like Fang Yan is not something that ordinary people can learn, and it is extremely difficult to cultivate magical treasures. Let go. Speaking of which, thanks to these little guys, if it weren't for them, I wouldn't have known that there was a special guest around here, but it's still better to find it. Extremely difficult. I have been looking for a lot of time. Zhao Mingcheng nodded slightly. Dragon Messiah? Fang Yan asked curiously. Dragon Messiah is also the quasi-god among the Sword and Shield. It's finally going into Umor Free Lubaruto. Seems to be the fastest push god. Perhaps Yulong Baruto is no better than other quasi-gods in terms of destructive power, but it also has its own advantages. Looks like you know Doran Messia too. That's right. It's the Pokemon that ghost-type Pokemon trainers dream of. Zhao Mingcheng nodded slightly when he heard the word. Fang Yanji looked at Zhao Mingcheng with some embarrassment, as if he had destroyed the other party's dream. Doran Messiah for Ningham. In fact, it's not that important, and Bai Yi doesn't have this or that paralysis. At the same time, Duolong Messia doesn't seem to have seen wild ones in Dokkan. It's a little more on the Europa side. Don't worry about it. Zhao Mingcheng shook his head slightly. 2 inches. The bet was made by myself, and without your word, I would not have expressed my heart to Shimoli like this. For me, it is more than Dragon Messi. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for automatic booking. New Gerger Expressway debut. Chapter 130 Coward. New Gerger Expressway debut. You are really a lover, but in general, people like you in the novel are a male second and will never get a heroine. Fang Yan glanced at Zhao Mingcheng and said, but still soothing his heart, Ghost Stone really scared him just now. Is Xiao Guozi like that kind of story of Queenshan 807? Zhao Mingcheng frowned slightly. Or I can go and have a look when I have time, but now the most important thing to me is the national competition next year. That kind of novel. Fang Yan's mouthfish twitched. Seemingly, most of the novels of this world world. It's all Pokemon's love. There's even a love between humans and Pokemon. The same Shinado is also a Pokemon that often becomes the heroine. Forest about 15 kilometers east of the mass grave. Compared to the atmosphere of the scraping mound, it's obviously much better here. But there's still not much anger here. 9R. It is obvious that the mass burial mound has caused damage to the ecology near you. No small impact. A Gengar once saw Doran Messiah here, but it was 3 days ago. Zhao Mingcheng said to Fang Yan, and then he explained, I have the ability to communicate with ghost-type magic treasures. Can't other attributes work? Fang Yan was a little confused. He does know. Many of the ghostly magic treasures here are friends of Zhao Mingcheng, of someone who has been with ghost Pokemon since childhood. In response, Zhao Mingcheng smiled bitterly and said, 2 inches other attributes are not good, but this is enough. This is their friendship gift to Zyme. Is that so? Fang Yan spread his hand, and didn't say much. He could only understand the words of the ghost magic treasure. He didn't understand this. It wasn't like the ability that appeared in the original book, but someone like Zhou Ruchang Bodu who knew Pokemon very well, indeed, could have a simple communication with Pokemon. Fengsugo, can you find DeLong Messiah? Fang Yan asked forcefully while stroking Fengsugo's head. Looking for things. The wind speed dog is best at only 3 years. The wind speed dog sniffed on the spot, looking for the smell from 3 days ago, to then barked, and nodded towards Fang Yan. It seems that the wind speed dog has been found. Then I congratulate you. Zhao Mingcheng's face also has a sincere expression on his face. Bless. I will not follow you there. Just waiting for you at the former mass grave. Hope you will be successful. Thank you. Fang Yan gave him a deep look, but he didn't say much. The other party was showing respect, and to subdue Pokemon or something, it's better for others not to follow. It's not a question of trust or distrust. Didn't see Fang Yan go to subdue the burning worm. Didn't Mother Li Shuyao go with him? This is the tacit understanding of the Pokemon world. Under the leadership of the wind speed dog, Fang Yan quickly left in the direction of Duolong Messiah. Duolong Messiah, mountain. Zhao Mingcheng sighed when he saw Fang Yan's high back. Even Zhao Mingcheng was not so relieved about Duolong Messiah. In his eyes, too many dragons not as good as a dragon Messiah, but he also has his own principles. As the smell right here. Fang Yan looked around, looking for a figure with a large frame of West Asia. The smell of the wind speed dog should not go wrong. Wong. Suddenly the wind speed dog suddenly moved. It rushed towards the outside direction, which made Fang Yan's face a happy one. It seems that the wind speed dog has found the position of DeLong Messiah. Second request novel Qn 1013082776. A petite figure in a bush appeared because of the close behavior of the wind and the speed dog, and shivered at the wind speed dog who was close at hand. Apparently, the dog was still not light after the wind speed. Even if the wind speed dog didn't really go down, it was enough to make the other party feel scared. Doran Messiah V19, Army. Luck is really good. Fang Yan did not expect that his luck seems to be good. This dragon Messiah does have the talent of champion. It's really not bad. I should be able to become the first protagonist in all novels to conquer Doran Messiah. Just think about it. Doran Messiah, I want to subdue you. Fang Yan said to Doran Messiah, you can make you stronger. Become as strong as the wind speed dog. It's not as strong as my parent. Thinking of his parent, Doran Messiah showed a sad look. If he had the strength of his parents, the other party would definitely not be his opponent. It was only when it's not enough time, it's actually just a child. Fang Yan said in a beautiful voice, if I said I can make you have such strength within a year. Mountain. Doran Messiah was shocked. He subconsciously wanted to deny the other party's word. Although this wind speed dog is not as strong as his parent, his strength is still not weak. It doesn't think it can reach this level in a short period of time. The other party must be lying to himself. If you don't believe what I said, then what about it? Fang Yan released Victini. With the improvement of his strength, Fang Tan is very concerned about exposing Victini. He has even prepared the stage for Victua, which is the best age. Chapter 131. I always feel like my sweetheart has been soaked. New Gurgur Expressway debuted. When Victini appeared, the entire Pokemon of Doran Messiah was done. This Pokemon had never been seen before. It seemed that the strength was not as good as that of his parent, but the feeling on his body, but it was different. So Doran Messiah couldn't help but want to get close to each other. Even protecting it by the other's side. Dragon-type Pokemon are mostly unruly and loyal. It's hard to get their approval. Even if Doran Messiah is very weak now, if they can admit it, then they will become loyal. Shame Knight. And now Victini gave Doran Messiah a sense of protection. Duolong Messi 043. Ya didn't know who the other party was. Why did he feel this way? But for Fang Yan's previous proposal, it's a little move. 9. Don't look at it as harmless to humans and animals. Victini is the real god. I believe it won't lie to you, Yan said to Doran Messiah. Doran Messiah was silent. It is a proud dragon-type magical treasure. Then you'd try this. If you can leave with me, every day is indispensable. Fang Yan took out an energy block and said, This is not a dragon-type energy block. I always feel that it is more suitable for a Pokemon like Dalong Messiah. Ghost-type. Doran Messiah glanced suspiciously at Fang Ren and then looked at the energy cube in Fang Yan's hand with a burning gaze. I couldn't help following. Oh, it was heartbroken. After some deliberation, Wei chose to eat the energy cube, which is only a space. Doran Messiah felt an indescribable feeling in his heart, and he wanted to continue eating. For dragon-type Pokemon, you need to consume a lot of food on the way to grow. If you can eat this kind of food directly, then it evolve, and maybe it can improve a lot of time. Of course, you can also refuse. I will use my method to subdue you. At least the current wind speed dog. You are not an opponent. Fang Yan pointed to the wind speed dog and said to Dokkan Messiah. Suju is also very humane and shows a threatening look to Dalong Messiah. Fang Yan is his most important partner and family, and this guy is Dalong Messiah. It is absolutely unforgivable to dare to dislike Fang Yan. Doran Messiah shivered for a moment. It's still a baby. But this damn guy. If only mom and dad would be here. Doran Messiah expressed her helplessness. I'm willing to be your Pokemon, but you have to satisfy my appetite. After hesitating for a while, Dalong Messiah chose to bow to the evil forces and touched Fang Yan's head with his own head. The luxury ball turned into a red light and drilled into it. With a ding-dong sound, Fang Yan's third quasi-god has arrived. Am I going to be called a quasi-god trainer in the future? Fang Yan chuckled after feeling the somewhat confused Doran Messiah in the small world. A sound. This is already his third quasi-god Pokemon. It's another Pokemon that needs to be cultivated, and he swears, even if he encounters a Pokemon that he is excited about, he will never try to subdue them, and it will never be fragrant. Pokemon. Doran Messiah. Height 0.5. Weight 2.0 kg. Gender male. Attribute ghost dragon. Trait immortal body. Sick-cursed body. Skill lightning flash. Fright bite. Doc B. Point potential. Champion 04. Grade level 19 inches. A systematic review. Doran Messiah, who has just been separated from his family and grew up alone, has great talent. Go back and get on the wind speed dog, Fang Yan said after taking Victini back and sitting on the wind speed dog back. How did it succeed? Fang Yan found Zhao Mingcheng in the mass grave, who was communicating with a group of ghost-type magical treasures. When Fang saw Fang Yan coming back, he said with a smile on his face, "Well, it's a very timid little guy," Fang Yan said, shaking the luxurious ball of history. "Do you want to meet?" In this regard, Zhao Mingcheng shook his head with a complicated expression. Playing etc. He was looking for Doran Messiah before too, for a while, and even met Doran Messiah a few times, but it all escaped. Now Fang Yan has conquered Duolong Messiah, although he pushed it by himself, but if he sees Duolong Messiah too, I still feel a little uncomfortable. It's like introducing your sweetheart to others. It's a bad feeling, but there is one thing I'm curious about. If you want to conquer Duolong Messiah with its rank, it shouldn't be able to avoid you. Fang Yan then asked curiously, "I want to be friends with Pokemon more than violently subduing Pokemon, but unfortunately this Dragon Messiah's temper is not very good. After seeing me, he didn't give me an it at all. The opportunity to communicate, it just ran away," Zhao Mingcheng said with an embarrassed smile. Fang Yan took a deep look at Zhao Mingcheng. "You are really the pure training tie of 21 Enterprises. West is very similar too." "Haha, maybe," Zhao Mingcheng smiled. Then he said with a solemn expression, "I hope you can take good care of him. He is a gifted child. That's natural when the national competition comes, but I will use it." New Gurgur High Speed Starter. Chapter 132 Mother's Review. New Gurgur Expressway debut. Finally back. On the outskirts of Hangcheng, Fang Yan looked at the house in front of him with a complicated look. Although he only went out for 2 months, but a lot of things happened in these 2 months. Let him be like a lifetime, even in terms of strength. What he has improved is not a little bit. Sure enough, it's faster to improve your strength outside. Well, I'll go home first. My mother and the others should be worried too. They've been worried about it for a long time. Speaking of this, Li Shengwi's face also showed a blush, although the two families have been matching them since childhood. But at first she just said that she would go out with Fang Yan for a week. The result is, later, it was directly 2 months. Even if there is a father's record, but the mother and the others are the masters of the family. I believe auntie they won't say anything. Fang Yan chuckled lightly. Then he walked to the door of his house, took out the key and pushed in. He did not see Wang Shuyao's shadow in the house, and then he came to the backyard again. I found that my mother was drinking afternoon tea in the pavilion at home at the moment, while the family's women's clothing boss Shinado was serving by the side. Seeing Fang Yan's arrival, Wang Shuyao smiled. He simply said, "I'm back." "Well, I'm back." When Fang Yan said this, his face became strange. It seemed that these words were between lovers, but they were mother and son. "Say these words." "No problem. Let me see your achievements during this period," Wang Shuyao said meaningfully. "Okay." Fang Fa took a deep breath, and first released 3-1 Pokemon on Come Out, Flaming Chicken, Wind Speed Dog, Ocean Moth. When Wang Shuyao saw the Vulcan Moth, a trace of surprise flash in his eyes and said, "Has it evolved during burning?" "Much faster than I thought. I thought you needed to be when you were 20. The mountain that can make it evolve." Then she stroked their heads one by one. To Wang Shuyao, Fang Yan's legacy, the old Pokémon, will naturally not refuse. This is the mother of her own urine shovel officer, and she used to be the shovel guard for some time. 1562. It's already at the level of the king of the board. It very good. Sure enough, you need to go through constant training to become a water faster. Then Wang Shuyao said with satisfaction, "What about other Pokémon?" Fang Yan nodded slightly and then released a magical treasure. "Come out, Leaf Elf. Is this the Ibrahimovich that Xiaohui gave you at the beginning? Did it evolve into a Leaf Elf? However, the Leaf Elf is also good. With your fire-type magical treasure, the Leaf Elf is indeed better than the young elf choice." Although Wang Shuyao said so, Fang Yan could feel it. It was obvious that the other party was surprised when he met Yushimo. To this, Fang Yan was also relieved. It seems that his mother is not the kind of person who stick to the rule. But thinking about it is right. Mother is not from the Fang family, and it is a strange thing that she can have any ideas. It can't always be like a lot. In martial arts novel, the plot of revenge for the father is like that too. The male protagonist's mother forced her child to practice the so-called martial arts left by the father in order to avenge or become famous. That is impossible. Wang Shuyao is not such a person at all. Next is the metal monster and the fire-breathing dragon. Released 2 Pokémon with 62 for the situation outside. They also saw it. Hui was at the moment when he saw Wang Shuyao. They are all obediently lying down. Do not dare to act rashly. Is it a metal monster and a fire-breathing dragon? They have already reached this level. The evolution is a bit fast, although there is no stunted development, but it needs more training. After thinking about it, Wang Shuyao continued, "They don't have much advantage over other Pokémon of the same level. Your other Pokémon seem to have this problem, but this can be made up for later. Recently, I feel, and I want to raise the level of Pokémon, and I will slowly decorate it. As long as my level is higher than 2, even if the ratio of cultivation is 2, there seems to be no problem." Quote, Fang Zhang said a little embarrassedly. "The main reason is that Pokémon upgrade too quickly. It's like 047 fire-breathing dragon. Don't look at it now. It's a fire-breathing dragon. Actually a 2-month-old baby. What you said is a refutation in itself." Wang Shuyao shook his head and said, "The level of the Pokémon itself is a summary of their previous strength, and Pokémon improve their strength through their own talent, battles and training. But when it comes to you, it becomes different." Fang Yan smiled bitterly when he heard that he had a power upgrader. It seemed that it was indeed different from others. Others didn't know the X level, but he could see that his Zuchi baby was training desperately. But after all, the upgrade was too fast. Shu has a special ability that can quickly increase the strength of Pokémon. There is actually no problem with this kind of power, as long as you grasp 1 degree. And Pokémon battles aren't just about level. Wang Shuyao stared at Fang Yan with burning eyes. She didn't want Fang Yan to become the kind of trainer who was only strong enough for the Pokémon itself. New Gurgur High-Speed Debut. Chapter 133. I already knew. New Gurgur Expressway debut. His mother's words brought Fang Yan back to when he was a child. At that time, when his mother fought with him, he would use a Pokémon of the same level as his own. Sometimes it was even lower than his own, but except sometimes under his mother's intentional release, he could hardly win. I'll pay attention when I figure it out, Fang Yan said with a deep breath. Of course, you can't waste your talent. After all, it's your ability. Then Wang Shuyao chuckled again. It's a pity if you have the ability to not use it. Your ability is only for God. The strength of the Pokémon has only been improved, and over the years, I have not seen the slightest side effect. Your wind speed dog has been cultivated very well, even better than his wind speed dog when I met your father. Whether in strength or otherwise, Gigi Vulcan Moth is not bad, even if the level is improved very quickly, as long as the training is enough. 9. This can be made up. Do you think so too? Xian nodded slightly. My mother's eyesight is naturally not bad, but she can cultivate a champion-level trainer of Shinado. It's not like Fang Yan is so open. Combined with mother's aid, too, thinking about her, she should have been a very good Pokemon trainer before. It's just that I don't know which eye has a problem, and I was arched by the pig of the cheap old man. Well, after all, the strength of Pokemon has indeed improved. The only flaw can be made up. Wang Shuqi nodded slightly and said, 2 inches. What about your other Pokemon? Come out, Chunglong, Wyang Sea Lion, Round Land Shark, Froggrass, and Dragon Messiah. Fang Yan continued to make other Pokemon, and unknowingly stood there. His Pokemon already had so much. This is Doran Messiah. Where did you get? Question mark. Quote. Wang Shuyao's eyes swept across the faces of these Pokemon, and their problems were roughly the same as those of the previous Pokemon, and they were all very talented Pokemon with good strength. But when she went seeing DeLong Messia, the reason for his eyes flashed a trace of surprise. Even so, it is rare to see Doya Messia Messia and its evolution. Well, I made friends with the Zhao family in the Bashu area before I found this child. With his help, Fang Yan took out an energy cube and threw it to Duolong Messiah. During this time, after getting along, he can be considered to understand Doran Messia is a little timid, not at all like the overbearing dragon quasi-god, and also like to eat. As that's oh, he's really a good boy. Wang Shuyao nodded slightly, and before he knew it, Fang Yan had read the lineup like this. I believe it would have been a lot. Fang Yan's strength will skyrocket. It may really surpass everyone. Maybe there is this one person. After being silent for a while, Fang Yan also came out of Victini. Although I always feel that my mother Yu Tuanzhang already knew about it, but now Sun Renhui and Ji Xiao know it. If I don't tell my mother again, then I will be too rebellious. Teeny and UOT. Just beyond Fang Yan's expectations, Victini didn't even recognize his life at all. Instead, he came directly to Wang Shuyao and greeted him intimately. Long time no see, Victini. Wang Shuyao picked up a piece of cake from the coffee table and delivered it to Victini. He hugged Kiji's arms and said hello. Teeny is more beautiful than Dang Teeny eating the caking that Wang Shuyao ate. Although during this period of time, he also ate a lot of bad taste outside, but it still prefers the cookies made by Wang Shuyao. So you already knew. Fang Yan looked at Wang Shuyao speechlessly. The guilt in his heart was long gone, and Fei's mother already knew about Fei's feeling, just hiding from myself. 1. When this child was born, I had a slight feeling that it is a god after all, and the feeling of being born is different from other Pokemon. Trust a good trainer, breeder or researcher, can be felt from a distance. Wang Shuyao said with a smile on his face. Other people may not care, but I don't. But you didn't say it. As a mother, I choose to rent to you. Until one day, when you were in school, Shinado found this little guy who was stealing food. We became friends after that. All right. The feeling is that this little guy stole it and was discovered. Although Victini is a mythical beast, it can also be invisible, but it was born not long ago, and in front of the champion Pokemon, Didi Zhao. It seems that it is really not enough to see. Okay, is really a guy who liked to steal food. Fen straight and speechless glanced at this Katini who was eating happily. He always felt that this guy would someday sacrifice himself for the food. So, well, how long are you going to stay this time? Wang Shuyao nodded slightly and said, I don't know. I already have 5 micro chapters. Let's rest for a few days. Let's talk about it later. Fang Yan shook his head slightly, and then said as if he had remembered something. By the way, Ji Xiao asked me to smell it to you. T got it. A strange color flashed across Wang Shuyao's eye. Then he nodded slightly. Filu reminds you. The new Gerger high-speed debut of the sexual matter of reading. Chapter 134 Straight Man of Steel. New Gerger Expressway debut. Do you know her? 3. Fang Yan asked curiously. Although he felt that it was very unlikely that his mother knew a female champion, Fang Yan was now almost certain that they knew each other. Thinking about it is right. After all, the Fang family is not a big or weak, even a famous family, and now the cheap grandpa is gone. Cheap father often competes and performs a lot of things that the island is dealing with. Knowing a champion doesn't seem impossible. Didn't you see that the current champion grandpa, he is his own grandpa's hardcore? Maybe. Wang Shuyao smiled noncommittally. Do you care about her? Fang Yan nodded slightly. She is. Yes, and I will mark his word. Let Wang Shuyao's eyes flicker. The word target is ambiguous. Wang Shusu looked at him like this. Fang Yan was also embarrassed to laugh and wait, but he was not afraid. His real age is not too young, but he said a little embarrassedly, now she is better than me. I want to beat her. In the future, oh Sikri, I want to be the strongest trainer, and I like her. If I don't beat her, I'm not qualified to do that. Do you like it? Listening to Fang Yanru's word, Wang Shuyao chuckled. This is the first time Fang Yan has told himself that he has someone he likes. She doesn't reject it. Showed love. Just her heart. I was a little disappointed. I didn't expect that the final outcome would be like this. If you want to pursue her, I'm afraid it will be difficult. The champion of the O ship. There is no stealing. You have to become stronger. Of course, I am optimistic about you. At the same time, don't make Xiaohui sad. Naturally not. Fang Yan nodded slightly. This world is not a one-off white system, and he is not a bad boy. However, during this period of time, you have made a lot of noise. In the future, you need to be careful outside. Unless your strength is 2 steps further, you must be careful. 1. Before doing things, consider whether your own strength is enough. Your actions in the past have put you in the eyes of some people. Then Wang Shuqi continued. Hi, I understand that. In fact, I also like this kind of thing very much. It is said that my results in 2 months, it is comparable to that of living in a few years. Don't you think that if one day, I can become a king before he can make a lot of sense? Fang Yan said with a light smile. Wang Shuyao was a little confused. Then 8 is laughing dumbly. Mouth. The corners are revealed. So smile. 7. If it is really like that, it should be very interesting to tweet. 2. Fang Yan is indeed the result that I am most satisfied with. Maybe in the near future, he will become even better than Ji Xiao. Xiao. Minute. Over. Recently taken is promoting a contest called Pokémon Gorgeous Contest. If you are interested, you can try it out. This scripture has been popular in other regions and countries for a while, and the University of Technology finds it quite interesting. Suddenly Ji Xiangyao said to Zhuo Yan, "What kind of competition?" Fang Yan instinctively wanted to resist when he mentioned the gorgeous competition. Even if he played in his previous life when gaming, he wasn't very interested in Pokémon Gorgeous Taisai. It's a bit unintelligible. This is a game only played by girls. In this world, the Gorgeous Contest is different. He has a very high level of sophistication in Pokémon skills, but Fang Yan still doesn't like the Gorgeous Contest. Minute. If you don't like it, forget it. I just remind you that the Siwangran Gorgeous Contest can spread. Then there must be his advantages, but if you don't like it, then forget it. Wang Shuyao shook his head slightly. Not much to say. In fact, she still wanted to see Fang Yan in her heart. It would be even better if those who participated in the Gorgeous Contest could have a little girlish heart. Fang Yan made him very satisfied. 2 is that there is no 2-point girl. Year 9. Tai Zhao. Fang Yan's house welcomed a group of objects. It was just the arrival of this group of guests that made him a little surprised. Hey, why are you here? Fang Yan looked at Sha Meng and Sha Sha at the door in confusion. How did they know that they were here? We are here to thank you. Sha Kui. A bitter smile. If you hadn't rescued me, maybe I'd be dead now. It's just a coincidence. Fang Yan waved his hand, then let the door open. Let the two enter the house. Please come in. On Kuchen's sofa, Sha Meng Ke looked around and said, "This is the first time I've come to Fang Yan's house. Haha. After all, we didn't know each other very well before." Fang Yan said very honestly. Sha Meng Ke's eyes were greeted at this moment. This guy is still so upright. If he hadn't known about his relationship with Sunren Hui, Sha Meng would have had a leaflet. This guy. Absolutely beware of orphan. By the way, how did you know that we have returned? Fang Yan then asked forcefully. It's Xiao Huifa's circle of friends, and I asked her about it later. I found that you were all back. Sha Meng said embarrassedly. Then what else do you have to thank for this time? Fang Yan raised his eyebrows. He is not usually very interested in these things. If you have this time, why not accompany his Pokemon? The relationship between trainers and Pokemon is also extremely important. Sha Meng opened her mouth. She didn't know what to say. This family. Dude, there is no one anymore. Chapter 135. This Chin Eat Juju Pill. New Gurgur Expressway debut. Actually, I want to find you. Sha Sha said after pondering for a moment. Oh, what's the matter? Shouldn't I just be here to thank you? Fang Yan raised his eyebrows and said, he and they are not friends, and they will be just nodding acquaintances at most. %01. After pondering about Zong, Sha Sha said, shortly after you left, I also started my trip. I went to Treasure Island and accidentally discovered that the gym owner in Chinli seemed to have some problem. Well, Fang Yan raised his eyebrows. For that have, the gym owner, who is a bit of a gangster, has some impression. To be honest, his impression of Fang Yan, the gym owner who claims to have a good relationship with his father, is not very good. The powers of the masters in the Dokkan Pavilion are extremely limited. If they have a problem, who knows what will happen? Minute. Let's hear it. Fang Yan pondered for a while, then said, the thing is, Gongsha didn't hesitate to say it directly. I subdued it before. That Jew-eyed lizard planned to train it well and accidentally found a group of people looking for Z-power. Well, Fang Yan nodded slightly, and then, when I was arrested by them, that group of people was also studying the power of Z, so I paid special attention to it and found that they all belong to a gang in Baodao, and the gang leader of that gang is the patriarch Kai Ching. Is it the style of writing? Fang Yan frowned slightly. Could it be where he heard 243? In fact, Fang Yan didn't think it was a coincidence in his heart. Before the alliance, there was not much information about women's power, and Ji Xiao's research was also kept secret. This is not something that a gym owner can know of. I don't know about this either. I just want to remind you one and the only reliable person I know is you. Sha Sha said. Well, don't worry. I won't tell you about this matter. After all, if Kai Ching really has a problem, he will be more frightened than those Foka treasure hunters. Zai also said later. Of course, if there is any reward, then I will give you. No, I don't need to reward Guansha, and said quickly, last time, you saved me and I owe you a life. What's more, I don't think that internal volume is a good thing. I don't want other people's Pokemon to be the same as Nido 5. Fang Yan took a deep look at the summer. Your King Nido. It will never be able to fight. If it fights, its lifespan may be shortened rapidly, but I will not give up on them. Sha Sha said very solemnly, while clenching his fist. King Nido is his companion. In the end, King Nido and the others became this model because of those damned guys, which is something that Summer can't forgive no matter what. He hates those damned guys. He also resents his own lack of strength. If your own strength, if enough, then it won't be so. Don't worry if the facts are true. Those rewards may not be anything to me, but to you, they are different. Fang Yan waved his hand. I will deal with this matter later. Remember, after I forgot about this matter, no matter what I posted. Thank you. It seemed like a moment. Summer still nodded heavily and said, Sha and Sha Mengqi's brothers and sisters left soon, and Fang Yan also carried the phone to Ji Xiao. A certain position seems to be a little unstable now, although he is still a champion of he in name and in fact, but sometimes. Siping and Ji Xiao walk closer. Ask Novel Kun 1013082776. And for all this, Grandpa He Zipping did not object at all. On the contrary, some indulgent Nine Yan would not believe the last underground trip. Grandpa He did not know. They seem to have reached a certain level of cooperation on certain things. Or about yourself. Ji Xiao answered the phone very quickly. The voice said very nicely, did something happen? Feelings. I have become troublesome in your heart. Right. Information about the power of Z. You have. Is it spread out? Fang Yan said in reverse. 2-0 volume. What do you mean? Ji Yao's voiceover there was still so indifferent, but according to Fang Yan's understanding of her heart should not be so calm. Someone found out that Kai Ching had arranged for his little brother on Treasure Island. He was constantly looking for the power of Z. Fang Sheng did not hide it, but said directly, Muk Ching, I know there may be a problem with Hu Guanjin. After thinking about it, Ji Xiao said, Hu Guanjin, it's him again. Fang Yan narrowed his eyes. Why do I feel like he is sick? Supergirl's as, quote, super as, maybe. I suspect that he is conducting some unknowable research, but there is no evidence. Even when Zucresilia may have something to do with him. Ji Xiao, the language is not astonishing and said in a deadly manner. This, Fang Yan was shocked. He never imagined that. It turns out that there is such a super big S hidden inside Da Chin. Wouldn't that guy find out a super dream? But he can hide. Cut the problem with the right of the champion. There are even 4 heavenly kings and he is one of a faction. Ji Xiao then continued. This stock can eat jujube medicine light. Fang Yan couldn't help but complain. Ula. New Gerger Expressway start. Chapter 136. A story about the power of Z. New Gerger Expressway debut. Today's Dokkan system is actually quite perfect. Champions have great power. In charge of the Pokémon trainers across the country, the 3 champions can also check and balance each other. At the same time, the strength of the king is not weak, and he is not a champion's subordinate, but if there is a problem with a champion and a group of kings, then there are too many problems. However, with us here, they have to take care of what they want to do. Ji Xiao comforted Fang Yan. Championship is not the highest combat power. At least I know 2 people who are stronger than me. Ji Liao has her own proud, mythical beast trainer. The champion, how could she not be proud? But she is not invincible. 19 soil. And Fang Yan nodded slightly. Like the ancient power of the Phoenix Tower, there should be someone stronger than Ji Xiao. Minute. With the shop he added, but I believe that sooner or later you can surpass there. I'm more optimistic that you can kill them. Ji Xiao's tone softened when she mentioned this. Actually, I know a little about the power of Z. At this time, Fang Yan considered 2 things. After that, he said, what? Ji Juyao was surprised. Regarding the power of Z, she had checked the information in Fengwang Tower before, but had not seen the corresponding record, and Dr. Zhou Rucheng and the others did not know either. In the end, Fang Yan said that she knew. How could these 2 make her not curious? She didn't doubt Fang Yan's words since Fang Yan said it. Then too he may really know something. He knows a lot of things that others don't know. As for where he knew it, Ji Duoyao didn't ask. Do you know Kapu Mingming, Kapu Dai Dai, Kapu Mu, Kapu Fin? After a moment of pondering, Fang Yan asked. Hearing Fang Yan's word, Ji Xiao thought for a while and then said, that seems to be the guardian angel of the islands in many regions. It seems that there are traces of them on many islands. However, very few people have seen one. 9. Well, it's their power and Kapu Mingming. They have a lot of years. Fang Yan nodded slightly. In fact, he didn't know if it was related. He only knew the west of the game. Kapu Mingming gave the glowing stone to the protagonist. And this glowstone is also used to make the Z bracelet. It turned out to be related to them. 3 inches. Ji Xiao's eyes flashed. A trait. Heterochromatic. Although Kapu hums their strength, they are not considered top-notch among the legendary Pokemon. Their status is not top-notch, and their appearance and style are not the same as other legendary Pokemon. But they are indeed. It is indeed the legendary Pokemon. Minute. It means that the Z power is their unique power. Ji Juyao quickly realized Shimo too and continued to ask. If the Z power is their exclusive energy, then they don't need any research. The powers of legendary Pokemon are not so well studied. Like water. Jun's ability is to purify water, but is it so easy to study? This has already touched the power of rule. In fact, Ji Xiao is still very hopeful. Humans can study Suikun's ability. In this way, I don't need to run up with Sujin's map. No, they have a way to give this power to the public to use. This is the Z power. Through the Force Elephant, the Pokemon move is enhanced into a special move of Strong One. The power of this move is far stronger than the previous Pokemon move, but it will be built a huge burden on trainers and Pokemon. Therefore, a battle can only be used once at most, but it can be used as an ultimate move. 2 is the same. this pair of trainers and God Pokémon has no effect at all. Fang Yan then continued. At the same time, he was thinking, if it was himself, maybe he might not be able to use it. Only one. His physical quality is not ordinary people comparable. However, she was silent. Even Ji Xiao felt that this incident was too appalling. After thinking about it, she said, I seem to have heard that someone on the equator used an extremely scary cloth move. The power level of that move, the reluctant, like move skill, can be compared. It seems that it should be the Z move you mentioned. After a pause, Ji Xiao continued. Quote, have you mastered the Z move? Hearing this, Fang Yan was also taken aback for a moment. This kind of question, have you mastered the Z move? If necessary, you can completely buy it from the point store. Ji Xiao will not harm herself. If she speaks out, she can use the super style openly and honestly, which seems to be Pai's wrong choice. It is true that I have mastered some of it. However, Z moves require a lot of zero crystals. I only have the fire element. 2.5 thought about it and Fang Yan still said, 7 pure crystal. Send me the photo. Where did Ji Zongyao know without Fang Yan? The way, but directly opened the mouth. Opening parenthesis. Recently watched Spirit of Halberd Eater. I feel that the setting inside is simply wrong. What do a group of high school students know? They can also dismiss the commander-in-chief. What about the 5 book that came to work in the school after graduation? And 2 Jia didn't graduate, and he made a mess of the school before graduation. However, the setting is a bit unscientific, but it's actually pretty good. Chapter 137 Good Luck Egg. New Gerger Expressway debut. Go ahead. Fang Yan didn't refuse. He bought a piece of fire element Z pure crystal directly through the points mall, and took a photo for Ji Xiao. Is it this? I think I've seen it somewhere, but it seems to be a little different, Ji Xiao said after thinking about it. %0. Fang Yan is a bit stunned. Could there be other people who also hold the Z move? But it doesn't seem to be that important. He just needs to know. Everything must be covered. If the Alliance needs Fang Yan wouldn't mind helping them research. 22. 1. If you succeed, you can use Z moves at will. At the same time, there will be an unexpected reward from the Alliance, and even you can challenge the king next year. Maybe. Well, I know. This matter is for the time being. I will inform you when the time comes. Don't expose this matter during this time. What a pause. Ji Xiao continued. This may be a discovery that is not inferior to the evolution of Aya. I don't know how many organizations and individuals will be eyeing this magical power. You have already entered the 28 of many people before. Fang Yan nodded slightly. Although I'm not very afraid, but it can reduce the numbness by 2 points. Be less annoying. In fact, if it wasn't for his family, Fang Yan wouldn't mind turning the world upside down. The big deal is to enter the small world. Wait until the time is almost up, and then come out to level up crazy. I believe that there will be countless people looking for trouble for him at that time, and he can also fight for war. 3. This is the most suitable path for Fang Yan, but unfortunately, his background is destined to be impossible for him to do so. 9. She still has her own mother. She also has family members and friends. Fang Lu contact. Fang Yan could not give up on them, so he only. There are according to the rules of this world. Well, it's a nice world, isn't it? So, you want to go to Jicheng with me? Fang Yan looked at his mother in shock. Long. This is the 10th day he has been home. Yesterday Sun Renhui also went to Taishui. She didn't go to the best Taishui, or even Jicheng University, which she originally wanted to go to, and finally chose Hengcheng University. But this is not bad. After all, Hangzhou University. Learning from Gao's family, Wei Qi can go home every week. Although I don't know what she thinks, everyone still fully supports her choice. After Sun Renhui went to school, Fang Yan also chose to travel again. The days at home are indeed very pleasant, very warm, but he was a little restless. 350. Huo and the Pokémon have also experienced a lot of training during this time, especially the mother's targeted training. The training of Fang Yan's Pokémon is also scientific. One thing Fang Yan is still very concerned about, his mother seems to be too strong. That god is not very familiar. Qibao Jian, it is difficult for you to cultivate sexuality. This is why so many excellent Pokémon trainers choose to train Pokémon with one attribute blind, but they still don't know it. It is quite difficult to cultivate Pokémon that understand, and it takes a lot of training to make them learn certain skills. Not everyone can hang up like Fang Yan, but these problems don't seem to be a problem in the face of Wu Shuqi. She can always prepare more suitable training methods for herself. 2. Wang Shuyao took a sip of black tea and said, well, I didn't say before tomorrow's flight ticket. Do you want to help you exchange things, and go see your grandpa? If it weren't for him, I don't know how much trouble you would have caused some time ago. Okay. Fang Yan spread his hand. It seems that this is not bad. Although there is no shortage of Pokémon now, it is also good to meet the treasure house of the Alliance. Long way. At this moment, a pink egg-shaped Pokémon came to Zuo Yan's face G and opened his small hands as if begging for a hug. Pokémon, good luck egg. Height 0.5. 5. Weight 19 kg. Gender female. Properties general. Trait natural recovery. Friendly defense. Skill slap. Behave in a spoiled manner. Percent potential 9 years. Level 2. Systematic review. Pokemon just born have not yet passed the infancy stage, have great potential and like the host very much. The previous good luck egg also hatched successfully during this time. As for the baby Tyrannosaurus and the little fire monkey, it will take a while to return the 860, but I think it coming soon. Should be hatch within this half. Fang Yan like this lucky egg very much. This is the Pokemon Fang Yan has ever seen that haunts him the most. Maybe in childhood they will stick to themselves more or less, but just a little too long will change a little bit. But this one is lucky to be an exception. Other Pokemon treat themselves as their parent, and too many Pokemon treat the creature they first see as their parent, which is why many people like to hatch Pokemon by themselves. This is only an absolute trust, but good luck egg, but it is different. It does not regard Fang Yan as its parent but still like him. This is the first time Fang Yan has encountered such a thing. I don't know what the hell the system is up to. After all, this elf egg was obtained from the system. It seems that this child likes you very much, Wang Shuyao said playfully. On Zeta 11Y 670, New Grid High-Speed Debut. Chapter 137 Good Luck Egg. New Gurgur Expressway Debut. Go ahead. Fang Yan didn't refuse. He bought a piece of Fire Element Z Pure Crystal directly through the Points Mall, and took a photo for Ji Xiao. Is it this? I think I've seen it somewhere, but it seems to be a little different, Ji Xiao said after thinking about it. %0. Fang Yan is a bit done. Could there be other people who also hold the Z move? But it doesn't seem to be that important. He just needs to know. Everything must be covered. If the Alliance needs Fang Yan wouldn't mind helping them research 22. 1. If you succeed, you can use Z moves at will. At the same time, there will be an unexpected reward from the Alliance, and even you can challenge the king next year, maybe. Well, I know. This matter is for the time being. I will inform you when the time comes. Don't expose this matter during this time. What a pause. Ji Xiao continued. This may be a discovery that is not inferior to the evolution of Aya. I don't know how many organizations and individuals will be eyeing this magical power. You have already entered the 28 of many people before. Fang Yan nodded slightly. Although I'm not very afraid, but it can reduce the numbness by 2 points. Be less annoying. In fact, if it wasn't for his family, Fang Yan wouldn't mind turning the world upside down. The big deal is to enter the small world. Wait until the time is almost up, and then come out to level up crazy. I believe that there will be countless people looking for trouble for him at that time, and he can also fight for war. 3. This is the most suitable path for Fang Yan, but unfortunately, his background is destined to be impossible for him to do so. 9. She still has her own mother. She also has family members and friends. Fang Lu contact. Fang Yan could not give up on them, so he only there are according to the rules of this world. Well, it's a nice world, isn't it? So, you want to go to Jicheng with me? Fang Yan looked at his mother in shock. Long. This is the 10th day he has been home. Yesterday Sun Renhui also went to Taishui. She didn't go to the best Taishui, or even Jicheng University, which she originally wanted to go to, and finally chose Hengcheng University. But this is not bad. After all, Hangzhou University. Learning from Gao's family. Wait, she can go home every week. Although I don't know what she thinks, everyone still fully supports her choice. After Sun Renhui went to school, Fang Yan also chose to travel again. The days at home are indeed very pleasant, very warm, but he was a little restless. 350. Huo and the Pokemon have also experienced a lot of training during this time, especially the mother's targeted training. The training of Fang Yan's Pokemon is also scientific. One thing Fang Yan is still very concerned about. His mother seems to be too strong. That god is not very familiar. Kibao Jian, it is difficult for you to cultivate sexuality. This is why so many excellent Pokemon trainers choose to train Pokemon with one attribute blind, but they still don't know it. It is quite difficult to cultivate Pokemon that understand, and it takes a lot of training to make them learn certain skills. Not everyone can hang up like Fang Yan, but these problems don't seem to be a problem in the face of Wu Shuqi. She can always prepare more suitable training methods for herself. 2. Wang Shuyao took a sip of black tea and said, well, I didn't say before tomorrow's flight ticket. Do you want to help you exchange things and go see your grandpa? If it weren't for him, I don't know how much trouble you would have caused some time ago. Okay. Fang Yan spread his hand. It seems that this is not bad. Although there is no shortage of Pokemon now, it is also good to meet the treasure house of the Alliance. Long way. At this moment, a pink egg-shaped Pokemon came to Zuo Yan's face G and opened his small hands as if begging for a hug. Pokemon Good Luck Egg. Height 0.5. Weight 19 kg. Gender female. Properties general. Trait natural recovery. Friendly defense. Skill slap. Behave in a spoiled manner. Percent potential 9 years. Level 2. Systematic review. Pokemon just born have not yet get past the infancy stage have great potential and like the host very much. The previous good luck egg also hatched successfully during this time. As for the baby Tyrannosaurus and the little fire monkey, it will take a while to return the 860, but I think it coming soon. Should be hatch within this half. Fang Yan liked this lucky egg very much. This is the Pokemon Fang Yan has ever seen that haunts him the most. Maybe in childhood they will stick to themselves more or less, but just a little too long will change a little bit. But this one is lucky to be an exception. Other Pokemon treat themselves as their parent, and too many Pokemon treat the creature they first see as their parent, which is why many people like to hatch Pokemon by themselves. This is only an absolute trust, but good luck egg, but it is different. It does not regard Fang Yan as its parent but delight him. This is the first time Fang Yan has encountered such a thing. I don't know what the hell the system is up to. After all, this elf egg was obtained from the system. It seems that this child likes you very much, Wang Shuyao said playfully. On Zeta 11Y 670, New Grid High-Speed Debut. Chapter 138 Hechian. New Gurgur Expressway Debut. Listen to mother's joke. Fang Yan's mouth also twitched. It seems that his lucky eggs are a little different. He won't admit that he used to envy those trainers with Shinado. He also envied the silly thing with a chrysanthemum leaf that liked him. At that time, he liked chrysanthemum very much. A god like the blade of grass sends treasure to sea. As a result, it seems that I have also taught one here. Look at the lucky egg in your arm. A bitter smile appeared on Fang Yan's face. The current lucky eggs are still full of cuteness, but what if they evolve into auspicious eggs in the future? Well, the face value of auspicious egg, it seems to be not bad, but that round body does not know how Fang Yan should complain. As for falling in love with Pokemon, Fang Yan said that he was not very interested, especially the kind of auspicious egg. Even if it is very warm, very cute, will take care of people as well, but its talent is very good. It may help you a lot in the future, and maybe even help you take care of Pokemon. Ji Xiao was deeply pleased. A glance at the lucky egg in Fang Yan's arm. Not every auspicious egg can act as an assistant. They also need to be cultivated. Wait for it to grow a little longer. It needs special training. This training, you need to apply with the Alliance first, then go to a special school to study. Similarly, I hope you can study together when the time comes. 1. Yes, there is such a course in Hengcheng University. Is that so? Fang Yan nodded thoughtfully. He didn't mind learning to take care of Pokemon. 9. And if you go to Hengcheng University to study for a period of time, it seems not bad. It finally here for a long time Tilda Mountain. When it was almost evening the next day, Fang Yan and Wang Shuyao also got off the plane. This is the first time Fang Yan has come to Jichu. Fang Yan looked around. It seems that Ji Juyao didn't come here. But that's right, she probably didn't know that she came to Jicheng, right? 9. Moreover, Ji Juyao himself may not be in Jicheng. The person who picked us up is already waiting outside. Don't go outside to scratch. Jicheng is not Hangzhou. Wang Shuyao said so, but he didn't seem to care too much. Perhaps Jicheng may be a great opportunity for Fang Yan, a Longtan tiger's den, but as long as Fang Yan doesn't take the initiative to provoke some people, they wouldn't attack Fang Yan either. There were no people of the same age. It will be Fang Yan's opponent. Not long after Wang Shuyao took Fang Yan out of the VIP passage, a woman about 40 years old from the tomb greeted her with a smile. I have not seen you for stealing. It's been almost 16 years. Welcome to Jicheng. Yeah, Hechian. Long time no see. Wang Shuyao's eyes flashed a hint of sigh. Woman, why don't you care about time? Is this Fang Yan? I didn't expect it. It's all so big. The woman named Hechian said hello to Fang Yan with a smile. I seem to have seen you somewhere, Fang Yan said after pondering for a while. As if not long after he was born, he saw this and never saw it again. Hechian and Wang Shuyao looked at each other, and then Wang Shuyao smiled and said, Auntie, we are friends with our family. She is your grandpa's niece, but she was too busy before, and you haven't seen her before. As for you've seen her, it should be because your auntie often appears on TV. She is not only talented, not bad, and also the spokesman of the league often on TV. You can recognize her too. Very normal. Is that so? Fang Tan nodded slightly, but didn't speak. It seemed that this was normal. After all, my mother was also a precious girl all these years. And it doesn't seem to be very important, does it? It should be. Hechian also said with a smile. Let's get in the car first. It's inconvenient to speak here. Several people quickly got into the car specially arranged by Hidet, and Hechian sat in the co-pilot. As for the driver, it seems to be a very powerful Pokemon trainer, or Fangyan. You have now collected 5 micro stamp, right? Suddenly, Hechian asked forcefully. Well, you know. Fang Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. It seems that Wang Shuzi's best friend has been paying attention to himself. You made such a big deal some time ago. Can I not know? I made you famous for the Cresselia incident. Hikugi rolled his eyes and continued. I had a very good relationship with your mother back then. If it wasn't wasn't for me having no daughter, I would have ordered a baby to kiss you. Not too surprising that Cresselia was the three-party flames arranged by her. After all, that time she became famous Zhao's Zhao was too fast, even for Ji Xiao. It can't be that quick either. There must be someone else helping out. It seems to be this aunt he. Forget it if the doll is friendly too. Fang Yan's mouth twitched and murmured in a low voice. That's right. You look so similar to Shu Yao. There are bound to be countless girls who like you. He Jia nodded. She doesn't have a daughter anyway. It's okay to say anything. Actually, the author personally prefers chrysanthemum leaf. Although Yusanjia is the most useful in the second generation, the water system is the best, but because of Xiaoji's chrysanthemum leaf, he has always played chrysanthemum leaf. But scumbag only love Hikachu, and I prefer chrysanthemum leaves in terms of cuteness. Pity. Download Fei Shengwa said Addy watch new Gurgur high-speed debut. Chapter 139 Feel like a jerk. New Gurgur Expressway debut. But if I have a daughter, she will definitely fall in love with you. After a pause, He Qian continued. Fang Yan's appearance is quite good. She is very similar to Wang Shuyao. Now walking on the road is no different from the two brothers and sisters. Sometimes I still envy Wang Shuyao. The years have not left the slightest trace on her body. Jane is exactly the same as 2 sick years ago, but her temperament is more mature and noble, and forehead. Fang Yan didn't know what to say for a while. Even on this issue, she can't say anything. The car goes all the way. Finally came to a special community. The staff at the entrance seem to be good Pokémon trainers, and there are 2 wind speed dogs standing guard at the entrance. These 2 wind speed dogs. Looking at the wind speed dog, Fang Yan was shocked. One of these 2 wind speed dogs is V58. The other has IV64. Holy crap, is Jicheng so terrifying? A magical treasure at the level of the king. I can only watch the door here. Is there another way to live? Especially Fang Yan's heart is also 460 Yi gone horrified. After all, his ace is the wind speed dog. As a result, the wind speed dog is here to watch Timon. Looking at the meticulous appearance of the wind speed dog, Fang Yan said that he didn't know what to do with the famous young master. He suddenly felt that the wind speed dog was so cheap, and before he knew it, his heart was a little abandoned. Do you want to use the internet speed dog in Jicheng in the future? You can see that H9 Wang Shuyao asked. And Fang Yan nodded solemnly. The point is, the strength of these 2 wind speed dogs is very strong. With this kind of wind, there are still many speed dogs. Wang Shuyao squinted his head slightly, but He Jia who was on the side was shocked. Fang Yan actually, I feel it. Although she knows that Fang Yan's main 9 Pokemon have a wind speed dog, but you can feel the strength of the 2 Pokemon across the car too. Do you want to be so exaggerated? 9. Even if you know the wind speed dog very well, it can't be exaggerated to such a degree. Is that so? Fang Xian's expression froze. Damn, Jicheng is indeed the seat of the Great Qin Capital Alliance. The wind speed dogs who are guarding the gate here all have Tianwang Pokemon. What about other places? O6 and S. Then I thought of another place. Chang'an. What's the situation there? There, it has been passed down for thousands of years, and it is farther away than Jicheng. After the car stopped, when the staff checked and intercepted the situation, they also let everyone in. Actually, don't worry, these flats are the most high-end district in the whole Taken. Now, money is not necessarily useful here. If you want to buy a house here, the minimum requirement is that there have been at least 3 heavenly kings in the family, and a champion. He Qian then said slowly. Of course the current champion of heaven, and some special officials are also eligible to live here temporarily, but this residence time is on the job time. Holy crap, so there is such a thing. Fang Yan now feels like a hillbilly. Boat. If you say that, isn't this a place where 2 old people gather? Long. However, this requirement is quite strict. How big is this place? I couldn't help asking. There are all kinds of plaques at the gates of the gate CIAG on the side of the road. It's just like ancient time. Unlike those new Chinese style, this is an authentic Chinese style, much like the Prince Gong mansion that Fang Yan visited in his previous life. There are 99 mansions here. The smallest of them are more than 100 acres. The largest has nearly 800 acres. But that's a special confession for each president. He Qian explained to Fang Yan. The president, administrative authority over Pokemon trainers, is not very large, at least not too many champions. But the general manager mainly manages economic development. So does anyone live here? Fang Yan couldn't help but ask. Everyone who is qualified to buy the house here has also bought it. In addition to the ones that are specially supplied, there are about 30 or 40 houses that are usually unoccupied. He Qian paused and said, every year, the Alliance also spends a lot of money to maintain those houses. No one lives mansion. But that's nothing, of course. Many of those who have bought a house will not live here. Just like your family one. Such can also be given annually. Part of the money for the league to cover maintenance. Our family. Fang Fen was a little stunned. It turned out that his family still has a house here. It's really a big family. The most important thing is, he doesn't even know Fang's family can be considered to have met this requirement requirement, so they will buy it naturally. This is what you, Grandpa, bought at the beginning. Your father will come to live occasionally, and neither you nor I have lived here before. Wang Shuyao said lightly. Neither do you live. Fang Yan was a little shocked. If he hadn't seen his cheap grandfather since he was a child, he contacted that his father was not at home all the year round. Fang Yan felt that he could be an illegitimate child, but a woman like Wang Shuyao obviously couldn't be someone else's third or something. He doesn't think any man in the world has such qualification. Wang Shuyao shook his hair and said, I haven't lived here before. If it hadn't cost money to maintain it every year, I would have forgotten about it. Okay, you won, Fang Yan said with a silent sigh, as expected of himself. My mother, that what? Zeta 11 v 670, New Gurgur High-Speed Starter. Chapter 140. Another beast has suffered. New Gurgur Expressway debuts. Sometime, Fang Yan feels that his mother is the tyranny of the pretending world. Not right, she's not pretending to be, but really powerful. Such a house, for countless people, is something to brag about. Did the island see that his cheap grandfather, even the king, did not hesitate to buy the house here? Perhaps only by setting up a house here can one be considered a true aristocrat. It's one thing to live without people, it's another thing to have a house. But here is Wang Shuyao. It seems to be another thing. She gives the impression that I am a nobleman, and I don't need these messy things to prove myself. Compared with me, you are all commoners. This vibe is also perfect. Minute. This is not that kind of overbearing. It is an invisible oxygen. The only one who can compete with his mother. Fang Yan has only seen Ji Xiao alone before, even if it is his mother's friend. In the same way, Shimaguchi was born, and even He Qian, who was already in a high position a month ago, is not as good as Wang Shuyao, as expected of his own mother. Maybe the mother herself has something she doesn't know. The car quickly came to a gate. He Qian said indifferently, it's here. And Fang Yan stared at it. Is this his home in Jicheng? No, this is not his home. Where you have family is your home. My mother should never live here. Maybe she will go back to Hangzhou directly after the work is done. Although there are Wind Speed Dogs and Sun Renhui's mother at home, they are watching. Nothing will happen, but both mother and myself should prefer it here. Wang Shuyao got out of the car and took out the magic treasure. Bei Tujian took a photo of it at an organ next to Timon. Timon was opened naturally. Come in. Wang Shuyao gestured to Fang Yan and He Qian. Point. Well, if I don't come here, you may not even know about Du Tuking at home. He Qian said with a little playfulness. Ru Bandit often comes here. As a friend, she is entrusted by Zhang Shuyao. She often brings people to clean the heart of the place. The maintenance work that can be presented here is arranged by her. Thank you very much. Wang Shu glanced lightly and thanked He Chai. Always been grateful to Yu's own friend. Under the leadership of He Xin, Fang Yan and Wang Shuyuan also strolled around the house of the king. The building area of this mansion is not small and even has more than 200 acres. According to He Qian, this is considered moderate in the entire community. After all, it doesn't seem to have any effect if it is too large. But this community is not so much a community. It is better to say that it is a city within a city. This mansion is very similar to Fang Yan's wealthy compound in his previous life. However, the house is not entirely made of bento. It is a special material that looks like bento. High temperature resistant. Also not easy to damage. High strength. But after special treatment, the house is still very similar to Fang Yan's impression. Oh, made lake in Baoyu, and the lake water is very clear. It seems that some high technology is used, and the water source here needs to be turned into stagnant water. Feng Sheng became turbid. Even Fa Huang. It's okay. Wang Shuyao nodded slightly after looking around, as if he was satisfied with this place. But Fang Yan knew that this was just her perfunctory behavior, and He Qian on the side seemed to understand that it was just a smile. Shaking his head. Then go to my uncle's house today. Let me cook a meal for you. Although no uncle has gone out today, it seems that something happened. He Qian then said with a smile. Ask Novel Kun 1013082776. He Guanjin's house. He's not at home. Fang Yan raised his eyebrows at Grandpa He. In fact, he is still very impressive. Not just because that is his #1 role, and Grandpa He actually comes to see him every year. Of course, not to see him personally. When Grandpa was still there, he came to see Grandpa. After Grandpa is gone, Grandpa He will visit him on Grandpa's death day. Therefore, Fang Yan is very familiar with this Grandpa He, otherwise he would not let him take the blame. Well, something big seems to have happened recently. It seems to have something to do with you. He Qian pointedly said. With me? Fang Yan was a little confused. What did he do? It's the group of people who captured Celebi last time you discovered, and the people who attack Cresselia, the god of beautiful dream. It definitely a group of people. Just not long ago, the foreign Ladias and Ladios was also attacked by 9. Zan Ran was defeated by the Patronus, but still relying on stealing and waiting in surprise. Got it. On the blood of Ladia and Ladios. He didn't hide it but said it directly. This matter may be a secret to ordinary people, but to Fang Yan and the others, it is nothing. After all, Fang Yan is already involved. Celebi, Cresselia, Ladias and Ladios are all supernatural beasts. 1. What are those guys trying to do? Wang Shuyao frowned slightly. He seemed to be thinking. What followed was indifferent. Laugh. But it seems that this has nothing to do with me. Point. Opening parenthesis. Drank a cup of coffee before going to bed yesterday and couldn't sleep. Tossed and turned. It was dawn on the side, and as a result the state was gone. Million.